Chapter E. The Red Apricot Leaps Over the Wall. As Zhang Jun wrote his bicycle toward Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute, half a task of the methane essential was missing. He reached into his pocket only to realize he had forgotten his mobile phone, for so many like him, who had been marginalized at workplace. I too soon like a young would call him, yet Ibsen's fist definitely led him with his insolfiness. Noticing he still had time, he decided to turn back home to retrieve it. Zhang Jun resided in staff compound of the Provincial People's Hospital. His wife, Liu Jia, was a head nurse of the same hospital, which provided excellent benefits. Their apartment was among the collective housing built by our workplace. Zhang Jun parked this bicycle in the corridor and climbed the stairs to their door, half-ished authenticity, only to discover that the door was locked from the inside. A wave of ominous premonition washed over him. Liu Jia had worked at the night shift the pre or evening and was likely resting at home during the day. Zhang Jun distinctly remembered that the door had not been locked when he left. In mere geometry and minutes, why would she have gotten up to lock the door? His mind buzzed with confusion. He had caught whispers that Liu Jia shared a particularly close relationship with Vice President Zhou Wenbin, despite her most academic background from a nursing college. Liu Jia had quickly resigned fruit herrings to become Miss Nurse and later the head nurse in just 9 years, largely thanks to Hao's admiration and favoritism. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, despite holding a graduate degree, had effectively been sidelined in his research role. When he joined the institute, he had entered as an insignificant deputy staff member, a title he still bore with no sense of advancement. The apprenticeship's mentorate had reached the same rank as. Rumors also circulated that Liu Jia refrained from having children with Zhang Jun to maintain her appeal to Zhou Wenbin. Hao said to prefer without the distractions of pregnancy and motherhood thought could jeopardize her promising career. Zhou Wenbin lived just building the way in the same residential complex, a mere 3 to 5 minutes from Zhang Jun's home. Previously, Zhang Jun had dismissed such malicious gossip, but the sight of the unyielding doorknob led him with a profound sense of humiliation and despair. He shandling read on the kiss lodged in tilak, he entertained the thought of fleeing, wishing to forget everything done wrong his aroused in solitude, yet the dignity of a man compelled him to confront the situation, igniting the rage within him making tattoo feigning Juridian, desperate to take out his anguish on. A thought moment, his funny came at mellow dice life from within the house. Then, Liu Jia's voice floated through the door. It's me husband's fan forgot it again. Let me see husband. Oh, it's Xiexuya. She say no colleague from Miss workplace and discurrently his apprentice mentioned her tone. A deep male voice interrupted. Your man is quite apathetic. After all these years, he hasn't achieved anything. You might as well come at home. Zhang Jun recognized Zhou Wenbin's voice and felt a rush of blood surge from Miss fetal haste, his face flushing with anger. Liu Jia's lilting laughter followed. Director Zhou, you're joking. You have a family, remember. Your daughter is graduating from college this year, right? Please, my husband will be back to grab his fanny soon. Zhou Wenbin laughed heartily. I'm not afraid of him. Thought Lothar will never make his mad thing of himself. Leave him, and you'll take care of file. Listening to scandalous exchange between Tetuo, Zhang Jun trembled uncontrollably. Desperate to empty from the lock. In his panic, he found it impossible to do so. Hammer has struggled. Memory had twisted the lock, producing gas startling clatter fate cold throughout still night. Thought sound reverberated like heaven during the dead of night, sharp and unsettling. That one inside vociferant, and moments later, that door pinned. Liu Ji stood there, delicately touching her cheek, her smile radiant as hate. Zhang Jun, you forgot your phone, didn't you? CSI you just called, but I didn't answer. Zhang Jun stepped inside, his expression shy and fierce. His wife's and beautiful visage now appeared abhorrent to him, like that of a treacherous serpent. Zhou Wenbin, upon seeing Zhang Jun's murderous glare, lost all bravado, and disconfident demeanor fell tear-dashed swallowed hard, motioning with efficient, Comrade Liu Jia, in mistaken leave, we can discuss this matter later. Zhang Jun's fists tightened, the vines and feedback coefficients standing out like worms. He had little sense of reason, and with a sudden surge of fury, he swung his fist, delivering the brutal punch directly to Zhou Wenbin's face. At around 50 years old, Fajin rather portly, Zhu was not quick to endure such a blow. He stumbled backward, collapsing onto a sofa. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with awe, raining down punch after punch upon Zhou Wenbin. Liu Ji stood paralyzed, hands clasping her face saying horrorous hilarity lamenting scream. Zhang Jun, weary watching Director Zhou, stop 5 seconds. Zhou Wenbin's glasses fell to the ground, his face bruised and swollen, and in panic, he fled through the door. Liu Ji grasped Zhang Jun, how also poised to case after Zhou, begging, have you lost your senses? Has me superior? If I'll strike him, won't you risk me job? Zhang Jun sneered, Liu Jia, what if I mess you mate, cutting the act in your own home, and still true to the phantom? You watch blind to half marry a woman like you. Liu Ji ashes the vivid anger, her tribute that on sea captivated Zhang Jun fell to the devil, yet, she confronted him defiantly. Zhang Jun, be righteous in your accusations. I was merely discussing your quick directors how nothing inappropriate had transpired, infidelity would require bad, and you have no evidence to sully my name. Zhang Jun felt as though his entire perspective had shattered, leaving him devoid of any young, wavering principles, Nobody deserved this lifelong loyalty. Here eyes at this fist. His features twisted with fury. You locked the door. What more proof do I need? The easy tongue-like counterfeit depends in bed. Suddenly, Lu Yuzhi collapsed onto the sofa, sobbing quietly. The loyal in the CCC form. I have to back careful around my superior. Had to meet me home for business good eyes employer feels elementary. It was only making the hand he all at the door. It was only 3 minutes, I swear. Her curvaceous figure, once an object of Zhang Jun's adoration, now struck him as completely corrupted. With tears spilling down her cheeks, Lu Yuzhi pleaded, I swear before heaven, Lu Yuzhi, have never betrayed you. I admit I used those favoritism to advance my career and secure benefits, but it is common in workplace. I never crossed the lines. Zhang Jun, you must believe I've only ever been with you. If I provided a better life, why would I need to curry favor with him? Yet, as Zhang Jun gazed at the tear-stricken Lu Yuzhi, he felt no compassion. Merely anger. Yes, I'm incapable, so let's divorce. Let's part ways amicably while we still can. Thankfully, we have no code and nothing binding us. See you at the civil affairs office tomorrow. With those bitter words, Zhang Jun snatched the phone from the coffee table and stormed out, slamming the door behind him as though bidding farewell to the past. The heavy security door resounded with a resounding clang as it shut, echoing its finality.
Chapter 2. When reversal leads to prosperity, Zhang Jun pedaled furiously on his bicycle, a frenzy of desperation propelling him forward. Suddenly, with a clatter, he fell heavily to the ground. Rising to his feet, he steadied his bike only to discover that the chain had come loose. In a fit of frustration, Zhang Jun kicked the bicycle several times, venting his pent-up dissatisfaction. When misfortune strikes, even a bicycle seems to conspire against him. Defeated, he collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the sky. A meteor streaked across the heavens. Even in daylight, meteors can be seen, but only those of sufficient brilliance can catch the human eye. Sir, I'm calling you, came a raspy, aged voice. Zhang Jun turned his head to see an old fortune teller seated beneath the shade of a tree, beckoning him with a thin, bony hand. Sir, why not have a look at your fortune? Good luck is on your horizon. Zhang Jun scoffed. Spare me your nonsense. Is there anyone in this world more unfortunate than I? My wife has been unfaithful, and now I've had this fall. As I approach my 30s, I've achieved nothing. My parents toiled and saved so I could complete my postgraduate studies, and yet I have no way to repay them. And you dare claim I'm destined for good fortune? Clearly, your predictions are flawed. The old man approached, patting Zhang Jun on the shoulder, shaking his head sagely. Not at all. As the saying goes, when adversity reaches its peak, prosperity follows. You need only remain calm, and within 3 days, good news shall surely arrive from the east. Glancing at his watch, Zhang Jun realized he was running late for work. He rose, reattached the bicycle chain, and muttered as he mounted his bike, "Thanks, but if I truly do get promoted and strike it rich, I'll return to pay you for your fortune-telling." The old man called after him, "Remember, you owe me 5 yuan." Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Jun sat at his desk, replaying the events of the day in his mind. While he couldn't ascertain whether his wife had a substantive relationship with Zhou Wenbin, it was evident that Lu Yuzhi wouldn't be pursued unless she sought to exploit Zhou Wenbin's scan authority. How dare that scoundrel come to his home to woo her? In seeking a virtuous wife, Lu Yuzhi had long ceased to be a suitable partner for him. This marriage must end. Power! That wretched power! Zhang Jun lacked neither knowledge nor talent, yet what he sorely lacked was authority. His cold gaze swept toward the towering sycamore trees outside. When would these grand trees attract the phoenixes? Cough. The office director, Sun Quan, approached, rapping on Zhang Jun's desk, his tone condescending. "Zhang Jun, have you completed the technical article on traditional Chinese medicine that I assigned?" Zhang Jun, visibly displeased, replied, "Director, didn't we agree on a 7-day deadline?" Sun Quan adjusted his black-framed glasses and retorted, "Today is already the 6th day. You haven't finished? What have you been doing? I thought you were a postgraduate. You can't even manage this simple task." In a fit of anger, Zhang Jun shot up, glaring at Sun Quan. "And what's wrong with being a postgraduate? Postgraduates are meant for scientific research, not to ghostwrite your bureaucratic drivel." His colleagues in the office stared in disbelief at Zhang Jun, who was usually the epitome of humility and decorum, accustomed to meekness. What had changed? Had the sun risen in the west? "How dare you?" Sun Quan trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Jun. "You dare to talk back to me? I am your superior. Do you believe I want to reassign you to the pharmacy for night shifts?" With a defiant smirk, Zhang Jun retorted, "Fine. I would relish working in the herbal pharmacy. The fragrance of the herbs is far more soothing than the stench of this office." His new apprentice, Xie Xiaoya, approached timidly, tugging at his sleeve. "Master, this is Director Sunday." Zhang Jun brushed aside Xie Xiaoya's slender arm, facing Sun Quan with a fierce countenance. "A true man, born between heaven and earth, cannot languish indefinitely beneath others. You may hold power today, but are you not afraid of my fortunes turning?" Sun Quan, ruffling his tousled Mediterranean hairstyle, laughed heartily. "You? A country bumpkin who merely studied a few extra years? What connections do you have in this provincial capital? Without connections, how can you ascend? You might as well resign yourself to a life of mediocrity. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted. What is going on here? The office staff turned in unison toward the doorway, straightening up and greeting. Good day, Director. The newcomer was none other than Wu Guoquan, the director of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. He approached, his tone serious. Comrade Sun Quan, what has transpired? Sun Quan, flustered and frantic, exclaimed, Director, you arrived just in time. I instructed Zhang Jun to write an article, but he refuses to comply. When I reprimanded him, he not only refused to apologize but dared to retort. Wu Guoquan scolded sternly, Comrade Sun Quan, I heard everything you just said. Is this how you speak? That one cannot be promoted without connections? It is true that Zhang Jun hails from a rural background, but who among us can trace their lineage back 3 generations without roots in the countryside? Do not look down upon our farmer brethren. Sun Quan, taken aback, was astonished by the director's unexpected stance. While Wu Guoquan had never actively suppressed Zhang Jun, he had also refrained from promoting him due to Zhang Jun's lack of flattery and gift-giving, preferring instead to focus on diligent work. Such a person, regardless of their intellect or talent, often found their ascension stymied. Today, however, Wu Guoquan's support for Zhang Jun was unmistakable. What was the reason behind this shift? Chastened by the director's admonition, Sun Quan nodded vigorously, too intimidated to protest. Turning to Zhang Jun, Wu Guoquan's demeanor softened, his expression warm and welcoming, his wrinkles folding into a smile. This was a side of the director Zhang Jun had never witnessed, leaving him puzzled as he inquired, Director, is there something you need? Wu Guoquan chuckled amiably, Zhang Jun, please accompany me to my office. Zhang Jun complied, anticipating a reprimand and preparing himself for the possibility of being reassigned to the pharmacy for night shifts. Following Wu Guoquan, he walked with measured steps, his expression calm, betraying none of the frustration and defeat he had just endured. Life goes on, and what could be worse than the events of today? He had no desire for promotions. A person without desires stands tall. Upon entering the director's office, Wu Guoquan smiled and gestured for Zhang Jun to sit. With fingers interlaced and arms resting on the table, he inquired with a grin, Zhang Jun, what is your relationship with Vice Governor Ma, who oversees health matters? Zhang Jun was taken aback, unaccustomed to the usually stern Wu Guoquan addressing him with such warmth. He replied honestly, Director Wu, I do not know Vice Governor Ma. Wu Guoquan clearly doubted Zhang Jun's words, tilting his head in contemplation before smiling again. Vice Governor Ma called my office, instructing me to notify you that he wishes to see you. Zhang Jun thought to himself, what could Vice Governor Ma possibly want with someone he had no connection to? Chapter 3. The Provincial Government Compound. It was Zhang Jun's first visit to the Provincial Government Compound. A grand gate barred his entry, while a small door was manned by a vigilant guard. As Zhang Jun rode his bicycle to the small entrance, he was halted by the stern and imposing guard. What is your business? The guard inquired. Comrade, good day, I have been summoned by Vice Governor Ma. I am here to see him, Zhang Jun replied. Register over there, the guard indicated towards the guardhouse with an unwavering posture. Zhang Jun pushed his bicycle to the guardhouse, standing before a small window. Hello, comrade. Vice Governor Ma has summoned me. I am Zhang Jun from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. The person inside tossed him a registration book. Zhang Jun filled it out truthfully and handed it back, asking, Comrade, may I enter now? Let me see your ID, the guard requested. Here you go. Your work permit. I have it. You need to call the Vice Governor's office. Only if they grant permission can I let you in. Comrade, I do not know the Vice Governor's office phone number. Then who notified you to come? Vice Governor Ma called our unit's leader, who then informed me to come. Then call your leader, ask for the number, and then call the Vice Governor's office. Do you have Vice Governor Ma's number? This is the procedure. We cannot casually disclose the leader's phone numbers. The series of tedious protocols left Zhang Jun utterly exasperated. He thought to himself, it was clearly Vice Governor Ma who wanted to meet me, yet here I am, feeling vexed. He contemplated turning back and disregarding that Vice Governor Ma altogether, but after some reflection, he decided to endure the process, curious about the matter at hand. There was a phone in the guardhouse. Remembering the number for Director Wu Guoquan, he promptly dialed it. Wu Guoquan was quite accommodating and provided him with the Vice Governor's office number. Zhang Jun memorized it discreetly, pulled out his phone book, jotted down the number, and then called the Vice Governor's office. Hello, who is this? A young man's voice answered, clearly not Vice Governor Ma. Good day. I am Zhang Jun from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. Our Director Wu informed me that Vice Governor Ma has summoned me. I am currently at the Provincial Government Guardhouse. Could you please speak to the guard? All right, please hand the phone to the guard. Zhang Jun passed the phone to the guard. The guard, maintaining a stern demeanor, brightened immediately upon hearing the voice on the other end, cheerfully responding, all right, understood. He hung up and said to Zhang Jun, you may enter. Zhang Jun had intended to inquire about directions, but the guard raised a newspaper to shield his face and casually crossed his legs. Thus, Zhang Jun pushed his bicycle inside. What a splendid place! The high walls and expansive courtyard, an embodiment of 1950s Soviet architecture, adorned with lush greenery, broad and even pathways, and a fragrant atmosphere of birdsong and blooms, far more enchanting than the parks in the city. How wonderful it would be to work here! Zhang Jun marveled at the sight of the towering buildings before him, momentarily unsure of where to proceed. He secured his bicycle in a nearby bike rack and, relying on his instincts, headed towards a large building on the left. Upon reaching the entrance, he found no signage. Just then, a young woman in her early 20s, with an alluring appearance and graceful demeanor, emerged from the building. The staff in this compound were indeed quite impressive. "Hello, comrade. Could you please tell me where Vice Governor Ma's office is?" Zhang Jun called out. The young woman glanced at him and pointed casually, saying, "Third floor, left side of the stairs, third room." Zhang Jun realized he had guessed correctly. Thanking her, he hurried up the stairs, anxious not to keep Vice Governor Ma waiting. Upon arriving at the office on the third floor, he noticed the door was slightly ajar. He knocked gently. "Come in," a voice from within beckoned. Zhang Jun stepped inside, seeing a young man in his 30s seated behind a desk, pale-faced and clean-shaven, exuding an air of refinement. Recognizing him as likely the vice governor's secretary, he said, "Hello, I am Zhang Jun from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. May I ask if Vice Governor Ma is in?" "Comrade Zhang Jun, unfortunately, Vice Governor Ma just received a call and has convened an urgent meeting. If you don't mind, would you please wait in the adjacent lounge? I have no pressing matters. The leader's affairs take precedence." The secretary led Zhang Jun to the lounge and offered him a cup of tea. Zhang Jun observed a stainless steel water dispenser nearby, similar to those in his own unit, where one could easily obtain tea. For esteemed guests, of course, freshly brewed tea would be served. The time was 2:48 p.m. Waiting felt particularly prolonged. Fortunately, there were newspapers in the lounge, which Zhang Jun perused to pass the time. Reading articles made the wait more bearable. Occasionally glancing at his watch, he felt increasingly parched despite the air conditioning, and he downed several cups of tea. An uncomfortable urge to visit the restroom began to build, but he hesitated, fearing that if he left, Vice Governor Ma might return just then. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and soon it was 5:30 p.m. As the secretary passed by the lounge on his way out, he approached Zhang Jun and said, "I'm sorry, but Vice Governor Ma is still in the meeting, and it's now after office hours. Would you mind returning tomorrow?" Zhang Jun could no longer contain his need to relieve himself and quickly agreed, asking, "Could you please tell me where the restroom is?" The secretary pointed to the end of the corridor. "Over there." Zhang Jun thanked him, took a few steps, then turned back to ask, "What time should I come tomorrow?" The secretary pondered for a moment before replying, "Afternoon would be best. The leader's morning schedules are packed. Please try to arrive early, and I will arrange it for you." "Thank you." Upon reaching the restroom, Zhang Jun finally found relief, feeling a tremendous weight lifted. As he exited the provincial government compound, he suddenly realized he had nowhere to go. The home he once cherished was no longer inviting. He glanced at his wallet. With several hundred yuan in hand, he decided to check into the unit's guest house. Dinner was also taken care of at the guest house's dining hall. While dining, his phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Lu Yujia, he promptly hung up and set the phone on the table, returning to his meal. The phone rang again. Zhang Jun picked it up, pressed the answer button, and spoke with irritation. "What do you want? Stop bothering me. We're getting a divorce tomorrow morning." A timid voice replied from the other end, "Master, it's me, Xiaoya." "What's wrong?" "Oh, Xiaoya. You thought it was my wife? Hee. Are you and my wife getting a divorce? Had a fight?" "Yes. What is it to you, you little brat?" Xie Xiaoya, only 21 years old and in the prime of her youth, seemed to Zhang Jun merely a child. "Master, I'm upset. Aside from my wife, I care about you too. Where are you?" "I'm at the unit's guest house, dining alone. What is it to you? Want to come and keep me company?" "Sure. I'll be right over." Xie Xiaoya had just started working at the unit and lived in the dormitory, conveniently close to the guest house. Within 5 minutes, a slender and radiant figure appeared before Zhang Jun. Xie Xiaoya had bought a bottle of white wine from the front desk and plopped down opposite him, flipping her long hair over her shoulder, and said with a smile, "Master, let us have a drink. Let's celebrate your promotion and divorce, as you embark on a prosperous new path." Zhang Jun rummaged through the dishes on the table, found 2 cups, opened the wine bottle, poured 2 glasses, raised one, and downed it with a wry smile, saying, "The divorce is real. As for promotion and wealth, I wouldn't dare to hope." Xie Xiaoya lifted her cup, took a delicate sip, and immediately flushed with 2 rosy spots on her cheeks. "Master, didn't Vice Governor Ma summon you? Did he not promise you any position? Everyone at the unit is saying you've encountered a benefactor, that Vice Governor Ma has taken notice of you, and you're on the verge of great success." Chapter 4. The appreciation of leadership. Zhang Jun scoffed at himself with a hint of sarcasm. "Vice Governor Ma has taken a liking to me? Who told you that? I don't even know him." "Master, please don't hide it from me." If you become successful, you must lend me a hand. Xie Xiaoya's gaze was gentle, her tone sweet, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Zhang Jun took another hearty swig of liquor, laughing boisterously. All right. If I strike it rich, I shall elevate you. Xie Xiaoya, a graduate of a prestigious university, had grown up in a bustling metropolis. With a graceful figure, elegant posture, and a complexion that was both fair and slightly rosy, she was strikingly beautiful. She was a proud woman, possessing exceptional qualities, and looked down upon the pursuits of Wu Guochuan's son, for his looks were decidedly unappealing. Zhang Jun was indeed handsome, embodying his name, and had always enjoyed a favorable reputation among women since his school days. Yet, the modern woman was pragmatic. A man's good looks merely attracted them, but did not invite intimacy. Though Xie Xiaoya typically maintained a close yet deliberate distance from Zhang Jun, today she was transformed, appearing docile as a lamb, evoking possessive feelings in him. Having endured a marital upheaval, Zhang Jun found himself harboring fleeting romantic thoughts about this alluring and sensual woman. After they had consumed a bottle of baijiu, the majority of which Zhang Jun had downed, Xie Xiaoya had only a single glass, exhibiting the perfect level of tipsy allure. She supported him as they entered the guesthouse room. In his slightly intoxicated state, Zhang Jun draped his right arm over Xie Xiaoya's delicate shoulder, inhaling the subtle fragrance that emanated from her, momentarily losing himself in the sensation. He collapsed onto the bed, gazing hazily at her tender, exquisite features. Xie Xiaoya smiled shyly and inquired, Master, how did your meeting with Vice Governor Ma go today? When will you start working at the provincial government? Not at all. Zhang Jun shook his head, letting out a burp. I waited at the provincial government all afternoon but never saw him. Xie Xiaoya's lively eyes darted in surprise as she asked, What? That can't be. What about your supposed role as his secretary? Zhang Jun shook his head vigorously. Absurd. Vice Governor Ma already has a secretary. How could I possibly be appointed? I have neither the capability nor the qualifications. I am merely an associate chief officer, while his secretary should at least be a department head, if not a deputy division chief. However, I heard that Vice Governor Ma's secretary died in a car accident, and the news has been tightly suppressed. It wasn't he reported in the media. The secretary was found in the car with a woman, and they were reportedly in an intimate situation when the accident occurred. When discovered, the woman was completely unclothed. Zhang Jun was taken aback by Xie Xiaoya's well-informed nature. Though they worked at the same unit, he had never heard such gossip. Rumors often have a basis. He knew that information circulated quickly within the bureaucratic circles, but regardless of its veracity, if it was being suppressed, it should not be disseminated recklessly. He cautioned her, Nonsense. I saw Vice Governor Ma's secretary today. What you heard must be a rumor. Oh, not spread it further. Xie Xiaoya blinked her beautiful eyes, removing Zhang Jun's hand from her shoulder. Master, I understand. Please rest well. I will return to my dormitory. Her demeanor had shifted once again. When she thought there was a possibility of Zhang Jun becoming Vice Governor Ma's secretary, she had been particularly warm, willingly drawing closer to him and not resisting his occasional touches. However, upon learning that his prospects had dimmed, she changed her expression, eager to depart. Zhang Jun, somewhat inebriated, discerned the subtle machinations of this woman. He waved his hand nonchalantly and promptly fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already 7:30 the next morning. Zhang Jun rubbed his aching temples, detecting a foul odor, and upon investigation, realized it emanated from himself. Remembering he was to meet Vice Governor Ma in the afternoon, he hurried home to wash and change clothes. The house was eerily quiet. His wife, Lu Yujia, was not home. On the dining table, he found a note that read, I have switched to the day shift. Please come home tonight. I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Jun scoffed softly, crumpling the note into a ball and tossing it into the trash. After a quick shower and donning clean attire, he made his way to work. His colleagues seemed to be well aware of his situation, eagerly approaching him and clamoring for him to treat them. Even the office director, Sun Quan, who had previously maintained a haughty demeanor, now greeted him with a cheerful smile, inquiring when he would be transferred to the provincial government. Just because he had visited the provincial government and received a summons from Vice Governor Ma, albeit without actually meeting him, his colleagues' attitudes had undergone a complete transformation. Zhang Jun experienced once more the profound influence of power. When they learned he had not actually met Vice Governor Ma, they awkwardly retreated, no longer surrounding him. Sun Quan, arms crossed behind his back, adopted a serious expression and said, That article, make sure you finish it. It must be submitted before the end of the day. Zhang Jun was already accustomed to the fickleness of human relationships within the bureaucracy, and he merely smiled wryly. At 1:55 p.m., Zhang Jun arrived punctually at the provincial government compound. This time, he did not require a guard's reminder. He approached the window to register on his own. The guard on duty today was not the same as yesterday, and he repeated the same questions. After verifying his credentials, the guard instructed Zhang Jun to call Vice Governor Ma's office, still wishing to save a few cents on phone charges. After all, phone calls were quite costly in these times. He used the phone in the guardhouse. At exactly 2 p.m., Zhang Jun appeared in Vice Governor Ma's office. The secretary was making tea, and upon seeing him said, "Vice Governor Ma isn't here yet. Please take a seat." Zhang Jun expressed his gratitude and asked, "May I know your name?" The secretary handed him the tea with a smile. "My name is Wu Li." Zhang Jun took a sip of tea and replied, "Nice to meet you, Secretary Wu." "Thank you." As they engaged in conversation, footsteps echoed from outside. Wu Li immediately stood up, respectfully positioning himself by the door in anticipation. When the individual entered, Wu Li called out, "Good day, Vice Governor." The newcomer was none other than Vice Governor Ma Hongqi. Zhang Jun set down his cup and rose, saying, "Good day, Vice Governor. I am Zhang Jun from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. I came to see you yesterday afternoon, but you were unavailable. Secretary Wu arranged for me to come today." Ma Hongqi, possessing a square face that exuded authority without anger, nodded slowly and said, "Come in and let us talk." Once inside the office, Ma Hongqi took a seat, observing Zhang Jun standing before him, his expression softening as he asked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you hold a graduate degree, correct?" "Yes, Vice Governor," Zhang Jun replied respectfully. "I've heard you possess remarkable literary talent and solid professional knowledge, having published numerous academic papers in national journals. I've penned a few articles, but I submitted them haphazardly. I was fortunate that the editors appreciated them. You are very modest. It is rare to find someone who is neither arrogant nor impatient. How many years have you been working?" "I graduated with my Master's at 24 and have worked for 5 years. What is your current position?" "I am an Associate Chief Officer." "An Associate Chief Officer? What is going on? With your capabilities, knowledge, and talent, why hasn't your unit promoted you?" "Perhaps the leadership feels I am still young and need further honing." "Do you enjoy your current job?" Zhang Jun sensed a shift in the conversation. Normally, Vice Governor Ma would not engage in such discussions. Could it be that a stroke of good fortune was about to befall him? With this thought, Zhang Jun straightened his posture, invigorated, and proclaimed, "Revolutionary comrades are like bricks. Wherever they are needed, they must be moved. Regardless of the position or work, it is all in service to the people and the nation." Ma Hongqi regarded him with a look of approval, nodding as he remarked, "Very well, Comrade Zhang Jun. Would you be willing to consider a change in your job?" Chapter 5. The governor's secretary. A surge of electricity coursed from Zhang Jun's soul to the very core of his being. When Ma Hongqi inquired whether he would consider changing jobs, it was certain that, regardless of whether he became a secretary or not, he would undoubtedly be reassigned to the provincial government. Zhang Jun had not found fulfillment in his role at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute, where he had felt marginalized since his arrival, practically warming the cold bench with his prolonged presence. He had grown weary of the faces of his superiors, including the duplicitous Wu Guoquan and the cold-hearted Sun Quan, each of whom regarded Zhang Jun with disdain, offloading all the arduous and unpleasant tasks onto him, while the opportunities for advancement eluded him entirely. Zhang Jun could not comprehend why he was so uniquely targeted. Was it simply because of his superior academic credentials? Did they fear his potential? In a person's life, the opportunities that can alter one's destiny are often scarce. Seizing them can lead to meteoric success. Departing from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute to work in this edifice, a symbol of the province's utmost authority, could very well be Zhang Jun's greatest opportunity. His previously extinguished hopes ignited once more, akin to spring shoots bursting forth with vitality. He endeavored to suppress his elation, adopting a calm and composed tone as he declared, "Governor Ma, I am willing to heed your arrangements." The opportunity was bestowed upon him by Ma Hongqi, and thus, his gratitude and obedience were directed towards this esteemed individual before him, rather than the organization itself. Ma Hongqi smiled faintly before his expression turned solemn as he said, "My previous secretary met with an unfortunate accident and passed away prematurely. I held him in high regard. Yet fate has run its course. Regrettably, I find myself in need of a secretary, and coincidentally, at a recent alumni gathering, someone recommended you. Would you be willing to come and give it a try?" "Secretary?" Ma Hongqi truly intended to transfer him to the role of secretary. Such an unexpected windfall was sweeter than any pie falling from the sky. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, Zhang Jun's voice trembled slightly, mirroring the flutter of his heart. In that moment, the rarity of the opportunity rendered any refusal or polite evasion inconceivable. When a leader states you are capable, you are indeed capable. There is no need for false modesty. Excessive humility only appears insincere and contrived. Moreover, opportunities are fleeting. Should one fail to grasp them, they may never return. I am deeply grateful for your recognition and kindness, Governor Ma. I pledge to devote myself wholeheartedly to the duties of your secretary. Though I have no prior experience in this role, I am eager to learn diligently. In the future, should I falter in my duties, I welcome your constructive criticism. Your expectations and scrutiny will be my greatest encouragement and guidance." Ma Hongqi was clearly pleased with Zhang Jun's composure. Although he appeared youthful, his demeanor was remarkably appropriate, indicating that he was indeed a person of great potential. Evidently, the recommendation from an old classmate had proven accurate. "Comrade Zhang Jun, you must prepare yourself mentally. The provincial government operates differently from subordinate units. The workload is substantial, the timelines are tight, and overtime is frequently required. You are married, correct? You may find it challenging to dedicate ample time to your family, so it is essential to discuss this with your loved ones and secure their support and understanding. It is not an issue, Zhang Jun replied without hesitation. Although I am married, I have yet to have children. He continued, I am prepared to devote all my time and energy to my work. I oversee health affairs for the province, but I lack medical knowledge. Having someone as professionally qualified as you beside me will undoubtedly be of great assistance, Ma Hongqi remarked, glancing at the calendar on his desk. Can you start work tomorrow? Absolutely. I can come at any time. Zhang Jun was eager to make the transition as swiftly as possible. Ma Hongqi summoned Wu Li, stating, Comrade Wu Li, I appreciate your assistance in the secretary's office these past few days. Starting tomorrow, the secretary duties will be entrusted to Comrade Zhang Jun. You will return to the provincial government office. Wu Li stood frozen, as if petrified by an incantation from a mythical tale. Zhang Jun thought, so it was true what Xie Xiaoya had said. Ma Hongqi's previous secretary had indeed perished in an accident. Whether the rumors of his demise while engaging in romantic escapades in a vehicle were true, remained uncertain. Wu Li was merely a staff member at the provincial government office, temporarily reassigned to assist. It was no wonder he had not accompanied Ma Hongqi to work earlier. Despite the temporary nature of Wu Li's assignment, it was evident he wished to remain, working diligently, fearful of making missteps. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Jun's arrival shattered his aspirations. Filled with a profound sense of grievance and sorrow, yet unwilling to reveal his true feelings, Wu Li forced a smile and said, Congratulations, Comrade Zhang Jun. I will coordinate the transition with you shortly. Zhang Jun acknowledged him. He was indeed curious to know who had recommended him to Ma Hongqi, but deemed it inappropriate to inquire at that moment. Could it be that someone had seen his published paper and subsequently made a recommendation to his old classmate? On Ma Hongqi's desk rested two telephones, one red and one black. The black telephone served as a combined internal and external line, while the red phone, known as the Red Machine, was a secure line designated for party and government leaders of deputy provincial rank and above. Each Red Machine possessed a unique 4-digit number and could only connect with other phones of the same configuration, all within an encrypted system. Although mobile phones had become commonplace, leaders of this stature rarely utilized them for calls, let alone for discussing significant matters. Ma Hongqi picked up the black telephone and dialed a number, stating, Comrade Zhou Kong, please come by. Moments later, a tall, slender middle-aged man entered. Ma Hongqi gestured towards Zhang Jun, saying, Comrade Zhou Kong, this is Comrade Zhang Jun, my newly appointed secretary. He is currently employed at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. Please facilitate his transfer. Zhou Kong, the Deputy Secretary General of the provincial government, serving Ma Hongqi, cast a glance at Wu Li before pausing thoughtfully, remarking, bringing someone in from outside to serve as secretary. Our office is abundant with talent. We have numerous proficient writers and high-caliber individuals. There may be dissent regarding this decision. Ma Hongqi raised an eyebrow, his thick brows arching as he retorted, Who dares to voice dissent? Let them come speak with me. My choice of secretary is entirely at my discretion. Do you think you can impose your arrangements? I oversee health affairs. Who in the office possesses medical expertise? Name one. Zhou Kong tugged at the corner of his mouth, responding helplessly, Indeed, there is none. I am curious to know what rank Comrade Zhang Jun currently holds. Zhang Jun replied, I am a deputy section chief. Zhou Kong paused, then smiled lightly. As the secretary to the vice-governor, he should at least hold a section chief position. Otherwise, it seems beneath the rank of deputy director. Your current position is rather low, is it not? Ma Hongqi replied firmly, Comrade Zhang Jun is currently a deputy section chief, has served for over 5 years, and holds a graduate degree. Upon his transfer, he will assume the role of section chief in the provincial government office's 4th section, with opportunities for further advancement in due course. Zhou Kong wiped his face, conceding, Since the leadership has made a decision, I have no objections. Zhang Jun mused, What a shrewd Zhou Kong. It took him 4 or 5 objections before he finally relented. It appeared that the provincial government was not as harmonious as it outwardly seemed. Beneath the calm surface, tumultuous currents were at play. Chapter 6. Who do you think you are? As Zhang Jun stepped out of the solemn provincial government building, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, akin to awakening from a beautiful spring dream, where everything in the dream still lingered upon his return to reality. He felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, walking with a lightness that bordered on euphoria. With time still on his side, he returned to his workplace to continue his duties. Upon entering the office, he was immediately met with a barrage of reprimands from Director Sun Quan. Zhang Jun, how is it that you are slacking off yet again? Where is the article I asked you to write? Have you completed it? Zhang Jun responded calmly, Not yet finished. Sun Quan's temper flared, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Jun. What have you been doing? Where have you been wandering off to? You've been absent all afternoon. Do you even care about this job anymore? If you don't want to work, just say so, and I'll have you transferred to the pharmacy for night shifts. Seizing Sun Quan's wrist, Zhang Jun twisted it back sharply, causing Sun Quan to tremble in pain. Director Sun, let us communicate civilly. There is no need for such theatrics, you hardly resemble a leader. I will complete my assigned tasks in due time. You said I had 7 days to submit the article, and today is the final day. We haven't even clocked out yet. Furthermore, I truly no longer wish to continue in this position. I intend to leave tomorrow. You. Sun Quan stared at Zhang Jun in disbelief, as if he were a stranger. He yanked his hand away and spat out. You've grown some audacity, haven't you? You dare to strike me? You want to resign? Fine, submit your resignation letter, and I will approve it right now. Zhang Jun let out a cold laugh, standing tall as he declared, Who do you think you are? My job transfer is not yours to dictate. Step aside. Returning to his desk, he pulled out the unfinished article and resumed writing. Even though he was set to leave his position the following day, he was determined to fulfill his final responsibilities diligently. He understood that he was an employee of the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute, serving the nation, not merely for Sun Quan. For the benefit of the nation, I shall not shy away from life or death. Why should I fear misfortune or seek fortune? If he lacked this awareness, he would not have fought so hard to enter the system in the first place. All the colleagues in the office watched the scene unfold, astonished by Zhang Jun's defiance. Sun Quan, blinded by fury, raked his fingers through his disheveled hair and gritted his teeth. We've all heard. You didn't even meet Vice Governor Ma, and yet you dream of being his secretary? Go ahead and indulge in your grand delusions. Zhang Jun dismissed him with a cold glance at Xie Xiaoya. He had only confided in her about not meeting Vice Governor Ma, and surely, she was the one gossiping. This woman's words were utterly unreliable. Xie Xiaoya, seated directly across from him, instantly grasped the meaning behind her mentor's gaze, leaning in to whisper, Master, I swear it wasn't me. At that moment, the director, Wu Guoquan, entered the room, elongating his tone, Comrade Zhang Jun, how is it that you have struck Director Zhou Wenbin of the Provincial People's Hospital? Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how this rumor had spread. Was there truly no secret in this office? His colleagues turned to look at him again, questioning whether this top student had recently gone mad, as he seemed to confront anyone in sight. He even dared to strike Zhou Wenbin, the vice director of the Provincial People's Hospital. That institution held a deputy bureau-level status, with the director and vice director wielding considerable power. Zhang Jun, a mere deputy section chief, had the audacity to strike someone of a higher rank? It was alarming, especially considering that both the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute and the Provincial People's Hospital belonged to the health system. With Zhou Wenbin's connections, it would be all too easy to ruin Zhang Jun's career within the same system. Zhang Jun, speak. Wu Guoquan's face turned ashen. You, a learned intellectual, how could you resort to violence? You even injured someone to the point of hospitalization. Gasps filled the room as his colleagues were left in shock. Not only had he struck someone, but he had also caused hospitalization. Was it possible he truly wished to resign? Yet Zhang Jun remained composed, slowly asking, Director Wu, who did you hear this from? Wu Guoquan sternly replied, Director Zhou summoned me to discuss work. He told me this in person. There's no doubt about it. You've got some nerve. Director Zhou is quite upset and demands that we handle this matter seriously. Zhang Jun continued writing the final lines of his article, unfazed. Wu Guoquan insisted, You think that by denying it, we can't hold you accountable? Avoidance will not resolve this issue. You need to buy some supplements and visit Director Zhou in the hospital to apologize. The institute will show leniency, only giving you a reprimand instead of firing you. Zhang Jun paused, placing his pen in its holder, and coolly replied, Director Wu, if I were to see that old scoundrel, I fear I might be unable to restrain myself from giving him another beating. Wu Guoquan was infuriated by his attitude, his face a mask of fury. What? You still intend to strike someone? You've crossed a line. Do you truly believe I cannot handle you? Even if you are a graduate student, you cannot act so recklessly. Pointing at the article on his desk, Zhang Jun calmly stated, This is the last piece of work I shall complete at the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. I have finished. Wu Guoquan, astonished, inquired, Last piece of work? You won't be working here anymore? Are you planning to live off the wind? Zhang Jun lifted his chin defiantly, declaring, I will no longer be employed here starting tomorrow. Colleagues, as we have worked together, I bid you all farewell. Xie Xiaoya gasped in disbelief. Master, you're resigning? Zhang Jun smiled slightly. We shall see. Wu Guoquan, perplexed, stroked his chin and asked, Comrade Zhang Jun, is this a tantrum? Can you not handle criticism? Are you threatening to resign? Such behavior is unacceptable. You must go to the hospital immediately and apologize to Director Zhou. Our unit collaborates with the Provincial People's Hospital, and I do not wish for your actions to jeopardize our partnership. Zhang Jun retorted coolly, I'm afraid the one who should apologize is Director Zhou. Wu Guoquan, seeing Zhang Jun's defiance, stormed over and grabbed his arm. Zhang Jun, do not sabotage your future. This is my final warning. If you do not apologize, the institute will terminate your employment. Zhang Jun shook off his grip and began to gather his belongings. Director, there is no need for you to rush me. I will leave right now. Wu Guoquan's face was as cold as ice. Even if you intend to leave, you must first resolve the issue with Director Zhou. Otherwise, we will have to report you for assaulting a superior. You will not be able to escape the consequences. Do as you wish. I await your complaint. Zhang Jun had little to pack, just a few books and some stationery, which he neatly placed in his briefcase before turning to leave. Wu Guoquan barked, "Do not walk away. What is this attitude? You show no respect for authority. You disregard the law." Sun Quan opened his arms, blocking Zhang Jun's path. Zhang Jun's gaze sharpened. Just then, Wu Guoquan's phone rang abruptly from his pocket. The ringtone was jarring and exceedingly loud, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Chapter 7. Who dares? Wu Guoquan retrieved his mobile phone and, upon seeing the incoming call display, waved his hand dismissively at Sun Quan, then pointed at Zhang Jun before stepping outside while answering the call. "Hello, it's me." Zhang Jun attempted to leave, but was halted by Sun Quan. With an air of bravado, Sun Quan declared, "Zhang Jun, you cannot escape." Zhang Jun replied tersely, "You think you can stop me? I dare you to try." He was no longer the naive person he once was. He possessed this confidence because he had found a powerful ally. From this moment forth, he no longer needed to endure the disdainful attitudes of those at the workplace. After enduring humiliation for 5 long years, he finally had the opportunity to stand tall. How could he let it slip away? Observing Zhang Jun's passionate and spirited demeanor, Sun Quan simmered with fury and scoffed, "You've got guts. You assaulted me and also attacked Director Zhou. You think you can just run away? Xie Xiaoya, what are you dawdling for? Call security." Xie Xiaoya stood up in a daze and stammered, "Director, this seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? My master has his reasons for acting as he does. He is a good person and wouldn't strike anyone without cause." She was defending Zhang Jun. Among all the colleagues in the room, she was the only one willing to speak a few words in support of him. Sun Quan, sputtering with indignation, shouted, "Xie Xiaoya, are you out of your mind? He is innocent. So, I am the one at fault." Xie Xiaoya bit her lip and replied in a voice barely above a whisper, "I don't know. I only know my master is a good person." Sun Quan called out to someone else, "Hey, Xiaolu, contact security. Hurry." Just then, Wu Guoquan returned with a thunderous shout. "What is happening here? We are all comrades. Why call for security? Sun Quan, have you lost your mind? How can you treat our own comrade in such a manner? Zhang Jun is our only graduate student. You must learn to respect knowledge, and to respect Zhang Jun." Shock. Everyone was utterly astonished. The same person who had just been clamoring for Zhang Jun's dismissal had returned from a phone call with a complete change of heart. Sun Quan was left speechless, stammering, "Director Wu, what is going on? Didn't you instruct me to stop him and ensure he apologized to Director Zhou? You even mentioned that you feared it would affect our collaboration with the Provincial People's Hospital." Wu Guoquan waved his hand dismissively. "What nonsense are you spouting? Is Director Zhou such a petty person? What is the harm if Comrade Zhang Jun doesn't he apologize? Comrade Xie Xiaoya is right. There must be a reason behind Zhang Jun's actions." The colleagues listened in disbelief. Such words from the director's mouth were utterly inconceivable. They were more astonished than if they had witnessed extraterrestrial beings landing on Earth or the sun rising in the west. As Wu Guoquan turned to Zhang Jun, a smile adorned his face. "Comrade Zhang Jun, thank you for your hard work. Over the years, you have selflessly contributed to our institute, helping us craft numerous outstanding articles. On behalf of the entire institute, I express our gratitude." Xie Xiaoya and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth had transpired? Had Wu Guoquan lost his senses? Or had he suffered some mishap outside? Otherwise, why would he treat Zhang Jun in such a manner? In that moment, Wu Guoquan resembled a lapdog rather than a cunning fox. The traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute was a public institution, and the director held the rank of a divisional leader. Wu Guoquan's status was equivalent to that of Zhou Wenbin. For someone of his stature to bow and scrape to Zhang Jun was astonishing. Zhang Jun understood clearly. The phone call Wu Guoquan had just received must have been from the provincial government. The identity of the caller was inconsequential. What mattered was that Wu Guoquan had undoubtedly learned of Zhang Jun's impending promotion. Feigning calm, Zhang Jun asked, "Director Wu, why the sudden shift from arrogance to humility? It leaves me quite unsettled." Wu Guoquan showed no signs of embarrassment. Having immersed himself in the political arena for decades, he had mastered 3 key skills: changing his demeanor, playing the game of power, and being duplicitous. Even if Zhang Jun were to insult him now, he would accept it with a smile. Even if Zhang Jun were to ascend to the provincial government as secretary to Ma Hongqi, he would only reach the rank of deputy division head at most, contingent upon his future performance. Otherwise, he would remain just a section chief. His rank still paled in comparison to Wu Guoquan. However, rank did not equate to power. Although Zhang Jun was merely a secretary, he stood at the epicenter of authority. In the provincial health system, Ma Hongqi was the highest official. Zhang Jun's position as Ma Hongqi's personal secretary effectively made him a favored figure by the leader side, i.e. in the political realm. Having connections with influential leaders is paramount, and those who wish to curry favor with the leaders must often engage with their secretaries to forge pathways. Even with connections, gaining an audience with a leader often necessitated navigating through the secretary. While the scheduling of a leader's time and agenda was nominally managed by several secretaries in the provincial government office, it was the secretary who wielded the most flexibility and authority during execution, as they stood guard outside the leader's office. If a secretary chose to obstruct your access, it could take weeks to secure an audience with the leader. Though Wu Guoquan held a higher rank than Zhang Jun, he still had to ingratiate himself with him. To others, this behavior appeared astonishingly surreal, akin to watching a dramatic performance filled with unexpected twists and turns. Sun Quan was even more baffled. He had just sought to suppress Zhang Jun to curry favor with Zhou Wenbin, and now he was attempting to appease Zhang Jun instead? It was utterly fantastical. Director Wu, what is the meaning of this? He is merely Zhang Jun, a deputy section chief in our institute. Do you really need to flatter him? Sun Quan could no longer contain his thoughts. Wu Guoquan shot him a piercing glare. Comrade Sun Quan, you are mistaken. I am not flattering Comrade Zhang Jun. I am expressing my concern for him, Comrade Zhang Jun. Once you are by Governor Ma's side, our opportunities to meet will diminish significantly. How about this? Let us have dinner together tonight and enjoy a few drinks to send you off. The room erupted in uproar. Sun Quan suddenly comprehended. Indeed, Zhang Jun was set to work at the provincial government. Based on Wu Guoquan's demeanor, it was evident that Zhang Jun was to become Ma Hongqi's secretary. Sun Quan felt as if his head were buzzing. What had he just done to Zhang Jun? He suddenly recalled Zhang Jun's earlier words. You are suppressing me now. Do you not fear my rise to fortune? It was over. Zhang Jun had truly risen to prominence, soaring to new heights. The astonishment among the other office colleagues was palpable, each reaction more exaggerated than the last. Some mouths hung agape, while others stared wide-eyed, forgetting how to blink. Zhang Jun had succeeded. He had ascended like a phoenix from the ashes. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly Xie Xiaoya, who rushed over, affectionately linking her arm with Zhang Jun's, her eyes sparkling like blooming peach blossoms, beaming as she said, Master, let us drink together tonight. I will accompany you. The final 3 words dripped with allure, her demeanor sweet yet laced with ulterior motives, igniting a flutter of emotions and fantasies of intimacy. Chapter 8. Still wanting to be beaten, the telephone in the office began to ring. Xie Xiaoya promptly answered the call, exclaiming, Master, it's for you. It's mistress. Upon hearing that his wife, Lu Yujia, was on the line, Zhang Jun hesitated to answer the call. However, considering that he had just been promoted to secretary of Ma Hongqi, he realized that a potential divorce would undoubtedly cast a negative light on his new position. It was an act of folly for someone in a low-ranking civil service role to sever ties with their partner. As the secretary to a leader, Zhang Jun represented not only himself but also the reputation and esteem of his superior. While he could afford to engage in a cold war with his wife or ignore her, he understood the necessity of maintaining a facade of cordiality. He did not wish to act impulsively and jeopardize his career, so he took the receiver and replied, Hello. A voice full of tenderness emanated from the other end of the line. Zhang Jun, why is your mobile phone unreachable? Zhang Jun pulled out his phone and discovered that it had been turned off. Prior to his meeting with Ma Hongqi at the provincial government compound, he had switched off his phone, knowing that it was unlikely anyone would attempt to contact him, but he preferred to err on the side of caution. Such significant meetings should not be interrupted by phone calls. It was a matter of personal integrity and respect for leadership. My phone is off. There's something you need? Zhang Jun asked with a calm and indifferent tone. Shall we have dinner at home tonight? I'll return early to prepare the meal. This was indeed a rarity. Throughout their marriage, Lu Yujia, this little fairy, had consistently evaded household chores under various pretenses, claiming her hospital work kept her busy, or that it was inconvenient for her to touch water during her menstrual cycle, or asserting that as a man from the countryside, it was his duty to cook for her. Whenever she sought to assert her own rights, she would loudly proclaim gender equality, yet when it came to her own responsibilities, she would revert to archaic notions of traditional gender roles. As long as it benefited her, she would concoct a myriad of excuses, essentially, a refined form of self-serving egoism. The fact that she proactively suggested preparing dinner was astonishing to Zhang Jun, even more so than discovering her locked away with Zhou Wenbin. Understood. Zhang Jun replied apathetically, hanging up the phone. He powered on his mobile device, and no sooner had the startup tone faded than his phone began to ring incessantly. A deluge of text messages, long suspended in the ether, finally made their way to him, arriving in rapid succession. Zhang Jun attempted to open the message list but found it impossible to do so as notifications bombarded him. Just as he reached for one, another would interrupt. He decided to wait until all notifications had ceased before glancing at the names of the senders, prioritizing those of significance for reading. There were messages from individuals he had not contacted in ages, including 2 elementary school classmates he had not seen in over a decade. Among the messages was one from Lu Zhangjia. If Zhang Jun could claim to have a few friends, Lu Zhangjia would undoubtedly be among them. They had been high school classmates, with Lu majoring in media studies. After graduating from university, he secured a position at the city's broadcasting station and had now ascended to the role of deputy director of production. He proposed a gathering that evening, allowing Zhang Jun to select the venue. Just as Zhang Jun was about to respond, his phone rang again. Not recognizing the caller ID as a landline from the city, he answered, anxious not to miss any vital information. Haha, Zhang Jun, Congratulations on your promotion. Let us celebrate with drinks tonight. I've been trying to reach you. Lu Zhangjia's booming voice resonated through the receiver. Zhang Jun, wishing to keep his conversation private, responded earnestly, Director Lu, I am quite busy today. Perhaps we can reschedule? Of course, I understand. Now that you are Secretary to Vice Governor Ma, your time is no longer your own. We should catch up when you have the chance. I have something very important to discuss with you, Lu Zhangjie remarked. What is it? Zhang Jun inquired. Lu Zhangjie chuckled, let us discuss it in person. I want to maintain an air of mystery. I assure you, it will astound you. Zhang Jun acquiesced with a simple, all right, before hanging up. The phone rang again. Everyone in the office watched as Zhang Jun busily fielded calls, none exhibiting even a hint of impatience. A steady stream of callers inundated him, some familiar, others not, from the health sector and various other units. In a single day, Zhang Jun found himself answering calls he had never received throughout his life. Previously, he had perceived his mobile phone as a mere ornament, lamenting the waste of over 1,000 yuan since few ever contacted him, and his phone seldom rang even once a day. Now, within the span of an hour, he had answered dozens of calls, with many more queuing up behind them. He answered every call but kept conversations brief, exchanging only a few words before hanging up, and the callers, far from being irate, he had never before heard such flattery directed at him. As the workday came to a close, Zhang Jun gathered his belongings and addressed Wu Guoquan, Director Wu. The leadership has requested my presence at the provincial government starting tomorrow. I have no significant matters to hand over. Wu Guoquan smiled warmly, no worries, just go ahead. We will manage your transition smoothly. Secretary Zhou from the provincial government has already spoken with me about it. Zhang Jun nodded and turned to Xie Xiaoya. We shall gather another day. I have matters to attend to this evening. Xie Xiaoya beamed sweetly, her face blossoming like a flower. All right, master. Upon returning home, Zhang Jun was greeted by the rich aroma of chicken soup. His wife poked her head out from the kitchen, smiling radiantly. Zhang Jun, you're back. Have a seat. I'm just finishing up another dish. Zhang Jun settled onto the sofa, immediately resuming his phone calls and replying to text messages. Lu Yujia approached with a dish, serving rice and setting the chopsticks, gently saying, Zhang Jun, it's time to eat. Zhang Jun remained silent, waiting to finish one last message before picking up his chopsticks. Lu Yujia thoughtfully placed a large chicken leg into his bowl, softly saying, you must be exhausted. Have a chicken leg. Zhang Jun replied gravely, do you know something I don't? Lu Yujia responded, I heard you become secretary to Vice Governor Ma. Is that right? Zhang Jun nodded. Lu Yujia's face flushed with excitement, a youthful exuberance illuminating her features as she coyly exclaimed, I knew you were talented. You wouldn't remain in obscurity forever. One day, you would surely achieve greatness. I truly did not misjudge you. Such praise struck Zhang Jun as overly sentimental, causing him to shiver involuntarily, and he retorted, please speak more normal. I will be busy tomorrow. Let us discuss the divorce matter another time. Lu Yujia, filled with fervor, declared, Zhang Jun, I will not divorce you. You are in a crucial phase of a divorce would adversely affect you and leave a poor impression on your superiors. A knock echoed at the door. Lu Yujia rose to answer it. Director Zhou, what brings you here? To Zhang Jun's astonishment, it was Zhou Wen. He paused mid-bite, casting a cold glance towards the entrance. Hadn't this fellow claimed to be hospitalized? Why was he here? Did he dare show up again? Was he dissatisfied with the severity of their previous encounter? Chapter 9. Bowing in apology to Zhang Jun's surprise, Zhou Wenbin arrived at his doorstep bearing supplements and fruits. With a sycophantic smile plastered across his face, Zhou bent slightly and addressed Lu Yujia. Comrade Yujia, greetings. May I inquire if Comrade Zhang Jun is at home? I have come specifically to pay him a visit. Lu Yujia was acutely aware of the rift in Zhang Jun's heart and knew he would be reluctant to see Zhou. She replied, Director Zhou, please return. Any matters pertaining to work should be discussed at the office. I kindly ask that you refrain from visiting my home in the future, as I fear my husband may misconstrue your intentions. Ah. Zhou Wenbin was momentarily taken aback, yet he maintained a smile, saying, Comrade Yujia, I have come to dispel any misunderstandings. Would you kindly allow me to enter and speak? It would not be appropriate for neighbors to witness our conversation outside. Lu Yujia, hesitant to make a unilateral decision, turned to Zhang Jun for guidance. However, Zhang Jun merely continued eating, ignoring them. Zhou Wenbin forced his way inside, chuckling, Comrade Zhang Jun, greetings. There was much misunderstanding yesterday. I left in haste and could not explain myself. Today, I have come specifically to apologize. After finishing his meal, Zhang Jun pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a leisurely puff, crossing his legs as he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Only then did he calmly inquire, weren't you in the hospital? Did you not tell Comrade Zhou Guoquan that you intended to dismiss me? For someone of your stature, why bother coming personally to expel a mere subordinate? A simple notice would suffice. Each word struck Zhou Wenbin like a slap, echoing painfully against his face. Zhou's self-discipline was no less formidable than that of Wu Guoquan. He smiled, despite the insult, and replied, "Comrade Zhang Jun, I acknowledge my fault. I should not have come to your home to discuss work, which led to unnecessary misunderstandings. I sincerely hope to mend our relationship. This is a small token of my goodwill." Had Zhang Jun been the same, this was a world dominated by power. In families, workplaces, and society at large, it was the wielders of authority who held sway. Had Zhang Jun not ascended to his current, this was precisely why he had chosen to stay at the guest house last night. He wished to keep his scars hidden, for sharing them would prove futile, inviting only mockery from others. However, times had changed. Tomorrow, he would become Ma Hongqi's secretary. Not only had his rank elevated, but he now wielded considerable influence. He could aid others with a mere word, or equally, he could bring harm with the same breath. If he were dealing with someone outside his system, it might be different. But with someone like Zhou Wenbin, who fell under Ma Hongqi's jurisdiction, Zhang Jun would have the upper hand. Zhou Wenbin must ingratiate himself to Zhang Jun, seeking his forgiveness, willing to endure any humiliation or even a beating, if necessary. The same logic applied to Zhang Jun. He must navigate the power and constraints that came with his new role. For instance, he could not impulsively decide to divorce on his first day in office, nor could he resort to violence. Zhang Jun's status had transformed. He represented not only himself but also his superior, Ma Hongqi. Ma Hongqi, having recognized his potential, had appointed him as secretary. Should Zhang Jun act irresponsibly, abusing his newfound authority, it would ultimately tarnish Ma Hongqi's reputation, and should the latter choose to distance himself, he could easily replace Zhang Jun. The Zhang Jun of yesterday would undoubtedly have acted recklessly, perhaps even beating Zhou Wenbin to a pulp, yet now, he found himself remarkably composed. He could not overlook Zhou Wenbin. Regardless of whether there existed any sordid connections between Zhou and Liu Yujia, they had established a bitter enmity, irreconcilable and fierce. Despite Zhou's current obsequiousness, should an opportunity arise to undermine Zhang Jun, he would undoubtedly strike without mercy. Zhang Jun harbored similar intentions towards Zhou Wenbin, but his method would not rely on brute force. Rather, he would wield the power of his position and his cunning. A gentleman seeks revenge in a manner befitting his status. "Director Zhou," Zhang Jun said with a stern expression, "please take your gifts and leave. I have no need for such trifles. If you are genuinely sincere in your apology, perhaps you might consider emulating the ancients, bearing thorns as a token of contrition, or bowing in penance." Zhou Wenbin's face darkened, as if encased in a thick layer of ice. He clenched his teeth in frustration yet managed to force a semblance of a smile. "Comrade Zhang Jun speaks wisely. I should indeed bear thorns as a sign of my remorse." Zhang Jun replied coolly, "Then kneel and bow your head, so I might witness your sincerity." Zhou Wenbin's complexion turned a deep shade of gray, his fists tightening in anger, but he quickly relaxed, saying, "My knees are not in good condition. I cannot kneel. Once I recover from my illness, I will return to seek forgiveness from Comrade Zhang Jun. I shall not intrude any longer." He placed the gifts on the table and turned to leave. Zhang Jun stood up, seized the gift bags, and hurled them out the door, striking Zhou Wenbin squarely in the back. Zhou whirled around, glaring at Zhang Jun. My apologies, Director Zhou. If you are upset, perhaps you should check into the hospital again, and come back to dismiss me once more," Zhang Jun declared, slamming the door shut behind him. Outside, Zhou Wenbin seethed with rage, his anger palpable. He glared at Zhang Jun's door, muttering under his breath, "Zhang Jun, I swear, this grudge shall not go unavenged. We shall see who rides the donkey and reads the script. Do you think that simply because you have become Ma Hongqi's secretary, you can act with impunity? Ha! Ma Hongqi is merely an aerial soldier. Whether he can establish himself in the province remains uncertain. One day, I shall have you kneeling before me, begging for mercy, and I shall demand your wife kneel as well." Heh. Zhang Jun understood that Ma Hongqi was indeed a newcomer from the capital, his position not yet solidified. This afternoon, in the provincial government compound, he witnessed Deputy Secretary Zhou Kong daringly question and confront Ma Hongqi, indicating that the latter had yet to firmly establish his footing in the province. How long could Zhang Jun retain this secretary position? It all hinged on how long Ma Hongqi could endure. In a sense, from the moment he accepted the role of Ma Hongqi's secretary, Zhang Jun's fate had become intertwined with that of his superior. To outsiders, he was merely Ma Hongqi's man. Some even whispered behind his back, calling him Ma Hongqi's lapdog. Yet, what of it? Zhang Jun had no choice. This was his singular opportunity to turn his life around. What was so terrible about being a leader's dog? At the very least, he had the ability to bark a few times. No longer would he live like a stray dog, tail between his legs, bullied into submission, afraid to make a sound. Zhang Jun now had to contemplate how best to serve Ma Hongqi, ensuring the latter's stable tenure in the province. As he inhaled his cigarette, his mind wandered. Liu Yujia finished tidying up the table and headed off to take a shower. Zhang Jun's phone continued to ring. He occasionally glanced at it, answering calls or responding to messages. The provincial capital's calls had dwindled, replaced by those from lower municipal and county levels. Numerous contacts from the health system, including bureaus and hospitals, reached out. Upon hearing the news, many eagerly contacted Zhang Jun, anxious not to miss the opportunity to befriend the new secretary. These individuals had little else to offer. They simply sought to exchange a few words with Zhang Jun, introduce themselves by name and position, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the secretary. Like presenting gifts to a leader, with so many offering tokens of goodwill, the giver would often be forgotten. However, those who failed to present gifts would be remembered. The same applied to Zhang Jun. He would not recall every caller. Today alone, he had received hundreds of calls, most from strangers whose sources of information remained a mystery, yet they called without hesitation, eager to connect. While he may not remember their names, encountering them again would evoke a sense of familiarity, and that familiarity was precisely what the callers sought to achieve. Emerging from her shower, Lu Yujia donned an enchanting set of pajamas, attire meant solely for intimate moments between couples. She had worn such garments only once shortly after their marriage and had not donned them since the woman wearing such clothing typically harbored one intention, to please and delight her man. In their home, Lu Yujia was a princess, a fairy. She had no need to seduce Zhang Jun and thus saw no reason to wear such playful attire. Zhang Jun gazed at his wife, her figure exquisite, skin porcelain-like, with long, graceful legs, yet he felt it had been a long time since he had shared intimacy with a woman, and both his heart and body craved it. However, in the presence of Lu Yujia's alluring form, he found himself utterly disinterested. The mere thought of the previous day's events left him feeling as though he had swallowed a multitude of flies. Men are indeed peculiar. They may flirt with or toy with another man's woman, yet they cannot abide their own partner's betrayal. Lu Yujia approached, kneeling before him and placing his hand over her heart. Zhang Jun instinctively wished to withdraw his hand from that warm spot, yet Lu Yujia held on tighter, suddenly dropping to her knees before him, gazing up with a pleading expression, her voice soft and gentle. I swear I have never betrayed you. If you feel hurt, you may hit me or scold me, but please do not ignore me. Zhang Jun's entire being trembled. Lu Yujia was actually kneeling before him. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Tears welled in the corners of Lu Yujia's eyes, cascading down her delicate cheeks, tracing a path down her graceful neck to her heart. Zhang Jun beheld her stunning figure, the DNA within him stirring. Lu Yujia, kneeling before him, resembled a devoted puppy begging for her master's forgiveness. Zhang Jun, will you hit me? I promise you will feel better afterward. I am not insane. Why would I strike you? Zhang Jun replied, maintaining a stoic expression, shaking his head. I am rather tired. I must rise early tomorrow, so I shall retire for the night. I will attend to your rest. You must be well rested for your first day at the provincial office tomorrow. Lu Yujia stood and enveloped her husband in an embrace. Zhang Jun's body stiffened. Lu Yujia passionately kissed his face, ultimately landing on his lips. Zhang Jun, let us have a child. I yearn to bear your child tonight. We need not use protection. Chapter 10. Encountering obstacles at registration today marks Zhang Jun's first day of work at the provincial government courtyard. Due to the delay in obtaining his new work permit, he finds himself having to register again at the security office. As a secretary, it is imperative for him to arrive at the office before his superiors to undertake some preliminary preparatory tasks. However, the guard refuses to grant him entry, insisting that he must first call the provincial government office. At this early hour, he is uncertain who might be at work in the provincial office, and crucially, he does not even possess the phone number for the office. Just as anxiety begins to set in, Wu Li arrives on his bicycle. Although Wu Li harbors resentment towards Zhang Jun for usurping his position as secretary, he soon comes to terms with the reality of the situation. Ma Hongqi would rather recruit someone from outside than reinstate Wu Li, indicating that Wu Li has not truly earned the leadership's endorsement. Even without Zhang Jun, someone else would inevitably take his place. Thus, when Wu Li spots Zhang Jun, he greets him naturally. Old Lu, this is Comrade Zhang Jun, the newly appointed secretary to Vice Governor Ma. His work permit will be processed in the next couple of days. Henceforth, you may allow him entry without hesitation. Wu Li informs the guard inside. Oh, very well. Old Lu waves his hand, signaling Zhang Jun to enter. Zhang Jun and Wu Li push their bicycles into the courtyard and secure them in the bike shed. Thank you, Wu Gu. Zhang Jun smiles appreciatively at Wu Li. You must be older than I. Wu Gu, as I am new here and quite unfamiliar with many matters, I will need to seek your guidance on several issues. Not at all. Feel free to ask me anything you find perplexing. When Gao Hai was around, Gao Hai, your predecessor, he and I were quite close. Oh, I heard Gao Hai was involved in an accident. Is that true? Indeed, that day, Vice Governor Ma was originally supposed to take that vehicle, but due to a last-minute engagement, he sent Gao Hai in his stead. And then, the unfortunate incident occurred. I heard there was a woman in the car. His legitimate wife? Yes, they both perished. What exactly transpired remains a mystery to everyone now. Within the agency, one must never discuss these matters. Vice Governor Ma is quite sensitive about it. He has since replaced his repaired vehicle with a new one. Zhang Jun listens attentively, feeling a chill of apprehension. The two arrive at the provincial government office, Wu Li instructs Zhang Jun. First, go report to Deputy Secretary Zhou and let him introduce you to Section 4, so you can familiarize yourself with your colleagues. Afterward, proceed to Vice Governor Ma's secretary's office. Remember, punctuality is essential. Zhang Jun nods in agreement and seeks out Secretary Zhou. After a 5-minute wait, Zhou Kong finally arrives. With a stern expression, he regards everyone as if they owe him a significant sum of money. He casts a sidelong glance at Zhang Jun and remarks, although you are a graduate student, you have yet to serve a leader, and you may not be fit for this role. Prepare yourself mentally. If you do not perform well, you will be asked to leave immediately. Is this a show of authority? Zhang Jun feels a surge of displeasure, but dares not offend this superior. He responds respectfully, no worries. Regardless of the difficulty of the task, I am confident I can learn. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Secretary Zhou. Zhou Kong states sternly, I have a few requirements that you must remember. Zhang Jun promptly retrieves paper and pen from his briefcase. Observing Zhang Jun's earnest demeanor, Zhou's tone softens slightly as he continues, smoking is prohibited in the secretary's office. Do not lounge with your legs crossed. No idle chatter. Do not slander or gossip about the leadership. I am aware that your previous units may have been lax, spending work hours reading newspapers and sipping tea. This is a government unit. Laziness will not be tolerated. Understood, Secretary Zhou. I have noted everything. You are now a member of the leadership's team. At all times, your priority must be to serve the leaders. You cannot take a break until the leaders do. Whenever they require you, you must be ready to respond, no matter where you are. Of course. Zhou Kong leads him to the 4th section of the General Office of the Provincial Government Office. The Provincial Government Office is an abbreviation for the Provincial Government's Administrative Office. The director of the office holds a rank equivalent to a department head. This position is typically not established independently. It is often held concurrently by the Provincial Government Secretary or the First Deputy Secretary. In certain circumstances, the Deputy Provincial Secretary may also serve as the Director of the Provincial Government Office. Zhang Jun Section 4 is a subordinate organization under the General Office. Besides the General Office, there are the Secretariat and various secretarial departments corresponding to the 5 Vice Governors. Additionally, there are the Meeting Office, Research Office, Supervision Office, Personnel, Administration, Advisors, Cultural History, and Duty. Logically, Zhang Jun should have been assigned to the Secretariat. Ma Hongqi's secretary is expected to concurrently hold the position of Director of the Secretariat while overseeing its operations. However, Zhang Jun's rank is too low, having just been promoted to a standard section chief, and he is not even a deputy director. If he were placed in the Secretariat, would he lead the deputy directors, or would they lead him? This creates a conundrum for everyone involved. To circumvent this issue, Ma Hongqi arrived at a compromise, assigning Zhang Jun to the 4th section of the General Office as its chief. After a transition period, Ma Hongqi would surely promote Zhang Jun to deputy director. At that point, Zhang Jun could oversee the work of the Secretariat in his capacity as deputy director. Zhang Jun fully comprehends this logic and does not take it to heart. Upon arriving at the 4th section of the General Office, Zhou Kong clears his throat. The staff inside immediately greet him. Good day, Secretary Zhou. In the agency, there exists an unwritten rule that when no outsiders are present, Zhou Kong nods, clasping his hands behind his back, and announces, everyone, please pause your work for a moment. I would like to introduce a newcomer. This is Comrade Zhang Jun, the new secretary to Governor Ma, who will serve as the chief of Section 4 from now on. The colleagues in the office applaud in welcome. Only one bespectacled middle-aged man does not join in the applause. He loudly questions, Secretary Zhou, shouldn't the governor's secretary be assigned to the Secretariat? Why is he encroaching on our territory? If he is here, what will happen to me? Is it permissible for there to be 2 chiefs in one section? Zhang Jun realizes that this man is the current chief of Section 4, and his arrival effectively displaces him. Zhou Kong shoots a stern glance at the bespectacled man, declaring, Zhang Zhongyang, if you have any objections, you may report them to me privately. This is an arrangement from the office. You must comply. You will be transferred to the Cultural History Office, where you will continue as chief. Zhang Jun thinks to himself, although both are chiefs, the dynamics between the General Office and the Cultural History Office are vastly different. Zhang Zhongyang's reassignment is, in fact, a demotion. Indeed, Zhang Zhongyang's face reddens as he protests, I disagree. On what grounds? Why not assign him to the Cultural History Office instead? I will not leave. Suddenly, he feels a piercing gaze upon him and turns to see a charming young lady observing him. Upon noticing his gaze, she smiles brightly and waves at him. Chapter 11. Mechanisms and Traps. At that moment, Zhou Kong was infuriated by Zhang Zhongyang's disobedience and pointed at him, declaring, "This is an order. You have no authority to object. Pack your belongings and report to the Department of Literature and History. Comrade Zhang Jun will take over your duties here." Zhang Zhongyang was publicly reassigned to the Department of Literature and History, trembling with rage, and a grown man began to weep. "Secretary Zhou, I am not defying orders. But on what grounds are you stripping me of my position? I have toiled to attain this section chief role, and now you wish to remove me at a whim. If you were to transfer me to the Human Resources Department, I could accept that. But the Department of Literature and History is a place for retirement, and I am only 35 years old, with potential for advancement. I refuse to go." Zhou Kong waved his hand dismissively, leaving no— "Do you even regard me as your superior? Get out." Zhang Zhongyang, ultimately unwilling to confront Zhou Kong directly, removed his glasses and wiped the tears from his eyes, gathering his belongings. As he passed by Zhang Jun, he cast a profound glance at him, his expression exceedingly complex. Zhang Jun met his gaze calmly, yet felt a twinge of sympathy for the man. He too had once silently battled against fate. Had it not been for Ma Hongqi's recognition, his fate would not have been much better than Zheng Zheng. Zhou Kong glanced at his watch and remarked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you have 10 minutes left." "Please settle in briefly, then proceed to Governor Ma's office." "Understood. Thank you, Secretary Zhou," Zhang Jun replied, bowing slightly. Zhou Kong turned and departed. Zhang Jun smiled gently. "I look forward to your guidance." The crowd gathered around him, eagerly shaking his hand. "Hello, Section Chief Zhang. I am Pan Jun, the Deputy Section Chief here. We truly hope you will look after us. Our 4th section is neglected, with no familial affection or support. It's quite a hardship. You are Secretary Ma's aide, wielding real power. You must protect us." Zhang Jun mused that since most of the staff were desk-bound. Section Chief Zhang, greetings. I am Xinxingran. The beautiful young woman was the last to shake his hand. "I never expected you to be our section chief." Someone nearby inquired, "Xinxingran, do you know Section Chief Zhang?" Xinxingran replied with grace, "We met just the other day." Zhang Jun shook her hand. Her touch was as delicate as a wisp of cloud, soft and refined, warm like jade. One ought to observe a woman's hands. They serve as her second visage, revealing her true skin condition. Xinxingran's fingers were slender and delicate, suggesting a life of affluence, one where household chores were scarce, indicative of her privileged background. Her elegant demeanor hinted at a sensitive— After exchanging pleasantries with his colleagues, Zhang Jun made his way to Ma Hongqi's secretary office. This was where he truly belonged. The 4th section was merely a title, and Ma Hongqi had yet to arrive. Zhang Jun entered the break room, which housed a tea station. There were 2 types of tea, one for general guest use, which Zhang Jun had previously consumed, and another freshly brewed. He opened a cabinet to find several canisters of tea leaves, cautiously smelling each one. Discerning that the fresh brews varied and were tailored for different guests, he recalled a famous couplet: "Sit, please sit, take your seat. Tea, serve the finest tea." Checking the time, he selected what he deemed the finest tea leaves, brewed a cup in Ma Hongqi's personal cup, meticulously wiping both the rim and the base to ensure— The desk was expansive, yet even the most meticulously cleaned spots where teacups rested would inevitably bear some mark. He placed the cup back in its original position for the leader's convenience. He then proceeded to clean the office thoroughly, sweeping the floor, wiping the desk, dusting the file cabinet, and organizing documents into categories. His efficiency stemmed from frequent household chores at home. As he neared completion, Zhang Jun heard footsteps echoing in the corridor. Upon his arrival yesterday, he had observed Wu Li closely listening for the leader's footsteps, finding the man overly slick and worldly. However, now that he was a secretary, he too paid close attention to the sounds outside. The rhythmic, heavy footfalls indicated that Ma Hongqi was approaching, a northerner. Ma Hongqi was tall and robust, having served in the military, exuding a soldier's demeanor. His strides were vigorous and substantial. Zhang Jun, observant by nature, though he had only interacted with Ma Hongqi once, had noted these details carefully. Sure enough, a tall figure appeared at the door. Should Ma Hongqi trust and appreciate him, he would agree to let Zhang Jun be his aide. A secretary lacking the leader's trust and unable to accompany them on outings would likely find it difficult to sustain their position. Of course, some leaders prefer to maintain a clear distinction between work and personal life, not allowing their secretaries to linger too closely. Ma Hongqi entered the office and sat down, reaching for the cup. He felt the weight and warmth of the cup and instinctively blew gently before taking a sip. To his surprise, the temperature was just right, not scalding. Ma Hongqi nodded in satisfaction, saying, My family hasn't come along. I live alone at the provincial government guest house. You can accompany me there. This was an approval. Zhang Jun felt a surge of joy, knowing his efforts and care. Those unaware might think I am the provincial governor. Yet calling you Vice Governor Ma seems inappropriate. Perhaps I should just refer to you as boss? Many leaders enjoy being addressed as boss. Ma, that title is quite amusing. Very well, you may call me boss. This way, outsiders will remain oblivious to my true position. What arrangements do we have for today? Prior to his arrival, Zhang Jun had received Ma Hongqi's itinerary from Zhou Kong, which was typically prepared well in advance. For a leader of Ma Hongqi's caliber, plans for the next 3 to 7 days, or even half a month, would already be in place. Consequently, those wishing to meet him needed appointments, often facing long waits. Having already reviewed the itinerary and committed it to memory, Zhang Jun promptly relayed the details. He emphasized the most critical engagement. Boss, at 10:30 a.m., you are scheduled to meet the inspection team from the Ministry of Health arriving from Beijing, accompanied by Deputy Secretary Zhou. Good. Ma Hongqi acknowledged, picking up a document from the desk. Zhang Jun, sensing the moment, took his leave. Wu Li approached to finalize the handover, noticing Zhang Jun's rapid acclimatization and expressing his admiration. By the way, at 10 a.m., Governor Ma is set to receive the arrival. This matter is of utmost importance, so ensure you are thoroughly prepared. Zhang Jun's mind raced, quickly retrieving the itinerary Zhou Kong had provided, scanning it again, and breaking into a cold sweat as he asked, Wu Gu, are you certain it's at 10:20 a.m. and not 10:30 a.m.? This itinerary clearly states 10:30 a.m. Chapter 12. A clash of wills. Wu Li asserted with unwavering confidence. A few days ago, I was the one managing affairs here. I distinctly remember answering the phone when the arrival was scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. Is there an error in the itinerary? Let me take a look. Zhang Jun handed the itinerary to Wu Li, pointing at the indicated time. Brother Wu, see here, it states 10:30. Which one should we abide by? If there truly has been a mistake, it could lead to a significant incident. The inspection team from the department was set to arrive at the airport at 10 o'clock, and if Ma Hongqi were to depart for the airport at 10:30, the opportunity to greet them would be lost. What repercussions could ensue? Even those outside the system could fathom the gravity of the situation. Moreover, it was Zhang Jun who had communicated this itinerary to Ma Hongqi. How would Ma Hongqi perceive Zhang Jun at that moment? He might even consider transferring him elsewhere, never to employ him again. With Zhang Jun's recent appointment, such a serious mishap could potentially spell the end of his political career. A wave of dryness coursed through his throat, compelling him to lift a glass of water to his lips, forcing himself to regain composure. In times of great urgency, one must remain tranquil. Only with a calm demeanor can one navigate a crisis effectively. At present, it was unwise to approach his superior, as the veracity of the timings was still uncertain. Zhang Jun grasped the itinerary and sought out Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong was engaged in a conversation with someone. However, due to the pressing nature of the situation, Zhang Jun disregarded any hesitations. The journey from the provincial government compound to the airport typically required 40 minutes, and any unforeseen circumstances could further complicate the timing. If the pickup was indeed scheduled for 10 o'clock, they must depart no later than 9:20. Zhang Jun knocked lightly on Zhou Kang's office door. Zhou Kang's displeased voice came from within. Who is it? Zhang Jun cleared his throat softly and replied, Secretary Zhou, this is Zhang Jun. Governor Ma has an urgent matter to discuss. In times of crisis, one must leverage authority. He had no choice but to invoke his superior's name. The guise of power was a necessary tactic. Zhou Kong responded tersely, wait a moment. After a 5-minute delay, the conversation concluded. Zhang Jun entered, placing the itinerary before Zhou Kong, stating, Secretary Zhou, I am here to verify the arrival time of the Ministry of Health's inspection team at the provincial airport. Zhou Kong glanced up, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Zhang Jun. How are you on duty? Can you not manage even this simple task? Does the itinerary not specify? Zhang Jun wished to avoid engaging in a futile argument. It served no purpose. Winning could breed resentment from the leader, while losing would only invite humiliation. He aimed to address the matter directly, calmly stating, Secretary Zhou, the itinerary indicates 10:30 this morning. Governor Ma asked me to confirm. As he recalls it being 10 o'clock, I am unsure whether Governor Ma misremembered, or if there is an error in the itinerary. Zhou Kong raised an eyebrow, irate. It is certainly 10 o'clock. Do you not know this? Zhang Jun thought, how can you blame me for your mistake? I refuse to bear this unjust burden. Secretary Zhou, are you certain it is 10 o'clock? Then there must be an error in the itinerary. Zhou Kong snatched the itinerary, ready to make corrections. Yet, Zhang Jun swiftly reclaimed it, asserting, with your confirmation, Secretary Zhou, I am now at ease. I shall report to Governor Ma that we are to pick them up at 10 o'clock. Should Zhou Kong alter the time on the itinerary, the blame would fall squarely on Zhang Jun when Ma Hongqi expressed dissatisfaction, presuming it to be his oversight. As long as the original itinerary remained in Zhang Jun's possession, he could provide an explanation to Ma Hongqi, absolving himself of responsibility. Zhou Kong stared in astonishment at Zhang Jun, taken aback by his audacity in seizing the itinerary. Without allowing a moment for a response, Zhang Jun turned and departed. Back in his office, Zhang Jun gently knocked on Ma Hongqi's door, saying, "Boss, I have something to report." Ma Hongqi replied in a low tone, "Come in." Zhang Jun carefully opened the door and entered, stating, "Boss, there has been an error regarding the pickup time. It is my oversight for not confirming in advance before reporting to you. As it is my first time here, I assumed the itinerary prepared by the office would be accurate." He took the initiative to admit fault before providing an explanation, hoping to garner his superior's understanding. Ma Hongqi slowly lifted his head, inquiring, "What happened?" Zhang Jun respectfully placed the itinerary before him, saying, "The itinerary provided by the office states 10:30 for the pickup, but I just confirmed with Comrade Wu Li, who informed me it is 10 o'clock. I then sought confirmation from the office, where Secretary Zhou also stated it is 10 o'clock. Ma Hongqi glanced at the itinerary, a barely perceptible flash of irritation crossing his features. Zhang Jun did not explicitly state that Zhou Kong was the source of the sabotage, yet the itinerary originated from the office, and the individual serving Ma Hongqi was indeed Zhou Kong. Ma Hongqi was well aware of the underlying truths. However, he did not erupt in anger. Instead, he calmly remarked, "All right, I understand. We will proceed with the pickup at 10. Zhang Jun thought to himself, "The boss, we shall depart at 9:15. Ma Hongqi nodded, his expression softening, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you have done well." Zhang Jun felt a renewed sense of vigor, straightening his posture as he exited. Zhou Kong soon followed, entering to explain the reasoning behind the error on the itinerary. He naturally shifted all blame onto the office staff, claiming that it was someone else's responsibility to draft it and lamenting the incompetence of that individual. He also admitted to his own shortcomings, expressing misplaced trust in his subordinates, which led to this blunder. Ma Hongqi's countenance darkened, and he stated firmly, "The office is in dire need of reorganization. The last incident with Gao Hai occurred due to inadequate vehicle maintenance, resulting in brake failure. Fortunately, I was not in that vehicle. Now, you have committed such a basic error. Are you attempting to undermine me?" This time, Ma Hongqi did not tolerate Zhou Kang's excuses, instead asserting his authority over him. No one could discern whether these bizarre occurrences were mere oversights or the result of deliberate malice. Ma Hongqi, an airborne cadre, had come with a significant mandate. He was tasked with reforming the health system. The department had received numerous complaints and reports, prompting the decision to appoint Ma Hongqi for the cleanup. Yet, since his arrival, he faced constant obstacles, hindering his investigations. Moreover, a series of strange events continued to unfold. The former Secretary Gao Hai's inexplicable car accident seemed to serve as a warning from unseen forces. Now, yet another blunder had emerged. Ma Hongqi's internal fury reached a boiling point. Zhou Kong engaged in self-criticism, vowing to be more cautious in the future to avoid Upon exiting Ma Hongqi's office, Zhou Kong fixed Zhang Jun with a cold, piercing glare. Zhang Jun rose slightly, responding nonchalantly, "Secretary Zhou, do you have any instructions?" Zhou Kong adopted an official tone, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you cannot merely keep your head down while you must also keep your eyes on the path ahead. Do you believe that entering the office guarantees your rise in status? Who oversees the office? Who do you serve? You must clarify this. You are a subordinate of the leader, but the leader is not your ally. Once the leader departs, what will you amount to?" Zhang Jun replied resolutely, "I am not beholden to anyone. I am a party member, a civil servant, and I serve the people. Secretary Zhou, do you not agree?" Chapter 13. The onset of crisis. Zhou Kong let out a cold snort and departed with a flick of his hand. Zhang Jun took a seat and rummaged through the drawer for the contact directory, locating the phone number for the provincial government's vehicle department. He dialed the number on the desk phone, requesting that a driver and vehicle be arranged to wait at the entrance by 10:10. Just as he hung up, a middle-aged rotund man walked in. "Ha ha ha, Secretary Zhang, greetings. Congratulations on your promotion." The portly man approached with a beaming smile, extending his plump hand. Zhang Jun shook it gently and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" With a grin, the man replied, "My name is Cheng Chong, the Deputy Director of the Provincial People's Hospital. I have come to meet with Governor Ma." Recalling the itinerary, Zhang Jun said, "Director Cheng, good to meet you. There is no arrangement for you today." Cheng Chong cast a quick glance down the corridor, swiftly produced a large envelope, and pressed it into Zhang Jun's hand. Zhang Jun hurriedly declined, feeling the weight of the envelope. Though he was in need of money, he dared not accept such a dubious gift. Having only recently secured the position as Ma Hongqi's secretary, he had no intention of jeopardizing his promising future for a moment of greed. Seeing Zhang Jun refuse, Cheng Chong opened a drawer and tossed the envelope inside, chuckling, "Just a small token of appreciation, a gesture of goodwill. Since I cannot meet with the leadership today, I hope Secretary Zhang can assist in arranging this for another day." Zhang Jun attempted to return the money, but Cheng Chong had already bolted out the door with astonishing speed. By the time Zhang Jun pursued him, Cheng Chong had vanished without a trace. With others milling about in the corridor, Zhang Jun could not be seen parading the envelope, so he retreated to his office. He squeezed the envelope, estimating it to contain about 10,000 yuan. Zhang Jun felt as though he were holding a scalding hot potato, unsure of how to proceed. This was the first time he had received a gift since he began working. Previously, he had only been on the giving end. What to do? After careful consideration, Zhang Jun checked the time, confirming it was nearly time to call the driver from the vehicle department. Once he verified that the car had arrived at the entrance, he took the envelope containing the money and stepped into Ma Hongqi's office. "Boss, we are ready to depart. The car is waiting outside," he announced. "Excellent," Ma Hongqi replied, pen in hand, finishing the last document with a flourish. Zhang Jun handed over the envelope, stepping back 2 paces as he stated, "Boss, Deputy Director Chang Chang from the Provincial People's Hospital came by earlier, saying he had matters to report to you. I informed him there was no arrangement, and he then gave me this envelope. I have not opened it, and I dare not accept it, so I entrust it to you for handling." Ma Hongqi regarded him with a penetrating gaze. At that moment, Zhou Kong entered, ready to accompany Ma Hongqi to the airport. Ma Hongqi gestured to the envelope on the desk, addressing Zhou Kong, "Comrade Zhou Kong, you have arrived just in time. This is the envelope that Comrade Chang Chang handed to Comrade Zhang Jun. He has submitted it to me, and I now pass it to you for processing." This unexpected turn left Zhang Jun momentarily flustered, and Zhou Kong appeared equally astonished. The act of Chang Chang gifting Zhang Jun was a clandestine affair, not meant for public disclosure. Zhang Jun had entrusted it to Ma Hongqi, believing the boss would manage it appropriately. Normally, such funds could be donated to the Red Cross or forwarded to the Discipline Inspection Commission. However, Ma Hongqi handed the money to Zhou Kong. This was passing the hot potato to Zhou Kong. Feeling the weight of the situation, Zhou Kong cautiously inquired, "How shall we handle this money?" Ma Hongqi replied in a low voice, "You decide. And do write a receipt for Comrade Zhang Jun, confirming that this sum has been transferred to the general office." With no choice, given his subordinate status, Zhou Kong complied. He first inspected the cash within the envelope, confirming it was indeed 10,000 yuan, all brand new and still bound with the bank's seal. He promptly drafted a receipt. Upon receiving the receipt, Zhang Jun thought to himself how astute his boss was. This action effectively safeguarded his position. Descending the stairs, they arrived at the entrance where the vehicle was prepared. Zhang Jun opened the car door, placing his hand on the frame to assist Ma Hongqi as he entered. After closing the door with a gentle thud, Zhang Jun swiftly took his seat in the front passenger position. The convoy set off towards the airport. The journey was smooth, and they reached the airport without delay, utilizing the VIP passage to directly access the tarmac for the arrival. Arranging a pickup for the leadership may seem trivial, yet it demands considerable coordination skills from a secretary. The timing of the leader's arrival is crucial. Arriving too early necessitates a lengthy wait, while arriving too late risks offending the guest. One must ensure the leader is neither inconvenienced nor the esteemed guests offended, all while ensuring a smooth passage and precise timing. Zhang Jun was fortunate that on his inaugural attempt at arranging a pickup for his boss, everything fell into place perfectly. Just 5 minutes after Ma Hongqi's arrival, the inspection team from the Ministry of Health disembarked from the plane. The team comprised 5 members, led by Deputy Minister Wang Mingyu. The provincial arrangement for Ma Hongqi to greet Wang Mingyu indicated a rank of equality. "Comrade Hongqi, I apologize for the wait," Wang Mingyu said as he shook hands with Ma Hongqi. "No trouble at all. On behalf of Secretary Jing Dongfang, Secretary Liu Yuan, and Governor Zhang Lipeng, I warmly welcome the inspection team's arrival. Secretary Zhang, Secretary Liu, and Governor Zhang are all occupied with pressing affairs and could not join us, but they instructed me to ensure you are well received. Please, step into the vehicle," Ma Hongqi articulated flawlessly, deftly acknowledging the absent officials, showcasing his remarkable political acumen. The convoy arrived at the reception hall of the provincial government, where arrangements had been made for the inspection team to settle in before the welcoming banquet. The luncheon was held in the dining hall of the guest house. Zhang Jun attended to the service, pouring wine and encouraging toast. He remained vigilant of his boss's condition, proactively stepping in to shield him from excessive drinking when the occasion called for it. The culture of toasting is a significant aspect of our national customs. Prior to the strict regulations against alcohol consumption, anyone within the system who could not hold their liquor would certainly struggle with social interactions. Ma Hongqi, Wang Mingyu, and others were known for their impressive drinking capacities. While Zhang Jun shielded his boss from drink, he also refrained from indulging excessively himself, mindful of the afternoon's responsibilities. After the meal, Zhang Jun escorted Ma Hongqi back to the guest house for a rest, simultaneously familiarizing himself with the location for future pickups. The residence was a charming villa, surrounded by serene greenery, featuring a garden, rockeries, and a fish pond. Ma Hongqi had a penchant for afternoon naps, typically resting for about half an hour. Zhang Jun stepped outside the villa to locate a restroom. While he was inside, responding to messages, he overheard a conversation outside. "The inspection team from Jing has arrived. I hear they are serious this time. The entire provincial health system is set for an overhaul. Several major figures might be toppled. Do you really believe that? Based on Ma Hongqi, does he possess such capability? His secretary has already met an untimely end. If he dares to act recklessly, isn't he afraid he might be next? Let us wait and see." Zhang Jun felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing this. It seemed that the death of Gao Hai indeed harbored deeper implications. Was his association with Ma Hongqi now fraught with peril as well? Chapter 14. No favor given. Zhang Jun emerged from the restroom, perused the newspaper for a while, and then waited in front of the villa for Ma Hongqi to awaken. Ma Hongqi had set an alarm, compelling himself to rest for only half an hour at noon. Upon exiting, he noticed Zhang Jun waiting at the door and remarked, "I have matters to attend to this afternoon. You may stay at the office to oversee and handle some official duties, so you needn't accompany me." Zhang Jun acknowledged with a nod, hesitating to speak. Sensing his reluctance, Ma Hongqi inquired, "Is something the matter?" Zhang Jun glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot, and whispered, "Boss, please take care. While a direct justice will ultimately prevail." Ma Hongqi clapped him firmly on the shoulder, uttering nothing further, and strode ahead. Zhang Jun returned to the office. Ma Hongqi had several meetings scheduled for the afternoon, but the arrival of an inspection team from the ministry disrupted the agenda. Once the subordinates arrived, they could only make appointments with Zhang Jun to visit on another day. As the workday neared its end, a gentle, fragrant breeze wafted in. Zhang Jun looked up to see Shan Qingran from the comprehensive division approaching gracefully. Truly, the beauty possessed an air of elegance, even in her gait. "Secretary Zhang, is it nearly time to clock out?" Shan Qingran smiled sweetly. "Indeed," replied, "our team has already pooled together $500. You may choose the restaurant." Zhang Jun contemplated this, recognizing it was customary in the agency for new leaders to, "I have little experience dining out and am unaware of which establishments are good." Shan Qingran was evidently prepared, suggesting, "How about the Sinan Pavilion?" Zhang Jun chuckled. "Sinan Pavilion?" If memory serves, it was the emperor's office during the Qing dynasty. Shan Qingran explained, "A banquet, such a name carries significance. Let's give it a try." "Very well, let us go together." Zhang Jun tidied up the office, conducted a final check to ensure no details were overlooked, and then departed. Pan Jun and the others were ready, waiting outside for him. Including Zhang Jun, there were 6 individuals from the 4th section, comfortably seated at a table. The Sinan Pavilion is located near the provincial government, likely catering to civil servants. When municipal and county officials come to the provincial capital for business, they often feel compelled to treat someone to a meal or drinks to facilitate their requests. The Sinan Pavilion was adorned in a manner reminiscent of ancient elegance, exuding a regal ambience. The waitstaff donned kipayos and styled their hair in an updo, reminiscent of palace maids. The manager, a bald and portly man, had a shiny head akin to a lit bulb. He stood in the lobby, greeting familiar patrons. It was Zhang Jun's first visit, and Pan Jun and his colleagues were junior staff. They had little opportunity for lavish dining. The bald manager naturally did not recognize them but gestured them inside. Zhang Jun and his companions reserved a private room, ordering a sumptuous array of dishes along with 2 bottles of white liquor. During the meal, everyone raised their glasses to toast Zhang Jun. He sat composed, covering his cup with his hand, and calmly stated, "I have a modest tolerance for alcohol and must rise early tomorrow, so I shall refrain from excessive drinking. Please, enjoy at your leisure." His position now carried weight, and his words resonated. Pan Jun and the others chuckled, saying, "Very well, we shall only toast to Section Chief Zhang with 1 glass, to congratulate you on your well-deserved promotion." Zhang Jun raised his glass, clinked with theirs, exchanged a few polite words, and downed a drink. When others refilled his glass, he did not refuse but chose to sip lightly instead of toasting again. The dishes were quite palatable, albeit a tad oily. Zhang Jun ate with decorum, unlike some who devoured their food ravenously, appearing uncultured. Shan Qingran sat beside him, as in the eyes of their colleagues, she and Zhang Jun were considered acquaintances. The decision to send her to invite Zhang Jun stemmed from her standing. Others may not have succeeded in persuading him. Shan Qingran felt a sense of pride in having secured Zhang Jun's presence, and having consumed a bit of wine, her already lovely complexion glowed with a rosy hue. A waitress attended to the private room, pouring drinks, serving dishes, and refilling water. She was tall and graceful, with exceptionally fair hands and a slender waist, speaking little and simply fulfilling her duties. When she poured wine for Zhang Jun, she leaned forward, her exquisite figure on full display. Zhang Jun, being merely an ordinary man with the common flaws of his gender, inevitably stole a few glances at her. Shan Qingran noticed this, her gaze carrying an inexplicable depth. Just as Zhang Jun turned his head, he caught Shan Qingran's eye, realizing he had been discovered, feeling somewhat embarrassed internally, yet maintaining a calm demeanor that rendered his thoughts inscrutable. After the meal, Shan Qingran approached the front desk to settle the bill. Zhang Jun and the others subsequently rose to leave. The waitress guided them downstairs, cautioning them to mind their steps. Upon reaching the lobby, they heard Shan Qingran in a dispute with the cashier. Zhang Jun approached and inquired, "What seems to be the problem?" Shan Qingran pointed at the bill and declared, "We clearly only spent 498 yuan, yet they insist on charging us 548 yuan, claiming the extra 50 yuan is a service fee for the private room. I have dined here before and have never been charged such a fee. Isn't this extortion?" The cashier, having already explained at length, now impatiently retorted, "You utilized our waitstaff in the private room, which incurs a 10 service fee. You could have declined it initially, but you did not. 50 yuan may not be a significant amount, but being charged unjustly was certainly infuriating. Zhang Jun took out his wallet saying, I will cover the extra 50 yuan. Xin Qingren quickly placed her hand on his, exclaiming, How can you pay this? I simply find this charge unreasonable. The cashier showed no courtesy, muttering, If you can't afford it, don't dine at our establishment. Our prices reflect our high-end status. We are an upscale restaurant, and our charges are substantial. I have truly never encountered such stingy patrons. These words ignited a storm. Pan Jun and the others felt their dignity trampled, humiliated by a cashier's disdain. Flushed with anger, they shouted, How dare you speak like that? Who can't afford it? You think it's acceptable to charge exorbitantly? Apologize. Witnessing the altercation, several security personnel from the restaurant rushed over. Chapter 15. Fluctuating attitudes. Zhang Jun stood calmly to one side. Although he too felt a surge of frustration, he could not resort to raucous quarrels like a rogue. Pan Jun, in a fit of fury, pointed an accusatory finger at the cashier, nearly raising his hand to strike her. The other colleagues nearby jumped in agitation, rallying to his side. Security rushed over, attempting to separate Pan Jun and his companions, who were pressed against Xin Qingren. Concerned for her safety, Zhang Jun gently supported her arm and advised, Step back a bit. Xin Qingren, seething with indignation, retorted, These people view us with disdain. The last time Vice Secretary Zhou treated us, there were servers in the private room, yet no service charge was applied, and the bill was discounted by 20%. Now, not only do we face a full-priced bill, but they also dare to impose a 10% service fee. It's blatant bullying. Zhang Jun recognized the truth in her words. It was commonplace for merchants to curry favor with the powerful, adjusting their treatment based on status. He had long discerned the vicissitudes of life and was unperturbed by such matters. The security personnel and Pan Jun's group began shoving each other, escalating into a physical altercation. The bald manager approached, waving his arms frantically while bellowing, Calm down. Let's discuss this rationally. No fighting. Only then did the security personnel retreat. Pan Jun, still seething, declared, Is your establishment a den of iniquity? Forcing us to pay a service fee and then insulting us. Is there no law left? The bald manager assessed Pan Jun and his companions, recognizing they were unfamiliar faces. Even if they had some connections, they were unlikely to wield significant influence. He merely chuckled. Paying for meals is a matter of course. Our prices are transparent, approved by the Pricing Bureau. If you accuse us of being a black market establishment, I shall sue you for defamation. Zhang Jun cleared his throat and calmly interjected, Comrade, your assertion is flawed. You serve customers in the hospitality industry and should greet them with a warm smile. Our dispute over the bill is a matter of consumer rights. His words were measured and authoritative, silencing the bald manager and his associates. Taking the bill from Xin Qingren's hands, he slammed it onto the counter, raising his gaze defiantly. However, your insults and violence necessitate accountability. Apologize first, then provide compensation. Pan Jun and the others chimed in loudly, Yes, apologize first, then compensate. Don't coddle them. Just then, Zhang Jun's phone rang. He retrieved it to find a call from Zhou Kong, saying, Secretary Zhou, hello? Zhou Kong, in a hurried tone, asked, Where is Vice Governor Ma? Zhang Jun replied, I have finished work. I am not with Vice Governor Ma. Zhou Kang's voice rose in agitation. Comrade Zhang Jun, do you know where Vice Governor Ma is? I urgently need to reach him. Zhang Jun responded truthfully, I apologize, Secretary Zhou, but during lunch, Vice Governor Ma mentioned he had matters to attend to in the afternoon and instructed me to remain in the office to handle official duties. Therefore, I am unaware of his current whereabouts. Zhou Kang's frustration erupted, his voice booming, You are Vice Governor Ma's secretary? How can you be so negligent? Did I not instruct you to stay by Vice Governor Ma's side at all times? Wherever he is, you must be there too. Zhang Jun smirked slightly, replying neither too softly nor too harshly, Secretary Zhou, you are correct. I am Vice Governor Ma's secretary, hence I must heed his instructions. His implication was clear. Vice Governor Ma held higher authority than Zhou Kong, and he prioritized Ma's directives over Zhou's. In the event of conflicting orders, Ma's would take precedence. This reasoning, though sound, incensed Zhou Kong, who abruptly hung up the call with a clatter. Zhang Jun shook his head in bemusement, pondering where Ma Hongqi had disappeared to. What urgent matter could have prompted Zhou Kang's frantic search? Had something significant occurred within the province? He had not concealed his conversation earlier. The bald manager, having overheard the exchange, glanced at Zhang Jun with a look of realization before his expression hardened. He scolded the cashier loudly, What are you doing? How have I trained you? Treat customers as if they were your own husband. Who allowed you to insult them? Apologize to the guests now, quickly. His attitude had done a complete about-face. Just moments ago, he had been authoritative. Now, he was suddenly reasonable? Even the restaurant staff were taken aback. This was not typical managerial conduct. A person capable of running such a large establishment certainly had some standing. Otherwise, how could they attract provincial officials as clientele? Why had the bald manager suddenly lost his bravado? The cashier, still taken aback, stuttered, Manager Wu, what do you mean, I? Apologize to the guests. Do you not understand? The cashier jumped in surprise and quickly apologized to Zhang Jun and his companions. I am sorry. I was wrong. Zhang Jun, not wishing to escalate the situation further and tarnish his and Ma Hongqi's reputation, waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. It's not a big deal. Let us settle the bill. Manager Wu interjected sharply. Not so fast. Zhang Jun shot him a glance. What now? Is there something else? Manager Wu picked up the bill, wearing a conciliatory smile. It was our mistake to offend esteemed guests. I sincerely apologize. I was blind to your identity as Secretary Ma's aide. Only then did everyone realize that his sudden shift in demeanor was due to his newfound awareness of Zhang Jun's position. Pan Jun and the others looked at Zhang Jun with newfound respect. In that moment, the power of Zhang Jun as the secretary of the provincial governor became unmistakable. Manager Wu, with a smile, tore the bill in front of them and asked, I am the manager here. My name is Wu Guoguang. May I ask for your name? Zhang Jun, remaining composed, replied, a complimentary meal. We cannot accept such generosity. How can we, who cannot even afford a meal, be so bold as to let you waive the charges? Wu Guoguang's expression faltered, realizing that Zhang Jun was calm on the surface but upset beneath. He bent slightly and said, I apologize, that was my mistake. This is compensation for the earlier incident with our security. Here is the compensation. Zhang Jun turned to Shen Qingran, one matter at a time. You settle the bill first. Keep the compensation for yourself. This way, he would not owe any debt of gratitude to Wu Guoguang, nor would he accept any favors. Shen Qingran took out money to pay. The cashier hesitated, looking to the manager for guidance. Wu Guoguang gestured for her to proceed. After settling the bill, Wu Guoguang handed the 548 yuan as compensation to Shen Qingran. Otherwise, we would have truly suffered a loss. Shen Qingran pulled out money and offered it to Zhang Jun. He declined, saying, this was already your treat. You should split it among yourselves. Their hands brushed against each other. Shen Qingran lifted her gaze to meet his, and Zhang Jun instinctively withdrew his hand. His phone rang once more. After answering, Zhang Jun's expression darkened suddenly. Indeed, something significant had transpired. Chapter 16. The storm operation. Zhang Jun put down his phone and addressed Pan Jun and the others. Gentlemen, I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. He mounted his bicycle and swiftly departed. The call he had just received was from his wife, Lu Yujia. The Provincial People's Hospital had been subjected to an investigation. A delegation from the department had launched a storm operation. Their primary focus was a comprehensive inquiry into issues related to the procurement of medical equipment, and they uncovered numerous irregularities. Ma Hongqi accompanied Wang Mingyu and the other members of the news was kept tightly under wraps, with investigations and evidence collection occurring solely within the confines of the conference room. By 7 o'clock that evening, the results of the investigation were in. Personnel from the procurement department had been taken into custody in accordance with the LAW. As Zhang Jun rode halfway, he suddenly regained his composure. Ma Hongqi and Wang Mingyu's surprise operation, in which he had not been included, surely had its reasons. If he rushed over now, it might arouse his superior's suspicions. After all, Zhang Jun had only recently assumed the role of Ma Hongqi's secretary and had yet to earn his complete trust, a reality he understood. Furthermore, it was customary for a superior to leave their secretary behind to manage affairs in the office while they attended to other matters. What would it signify if he hurried to the hospital at this moment? With this thought in mind, Zhang Jun abandoned his intention to head to the hospital. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Zhengjia calling. Old Lu. Zhang Jun halted his bicycle, placing his foot on the ground to answer the call. Where are you indulging yourself? Lu Zhengjia chuckled wryly. I'm in a dire situation. I can't even sleep soundly. Where would I find the time to indulge? Where are you? Care for a drink? I've just had dinner. What time is it? Haven't you eaten yet? Shall we find a place to sit? Sure. Where are you? I'll drive over. It won't take long. Zhang Jun glanced around and spotted a tea house. I'm at Siju Tea House. Come on over. He secured his bicycle outside the tea house and entered. Tea houses in the provincial capital are not merely establishments for tea. They also engage in the business of mahjong and serve meals, effectively functioning as leisure venues. A server approached to inquire what Zhang Jun would like to order. He glanced at the menu and ordered 2 dishes, a pot of tea, and a fruit platter. Within a few minutes, the dishes were served, and Lu Zhengjia arrived. True to form, an old friend knows how to treat me well. Lu Zhengjia laughed heartily. If you were a woman, I'd demarry you. Get lost. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. I'm merely placing the order. You'll be paying for it. Of course, I'll pay. How could I let Secretary Zhang bear the costs? Speaking of which, congratulations on your promotion. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. I know you've been busy, but I've prepared a small red envelope as a token of my respect. Please accept it. Lu Zhengjia indeed pulled out a bulging red envelope and placed it in Zhang Jun's hand. Zhang Jun waved his hand, chuckling, don't put me in a predicament. I can't accept anyone's red envelope right now. Lu Zhengjie insisted. You're my brother. What kind of relationship do we have, right? Zhang Jun replied earnestly. Even if I were your biological brother, I still cannot accept your money. The position beneath me is far more important than the money in my pocket. Lu Zhengjie ceased the pleasantries and sat down to eat. All right then. I'll heed your words. Who am I to argue with a leader? Zhang Jun lit a cigarette and remarked, I'm merely a lowly secretary. What kind of leader am I? Did you come to me for something? Never mind, eat first. We can talk afterward. Lu Zhengjie quickly finished his meal and put down his chopsticks. Brother, I'm in a bit of trouble and would like to ask for your help. Zhang Jun calmly exhaled a smoke ring. Speak. Whatever I can assist with, I shall do so without hesitation. If I can't help, please don't hold it against me. Lu Zhengjie leaned in closer. You can certainly help. Please introduce me to Vice Governor Ma. Ma Hongqi oversees health matters, but his responsibilities extend beyond that. In the government's division of duties, Ma Hongqi is in charge of education, technology, civil affairs, culture and tourism, health, broadcasting, sports, and medical security, among other areas. Lu Zhengjie operates within the broadcasting system, which also falls under Ma Hongqi's purview. What do you want to see him for? Zhang Jun asked, surprised. At your level, what could you possibly discuss with my boss? That's my concern. You just need to find an appropriate opportunity to pass along a word to him. Please, I'm truly at my wit's end. Lu Zhengjie clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly. What's going on? I thought you were doing quite well. You have a wife and children, a house and a car in the provincial capital, and a stable income. It's work-related. Things aren't going smoothly. As the deputy director of the television station, I'm considered middle management, but in reality, I'm of little use, completely under the thumb of the director, just running errands and doing menial tasks. It's suffocating. While they are brothers in spirit, work is another matter entirely. Zhang Jun could spend all the money in his pocket treating Lu Zhengjie to a meal, but that does not mean he could introduce him to Ma Hong. If I can't, please don't take it personally. Of course. Thank you. His wife Lu Yujie called again, saying, Zhang Jun, aren't you coming to the hospital? Several people have been taken in here. I am preparing to head home. Oh, I see. Zhang Jun hung up the phone. He was also eager to learn about the situation at the hospital, and after parting ways with Lu Zhengjie, he returned home. Lu Yujie was already at home, and upon seeing him, she informed Zhang Jun, the unit has detained several directors responsible for logistics and procurement. Zhang Jun set down his briefcase and reclined on the sofa, asking, what about Zhou Wenbin? Has he been arrested? Lu Yujie blinked her eyes slightly. Why do you bring him up? What does it matter to me whether he was arrested or not? Zhang Jun snorted coldly. I hope to see him arrested. I wish for his capture. Lu Yujie turned her face away, pouting in silence for a moment, then leaned closer to her husband, gently saying, I need your help with something. If someone from your hospital wishes to meet Vice Governor Ma, I can't assist with that. Zhang Jun preemptively closed off any possibility of her request. Lu Yujie lowered her gaze, saying, It's my brother. He has been beaten and taken to the station. My mother has asked me to pull some strings to get him out. Can you help say a word? Zhang Jun scoffed. He was beaten? Or did he do the beating? Lu Yujie grasped his hand tightly. He was beaten, but he fought back too. He is my only brother. If you don't help me, who will? Didn't you say you wouldn't let me flatter other men? I am only flattering you now. Please extend a helping hand for Yuda. In the future, I'll do whatever you ask. Zhang Jun grew irritated, shaking off her arm. I'm the least capable person. I don't know anyone in the public security or legal systems. I can't help you. Good night. Lu Yujie clung to him tightly, sobbing pitifully, her tears flowing freely. Chapter 17. No escape. Zhang Jun found himself tightly embraced by Lu Yujie, unable to break free for the moment. He had long been disillusioned with his family, yet due to work commitments, he could not immediately extricate himself from their grasp, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Which precinct is Yuda in? Zhang Jun reluctantly inquired. If I have the opportunity, I will lend him a hand. Right in our district, at the People's Road Police Station. Lu Yujie, wiping her eyes, responded, I had no other choice. My mother called me several times begging for help. I can only implore you to assist Yuda. He has never endured hardship, and if he is truly detained, what will become of him? Zhang Jun pondered for a moment. He and Lu Yujie were not yet divorced, and Lu Yuda was his brother-in-law. It would not be right to turn a blind eye to his plight. If Lu Yuda were indeed detained, it could adversely affect his own future. Hence, he asked, what exactly happened? You need to tell me the truth so I can find a way to help him. The police are not easily fooled, and deceit will not work. Lu Yujie ceased her tears and recounted the situation. Yuda was naive and got tricked by someone who claimed to be selling a therapeutic device. They promised him a commission of 2,000 yuan if he helped them. Blinded by greed, he assisted them die in the end. those devices were smuggled goods of poor quality. The seller fled, and the buyers seized Yuda, accusing him of fraud and beating him. Yuda insisted it was not his fault and refused to be bullied, so he retaliated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun thought it was a manageable issue and asked, "Was he beaten badly?" "I visited the police. Both sides were battered and bruised," she replied. "Who are the buyers?" "The 3rd Municipal Hospital. The one who hit him is a procurement officer from the hospital. I will handle it when I have time." "Zhang Jun, shall we go to the police station now?" "What will happen to Yuda if he spends the night there?" "I beg you, please. Why don't you ask Zhou Wenbin? Aren't you two quite close?" "Zhang Jun, I am only asking you now and will only ask you in the future. You must believe me. I am not a frivolous person. Zhou Wenbin may have feelings for me, but he has never succeeded. I am not a woman of loose morals." At that moment, her mother called again. Under his wife's persistent coaxing, Zhang Jun accompanied her to the People's Road police station. Inside the station, Zhang Jun did not recognize anyone. Although he served as secretary to Ma Hongqi, he could not brazenly. Upon arrival, he approached the officer in charge of the case for information. The officer informed him that they could only seek mediation with the parties involved. As long as they were willing to forgive and not pursue charges, matters could be resolved. In the holding room, Zhang Jun saw Lu Yuda, who appeared as frail as his sister, looking like a stray dog with a scraped eye, a swollen nose, disheveled hair, and wrinkled clothing, exuding an indescribable sense of despair. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, Lu Yuda cried out, "Brother-in-law." Zhang Jun patted his shoulder, uncertain of what to say. His father-in-law, Lu Jingquan, and mother-in-law, Jiang Meizhen, also arrived at the police station, one pleading with Zhang Jun for leniency, while the other wept for her son. Zhang Jun contemplated how to resolve the situation. Coincidentally, an associate dean from the 3rd Municipal Hospital was also present at the station to handle the matter. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, the dean approached him with a smile. "Secretary Zhang, how delightful to see you here." Zhang Jun found him somewhat familiar but could not recall his name at the moment, replying, "Oh, I am here to handle my brother-in-law's case." "Which of your relatives is it?" "Lu Yuda." Lu Yuda is your brother-in-law? What a twist of fate. And you are?" "Secretary Zhang, I am Jiang Changxing. I visited Governor Ma this afternoon, but he was unavailable, and I had hoped you could assist me in scheduling another appointment." "Oh, right, Comrade Jiang Changxing. Greetings. What brings you here?" "I am here to deal with the procurement officer who had the altercation with your brother-in-law." Jiang Changxing called over the procurement officer, introducing him to Zhang Jun. "Secretary Zhang, this is Zhang Yadong, our procurement officer." "Yadong, this is Secretary Zhang, the esteemed aide to Governor Ma." Zhang Yadong bore several bruises and a swollen mouth, initially appearing furious, but upon realizing Zhang Jun's identity, he forced a smile and extended his hand. "Secretary Zhang, hello? A pleasure to meet you." His speech was somewhat slurred due to his injuries. Zhang Jun shook Zhang Yadong's hand and remarked, "I know my brother-in-law well. He is a decent person who has never violated the law. This time he was deceived and is a victim. The inconvenience and financial loss caused to you are truly unintended." Zhang Yadong glanced at Jiang Changxing for guidance. Jiang, eager to curry favor with Zhang Jun, readily responded, "It's really a minor issue. Just a misunderstanding. Yadong, you and Secretary Zhang's brother-in-law have become acquainted through this incident. Why not shake hands and consider it a new friendship?" Zhang Yadong understood that since Lu Yuda was Secretary Zhang's brother-in-law, pursuing legal action would be unwise and could jeopardize his own future. Recognizing the situation, he agreed to Jiang Changxing's approach. Zhang Jun called Lu Yuda over and calmly stated, "Yuda, today you are fortunate to have encountered the understanding Dean Jiang and Officer Zhang. They recognize that you are a first-time offender and will not pursue further action. You should thank them." Having endured enough, Lu Yuda merely wished to conclude the matter and return home. Promptly bowing, Jiang Changxing then addressed the investigating officer. "This case has nothing to do with Comrade Lu Yuda. He is also a victim. The true culprits are those fraudsters. Please ensure their capture." With that, Lu Yuda's case was effectively resolved. Jiang Changxing then turned to Zhang Jun, suggesting, "Since Lu Yuda has sustained injuries, would you like him to get checked at our hospital? We will cover all expenses." Zhang Jun assessed Lu Yuda's injuries and concluded they were not severe, stating, "He and Zhang Yadong engaged in mutual combat, both sustaining injuries. I believe he is not gravely hurt. Such minor injuries do not require a hospital visit." With the case settled, Jiang Changxing accompanied Zhang Jun and his family out, cheerfully declaring, "Secretary Zhang, I shall pay you a visit another day." Zhang Jun nodded in understanding. The Lu family followed Zhang Jun back home, singing his praises and expressing gratitude for his efforts in safeguarding Lu Yuda. After a tumultuous night, the Lu family finally departed. That evening, Lu Yujie, as gentle as flowing water, insisted on providing Zhang Jun with an experience unlike any he had known before. Zhang Jun, having come to terms with the situation, realized that regardless of their marital status, he should seize the moment to enjoy it. A good woman must not be taken for granted, nor should a bad woman be overlooked, right? Chapter 18. The tiger skin banner. The following morning, Zhang Jun arrived early at the reception hall, standing outside the quaint villa where Ma Hongqi resided, awaiting his arrival. When Ma Hongqi emerged and noticed him, he inquired casually, "You heard about yesterday's events, I presume?" Zhang Jun respectfully replied, "Boss, I only learned of it upon returning home. My wife, who is the head nurse at the Provincial People's Hospital, recounted the details to me." Ma Hongqi nodded and remarked, "Given your wife's employment there, I refrained from bringing you along during yesterday's operation. Do not harbor any psychological burdens regarding this." Zhang Jun thought to himself, as expected, and said, "I still wish to place my trust in Lu Yujia. However, if she is indeed implicated, I will fully support the province's handling of the matter and will not show leniency to anyone." Upon entering the office, Zhang Jun first sought the itinerary from Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong, with a taut and sallow visage, incessantly drummed his knuckles upon the desk and exclaimed, "Comrade Zhang Jun, have you grasped the situation? I have repeatedly admonished you to follow Governor Ma closely. If you cannot perform your duties adequately, you might as well resign." Zhang Jun lowered his hands and replied, "Secretary Zhou, I dutifully adhered to Governor Ma's instructions and remained in the office to manage. As a secretary, your ignorance of the leader's itinerary constitutes gross dereliction of duty. From this day forth, you must remain in close proximity to the leader. Should any urgent matters arise, I will hold you accountable." Zhang Jun, not one to be easily deceived, sensed the underlying motive. Zhou Kong was clearly intent on having him monitor Ma Hongqi's every move and report back at any moment. How intriguing! It was evident that he sought to surveil him. Zhang Jun, with neither submission nor defiance, replied, "Secretary Zhou, Governor Ma has a mobile phone. Should you need to reach him, you can simply call." Zhou Kong paused, a flicker of ire crossing his gaze. "Governor Ma is busy. When would he have time to answer calls?" Zhang Jun maintained an unperturbed demeanor. "He does not answer your calls, and as a mere section chief, I possess no audacity to contravene his directives." Suddenly, Zhou Kong altered his approach, rising to stand before Zhang Jun, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Understand that Governor Ma is an outsider and may not remain in the province for long, while you are expected to persist in the office. Consider how you ought to conduct yourself." Zhang Jun's eyelids twitched, and he chose not to respond further. After perusing the itinerary, he turned to Zhou Kong and asked, "Secretary Zhou, is there any issue with the arrangements on this schedule?" Zhou Kong retorted, Are you questioning my competence? Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Unfazed, Zhang Jun replied, "Secretary Zhou, there was an error in yesterday's pickup time. As a mere subordinate, I cannot shoulder such significant responsibility. Therefore, I kindly request you to sign this itinerary to confirm its accuracy. This is also Governor Ma's instruction." As Ma Hongqi's secretary, he was leveraging his position, and Zhou Kong dared not confront Ma Hongqi directly. Zhou Kong glared at Zhang Jun with palpable anger, grabbed a pen, and scrawled his name on the document before flinging it back to Zhang Jun. "Think it over." Zhang Jun departed with the itinerary in hand. In the morning, Wang Mingyu and others arrived at the office and spent over an hour conversing with Ma Hongqi. Zhang Jun entered once to serve tea. Overhearing them discuss the case involving, he dared not linger, retreating after delivering the tea. Zhang Jun caught Wang Mingyu mentioning that following the incident yesterday, only a few individuals from the procurement department had been apprehended, and they were undergoing urgent questioning, with no progress as of yet. The investigation was not confined to the Provincial People's Hospital. There were additional reports to be examined. Seated at his desk, Zhang Jun heard a message notification on his phone and retrieved it to check. It was a message from Xie Xiaoya. "Master, have you forgotten about me? I am no longer your master. Once a master, forever a father. Then call me Dad." Dad. The emphasis is on the second word. Master, you're quite lewd. Your understanding implies you are even more so. "Master, tomorrow is the weekend. Are you free? I would like to treat you to dinner. My time belongs to the boss. I am uncertain at the moment. I will wait for you. I will be available until midnight tomorrow, ready at your beck and call." Previously at the guest house, Zhang Jun had sought to savor her alluring charm, yet Xie Xiaoya had eluded him. Today, she reached out and engaged in such flirtatious banter. Could there be potential? Contemplating Xie Xiaoya's youthful, vibrant eyes and her graceful figure, Zhang Jun felt a stir of desire. Which man is devoid of lust? A man's romantic pursuits often stem from his financial state. Now that Zhang Jun's status had shifted, his wife had grown more docile and affectionate, while women outside began to show him their. Yet, Zhang Jun found himself plagued by hesitations. With his newfound identity, could he still act without restraint? Lu Zhengjia also sent a message inquiring whether he could arrange a meeting with Ma Hongqi. Zhang Jun replied, "Wait for my notification." The number of individuals requiring arrangements was overwhelming, and with the leader's schedule tightly packed, Zhang Jun could only bide his time. Knock resounded at the door. It was Jiang Chongqing. "Director Jiang, please come in," Zhang Jun greeted with a slight smile. Jiang Chongqing entered, bowing slightly, and whispered, "Secretary Zhang, Might I inquire if the leader is currently available? Zhang Jun invited him to sit, saying, the leader is in a meeting. Please be patient. Jiang Chongqing rubbed his hands together, chuckling, I'm not in a hurry. I can wait. He glanced around, producing an envelope and discreetly slipping it into Zhang Jun's hands. Zhang Jun furrowed, this is a token of our compensation. Please pass it on to him. Ordinarily, we should conduct a comprehensive examination. Rest assured, if he experiences any discomfort during this period, feel free to bring him to me, and I will ensure he receives a full examination. We will not shirk responsibility. At that moment, the inner door creaked open. Zhang Jun, wishing to avoid a protracted exchange with Jiang Chongqing, hurriedly opened a drawer and placed the envelope inside. After Wang Mingyu and the others departed, Zhang Jun seized the opportunity to refill the tea and then stated, Boss, Deputy Director Jiang Chongqing from the 3rd Hospital visited yesterday. I asked him to come today to report on his work. He is waiting outside. Ma Hongqi, engrossed in his writing, responded without turning, let him in. Zhang Jun stepped out and informed Jiang Chongqing, the leader has invited you in. Remember, I am deeply grateful, Secretary Zhang. Jiang Chongqing clasped his hands in gratitude, adjusted his posture, cleared his throat, and then knocked on the door to enter. Zhang Jun sat back down. Discreetly, he found himself in a quandary. How should he handle this 10,000 yuan? Should he return it to Ma Hongqi? What would Ma Hongqi think of him? In the span of 2 short days, he had received numerous lavish gifts. Moreover, today, after receiving a gift, Zhang Jun promptly arranged for the individual to meet with the leader. How was he to explain this? What was he to do? Chapter 19. Zhang Jun's power play. After Jiang Chongqing exited Ma Hongqi's office, his face was aglow with excitement and joy. It was evident that he was elated as he grasped Zhang Jun's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude and insisting on treating Zhang Jun to a meal. Zhang Jun, with a fleeting thought, was momentarily stirred and acquiesced to Jiang Chongqing's and he returned the envelope he had just received, stating, Director Jiang, I cannot accept this money. If you do not wish to harm me, please take it back. Jiang Chongqing protested, Secretary Zhang, this money is not for you. It is compensation for Comrade Liu Yuda. Zhang Jun replied earnestly, that is a matter between you and him. It has nothing to do with me. Reluctantly, Jiang Chongqing accepted the money back. Thank you. We shall meet tonight. I will come to pick you up. Zhang Jun pondered for a moment and replied, there is no need for you to come. I am uncertain when I will be free. We can discuss it later. At that moment, another individual approached, prompting Jiang Chongqing to take his leave. Once Zhang Jun had organized his affairs and settled down to rest, he was greeted by the entrance of Zhou Wenbin. Zhang Jun found it impossible to forget Zhou Wenbin's face. Even if his wife had not fallen prey to Zhou Wenbin's advances, this man had harbored intentions towards Liu Yujia and had taken action. For this reason alone, Zhang Jun harbored no fondness for him. Zhou Wenbin approached with a smile, chuckling, Secretary Zhang, good day. Zhang Jun remained composed, casually inquiring, what brings you here? There is no appointment for you today. Zhou Wenbin, glancing around furtively as if a thief, replied, Secretary Zhang, I came to see you. Are you free today? I would like to invite you to dinner. I am not free. Zhang Jun replied bluntly, offering no courtesy. Zhou Wenbin seemed unfazed, his smile growing more genuine, radiant like a blooming autumn chrysanthemum. Secretary Zhang, just a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Zhou Wenbin produced a large bag, placing it before Zhang Jun, saying, this is a small gesture for me, please accept it. No reward without merit. Regardless of what you offer, please take it back, Zhang Jun stated resolutely. While he would consider the feelings of others in similar situations, he would grant no leniency to this scoundrel. The large package before him suggested a substantial sum, potentially exceeding 100,000. This fellow truly had wealth and was willing to spend it. It was evident that he sought something significant. Such a sum was something Zhang Jun would never dare to accept. If you do not take it away, I shall call the police. Zhang Jun scoffed coldly. Zhou Wenbin, about to retort, fell silent, saying, Secretary Zhang, your refusal of gifts indicates you are a good comrade. I sincerely wish to befriend you. Friendship? Do you even deserve friends? Get lost, or I may strike you. Zhang Jun's eyes glinted with menace. Zhou Wenbin recoiled in fear, recalling the incident when he had been assaulted, and stammered, I apologize, Secretary Zhang. I shall take my leave now. He timidly grasped the bag and fled in haste. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he would allow Zhou Wenbin to revel for a few days, but he would soon settle the score. Upon returning home for lunch, Zhang Jun found Liu Yujia had once again prepared a meal in advance. He had never encountered such a diligent woman and could not help but express his admiration. Power truly is a remarkable thing. And no wonder some say it is the best remedy, capable of curing a man's social ailments and resolving the majority of troubles. Zhang Jun, my mother called to inform me that the 3rd hospital has compensated my brother with 10,000 yuan. I see. If I had known they would offer compensation, I would have had you stay in our hospital for a few months to extract a larger sum from them, perhaps 50 or 60,000. You are quite ruthless. They are doing this out of respect for you. Do you truly believe your current influence is worth merely 10,000? They assaulted someone and should rightfully compensate. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Many engage in such extortion. However, he, Zhang Jun, could never stoop to such ruthless actions. This was also a reason for his stagnation in advancement. I will not be home for dinner tonight. I have matters to attend to, Zhang Jun stated. You need not prepare my meal. Lu Yujia, with infinite tenderness, expressed concern. All right, please take care not to drink too much while entertaining. It is not good for your health. Besides, we are currently preparing for pregnancy. A child conceived inebriated may suffer from congenital diseases. Zhang Jun, accustomed to her previous haughty demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing her suddenly humble attitude. The afternoon passed without incident. A delegation from the department conducted a surprise inspection of the Provincial People's Hospital, already alarming other units that had long since prepared. The delegation's current task was to use the Provincial People's Hospital as a foothold to rapidly extract results. The examination work in this regard was being managed by the delegation with Ma Hongqi assisting. The afternoon meeting was tense for Ma Hongqi, as those who had missed the previous day's meeting would all be present today. Those scheduled to meet would communicate with Zhang Jun in advance to confirm their times. Glancing at the schedule, Zhang Jun noticed that the comrade scheduled to meet at 4 o'clock had not called. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a message to Lu Zhangjia, 4 o'clock, to meet the boss. After sending, he promptly deleted the message. Lu Zhangjia replied with an acknowledgement, thanking him. After the 3:50 meeting concluded, Ma Hongqi went to the restroom. Lu Zhangjia hurriedly arrived, mindful of the timing. Zhang Jun gestured for him to wait, advising him to remain discreet. Lu Zhangjia, being astute, nodded in understanding. He was of a lower rank and should not have been qualified for a meeting with Ma Hongqi. Should he appear overly familiar with Zhang Jun, it could raise suspicions in Ma Hongqi's eyes. Upon Ma Hongqi's return, Zhang Jun entered the office, prepared a cup of tea for his superior, and informed him, "Boss, the comrade scheduled for 4 o'clock is Lu Zhangjia from the Broadcasting and Television Bureau." "Very well," Ma Hongqi replied, glancing at his watch. "Let him in." Zhang Jun turned to invite Lu Zhangjia in, advising him, "You have only 10 minutes. Get straight to the point and avoid unnecessary chatter." Lu Zhangjia took a deep breath, expressing profound gratitude as he shook Zhang Jun's hand before entering the office. Zhang Jun was unaware of the conversation taking place within. The bridge had been laid, and whether it could be crossed depended on Lu Zhangjia's capabilities. Knock, knock, came the sound of a knock on the door. "Hello. Please, I have an appointment to see Vice Governor Ma at 4 o'clock. Upon hearing his manner of speaking, Zhang Jun discerned that this individual was not well versed in bureaucratic etiquette. He asked, "Why did you not call in advance?" Fang Jiangwen paused, then replied, "This is my first meeting with Vice Governor Ma. I was unaware that I needed to call. I thought the prior appointment sufficed. I am the Deputy Director of the Department of Education, summoned by Vice Governor Ma. Besides, I am not late." Zhang Jun calmly stated, "Director Fang, please wait a moment. Vice Governor Ma is currently in a meeting. I will inform you once he is available." Fang Jiangwen, unfamiliar with such procedures, complied and patiently took a seat nearby, waiting. Chapter 20. A Dog's Eye on Humanity. The meeting time originally designated for Fang Jiangwen was usurped by Zhang Jun, who graciously ceded it to his close friend Lu Zhangjia. This was undoubtedly due to Fang Jiangwen's lack of understanding of protocol, but it also stemmed from Zhang Jun's penchant for wielding power. Fortunately, Zhang Jun allotted only 10 minutes to Lu Zhangjia. The time of leaders is exceedingly precious. Granting 10 minutes to each individual means that only a limited number can be received in a day. Leaders are human too. They require rest, need to attend to personal matters, and at times must convene meetings, embark on business trips, or prepare reports. Following the streamlining of the government leadership team, the previous 8 vice governors have dwindled to merely 4. Consequently, the responsibilities assigned to each vice governor have significantly increased, with both authority and workload multiplying. For instance, despite Ma Hongqi's relatively low ranking within the provincial hierarchy and his oversight of less critical tasks, he manages an extensive array of departments: education, science and technology, civil affairs, culture and tourism, health, broadcasting and television, sports, and medical insurance. Each category corresponds to a provincial-level unit, with numerous district, city, and county-level entities beneath them. In truth, even if Ma Hongqi possessed the capabilities of Sun Wukong, he would find himself overwhelmed by the demands of meticulous management. Thus, leaders are compelled to focus on the overarching issues while delegating the minutiae. The office and secretaries determine who may meet with the leaders and who may not. There exists yet another category of individuals: those whom the leaders themselves summon, much like the current Fang Jiangwen. Summons can be divided into 2 types. One for commendation after merit has been established, and the other for reprimand following a transgression. One wonders to which category Fang Jiangwen belongs. Zhang Jun poured a cup of tea for him, scrutinizing him with keen eyes, perceiving that he bore little resemblance to a vice departmental official, but rather appeared akin. Fang Jiangwen, feeling a tinge of anxiety, held the cup with his left hand while his right hand busily wiped sweat from his trousers. Adjusting his glasses, he replied, "Indeed, I was formerly a doctoral supervisor, having entered the education department with a formal position, and I am grateful for the trust placed in me by the higher-ups, who appointed me as vice-director." "How did you know?" Director Fong possesses a certain aura, a quality that reflects a wealth of knowledge and literary grace. Zhang Jun flattered, having stolen a moment of his time. Little did he know that this remark would evoke a surge of melancholy within Fong Jiangwen, who let out a bitter laugh, saying, "Alas, a scholar is of no use in the world of governance. I am ill-suited for this role. I have failed miserably. If only time could flow backwards, I would wish to return to the university to educate and nurture the next generation." Zhang Jun, unaware of the trials Fong had endured, empathized with a sense of shared sorrow. At that moment, Lu Zhengjie emerged from within, his body halfway out the door while his head remained squeezed in the gap, resembling a curious ostrich. With a forced smile, he repeatedly expressed, "Governor Ma, thank you for your hard work. Farewell." Aware of the presence of an outsider, Lu Zhengjie refrained from engaging further with Zhang Jun, winking and gesturing a phone call before he said, "Secretary Zhang, I appreciate your assistance. I shall not impose upon your valuable time. Farewell." Zhang Jun bid him a pleasant departure and then ushered Fong Jiangwen inside. Upon returning with a freshly brewed cup of tea, he overheard Fong Jiangwen being reprimanded. Ma Hongqi's expression was grave, his tone stern, and his words sharply critical, leaving Fong Jiangwen thoroughly chastised. Even during the 2 minutes Zhang Jun had entered, Ma Hongqi did not relent in his criticism, indicating that he was not inclined to show Fong any leniency. Beads of sweat adorned Fong Jiangwen's brow. Once an eloquent university professor and doctoral advisor, he now resembled a penitent schoolboy, utterly unable to retort. Zhang Jun, perplexed, withdrew after replenishing the tea. During such conversations, even if he were present, he remained a silent observer, as is the decorum of a secretary. The next individual awaiting an audience had arrived, prompting Zhang Jun to gesture at his watch and remind him, "Secretary Zhang, my time has come." Zhang Jun calmly replied, "The leader is still in discussion. Would you prefer to enter first?" The man hesitated, his demeanor shifting, and with a smile said, "My apologies, Secretary Zhang. I shall wait." After a brief interval, Fong Jiangwen emerged, his head hung low, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. He did not greet Zhang Jun but left with a dazed expression. Zhang Jun then arranged for the next person to enter. Time swiftly advanced to 5:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Jun escorted Ma Hongqi to the entrance of his villa. The leader did not permit him to enter. He would never overstep that boundary. With no additional instructions from Ma Hongqi, Zhang Jun was free to pursue his own activities for the evening. Upon exiting the reception hall, Zhang Jun received a message from Jiang Chongqing. "Secretary Zhang, are you free now? I have reserved a private room and meal at Sinan Pavilion, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence. Should you require transportation, I am at your service." As the vice president of a provincial hospital, Jiang Chongqing held a respectable position, if not officially designated as a vice director, at the very least enjoying a provincial-level status. Jiang Chongqing's deference towards Zhang Jun stemmed solely from the prestige associated with his position. Regardless of who occupied the secretary's chair, such flattery would inevitably ensue. Upon noting that the invitation was for Sinan Pavilion, Zhang Jun felt a twinge of reluctance, as he harbored an unfavorable impression of the establishment. However, given that the invitation had been extended and arrangements made, to decline or request a venue change would only come across as pretentious. Thus, he rode his bicycle to Sinan Pavilion. The entrance was filled with various automobiles and motorcycles. Many had arrived by bicycle, for in this era, bicycles remained a primary mode of transportation for ordinary citizens. However, the security guard at the entrance, clearly demonstrating a propensity to judge based on appearances, looked down upon Zhang Jun as he approached on his bike, shouting, "Hey! You! How dare you park here? Move your bike to the designated area." Zhang Jun surveyed his surroundings, inquiring, "Where is the bike rack? I parked here last time, and there are many bikes beside me, are there not?" The guard, puffing out his chest, gestured dismissively, "Over there. Can't you see this area is full? It's the weekend, and there are many diners. Park over there." Such is the nature of establishments that exploit their position. There were clearly ample spaces available, yet they took pleasure in creating obstacles, relishing the chance to make things difficult for others. Once individuals at the lower rungs of power acquire even a modicum of authority, they often wield it to the fullest extent, relishing the chance to inconvenience others. Zhang Jun, disinclined to engage further, simply walked past. The guard, taken aback, pointed at his back and shouted, "Hey, you! Why aren't you listening? Hey, do you hear me?" Seeing Zhang Jun ignore him, he became infuriated, rushing forward to grab Zhang Jun by the shoulder. Zhang Jun abruptly turned, fixing the guard with a fierce gaze, and declared, "What are you doing? Do you intend to resort to violence?" His voice resonated with authority, effectively intimidating the guard into silence. However, the guard quickly regained his composure, pointing towards the outside. "There aren't enough parking spots on weekends. You must move your bike over there." Zhang Jun retorted with a smirk. If you wish to go, then go. Isn't it your duty as a security guard to assist guests with parking? The guard chuckled mockingly. Oh, you on a bicycle think you're quite important, don't you? Do you really need someone to park your bike for you? Forget about an Audi. At least you could ride in a little Alto. Chapter 21. On the edge of the storm, the voice of the security guard was particularly loud, almost as if he wished for everyone in the hotel lobby to hear. The individual before him had arrived on a bicycle, as though the mere act of cycling warranted his disdain. Zhang Jun let out a cold laugh. What brand of car do you drive? The security guard was taken aback. In truth, he had no car to speak of, for he had come to the provincial city to work and resided in a dormitory, relying on his feet for transportation, lacking even a battered bicycle. Zhang Jun proclaimed with indignation, you are a person with nothing to your name, and yet you dare to mock others? Does your boss not fear losing face by employing someone like you? Enraged and humiliated, the security guard attempted to push Zhang Jun away. At that moment, a bald man hurried over and slapped the security guard across the face. Stunned, the guard looked up to see manager Wu Guoguang, who, cradling one side of his face, forced a smile and said, Good day, Manager Wu. Wu Guoguang delivered another kick, exclaiming, Get lost. He then turned to Zhang Jun, bowing slightly, Good day, Secretary Zhang. My subordinate's lack of discipline has caused you offense. Zhang Jun, with an air of detachment, replied, Manager Wu, have you ever heard the couplet? Secretary Zhang, rest assured, I will address these sycophants with the seriousness they deserve. Jiang Chongqing rushed over, exclaiming, Secretary Zhang, welcome, welcome. My apologies for the lack of proper greeting. He grasped Zhang Jun's hand tightly, laughing, Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Zhang Jun calmly remarked, Director Jiang, perhaps we should choose another establishment next time. Those who arrive by car are treated as VIPs here, while those of us on bicycles receive no hospitality. Jiang Chongqing's face darkened. I apologize, Secretary Zhang. I chose this restaurant for its proximity to the provincial government. It was an oversight on my part. These small-minded individuals are indeed too superficial. Wu Guoguang, with a glint in his eye, pointed at the security guard. What are you still doing here? You are fired. Pack your things and go home. The security guard, on the verge of tears, protested, Manager Wu, I was merely following your instructions. How could I be at fault? Wu Guoguang bellowed, Get out. You have offended all my esteemed guests. He produced a gleaming golden card, holding it with both hands and extending it to Zhang Jun. Secretary Zhang, this is our establishment's supreme VIP card. Today, he wondered what prompted this change. Was it due to their previous failure to verify his identity, or was it a reflection of the value placed on someone of his standing? Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively. The threshold here is too high. I cannot afford to dine here, and this card is of no use to me. Wu Guoguang showed no sign of embarrassment and addressed his subordinates. Listen carefully. This is Secretary Zhang, and from now on, whenever he dines here, regardless of who pays, all transactions will be processed at the supreme VIP rate. Understood? Understood, the crowd replied in unison. Zhang Jun paid little heed to the merchant's tactics. He recognized that to remain would only reveal his own pettiness. Jiang Chongqing invited Zhang Jun to a private room. At the door to the room stood a few individuals, suggesting that Jiang Chongqing had just been arranging matters for the private dining area, thus delaying his greeting. Zhang Jun cast a slow glance at Jiang Chongqing and inquired, Director Jiang, what does this mean? Jiang Chongqing smiled, Secretary Zhang, these individuals are friends from our hospital, eager to make your acquaintance. Allow me to introduce them. The three others, 2 men and 1 woman, were colleagues from the 3rd hospital. Zhang Jun shook hands with each in turn. Once seated, Jiang Chongqing ordered the wine and dishes. They persistently urged Zhang Jun to drink, however. Zhang Jun possessed remarkable self-control. He covered his glass, and they dared not pour more wine. He savored his food leisurely, taking a bite, setting down his chopsticks, engaging in conversation with Jiang Chongqing and others, occasionally sipping a small. Jiang Chongqing's invitation for a meal was undoubtedly motivated by ulterior motives. There were 3 people's hospitals in the province, and the 1st hospital was certainly superior to the 3rd. Colleagues from the 3rd hospital were keenly seeking transfers to the 1st. Jiang Chongqing's appeal to Zhang Jun was essentially a desire to secure his own transfer. Regardless of what was said, Zhang Jun maintained a slight smile, indicating he was listening, yet refraining from making any commitments. 1 carrot, 1 hole. For Jiang Chongqing to transfer to the 1st hospital, someone from the 1st would have to vacate their position. Such personnel changes were rarely straightforward. As the meal neared its conclusion, Zhang Jun remarked, The 1st hospital has, I presume you have all heard. In such turbulent times, do you still have the courage to venture forth? Jiang Chongqing chuckled. What is there to fear? They are being investigated, not us. Zhang Jun nodded. A crisis can also be an opportunity. However, the investigation has thus far only apprehended a few department heads. Without vacant positions, personnel adjustments are impossible. This was a subtle hint directed at Jiang Chongqing, yet it remained uncertain whether he grasped its significance. Oh, indeed. I cannot believe those individuals are without blemish. Zhang Chongqing, being astute, followed Zhang Jun's lead. As long as there is a thorough investigation, issues are bound to surface. After dining, when Zhang Chongqing went to settle the bill, the promised 50 discount was indeed applied. Zhang Chongqing and others praised Zhang Jun, claiming that his presence commanded such respect, as only officials at the division level and above could enjoy such discounts at the Western Warm Pavilion restaurant. Zhang Jun merely expressed mild surprise, thinking that this establishment certainly possessed a measure of confidence. By restricting the supreme cards to division-level officials and above, they ensured the scarcity of such cards, preserving their value and the prestige of the holders. Wu Guoguang, wearing a broad smile, accompanied Zhang Jun and his companions as they departed, repeatedly expressing hope for their return. After parting ways with Zhang Chongqing and the others, Zhang Jun rode his bicycle home. Passing a bus stop, he noticed a figure sprawled on a bench, beside which stood a sign. Zhang Jun approached, then backed away, halting his bicycle to nudge the person, calling out, "Fortune teller." The man on the bench was indeed the fortune teller who had read Zhang Jun's fortune a few days prior. The fortune teller stretched, muttering, "Dreaming of food does not satiate hunger. A mute dreams but never speaks. Bamboo shadows sweep away dust. A paper horse cannot be ridden." Zhang Jun chuckled, "Fortune teller, do you still remember me?" The fortune teller rubbed his eyes, gazing intently at him, then declared, "Fortune is turning, joy is abundant. All worries cease from now on. Everything will go smoothly, and you shall not fret about future matters. Have you achieved success?" Zhang Jun laughed heartily, "Fortune teller, you possess some skill. How did you know I would prosper?" "Heh." The fortune teller waved his hand dismissively. "Just a minor trick, nothing to write home about." Zhang Jun produced a 100 yuan bill and placed it in the fortune teller's hand. "This is your fee for the fortune telling." The fortune teller, grasping the money, exclaimed, "Ah, splendid. I only charge you 5 yuan, yet you offer me 20 times that." Zhang Jun inquired, "Old sir, why are you sleeping here? Why not return home?" The fortune teller shook his head and replied, "Lighting my own fire and lamp, speaking to myself and hearing my own words. A life fraught with misfortune, reminiscing on the past in dreams." With that, he lay back down and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Jun paused, contemplating that this individual was also one who had navigated the complexities of the world. As he turned to leave, the fortune teller suddenly called out, "Wait, comrade, given your generosity, I shall impart one more piece of advice to ensure your career flourishes and you rise step by step." Chapter 22. 20,000 in red envelopes. Zhang Jun turned to him and inquired, "Old sir, do you have any further advice?" The fortune teller gazed at the stars above, his right hand deftly twirling 3 fingers as he murmured cryptically, "You are no ordinary man. Like a dragon leaping from the abyss, you may rise or retract at will. Yet, in shallow waters, one may find themselves playing with shrimp. One day, you shall soar to the azure heavens. Alas, fate laments the unfulfilled bonds of love, and this life may bear the sorrow of severed strings. If only one could encounter flowing waters amidst towering mountains, how splendid it would be to share a lifetime with a beautiful companion." Just as Zhang Jun was about to respond, the fortune teller continued, "In the pursuit of endeavors, success and failure are intertwined. It is wiser to embrace simplicity. Though sails may be full on the river with favorable winds, one must be wary of hidden shoals. High aspirations may seem easy, yet who can foresee the breaking of wheels?" Having spoken, the old man reclined once more, drifting into a deep slumber. A man so at peace with his circumstances truly embodies a carefree existence. Zhang Jun committed those few phrases to memory, pondering them intently, yet finding them perplexing. He decided to return home. Upon entering, had he not seen his wife, Lu Yujia, within, he might have thought he had wandered into the wrong abode. The living room was crowded with people, some standing as there were not enough seats. Lu Yujia, her face aglow, called out cheerfully, "Zhang Jun, you're back?" As he changed his shoes, Zhang Jun asked, "What is happening here?" Lu Yujia approached him, eagerly taking his briefcase and whispered, "These are all our colleagues. They learned of your promotion and insisted on visiting you. They even said they wanted to treat you to a meal. I told them you were busy, but they wouldn't believe it and insisted on waiting for your return." One by one, the guests greeted Zhang Jun with laughter. "She has found such a talented husband in Zhang Jun. He will surely achieve great success. Secretary Zhang is truly exceptional. His talents have earned the esteemed Governor Ma's favor, and his future is boundless. Lu Yujia is one of us at the hospital. Secretary Zhang is now our hospital's son-in-law. Indeed, we must ask Secretary Zhang for his guidance going forward." The crowd chattered excitedly, showering Zhang Jun with compliments. They surrounded him, with a woman brushing away a speck. Returning to his own home felt akin to being a guest. He preferred tranquility and found this raucous atmosphere quite unbearable, his head throbbing from the noise. These individuals had no purpose other than to extol Zhang Jun and, by extension, Lu Yujia. After a good half-hour of commotion, Zhang Jun declared his fatigue, prompting the guests to rise, still eager to arrange a meal for the following day, which Zhang Jun declined, citing prior commitments. They took it in stride, cheerfully suggesting to reschedule before leaving. Once Lu Yujia had bid farewell to her colleagues, she beamed with rosy cheeks and said, Zhang Jun, go take a shower. I'll join you. Zhang Jun, feeling displeased, replied, could you refrain from bringing so many people home in the future? It's too noisy with so many chattering women. Lu Yujia paused, slightly taken aback, and responded, they are my colleagues, and they came to congratulate you on your promotion. You should be grateful. They gifted me over 20,000 in red envelopes. What? Zhang Jun's temper flared as he pointed at her, exclaiming, who permitted you to accept gifts? Do you truly need this 20,000? Lu Yujia, too, had a temper of her own. Her act of demureness had already reached its limit, and now it erupted. I do need the money. I need that 20,000. They gave it to me. What's wrong with accepting it? When they have celebrations, I would contribute to the gifts as well. This is merely the customary exchange of goodwill. It's perfectly normal. Even the disciplinary committee has no say over it. Zhang Jun scoffed and retorted, your hospital was just under investigation. The matter is not resolved. You dare to act brazenly and accept such a large sum of red envelopes. You are truly audacious. I warn you, return those envelopes immediately. This is a gift. Which leader's family does not hold celebrations? Which leader's family does not receive gifts? I'm not collecting from the entire hospital. These are friends and colleagues from my department. Zhang Jun was momentarily speechless with anger. He had just become Secretary Ma Hongqi's aide. If word got out that he was using his promotion to accept gifts, what would his boss think of him? Lu Yujia swept the trash from the coffee table into a bin, saying, tomorrow is the weekend. We should host them for lunch. They gifted us money. It would be inappropriate not to treat them. You must attend. Zhang Jun sank into the sofa, hand pressed against his forehead, firmly stating, I will not go. You must return that money. Let me be clear. Your actions will severely hinder my prospects. If I lose my position over this 20,000, I will hold you accountable. My husband's promotion only garnered a mere 20,000. What's the big deal? Zhang Jun questioned, where is the money? If you want to return it, I will take it back myself. Absolutely not. Lu Yujia was resolute, replying, I want to save money to buy an elevator apartment. Our current housing is a collective build and lacks an elevator, which is quite inconvenient. Having a roof over our heads is enough. Our circumstances are what they are. Why do we need an elevator apartment? Zhang Jun's desires starkly contrasted with his wife's. He sought contentment and modesty, yearning only for stability. Lu Yujia was an ambitious woman, and to put it bluntly, her aspirations were rather lofty, driven by an excessive yearning for material wealth. Otherwise, she would not have been so obsequious towards the likes of Zhou Wenbin, a lecherous old man. I don't care. I want it. Lu Yujia retrieved a mop and began cleaning the floor, vigorously mopping as she declared, many of my female colleagues have purchased elevator apartments. They are incredibly convenient. Higher floors offer better views, fresher air, and a tranquil ambience. Regardless, I must have an elevator apartment. Either you give me money, or else. How can this impact you? Your fears are rather unfounded, are they not? This world favors the bold and punishes the timid. While Ma Hongqi still holds power, you should leverage his influence to plan for your future. Power unused is wasted. Zhang Jun was rendered speechless by his wife's words. He sensed a hint of insight and asked, have you caught wind of something? Why do I feel as though you believe Governor Ma won't last long? Lu Yujia paused her tasks and replied, you cannot merely keep your head down and work. You must learn to look up and observe the road ahead. Ma Hongqi hails from the capital. No matter how long he serves, he is likely to complete merely one term in 5 years. Once he has enhanced his reputation, he will either ascend back to the capital or be reassigned elsewhere. Will you follow him? Even if you wish to, he must be willing to take you along. Zhang Jun wiped his face, sinking into deep contemplation. No wonder his wife was faring better than him. Her understanding of the political landscape was indeed more profound than his. It seemed he truly needed to strategize for his future. Chapter 23. The guest of honor. The following day, Lu Yujia was determined to persuade Zhang Jun to attend the luncheon. Zhang Jun resolutely refused, citing that his boss had to work overtime on the weekend, and repeatedly insisted that she return the red envelopes she had received to the gift givers in full. Lu Yujia was incensed, for the luncheon was arranged specifically in Zhang Jun's honor. Without his presence, what significance would it hold? Zhang Jun, wishing to avoid further confrontation, ignored her and exited the house. Lu Yujia, frustrated, stomped her feet in annoyance behind him. Zhang Jun rode his bicycle to the reception hall. He entered the courtyard where Ma Hongqi's villa was located and found his boss already awake, practicing Tai Chi beneath a tree. Good morning, boss. What brings you here? Ma Hongqi continued his slow, deliberate movements, executing a push-hand technique. I had nothing else to do, so I thought I'd come and keep you company, Zhang Jun replied with a smile. Boss, it's the weekend. Don't you have family to spend time with? Upon seeing Zhang Jun, Ma Hongqi's expression softened, revealing a hint of warmth unlike his usual stern demeanor. It's just 2 days. Traveling back and forth is too much. Time is wasted on the road. Don't you want to be with your family? My parents live in the countryside, my siblings work in another province, and my wife is on duty at the hospital today. I am just stuck at home feeling restless. Zhang Jun fabricated a half-truth that sounded convincing. Perfect. Come with me to a place. Ma Hongqi declared, exhaling deeply as he ceased his exercises. Zhang Jun did not inquire about their destination. He simply followed his boss, Ma Hongqi, wiped his face, and stepped out with Zhang Jun. Boss, shall I have the vehicle team arrange a car? Zhang Jun suggested. No need. We shouldn't use official vehicles, Ma Hongqi stated firmly. Zhang Jun hailed a taxi, opened the back door for Ma Hongqi, and took his seat in the front passenger seat. The driver inquired about their destination, and Zhang Jun turned to his boss for confirmation. To the 6th High School in the North City, Ma Hongqi replied. The driver activated the meter, and they set off. Silence enveloped the journey. Suddenly, Zhang Jun recalled the incident regarding Deputy Director Fang Jiangwen of the Education Department facing criticism. Now that his boss was heading to the 6th High School, could there have been a problem there? Yet, it was the weekend. Both teachers and students would be absent. What could possibly be inspected? He held his tongue, puzzled, until they arrived at the school's entrance. After the taxi came to a halt, Zhang Jun paid the fare and collected the receipt. To his surprise, the gates of the 6th High School were firmly shut. Zhang Jun glanced around and said, Boss, should I call someone to open the gate? No need. Ma Hongqi waved his hand dismissively, standing at the entrance, gazing at the teaching building inside. Zhang Jun remained bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. After a prolonged silence, Ma Hongqi let out a deep sigh and asked, Xiao Zhang, have you heard about the incident at the 6th High School? Zhang Jun suddenly recalled an event that had made headlines some time ago. It had initially shocked him, but he had since forgotten. You mean the collapse of the teaching building? Fortunately, only 2 students were injured, and there were no fatalities, Zhang Jun replied. No fatalities? Ma Hongqi abruptly turned his head, his gaze intense. They conduct no investigation and write whatever they please. What value do such newspapers hold? It is high time for a crackdown. Zhang Jun's heart sank. Could there have been fatalities after all? How many? The news had been handled so discreetly. The public relations work was evidently flawless. Ma Hongqi pointed at the teaching building and remarked, What do you think about a bureaucrat like Fang Jiangwen being criticized? Criticism is too lenient. He should be dismissed from his position. Zhang Jun cautiously interjected, Boss, as far as I know, Comrade Fang Jiangwen was only transferred to the Education Department in April of this year. He previously served as a doctoral advisor at a university. I learned this when I chatted with him while he was waiting in the secretary's office yesterday. Ma Hongqi scoffed. So what if that is the case? Zhang Jun cleared his throat softly and said, Boss, the collapse of the 6th High School. He could not assert that his superior was in error. Ma Hongqi had only taken office in this province in May and had not investigated when Fang Jiangwen was reassigned. Regardless, during his tenure, Fang Jiangwen had always served as the deputy director of the Education Department, overseeing infrastructure and financial matters, making it natural for him to be called in for criticism when accountability was necessary. The incident at the 6th High School had already been settled before Ma Hongqi's arrival. Who had brought this old matter back to light? No wonder Ma Hongqi had been so furious when he summoned Fang Jiangwen. Ma Hongqi chuckled. Why doesn't this Fang Jiangwen defend himself? Zhang Jun pondered briefly and replied, Could it be that someone intentionally transferred him to the Education Department to take the blame? After all, a university doctoral advisor, even if he managed to enter the Education Department, would find it difficult to oversee infrastructure and financial responsibilities. Boss, before you arrived, the province abruptly reassigned Fang Jiangwen to the Education Department, perhaps because they perceived him as honest and easy to manipulate. After facing your reprimand, he would only blame himself and not shift responsibility. Ma Hongqi nodded slowly, his understanding becoming clear. Zhang Jun, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from saying more. The remaining matters would depend on his boss's own investigation and evidence collection. Ma Hongqi gazed at the dilapidated teaching building and remarked, The collapsed structure has already been demolished, but reconstruction has yet to commence. The buildings that remain standing, although not collapsed, are aging. They should all be torn down and rebuilt. Otherwise, the danger remains. Zhang Jun agreed. Indeed. This was the first time his boss had invited him inside. Crossing that threshold, he felt he had genuinely earned his boss's initial layer of acknowledgement, qualifying him as a guest of honor. The meals in the villa area were prepared by dedicated staff who delivered them punctually each day. If Ma Hongqi chose not to dine at the reception hall or had guests, he would always inform the front desk in advance. Shortly thereafter, 2 young female servers entered with the dishes and meticulously arranged them on the dining table. Ma Hongqi typically dined alone, but having company today brought him joy. He instructed the servers to open a bottle of wine and filled 2 glasses. Xiao Zhang, do you know how to play chess? Ma Hongqi asked, taking a sip of his drink. I know a little about both Shangqi and Go, Zhang Jun modestly replied. His chess skills were quite advanced, particularly in Go, where he held a professional 5-dan ranking. For an average person, this was already impressive. Had he not been occupied with work, he might have pursued further advancement. However, in front of his superior, he chose to remain humble and not boast. Ma Hongqi rarely displayed a smile, but today he revealed a hint of one as he said, "Then let us play a couple of games afterward." I usually have no opponents to play against, so I practice by battling with myself, using both hands. Ha ha. If you manage to win against me, I'll reward you. Chapter 24. A date with a beauty in the afternoon. Zhang Jun accompanied Ma Hongqi in a game of Go. At the door, waitstaff continually knocked, announcing various visitors and inquiring whether Ma Hongqi would receive them. With a casual wave of his hand, Ma Hongqi instructed the staff that no visitors were to be admitted, suggesting that any matters requiring discussion should be taken to the office. Countless individuals sought his attention daily. If he were to welcome every visitor, he would no longer be able to attend to his personal affairs. Xiao Zhang, you are quite skilled, however. You still lost by half a point to me. As for your reward, it seems you shall have to work harder. Ma Hongqi chuckled. Having bested Zhang Jun, let us have another round. Zhang Jun smiled calmly. He had exerted himself fully to achieve that loss. It was a relief to finally concede this game. Although Ma Hongqi enjoyed playing Go, his skills were rather mediocre. Defeating him was a simple task for Zhang Jun, while losing was a different matter altogether. He could not allow his defeat to be too conspicuous. It was necessary to provide his boss with a sense of accomplishment, allowing him to narrowly triumph after a fierce battle. In this manner, Zhang Jun would not be regarded as insignificant in his boss's eyes, while simultaneously bringing him joy. This was not mere flattery, but rather an effort to maintain a positive mindset for his superior. A boss in good spirits from a victorious game would surely lead to a more pleasant work environment, wouldn't it? As several rounds of Go concluded, the dusk crept in unbeknownst to them. Ma Hongqi suddenly inquired, Xiao Zhang, are you familiar with Xinhuan Go? Zhang Jun was momentarily startled, reflecting that he had dined there twice at the invitation of others. It was an upscale establishment, and he wondered if his boss was already aware of this. The apprehensive mindset of a small civil servant is a sentiment shared by many, and Zhang Jun was no exception. Yes, it is a high-end restaurant, he replied without hesitation. At this moment, any hesitation would be a disservice to his own intellect. He quickly added, the first time I visited was after I became the boss's secretary. A former colleague invited me out for a meal there. Ma Hongqi asked, what is the price range like? Quite expensive. We didn't drink any fine wine and still spend over 500. Moreover, the private room incurs an additional 10 service charge, which some can waive while others cannot. We were unable to waive it last time. It is said that those holding a supreme card are exempt. Last time, Comrade Zhou Kong treated me to a meal there, and he possesses a supreme card. He takes great pride in it. If each of our comrades were to be nurtured by businessmen as he is, it would indeed be a terrifying situation. Zhang Jun discerned his boss's dissatisfaction with Zhou Kong. After a brief hesitation, he ventured, Boss, there is something I am uncertain about whether I should express. If I fail to do so, he reprimands me harshly, accusing me of incompetence. I told him that I served the boss, not Secretary Zhou, which left him quite flustered. Ma Hongqi, the previous high-ranking official, Gao Hai, was also arranged by him. Yet he did not heed his advice, resulting in a car accident. Are you afraid? Zhang Jun straightened his posture and declared, I am loyal to the boss and heed only his commands. As long as the boss is present, I fear nothing. Ma Hongqi invited him to dinner. As Zhang Jun's phone pinged, Ma Hongqi remarked, if you have matters to attend to, feel free to leave. Zhang Jun glanced at the message from Xie Xiaoya. Master, where are you? Didn't we agree to meet tonight? He quickly replied, I'm having dinner with the boss. Please wait for me. He then turned to Ma Hongqi and said, just a friend. Nothing urgent. I'll remain here to enjoy the meal. He intentionally spoke lightly, aiming to foster. After dinner, Zhang Jun suggested that the boss rest early, then took his leave. In Ma Hongqi's villa, there was a dedicated female servant to assist with household chores, tasks for which Zhang Jun was not required to lend a hand. Exiting the reception hall, Zhang Jun called Xie Xiaoya. Where are you? Xie Xiaoya replied with a note of dismay. I'm in the dormitory. Where else would I be? I've been waiting for your summons, and you've left me all alone in the middle of the road. I haven't even had dinner. Hearing her soft voice was like a cotton swab tickling his ears, and he replied, then allow me to treat you. What would you like to eat? I don't want to go out. Could you bring something to my dorm instead? Is that all right? I'm all alone here. My roommate has gone home. Her voice carried a captivating allure, making it difficult for Zhang Jun to keep his thoughts pure. I'll come over, he said. The road leading to the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute was one Zhang Jun had traversed for 5 years, familiar to the point of monotony. The dormitory was an antiquated structure, a type of building common before the 1990s. Only backward institutions like the Research Institute retained such facilities, while those in better condition had long since erected new buildings. Upon arriving at Xie Xiaoya's dormitory door, Zhang Jun knocked lightly. The door opened swiftly. "Master!" Xie Xiaoya greeted, clad in a rather revealing two-piece outfit, the scant fabric exposing her navel and slender waist. "Xiaoya, I brought you some rice covered with a lid. Please enjoy." As Zhang Jun caught sight of her fair skin, his gaze drifted downward to her long, straight legs, pure and alluring. Xie Xiaoya smiled radiantly, as if spring breezes swept through a grove of peach blossoms. She accepted the takeout bag, placed it on the table, and began to eat as she inhaled the aroma. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and said, "Master, you can sit on my bed, feel free." The dormitory was shared, each having a bed. Xie Xiaoya's bed was nestled in the corner by the window, which overlooked a courtyard adorned with a magnolia tree, its leaves dancing in the breeze. Zhang Jun sat at the edge of her bed, inhaling a fresh and pleasant fragrance that stirred his senses. Turning his head, he noticed Xie Xiaoya's undergarments placed beside the pillow, such a sizable size. 36C. He had never imagined that Xie Xiaoya, who appeared so slender and delicate, would possess such ample proportions. An inexplicable dryness washed over Zhang Jiyuan. As Xie Xiaoya ate, she inquired, "Master, your work must be quite demanding, right?" Zhang Jun responded with an affirmative sound. Zhang Jun waved his hand. "Please, continue with your meal." After Xie Xiaoya finished her dinner and tidied up, she went to the washroom to rinse her mouth and wash her face. Upon returning, she closed the door tightly and gently locked it. Hearing the sound of the door locking made Zhang Jun's heart race. He forced himself to calm down. After all, Xie Xiaoya gracefully approached and sat beside him on the bed, tilting her head to gaze at Zhang Jun. Her exquisite face bore no blemish, smooth as jade, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and touch. Chapter 25. The Trap of Love. Master, the work at the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute is so dull. Ever since you left, it has become even more tedious. Xie Xiaoya sighed. "Perhaps in a better establishment, would you?" As she spoke, she clung to Zhang Jun's arm, swaying gently. Zhang Jun felt the softness of her form. "Master, a mere word from you could secure me." Zhang Jun furrowed his brow slightly. This girl was clearly attempting to employ her charms to persuade him to assist her in a job transfer. "Which institution do you wish to join?" Zhang Jun inquired cautiously. "I have only passed by it. The high walls are lush with greenery, and the environment is truly exquisite, even more beautiful than a park. Once I am there, we could see each other more conveniently, wouldn't you agree?" In her bid to sway Zhang Jun, she leaned her body against his arm, almost pressing herself against him. Zhang Jun felt a sudden jolt of alarm. He was a married man, and although his marital relationship was strained, he had not yet divorced. Should Xie Xiaoya entangle herself with him, extricating himself would be exceeding. It was evident that she was not someone easily trifled with. The last time Zhang Jun failed to meet Ma Hongqi, Xie Xiaoya's demeanor had shifted drastically, distancing herself from him. However, after Zhang Jun became Ma Hongqi's secretary, she became proactive, even orchestrating this encounter. Ambiguity. This woman thrived on the thrill of the chase. Yet such exhilaration came. Otherwise, she would not easily yield, merely teasing him and drawing him into her meticulously crafted snare of romance. As a secretary, Zhang Jun constantly forced himself to control his desire. Wealth, beauty, and power. These three temptations could obliterate everything he currently possessed at any moment. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Xie Xiaoya, Zhang Jun smiled gently. "You wish to transfer to the provincial government?" As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, which department within the government could possibly require someone with your qualifications? But you are also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, and you managed to enter the provincial government. There are always more solutions than difficulties, provided you genuinely wish to assist Xiaoya, she cooed, her voice sweet and beguiling, rendering it difficult to resist. "I am merely an exception. Oh, this day, I do not understand why Governor Ma summoned me to serve as his secretary. Xiaoya, despite my proximity to Governor Ma, my official rank is merely that of a junior section chief. I possess no authority over personnel transfers. You hold me in too high regard. You represent the leadership." Facilitating a transfer should not be too challenging for you, should it? You clearly do not wish to help me, do you? Xiaoya is a person who values gratitude. "Master, should you assist me, I will repay you," she declared, her hand resting on. Zhang Jun found himself teetering on the brink of infidelity. This young and beautiful woman was entirely at his mercy. All he had to do was acquiesce, and he could possess her most precious gift. However, gaining her affections would come at a significant cost. Transferring an individual into the provincial government, Zhang Jun doubted he possessed such influence. Sensing his discomfort, Xie Xiaoya shifted her approach, saying, if entering the provincial government is not feasible, how about the Department of Health? Surely you can arrange that? She believed that by offering Zhang Jun a taste of sweetness, he would be more inclined to agree. Thus, she leaned in and kissed his cheek. Zhang Jun could no longer contain himself. He embraced Xie Xiaoya, who half-heartedly yielded. Leaning back onto the bed in that pivotal moment, Xie Xiaoya cradled his head and said, Master, just arrange for me to enter the Department of Health, and I shall allow you in. She needed to secure her own position first before she would agree to let Zhang Jun in. Zhang Jun felt repulsed by this atmosphere of bargaining, an incessant cycle of back and forth. The faint affection and interest he had cultivated were swiftly eroded by Xie Xiaoya's ulterior motives. Just then, the phone rang. Zhang Jun seized the opportunity to extricate himself, quickly rising to answer the call. It was Lu Zhengjie. Brother, are you free? I have a gathering. Please come join us. Lu Zhengjie's voice was drowned out by the raucous noise of a KTV. Zhang Jun typically avoided such establishments, but today he agreed, hoping to escape Xie Xiaoya. Where? I know the place. All right, I'll be there shortly. He hung up the phone and said to Xie Xiaoya, I have something to attend to. Goodbye. Hey, master. Don't go. We haven't finished our business yet, Xie Xiaoya exclaimed, hastily getting out of bed to grasp his hand. Let us go later. It's an urgent matter. Zhang Jun turned to leave, fearing that a moment's hesitation would plunge him back into her seductive trap. Xie Xiaoya gazed after him, her lips forming a sulky pout. Zhang Jun arrived at the Platinum Entertainment Club, where Lu Zhengjie was located. This was the most extravagant and opulent KTV in the province, rumored to be a haven for men to squander their fortunes. Zhang Jun certainly could not afford to indulge here. Lu Zhengjie likely lacked the financial means as well. Perhaps they were being treated by some wealthy patron? Zhang Jun silently resolved that if the situation seemed, he could not afford to fall into the alluring trap set by women, nor could he afford to be ensnared by the money traps devised by businessmen. Upon entering the private room, he found a gathering of 10 or so men and women, with several beautiful women in revealing dresses dancing in the center to enliven the atmosphere. Lu Zhengjie was clinking glasses with a few others, and upon seeing Zhang Jun, he set down his cup, laughing heartily, and exclaimed, Come, my good brother. You've finally made it. Let me introduce everyone. This is Comrade Zhang Jun, my close friend. He is Ma. Zhang Jun quickly jabbed him in the side, saying, That's enough. Lu Zhengjie chuckled. All right, I want to introduce him. Everyone already knows his identity. He urged Zhang Jun to sit in the center and called over a stunningly beautiful woman, instructing her to take a seat to Zhang Jun's left while he settled on Zhang Jun's right. Brother, this lovely lady is Shan Shui. She has admired you for a long time and specifically wishes to befriend you today. You must shake her hand. We cannot leave her hand hanging in midair, can we? Lu Zhengjie nudged Zhang Jun's arm. Zhang Jun turned his gaze to Shan Shui, captivated by her grace and beauty, as if she were a rare jewel. She was truly breathtaking, leaving him in awe of the beauty that existed in the world. In a realm filled with beauty, the heavens had bestowed half of it upon Shan Shui, while the rest was shared among all the women of the world. Chapter 26. Unimaginable wealth. Zhang Jun had just extricated himself from the alluring trap set by Xie Xiaoya, and now, faced with the enchanting Shan Shui, he found it quite challenging to maintain his composure. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself, gently grasping Shan Shui's hand and addressing her in a calm tone. Miss Shun, it's a pleasure to meet you. Shan Shui responded with a radiant smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, her voice as melodious and charming as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. Secretary Zhang, I hope you will look after me in the future. During their conversation, Zhang Jun learned that Shan Shui was a newly appointed host at a television station. As a newcomer, she was currently presenting the late-night program on the Urban Channel, which, due to its late airing, garnered low viewership. Zhang Jun rarely watched this program and thus was unfamiliar with her. He understood a fundamental truth. Wealth in the mountains attracts distant relatives, while poverty in the bustling city goes unnoticed. The people surrounding him now were merely seeking proximity to Ma Hongqi. He was but a stepping stone for them to connect with the powerful. Shan Shui, please join my brother for a drink, Lu Zhengjie called out. Once Shan Shui lifted her glass, he exclaimed, Let us toast with a cup together. Zhang Jun waved his hand with a smile, saying, Please, let us not do that. I have a wife at home. Shan Shui giggled. Secretary Zhang is truly a devoted family man. They clinked their glasses gently, and Shan Shui took a small sip before setting her glass down. Zhang Jun merely took a brief sip as well. Lu Zhengjie, observing their interaction with growing impatience, urged, How can you two drink like this? A woman shouldn't remain sober. Otherwise, a man has no chance. Shan Shui, are you trying to deny my brother an opportunity? Shan Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, radiant as a blooming peach blossom. Zhang Jun interjected, It's not wise for a woman to drink excessively. It is detrimental to her health. Shan Shui rose to retrieve the microphone, announcing, The song I requested is about to play. Secretary Zhang. Here's Ping Ju dedicated to you. Regardless of how things may end in the future, at least we once gathered together. There's no need to bind each other with constraints, nor is there a requirement for verbal promises. The lyrics were enticing. Xin Shui's voice was enchanting, captivating all who listened. When it was time for the male vocals, she handed the microphone to Zhang Jun. He had no choice but to accept it, joining in the song. As long as we once possessed it, that is enough for both of us. A lifetime is filled with memories. I only wish your reminiscences include me. As they sang, their eyes met. Xin Shui's eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, sparkled with life, large and bright, framed by charming under-eye bags. Zhang Jun pondered, what kind of man could possibly be fortunate enough to win over such a beautiful woman? As the gathering began to wind down, Lu Zhangjie leaned closer to Zhang Jun, whispering, what do you think of Xin Shui? A rare beauty. Even she sure pales in comparison. Should we introduce her to the boss? What do you think? What do you mean? The boss here has no family ties. Zhang Jun instantly understood Lu Zhangjie's intentions. This man was willing to go to great lengths for his ascent. Zhang Jun found Lu Zhangjie's character increasingly perplexing. How should we introduce her? Zhang Jun inquired, maintaining a neutral demeanor. You need to play matchmaker. Create an opportunity. I'll think it over. Zhang Jun neither declined nor agreed. To contemplate meant to set it aside, and it would likely result in no follow-up. However, Lu Zhangjie took it seriously. If this works out, we'll both be secure. Zhang Jun felt a jolt. The allure of a beautiful woman? This strategy had been employed for thousands of years and was still ever present. After the event concluded, Xin Shui once again shook Zhang Jun's hand, and they exchanged contact information. Upon returning home, Zhang Jun found his wife already asleep. After washing up and preparing to rest, a notification pinged. He picked up his phone to find a message from Xin Shui. Secretary Zhang, have you arrived home? Yes. And you? I just got home. It was a pleasure to meet you. Let us plan another outing soon. An outing? I'm in a gathering. Is that unacceptable? If I'm free, I can. Secretary Zhang, you are so refined and charming. The most unforgettable person I have ever met. Flattered, Zhang Jun began to type, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, but felt it too trivial and deleted it silently. Lu Yujie turned in her sleep, groggily asking, Zhang Jun, you're back? Who are you chatting with at this hour? Glancing at his wife, Zhang Jun replied, I was with Lu Zhangjie. We just wrapped up our gathering. Did you return the red envelope I asked you to? Lu Yujie replied sullenly, return? Who returns gift money? Besides, I treated them to a nice meal. It cost quite a bit. They all talked about me while you were away. You giving me no face at all. Zhang Jun, weary of the argument, turned over and fell asleep. On Sunday, Zhang Jun still went to the reception hall to accompany Ma Hongqi in playing Go, practicing Tai Chi, and engaging in conversation. The relationship between a secretary and a leader must not remain solely professional. That would be superficial. Only those with a deep personal bond can truly share their hearts. Zhang Jun seized every spare moment to strengthen. As he had just assumed the role of secretary, it was imperative that he quickly integrated into Ma Hongqi's inner circle. Otherwise, his position was at risk, and he could be replaced at any moment. While playing chess, Ma Hongqi inquired, aren't you curious who recommended you to me? Zhang Jun placed a piece and replied, I'd like to ask, but I fear it might be inappropriate. If the boss wishes to share something with me, he will do so. If he chooses not to, there must be a reason. Knowing when to speak and when to remain silent is a fundamental principle for a secretary. One must not inquire about matters that do not concern them nor speak when silence is warranted. Understanding the art of silence is far more challenging than merely knowing how to speak. Ma Hongqi smiled slightly. I have an old comrade in arms residing here. He suffers from numerous chronic ailments and often requires traditional Chinese medicine for treatment. Once, when he visited the Chinese medicine hospital for a prescription, he encountered you. You provided him with a prescription, and after following it, he experienced significant improvement in his condition. He is familiar with you, and has read many of your papers, so he recommended you to me. Zhang Jun suddenly recalled a face from the past. It was someone he had encountered during his internship at the Chinese medicine hospital when he was first assigned. Indeed, there was a person named Han Yuxian. He remembered that Han often took a particular prescription, which Zhang Jun had deemed less than ideal, so he had adjusted a few of the ingredients. The patient had experienced considerable relief from his long-standing ailment, and had been grateful to Zhang Jun ever since. Is it Mr. Han? Zhang Jun asked. Ma Hongqi confirmed, yes, it's old Han. He is my only friend here. If I cannot trust him, whom else can I trust? The facts prove he did not misjudge you. You are quite competent as a secretary. Zhang Jun had not anticipated that a patient he had met years ago would bring him such extraordinary fortune. Kindness begets kindness. Shall we visit old Han at his home? Ma Hongqi suggested, placing down his chess piece and rising. Zhang Jun immediately stood up saying, I have yet to visit his home. Over the past few years, I've been transferred to the Chinese Medicine Research Institute, and we lost contact. The two made their way to Han Zhengxian's residence. It was a building on an old street, with the Han family residing on the ground floor, complete with a small courtyard. The sun hung high in the sky. Zhang Jun looked up, suddenly struck by a thought. Eastward? This is directly east of my home, so what that fortune teller mentioned about wealth coming from the east refers to Han Zhengxian recommending me to Ma Hongqi. That fortune teller truly possesses insight. I must consult him when I have the chance. Ma Hongqi knocked on the door, and a soft voice called from within, "Coming." Chapter 27. The dark material. A gentle and charming young woman gracefully emerged, her waist-length hair dark and lustrous, adorned in simple yet appropriate attire. She exuded the refreshing naturalness of a neighborly girl, her entire being immaculate, providing a visually pleasing and comfortable aura. "Han Jin, is your grandfather home?" "Uncle Ma, my grandfather is indeed here. Please, come in." As Zhang Jun passed by her, he introduced himself, saying, "Hello, I am Zhang Jun, secretary to Governor Ma." The girl, approximately 17 or 18, flashed a sweet smile. "Hello, brother Zhang Jun. My grandfather has mentioned you, saying you saved his life." Zhang Jun felt a pang of embarrassment. Han Zhengxian emerged from the inner room, laughing heartily. "I heard the magpies chirping outside this morning. It turns out a noble guest has arrived." Ma Hongqi pointed at Zhang Jun, exclaiming, "Old Han, this young man is truly your benefactor." Han Zhengxian extended his hands to shake with both of them, inviting them to take a seat. Han Jin brought over tea, and as she passed it to Zhang Jun, their hands brushed. Her fingers were delicate and soft, pale with a hint of blush, warm to the touch like jade. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they turned to serious matters. Han Zhengxian, having retired from the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, possessed considerable connections within the province. Ma Hongqi sought his advice regarding anti-corruption efforts in hospitals. Han Zhengxian pondered for a moment and remarked, "This is a long-term and arduous endeavor. It cannot be a mere flash in the pan if it is to yield results. Greed blinds the mind, and on the path of corruption, there are always those unafraid of death who will come forward." Throughout their conversation, they did not sidestep Zhang Jun. Han Zhengxian waved his hand with a smile. "Let us not focus solely on business. It is rare to have leisure time. Shall we play a game of chess?" Ma Hongqi agreed, laughing. "I am here without any acquaintances. I am grateful to have young Zhang accompany me for a game, or else it would be rather dull." Upon mentioning Zhang Jun, Han Zhengxian praised him effusively. "I have experienced Zhang Jun's chess skills firsthand. He is truly formidable. Old Ma, you may be in for a crushing defeat." Ma Hongqi paused, glancing at Zhang Jun as if to say, "Oh, so you are trying to play tricks on me?" Zhang Jun smiled modestly, stating, "I haven't played in quite some time. My skills have significantly declined." This explanation seemed plausible. Han Hongqi and Han Zhengxian began their game. Han Jin brought over another chessboard, saying to Zhang Jun, "Let us play a game ourselves." With nothing pressing on his agenda, he agreed to a match with her. The young girl displayed an aggressive style of play, her moves relentless, starkly contrasting her gentle and reserved exterior. Zhang Jun, momentarily caught off guard, found himself in disarray, yet he quickly regained his composure, matching Han Jin's skill level. Ultimately, he turned the tide and secured a victory. After her loss, she exclaimed, "Brother Zhang Jun, you are so impressive." Zhang Jun smiled lightly, replying, "It was merely luck." Ma Hongqi remarked, "Incredible. Han Jin is a professional with a 3-dan level. You could defeat her? Young Zhang, when you play with me, do you perhaps let me win often?" Zhang Jun was taken aback to learn that the girl was indeed a professional 3-dan player. He hadn't considered it while playing, as she was just a girl, and winning seemed inconsequential. Now that Ma Hongqi had seen through him, he could only smile and say, "Just fortunate." They dined at the Han residence before departing. The following day, Monday, after Zhang Jun arrived at work and was attending to official matters, he noticed Zhang Changxing entering with a bow and a flat. "Hello, Secretary Zhang." Zhang Changxing approached, his demeanor obsequious. "What brings you here, Director Zhang?" Zhang Jun inquired. "Are you here to see Governor Ma?" Zhang Changxing replied in a hushed tone, "Secretary Zhang, I have some materials here. I am unsure if they will be of use." "What materials?" Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow. "Related to a hospital." Zhang Changxing opened his briefcase and produced a file folder, placing it before Zhang Jun. "Secretary Zhang." Previously, during a meal at the Western Warm Pavilion, Zhang Jun had hinted to Zhang Changxing that if he wished to transfer to the hospital, he first needed to deal with the vice president there. Zhang Changxing had indeed acted accordingly, gathering substantial evidence to present. Zhang Jun was indifferent to the origins of this evidence. He merely wished to ascertain whether it contained information regarding Zhou Wenbin. He was not disappointed. Most of the materials pertained to Zhou Wenbin, indicating that he indeed had issues. Is Zhou Wenbin truly this corrupt? Zhang Jun mused, "Are these materials all accurate?" Zhang Changxing lowered his voice, "Absolutely authentic. I spent a considerable sum acquiring this information from inside sources. Zhou Wenbin is not only avaricious, but also lecherous, having reportedly taken advantage of several nurses in the hospital. He has 4 or 5 mistresses alone." Zhang Jun nodded, "You may go back for now." Zhang Changxing glanced towards the corridor and whispered, "If this succeeds, there will be substantial rewards." Zhang Jun's expression. What business do we have between us? Zhang Chongqing appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly understood the need for discretion and turned to leave. Zhang Jun scrutinized the materials again, contemplating that regardless of their authenticity, he would first address Zhou Wenbin, even if the evidence was fabricated. It would still frighten him significantly. He rose and knocked on the door to the inner office. Upon hearing Ma Hongqi's voice, he stepped inside. Boss, just now an unfamiliar person slipped a file onto my desk and I have no idea who he was or which department he belongs to. Zhang Jun fabricated. Not even flinching, Ma Hongqi replied nonchalantly, just leave it. Zhang Jun placed the materials on the desk. He stepped back, sitting in a chair outside, wondering if his boss would examine the file. Would Zhou Wenbin face a downfall as a result? Zhang Jun realized that toppling Zhou Wenbin would be challenging. As a section chief, his rank was even lower than Zhou Wenbin's, rendering him powerless to address a vice president. Thus, he could only rely on Ma Hongqi to eliminate this troublemaker. However, all of this was orchestrated from behind the scenes. Despite being clandestine, one cannot bury the truth forever. If Ma Hongqi discerned his intentions, it could yield the opposite effect. As the workday drew to a close, a deputy secretary from the Provincial Disciplinary Committee arrived. The deputy secretary held the rank of a department head and had come to discuss work. Zhang Jun led him inside, refraining from eavesdropping and brewed tea before stepping out. The conversation lasted for half an hour. Zhang Jun remained unaware of the discussion's content. Before leaving work, his wife called, Zhang Jun, please come to my office to pick me up. My bicycle is missing. Zhang Jun was taken aback. How did it go missing? How would I know? I just left it in the bike rack at work. Then take the bus home. It's too crowded. In this sweltering heat, the bus smells terrible, and there are people taking advantage of the situation. Taking a taxi would be too extravagant. Will you come or not? All right, okay, I'll wait for you. After work, Zhang Jun arrived at the Provincial People's Hospital, picked up his wife, and they headed home together. Lu Yujie sat on the back of the bicycle, wrapping her arms around Zhang Jun's waist. This scene was a frequent occurrence shortly after their marriage, yet it had not happened in recent years. While waiting at a traffic light, a police car ahead caught the driver's attention, who turned to see Zhang Jun, calling out, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun glanced over. It was the officer who had assisted Lu Yuda with the case, someone he had only met once at the People's Road police station and whose name he didn't even know. The officer waved at him, smiling, Secretary Zhang, is this your beloved wife? You two are truly affectionate. Zhang Jun replied helplessly, my wife's bicycle was stolen. It was locked in the hospital's bike rack. In this day and age, thieves are rampant and brazen. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression turned indignant. Such a thing happened. Secretary Zhang, don't worry. I will take it upon myself to help your wife recover her bike. Chapter 28. He is dangerous. Zhang Jun harbored little hope. The bicycle was lost, and what were the chances of recovering it? Perhaps the officer merely said that to console him. The two exchanged contact information, and Zhang Jun learned that upon returning home, Lu Yujie entered the kitchen to prepare dinner and suggested, what if we buy a car? Zhang Jun replied flatly, I have no money. The van costs several tens of thousands, let alone a car. We could purchase it in installments, spreading the payments over 3 years and starting with a down payment. First, she desired an elevator apartment, and now she aspired to own a couple without children. Their combined salaries sufficed for their needs in the provincial capital, allowing them to save a little. However, once they had children, the expenses would be staggering, leaving no room for purchasing a house or a car. Zhang Jun was unwilling to lead a life burdened by debt, nor did he wish to become a slave to a mortgage or car payments. This disagreement led to an argument. During dinner, Lu Yujie placed some ribs in his bowl and said, let me tell you something, but promise me you won't get angry. You can do it if you can, otherwise forget it. Zhang Jun, focused on his meal, asked, could you arrange it? Zhang Jun abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze, and coldly retorted, you still have connections with him? Lu Yujie set down her utensils and grasped his hand, insisting, listen to me. There's nothing between us, he treats everyone this way. All the nurses in our department have been flirted with by him, and none have paid him any heed. He approached me, claiming he wanted to meet Governor Ma, and last time he offered me 100,000, and he was promptly chased away. Zhang Jun scoffed, I'm telling you, steer clear of this man. He is dangerous. Lu Yujie remained unconvinced. What danger could a vice president pose? Oh, are you afraid he might bully me? If I refuse, he wouldn't dare to force himself on me. If I report him, he'll end up in prison. He wouldn't risk it. Indeed, his wife was a formidable character, adept at navigating her workplace. Zhang Jun had invested considerable time and effort to win her over. During their lunch break, Lu Yujie was quite assertive, catching Zhang Jun off guard, leaving him no choice but to yield to her advances. As the afternoon approached, Zhang Jun received a phone call. Secretary Zhang, this is Ming Weidong. Your wife's bicycle has been found. Found? Zhang Jun was more astonished by this news than if it had remained lost. In this city, losing a bicycle was all too common. He and his wife had misplaced 3 bicycles over the years. A Phoenix brand bicycle cost 500 yuan, amounting to 1,500 for all 3, quite a painful thought. He had reported the previous losses, but they had all vanished without a trace. Eventually, he ceased reporting them, resigned to the idea that it was lost for good. This time, however, after informing Meng Weidong, the bicycle was recovered in less than 2 hours. Remarkable speed indeed. A blue and white women's Phoenix bicycle with a front basket. Correct. Meng Weidong described the bicycle's appearance. Yes, that's it, Zhang Jun confirmed, having previously communicated about it. Meng Weidong continued, Secretary Zhang, I have sent someone to deliver the bicycle to your building. Just have your wife come down to sign for it. Zhang Jun then asked Lu Yujie to go downstairs to receive it. After a short while, she returned upstairs, beaming, Meng Weidong is truly impressive. He managed to recover a lost bicycle. It's even newer than mine. Zhang Jun, perplexed, inquired, What? Newer than yours? Then it isn't yours. If it isn't yours, why did you sign for it? Lu Yujie, preparing for work, replied, Why overthink it? This bicycle is, after all, stolen property they recovered. It looks exactly like mine, only the paint is shinier. Perhaps the thief had it repainted to sell at a higher price. That's what the officer said, not me. Zhang Jun shook his head, speechless. Ever since he became secretary to Ma Hongqi, everything seemed to fall into place for him. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared mind, while adversity leaves the unprepared in chains. Zhang Jun rode the bicycle to work. He arrived at the office first, brewed some tea, tidied up, and then joined the drivers from the transport team to head to the reception hall. Just as they arrived, Ma Hongqi was stepping out. Upon getting into the car, Ma Hongqi instructed, to the Provincial People's Hospital. The driver, somewhat confused, asked, Governor Ma, is that the first hospital? Zhang Jun quickly interjected, Driver, since the boss didn't specify whether it was the second or third hospital, it must be the first. The driver acknowledged, I just wanted to avoid making a mistake. I meant no offense. Some leaders provide detailed instructions, while others are rather vague, leading to occasional mix-ups. Zhang Jun found the driver's chatter excessive and cleared his throat softly. The driver promptly fell silent. Upon arriving at the Provincial People's Hospital, Ma Hongqi headed to the outpatient hall and queued at the registration desk. Zhang Jun paused, unsure of Ma Hongqi's intentions, and stepped forward to inquire, Boss, should I queue instead? Ma Hongqi waved his hand dismissively. You go upstairs and take a look around. We are here to experience the difficulties of seeking medical treatment. Share your observations honestly. Zhang Jun thought to himself, was there really a need for this experience? Who among the populace was unaware of the challenges of queuing and accessing healthcare? No matter the ailment, patients endured a day of examinations upon entry, facing endless lines and torment. A patient suffering from stomach pain might be told to undergo a gastroscopy, but the wait for that could stretch to a week. Without the gastroscopy, the doctor would refuse to treat or prescribe medication. Who could endure a week with stomach pain? They would either succumb to the agony or recover on their own. With Ma Hongqi's directive, Zhang Jun had no choice but to proceed upstairs. He arrived at the floor where his wife worked. The Provincial People's Hospital was vast, housing multiple wards and dozens of head nurses. Thus, Lu Yujie's position as a head nurse was relatively modest, which motivated her desire for advancement. Ah, Secretary Zhang, you're quite the busy man. What brings you here today? The duty nurse greeted Zhang Jun with a giggle. Zhang Jun smiled faintly and approached his wife's office. Upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback to find Lu Yujie conversing with Zhou Wenbin. Although Zhou Wenbin feigned humility in Zhang Jun's presence, his true nature was hard to disguise. He had been fixated on Lu Yujie's graceful beauty. His eyes gleamed with a predatory glint as he reached out, attempting to grasp Lu Yujie's hand. Lu Yujie evaded him, saying, Director Zhou, please refrain from such behavior. If you have something to discuss, just say it. Zhang Jun's expression hardened, disregarding the hospital setting, and he barked, Humph. Lu Yujie turned in surprise, exclaiming, Zhang Jun. Now that Zhang Jun had risen in status, Lu Yujie eagerly wished for him to frequent her workplace, boosting her own standing. Zhou Wenbin's demeanor shifted instantly, plastering a smile on his face as he exclaimed, Secretary Zhang, welcome, welcome. Zhang Jun stepped into the room, closed the door, and delivered a powerful punch squarely to Zhou Wenbin's eye. Chapter 29. A Gentleman's Revenge. Zhou Wenbin was terrified to the core. When it came to fighting, how could he possibly stand a chance against Zhang Jun? Zhang Jun was fueled by a torrent. How heavy could his fists possibly be? Zhou Wenbin felt a wave of darkness wash over him, sensing blood trickling down, clouding his right eye. Whoosh! Zhang Jun unleashed another punch. Oh, Wenbin scrambled backwards. Zhang Jun's second blow landed squarely on his shoulder, causing him to cry out in agony. Secretary Zhang, it's a misunderstanding. Zhou Wenbin exclaimed, frantically circling the office desk. His voice raised. Zhang Jun had long yearned to pummel this scoundrel. Damn it. You once looked down on me. You flirted with my wife. Now that I've made something of myself, wouldn't it be only fitting to settle the score? He leaned on the desk, hoisting himself up, and seized Zhou Wenbin's head, yanking it down onto the table. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each strike landed with brutal force. Zhou Wenbin was reduced to a pitiful state. Lu Yujia covered her face with her hands, aghast at the scene unfolding before her. She dared not intervene or assist in the merciless beating of a fallen foe. Outside, Zhang Jun had ample time to vent his pent-up resentment, continuing until exhaustion overtook him. He plopped down into a chair and addressed his wife. "Bring me a glass of water." Lu Yujia hurriedly fetched a glass and handed it to Zhang Jun, gently nudging his arm. "You should leave. I'll handle this." Hearing her concern softened his tone slightly as he replied, "I'm not afraid. If he dares to call the police, I'll hit him again." Zhou Wenbin collapsed onto the floor, his face smeared. Zhang Jun spoke in a low, menacing tone. "Zhou, if you dare to touch my wife again, I'll ruin you." Zhou Wenbin's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word after a prolonged silence. Just then, his phone rang. Zhou Wenbin answered, exclaiming, "Governor Ma, you're at the hospital? I'm on my way." He quickly rose, tidied his hair, adjusted his clothes, wiped the blood from his face with a tissue, and hurriedly departed. Lu Yujia inquired, "Zhang Jun, is Governor Ma here too?" Zhang Jun nodded, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. "I accompanied Governor Ma to oversee the work. Zhou Wenbin is in for a rough time." I'll head downstairs first. Lu Yujia embraced him, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Zhang Jun." He gently pushed her away and descended the stairs. While he wreaked havoc upstairs, Ma Hongqi was seething with frustration in the lobby. After standing in line for what felt like an eternity, he witnessed doctors and nurses allowing acquaintances to cut in line at the registration desk. The people waiting behind dared not voice their anger. Ma Hongqi remarked, "Comrades, you need to queue." Yet, nobody paid him any mind. Finally reaching the counter, he complained of a stomachache and requested to register. The staff inquired, "Which department?" "Hurry up." Ma Hongqi insisted, "I have a stomachache. Which department should I register for?" "How should I know? There's no specific stomach department. Go ask a doctor first." "Comrade, I can't see a doctor without registering. There's a guidance desk over there. Go ask them before you register." Ma Hongqi casually replied, "Then I'll register for gastroenterology." "Do you want a director's appointment or a specialist's? Is there a difference?" "A director's appointment costs 50. I just want to check my digestive system. I don't need a director or a specialist. All the general appointments are booked." "Then I'll register for tomorrow." "You need to come back tomorrow to register for tomorrow." "So I've wasted my time today? Is a specialist available? What time can I be seen?" "There are still 20 people ahead of you. Will I even get seen today? Are you registering or not? Stop rambling." Ma Hongqi begrudgingly paid 25 yuan for a specialist appointment. With his number in hand, he approached the guidance desk to inquire which floor to go to for his consultation. The nurse at the desk instructed him to go to the 5th floor. Upon arriving at the elevator, after waiting an eternity for it to arrive, he decided to take the stairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he found the line at the specialist's clinic far too long. He feared he wouldn't be seen today. Not truly there for treatment, he struck up a conversation with a nearby person. An elderly gentleman remarked, "Getting checked takes a good part of the day. If you want to see a doctor, be prepared to wait 2 or 3 days. If it's a gastroscopy, you might have to wait a week." Ma Hongqi asked, "What if it's acute gastroenteritis? Should I go to the emergency room? Do they have to queue there too?" The elderly man replied, "It's the same. They'll make you wait for the gastroscopy. They want to prescribe medication without a diagnosis, and it could take 10 days to half a month to get your medicine." The director was away in Beijing for a meeting, leaving Vice Director Zhou Wenbin in charge. Ma Hongqi summoned Zhou Wenbin to him. Zhou Wenbin approached, visibly injured. Ma Hongqi, seeing his Governor Ma, if you need medical attention, just let me know so I can arrange it." Ma Hongqi scoffed, "If I need medical care, you can arrange it. But what about the common people seeking treatment? Can you arrange for each one of them?" Zhou Wenbin meekly replied, "Resources are limited. Of course, we prioritize leadership." Ma Hongqi snorted, "I'm here for on-site work. I just experienced the difficulties of registering, paying, and seeing a doctor. Do you have any solutions?" Zhou Wenbin offered a wry smile. "Resources are limited, and there are too many patients. It's simply unresolvable. Unless we expand, which requires significant funding." Ma Hongqi inquired sternly, "Have you ever submitted an expansion proposal? I understand it's challenging to expand, but can't you optimize the service? I don't know if you've ever registered in the lobby. There are numerous issues." Zhou Wenbin hung his head. Yes, we'll rectify it immediately." Zhang Jun approached, standing beside Ma Hongqi. Ma Hongqi asked him, "What did you find out?" Zhang Jun recounted his observations, which were essentially his own experiences. It was difficult to secure a hospital bed. Obtaining a registration number was equally challenging. Tests were numerous, costing thousands, yet the ailment remained undiagnosed. Medication was expensive. A simple prescription could run into the hundreds. The attitude of the medical staff was appalling, lacking. Zhou Wenbin listened as Zhang Jun lambasted the hospital from top to bottom, his teeth grinding in anger. Ma Hongqi nodded. "I'm aware. These issues are indeed real, and they have persisted for more than a year or two. A complete overhaul is necessary. If you can't improve the hospital service, I will ensure you are replaced. Zhou Wenbin was taken aback, hastily responding, Governor Ma, we will make changes immediately. His phone rang, and he cautiously said, Governor Ma, may I take this call? Ma Hongqi waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Wenbin answered, What? The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission is here. All right, I'll be right over. Chapter 30. This is double regulation. Upon hearing that a member from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection had arrived, Zhang Jun couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight, thinking, the inevitable has finally come. Zhou Wenbin hung up the phone and said to Ma Hongqi, Governor Ma, Deputy Secretary Zhao from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection is here. I must go meet him at once. Ma Hongqi waved his hand. Comrade Zhao Yujun has arrived. Let us go greet him together. The patients waiting nearby were taken aback upon learning that this man was Governor Ma. The small group made their way to Zhou Wenbin's office. Zhao Yujun, accompanied by several colleagues, had already taken a seat. Upon entering, Zhou Wenbin forced a smile and greeted, Hello, Secretary Zhao. Zhao Yujun and Ma Hongqi nodded in acknowledgement before Zhao's expression turned solemn as he stated, Comrade Zhou Wenbin, we need to verify some matters with you. Please accompany us back to the commission for an investigation. Zhou Wenbin's eyes widened in shock, stuttering, Zhao, Secretary Zhao, what is this about? If you have inquiries, I assure you, I will speak freely. Zhao Yujun signaled to his subordinates, and two male colleagues stepped closer, positioning themselves beside Zhou Wenbin to prevent any attempt at escape. Zhou Wenbin, now utterly alarmed, glanced around, his legs quaking with fear, and exclaimed, Secretary Zhao, what is happening? What have I done wrong? Zhao Yujun replied sternly, We are merely conducting a routine procedure. Please come with us for an investigation. Trembling, Zhou Wenbin asked, Is this double regulation? Zhao Yujun stood and said, You may perceive it that way. Take him away. His expression softened as he addressed. Zhou Wenbin could barely move his feet. Suddenly, a trickle of liquid dripped from his pants. The poor man was so frightened that he had lost control. The two male colleagues flanked him, escorting Zhou Wenbin away. Zhang Jun mused to himself, such a gratifying turn of events. Did the boss and Zhao Yujun conspire on this? The swift action taken by the Commission for Discipline, the inspection team from the department was still in the province, and these cases were all tied to the Provincial People's Hospital. There was a strong likelihood of joint investigations, potentially uncovering further scandals. As this commotion unfolded, the clock struck 5. Back in the office at the provincial government compound, Zhang Jun tidied up, preparing to leave for the day. His phone buzzed. He retrieved it to find a message from Shen Shui. Secretary Zhang, would you be free for dinner? Having no plans for the evening, Zhang Jun replied, What dinner and where shall we meet? How about Shigunwan? It's south quite close to you, and the food there is delightful. Anywhere works for me. After work, Zhang Jun drove Ma Hongqi back to the reception hotel. Ma Hongqi did not invite Zhang Jun inside nor offered him a meal. Zhang Jun bid farewell and proceeded to the Xinhuan Gu restaurant. Shen Shui awaited him at the entrance. She wore a flowing white chiffon dress, complemented by high-heeled sandals, her straight, fair legs glowing softly in the sunlight like a babbling brook. The beauty radiating from Shen Shui was akin to a sky full of twinkling stars, captivating beyond measure. Her eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, exuding a warmth that drew attention. Most enchanting were her cherry-like lips, slightly curved, resembling a blooming flower, leaving one entranced. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded naturally, embodying an understated elegance. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, Shen Shui beamed with a radiant smile. Hello, Secretary Zhang. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Zhang Jun replied, securing his vehicle. I just arrived as well, Shen Shui said, stepping forward to shake his hand. Holding her hand, Zhang Jun inquired, What is the occasion prompting this dinner invitation? Shen Shui chuckled, Well, today marks the 4th day since I met Secretary Zhang. It's worth celebrating. The two entered Xinhuan Gu and chose a small table in the hall. Shen Shui encouraged Zhang Jun to order. He opted for 2 dishes and a soup, totaling over 100 yuan. As Shen Shui washed the cups and bowls, she remarked, I feel a kinship with Secretary Zhang. Though I haven't seen you for a few days, you've been in my dreams. Zhang Jun thought to himself, this woman certainly knows how to charm a man. He recalled Lu Zhangjia's words about wanting to introduce Shen Shui to Ma Hongqi. Such a beauty. Would Ma Hongqi be able to resist? Yet, Zhang Jun knew he could not play matchmaker. That would be akin to peddling favors. Curious about Shen Shui's intentions, he asked, By inviting me, do you wish for me to introduce you to my boss? Shen Shui appeared momentarily taken aback. Your boss? Governor Ma? What possible use would I have for him? Our paths are so distant. Even if I were to meet him, he'd hardly have time for me. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Jun chuckled and inquired, As a newcomer, I'm simply grateful to have a program to host, and I can't afford to have too many demands. By the way, have you watched my show? Zhang Jun had not seen her program, but in that moment, he felt compelled to feign familiarity. I've caught glimpses here and there. It possesses a unique style. Such praise was astute, complimenting the essence without delving into specifics. Shen Shui grinned, If I can earn Secretary Zhang's approval, I shall be even more capable in hosting my programs moving forward. Zhang Jun pondered for a moment before asking, do you have a show? As long as I don't get intoxicated, it won't interfere with my work. Zhang Jun considered and said, there's a piece of news that has just occurred. If you report it tonight, it might create quite a stir. Really? What news? Please, share it with me. Shun Shui leaned closer, her intent gaze fixed on him. Zhang Jun, catching a whiff of her captivating fragrance, began, this afternoon, Governor Ma visited the provincial people. Whether these two incidents were connected would be left to the citizens to judge. Shin Shui, with her keen sense for news, brightened and exclaimed, this is excellent news. I must hasten to draft a piece and report it to the leadership. I wouldn't dare publish anything without approval, especially when it concerns the leadership. Zhang Jun nodded in understanding. Shin Shui retrieved her phone, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I'll promptly seek the provincial propaganda department's approval. Shin Shui smiled. I'll start drafting the piece right now. Secretary Zhang, you must guide me on how to write it. She pulled out paper and pen from her bag, laying them on the table as she looked expectantly at Zhang Jun. After a brief contemplation, he instructed her in crafting a report. Chapter 31. Assistance in operations. The incident of Ma Hongqi experiencing life in the hospital has remained a secret to very few, as there were no journalists accompanying him at the time to document the event. However, this did not pose a challenge for the television station's production team. Footage from the hospital and images of Ma Hongqi's routine inspections could serve as material. After having dinner, Zhang Jun and Shin Shui parted ways. That evening, as Zhang Jun settled on the sofa to watch television, a novel in hand, Lu Yujia emerged from the shower, clad in a nightgown, gracefully traversing the living room to capture Zhang Jun's attention. Yet, he remained engrossed in his book. Aren't you going to sleep? Lu Yujia inquired as she sat beside him, entwining her arm with his affectionately. I'm just catching up on the news. There's a report regarding your hospital, Zhang Jun replied, inhaling the delightful scent of his wife's shampoo and soap. Lu Yujia, undeterred, continued, oh, it's made the news. I've heard that Zhou Wenbin's situation is quite dire. Being placed under double regulation, he may find it impossible to recover. Zhang Jun scoffed. He brought this upon himself. He has no one to blame but himself. Lu Yujia playfully whispered in his ear, hey, could you assist me in moving up the ranks? I wish to be promoted. Zhang Jun, feeling a softening at her request, responded, the head nurse? Lu Yujia, with grand ambitions, declared, I aspire to be the director of the nursing department. Zhang Jun retorted, your qualifications are evident. Such aspirations cannot be fulfilled overnight. Lu Yujia persisted, Zhang Jun, you two have become Ma Hongqi's secretary. When it comes to promotions, if the leadership believes in you, then you are deemed capable. Much like Xie Xiaoya, who, when on the brink of entering, insisted on clarifying conditions before allowing entry. This deeply irked Zhang Jun. The evening news aired at 11, a rather late hour, as most working individuals were already asleep, which explained the low viewership. Upon seeing the host Shin Shui on the screen, Lu Yujia couldn't help but exclaim, that woman is stunning, like a celestial being. Zhang Jun shared the sentiment. Shin Shui was slender and photogenic, yet in reality, she was even more beautiful. The news indeed featured Ma Hongqi's visit to the hospital. Although the footage was a compilation, it appeared seamless. Why didn't they mention Zhou Wenbin's predicament? Lu Yujia questioned after watching that segment. Zhang Jun, fixated on the screen and no longer reading, replied, it hasn't been conclusively determined yet, thus it cannot be reported. However, astute observers will inevitably ponder why. This, in turn, elevates Ma the governor's stature. He is not in the business of arrests. He is focused on operational matters. News related to him should simply reflect his work. I see. Lu Yujia redirected her focus back to her career. Please lend your support in my endeavors. If I get promoted, it will benefit our family as well. After watching the evening news, the couple retired for the night. Lu Yujia, taking the initiative, snuggled closer. Ever since Zhang Jun became secretary, their affectionate interactions no longer required his initiation. Lu Yujia was now singularly focused on conceiving, eager to give Zhang Jun a child. Zhang Jun, busy with work and often staying late, found himself lacking the time to provide care should his wife become pregnant. However, both were nearing the age of 30, making it an appropriate time to start a family. They had not utilized any contraceptive methods in recent days. Zhang Jun found himself, having just become a secretary, this was hardly an opportune moment for such a decision. But when would it be suitable? He did not know. Every situation is a double-edged sword. The position of secretary, while granting Zhang Jun power, also imposed numerous constraints. With power comes responsibility. Accepting one side of the coin necessitates accepting the other. The following morning, Zhang Jun arrived at the guest house. Ma Hongqi emerged, inquiring, it mentioned your experience with the public, though it's a pity no footage was captured at the time, as it would have added authenticity. Once in the car, Ma Hongqi rubbed his hands together to warm them and washed his face, saying, this news segment was arranged by you, wasn't it? Few knew of the events from the previous day. Who else but Zhang Jun could it have been? Sitting in the front passenger seat, Zhang Jun cautiously responded, the governor's understanding of public sentiment and addressing the difficulties citizens face in accessing medical care should be widely disseminated. The people of the province deserve to know that the deputy governor responsible for health is a leader who genuinely cares for the public and is dedicated to serving them. Ma Hongqi maintained an unperturbed expression, calmly stating, "Before the segment aired, the provincial publicity department consulted me, and I approved it." Zhang Jun internally sighed with relief. His efforts had finally gained his boss's approval. Ma Hongqi planned to visit other hospitals that day. As Zhang Jun inquired, "Boss, will we be bringing reporters along today?" Authentic documentation would allow the public to see that the government is committed to improving their livelihoods. Though Ma Hongqi was not one to seek the limelight, which team should we involve? Ma Hongqi responded, "Let us not draw too much attention. Our primary objective is to accomplish our tasks, not to seek publicity. Significant news segments should be reserved for other leaders." Last night's report was quite satisfactory. Zhang Jun pondered. This implied they would be featured on the evening news, which would place Shen Shui directly in Ma Hongqi's line of sight. He was unable to forget Shen Shui's beauty and naturally desired an opportunity to become acquainted with her. Was it wise to introduce Shen Shui to Ma Hongqi? Yet, he found himself with no room to reconsider. He had no other choice. The boss had spoken, and Zhang Jun could only comply. In the grand scheme of things, destiny had its own design. Zhang Jun called Shen Shui, asking, "Miss Shen, are you available today? Governor Ma will be visiting grassroots sites, and if your team is free, please come along to document it." Shen Shui, pleasantly surprised, replied, "Sure, I'm free. What time do we leave?" "Great, I'll head over now." Hearing her joyful laughter, Zhang Jun hung up with a complex mix of emotions. By 10 in the morning, Ma Hongqi's car and the television station's interview vehicle departed from the provincial government compound. After boarding the vehicle, Zhang Jun learned that Ma Hongqi intended to inspect the third hospital. He thought of Jiang Changxing and discreetly took out his phone, swiftly typing a brief message. "Boss is on the way. Do not return." This would grant Jiang Changxing sufficient time to address matters at the hospital. Zhang Jun believed Jiang Changxing was already aware of the situation at the first hospital. The arrangements he made would depend on his capability and fortune in winning Ma Hongqi's approval. Chapter 32. Walking on thin ice. Half an hour later, Ma Hongqi's convoy arrived at the third hospital. In stark contrast to yesterday's covert visit, this time, not only was the Deputy Secretary General of the General Office, Zhou Kong, present, but also the Director of the Provincial Health Department and several journalists from the television station. Covert inspections should be a rarity. If a high-ranking official frequently resorts to such measures, it instills fear in subordinates. What leaders seek is authority, not intimidation. The group entered the outpatient hall of the third hospital. Business at provincial hospitals is typically brisk, with queues forming at each window. However, here, the lines were orderly, and there were no signs of anyone cutting in. The information desk was conveniently located to the left upon entry, easily visible. Two young nurses on duty, dressed in pristine white uniforms and wearing nurse caps, possessed lovely faces and tall figures, adorned with gentle smiles. Upon seeing Ma Hongqi and his entourage, the nurses' smiles widened even further. Zhang Jun mused to himself, "What a commendable job by Jiang Changxing. Everything is well arranged in such a short time." Standing at the entrance, Ma Hongqi surveyed the hall and turned his gaze towards the information desk. The nurse bent slightly and greeted, "Hello, how may I assist you today?" Ma Hongqi proceeded to pose several inquiries. How many patients does the hospital receive daily? Can those who register be seen? Is it possible to make an appointment for the day after tomorrow? What is the fee for a chief physician's consultation? How much for a specialist? What are the costs for various examinations? How long is the wait? The two nurses responded eloquently and with ease, clearly impressing Ma Hongqi, who nodded in satisfaction. He then mingled with the patients, engaging warmly in conversation, asking what an elderly woman replied, "Difficult. Is there anything easy about it? Everything in the hospital is expensive. All my savings from a lifetime of work have been spent here. Health insurance reimbursement? Many medications are not covered. They say there is no policy." Another middle-aged man who had traveled from the countryside lamented, "It's incredibly tough. We've been here for a week just to see a doctor, and the cheapest lodging costs 50 yuan a night. I waited 2 days just to register, and after finally seeing a doctor, I had to undergo a series of examinations. Each test requires waiting in line, and if the results are incomplete, the doctor won't provide treatment or medication." Ma Hongqi took note of each response, continuing to Zhang Jun, pen and paper in hand, recorded the exchanges. The boss might not remember all the discussions, and a good memory is no match for a poor pen. If the boss inquired later, he would be prepared. The accompanying journalists quietly captured the scene, with Shen Shui occasionally directing the cameraman to film the hall's environment and to take several close-ups of Ma Hongqi and Zhang Jun. After visiting a few departments, Ma Hongqi gathered enough insight to summon the hospital leadership for a discussion. Zhang Jun thought to himself that Jiang Changxing was quite perceptive. He hadn't rushed to welcome them, which would have appeared insincere. Even if it were a performance, it should be executed in full, leaving no room for suspicion. Before long, several vice presidents hurried over. "Ah, Governor Ma, we apologize for not greeting you from afar." The directors queued up to shake hands with Ma Hongqi, Zhou Kong, Zhang Jun, and others. When Jiang Changxing shook hands with Zhang Jun, he nodded slightly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Clearly, the message Zhang Jun had sent had been of great assistance to him. Ma Hongqi provided significant directives on site, emphasizing that safeguarding the health of the populace should be prioritized as a strategic objective, accelerating the construction of a robust medical province, guiding high-quality medical resources to the grassroots level, and significantly enhancing the quality and standards of medical services to continually meet the high-quality healthcare demands of the people. At noon, the hospital repeatedly invited Ma Hongqi to dine before departing. He waved his hand and, with earnestness, stated, "I shall forego the meal. Address the issues I've pointed out, amend them if necessary, and strive for improvement if not. I will return for an inspection in a month. I do not wish to hear further complaints about difficulties in seeking medical care or hospitalization." Everyone responded in unison, seeing Ma Hongqi and his party off as they watched the vehicle disappear from view. The journalist vehicle followed to the reception hall. Upon alighting, Ma Hongqi noticed the television station's interview vehicle and, after a moment's contemplation, said to Zhang Jun, "Please treat the colleagues from the television station to a meal. I shall not accompany you. I have an important meeting this afternoon, so you need not follow me. Stay in the office to handle official matters." "Understood, boss," Zhang Jun replied, hands at his side. After escorting Ma Hongqi to his villa, Zhang Jun emerged and said to Xin Shui, "The boss has arranged for me to treat you all to a meal. Thank you for your hard work today." Xin Shui smiled radiantly. "It is our honor to accompany the leaders to the grassroots." Her words were sincere. There were only a few leaders in the province, and many reporters at the television station. Not everyone had the opportunity to follow them on such visits. Xin Shui graciously continued, "Secretary Zhang, I must thank you for this invaluable opportunity. I ought to treat you instead. Shall we go to the Xinhuan Pavilion?" Those in the provincial government circle often dined at Xinhuan Pavilion. Zhang Jun, having worked at the provincial government for only a short time, had yet to discover who the true backer of Xinhuan Pavilion was. During the meal, Xin Shui raised a glass in a toast to Zhang Jun, lightly smiling, "Secretary Zhang, your eloquence is truly commendable. Thanks to your guidance, I received praise from the leaders at the station for the broadcast last night." Zhang Jun chuckled. "Governor Ma complimented you today." Xin Shui's face radiated with joy, enhancing her charm and beauty. After the meal, when Xin Shui attempted to pay the bill, Zhang Jun gently restrained her hand, stating, "I'll have..." Pan Jun from the 4th Department entered with a cheerful demeanor, greeting, "Hello, Secretary Zhang." Zhang Jun inquired, "Is there something you need?" Pan Jun replied with a chuckle, "Indeed, every department has its little slush fund, but our 4th department lacks one. Everyone hopes you can help us figure something out." It was no secret that each department within the government had its own slush fund. Those in positions of authority could usually find ways to secure funding. Even a small unit could generate tens of thousands a year. These funds were used for regular gatherings, gifts, various reimbursements, and holiday bonuses. The 4th department had no commercial enterprises and could not attract sponsorship, leaving their slush fund perpetually empty. As the newly appointed section chief, it was Zhang Jun's responsibility to shoulder this burden. But where could the money come from? Pan Jun, an honest man, looked expectantly at Zhang Jun. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jun replied, "There's no need to rush. I'll keep this in mind." Pan Jun acknowledged and took his leave. Wu Li passed by the door. Zhang Jun called out, "Wu Ge?" Wu Li entered with a smile. "How's everything?" Zhang Jun offered him a cigarette, saying, "It's a precarious situation. May I ask you something? The 4th department wants to find some funding. Do you know of any avenues?" Wu Li burst into laughter. "Aren't you making me shiver with fear? You think you can't obtain funds?" There are so many hospitals, research institutes, schools, and scientific units below. A little gesture of goodwill from them will suffice. Zhang Jun shook his head. "I can't just ask them for money, can I?" Wu Li lowered his voice, covering his mouth, and said, "That is easy. Just identify which unit is affluent. Simply mentioning it will prompt them to respond favorably. This money isn't going into your pocket. It's for the unit, with proper accounting for all transactions. What is there to fear?" This was Zhang Jun's first experience with such matters, and he wondered if it could truly be so effortless. Would they really rush to offer money without his assistance? Jiang Changxing sent a message. "Secretary Zhang, are you available? I would like to meet you." Zhang Jun thought, "Well, since you happen to be coming, perhaps you could help fill the coffers of the slush fund." Chapter 33. Vault recharge at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Changxing entered Zhang Jun's office and quietly expressed his gratitude, presenting a large envelope that he insisted on slipping into Zhang Jun's drawer. Zhang Jun, with a grave countenance, firmly declined, saying, "Director Jiang, I absolutely cannot accept this." Jiang Changxing chuckled, "It's nothing to worry about. Governor Ma is away attending a meeting with the inspection team from the ministry." I have heard that Zhou Wenbin has truly fallen from grace this time. Secretary Zhang, I genuinely wish to be transferred to the first hospital. Do you think I have a chance? Zhang Jun understood the implication and responded ambiguously. Director Zhang, you certainly have a chance. At that moment, Pan Jun entered, knocked on the door, and cheerfully remarked, Good day, Secretary Zhang. I'd like to report something. Zhang Jun had specially arranged for his arrival. The two were to perform a little act before Jiang Chongqing. While it was inappropriate for individuals to solicit funds, if someone willingly offered money for the small treasury, it could not be held against them. Secretary Zhang, as the head of our department, during the holidays, we can't even distribute a few festive gifts. It's quite dismal, wouldn't you agree? As the head, you must find a way to address this, Pan Jun lamented. I'm not a deity of wealth. Where am I to procure funds? Zhang Jun shook his head in response. Jiang Chongqing, discerning the unspoken agreement, immediately declared, Secretary Zhang, please grant me an opportunity to contribute. I will cover the expenses for our department. Zhang Jun merely, while your hospital may be affluent, you cannot simply bestow it upon us. That would not do. Unless, of course, we could assist your hospital in some manner. If we could generate some revenue, then perhaps that would be feasible. You are a hospital, but regrettably, the members of our department lack medical expertise. Pan Jun chuckled incessantly. Jiang Chongqing furrowed his brow, a plan forming in his mind, and smiled. Our hospital publishes an internal newspaper that comes out weekly, comprising 4 pages. It requires a substantial amount of writing and layout work, which is quite cumbersome and requires talent. If the colleagues in your department are willing to assist, we can offer a remuneration of 2,000 yuan for each issue. With 1 issue per week, totaling 2,000 per issue, that amounts to a staggering income of 104,000 yuan annually. Would this not fill the small treasury? It would certainly suffice for the expenses of the department. Pan Jun's face lit up with delight. However, Zhang Jun maintained a calm demeanor, remarking, Is that appropriate? Can this really work? Jiang Chongqing, fearing Zhang Jun might refuse, assured him, It is entirely feasible. This project is under my jurisdiction, and I can outsource a portion of the work. Secretary Zhang, our hospital is simply short-staffed and lacks personnel to produce this newspaper. Please, help us resolve this issue. His words resonated with insight. Zhang Jun replied, Very well then, Pan Jun, you should coordinate the specifics with Director Jiang. I will refrain from intervening. Pan Jun, overjoyed, repeatedly nodded in agreement. Upon returning home that evening, Zhang Jun discovered the living room overflowing with various gifts, fine cigarettes, exquisite wines, gourmet delicacies, and astonishingly, half a pig. Zhang Jun was taken aback and inquired of his wife, Lu Yujia, who was busy cooking, Where did all these come from? With a laugh, Lu Yujia replied, They were sent by others. Zhang Jun, his voice low, pressed, Who sent them? Lu Yujia, brimming with pride, giggled, Many individuals from various organizations sent gifts. Even Director Wu from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute sent us half a pig. He claimed it was a local pig raised on his farm, freshly slaughtered and exceedingly fresh. Zhang Jun's irritation flared. You accept whatever is offered without question? Have you considered why they send such gifts? Do you think they are being kind for no reason? Lu Yujia poured a plate of shrimp into the hot oil, producing a sizzling sound. Honestly, do you think you were frightened to death in a past life? Why are you so timid? Lu Yujia shot him a glance. You refuse to accept money. Should we not accept gifts when they are offered? With a baby on the way, our household expenses will at least triple. Your promotion hasn't significantly increased your salary. How do you propose we support a child? Zhang Jun was left speechless. Upon examining the gifts, he realized they were genuine presents without concealed cash or gold bars, which eased his mind. The exchange of gifts fell within the realm of customary human interaction. Gazing at the pig's head, Zhang Jun thought of Wu Guoquan, that smiling tiger. This rascal had truly outdone himself by sending me a pig. Lu Yujia emerged from the kitchen, observing him inspecting the pig's ear, and playfully suggested, Should I slice it up and fry it for you to enjoy with your drink? Zhang Jun replied, Where would you store such a large pig? The fridge can't accommodate it. Lu Yujia pointed upwards. We could hang it on the rooftop to dry and make it into cured meat. Zhang Jun shook his head. In this heat, it would spoil in no time. You have no experience with curing meat. You don't know how it's done. Let's cut it and store it in the fridge to enjoy over the next few months without needing to buy meat. With a gentle smile, Lu Yujia suggested, Why not ask the pork vendor at the market to take it off our hands? It would fetch a decent sum. With that money, we could afford fresh food every day, don't you think, Zhang Jun? As Zhang Jun looked at his wife, he realized this gentle woman seemed almost unrecognizable now. Power truly is the best remedy, capable of curing all of a man's ailments. He suddenly remembered something and asked, Has Sun Quan sent any gifts? Lu Yujia paused, then responded, The head of the Chinese Medicine Research Institute, Sun Quan? He hasn't come by. Zhang Jun snorted, That's for the best. If he shows up with gifts, you must refuse and send him away. Just as he was about to have dinner, Lu Yuda arrived. The last time Lu Yuda had been summoned by the police, Zhang Jun had rescued him. He came empty-handed to visit. But Zhang Jun did not mind. He and Lu Yujia were still married, and they remained a family. Brother-in-law. Have a smoke? Lu Yuda produced a box of premium cigarettes and offered one to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun accepted it, sniffed it, and remarked, "You're smoking this now? Have you struck it rich?" Lu Yuda chuckled, "Not at all. These are gifts from others. I'm just mooching off their cigarettes. I usually smoke something much cheaper to brother-in-law. Could you help me land a good job?" Without hesitation, Zhang Jun rejected the request. "I lack the ability to do that." Lu Yuda leaned back, saying, "Brother-in-law, I won't ask you to assist for free. I am selling medical equipment and earn commissions. If you could introduce me to the hospital's leaders, I would give you 10% of my earnings." Zhang Jun exhaled a puff of smoke. "After being scammed last time, have you not learned your lesson? Are you still in this line of work?" Lu Yuda produced a crumpled stack of papers from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Jun. "Brother-in-law, look. This time I'm collaborating with a legitimate company. Some devices cost hundreds of thousands, even millions." Zhang Jun inquired, "What percentage do they offer you?" Lu Yuda excitedly spread his fingers, exclaiming, 50-50. "If I sell for $1 million, I could take home 500,000. Zhang Jun replied, unfazed, "You really are something. You take 500,000 and offer me just 10%? Lu Yuda scratched his head, embarrassed, and smiled. "Brother-in-law, it doesn't work like that. I won't be pocketing it all. I have to grease the palms of those hospital leaders, don't I? How about I give you 20% instead? Better yet, let us split the profits evenly." Zhang Jun merely scoffed. Chapter 34. He is a bad man. Lu Yujia served the rice and, upon hearing the conversation, remarked, "Zhang Jun, you have connections. Do lend a hand to Yuda. Collaborate with him. After all, we are family. Yuda, you must ensure that the bulk of the earnings goes to your brother-in-law. In this world, if you wish to make a profit, it's not the machinery that is lacking, but rather the channels to sell said machinery." She poured Zhang Jun a glass of wine and added, "This is a gift from someone. We seldom indulge in such luxuries, so do give it a taste." Zhang Jun raised the glass to his lips, took a sip, and nodded. "The wine is indeed genuine. Lu Yuda, machines are plentiful, but selling them is another matter entirely. Brother-in-law, how about this? You introduce me to a business opportunity, and for every 100,000 I earn, I'll give you 70,000. I'll only keep 30,000 after all. You are my brother-in-law, right? What do you say?" Zhang Jun remained silent. Lu Yuda grew anxious, casting desperate glances at his sister. "Let us eat first," Lu Yujia suggested, noticing Zhang Jun's reluctance to budge, and she felt it inappropriate to press further at that moment. After the meal, she urged her brother to return home. Lu Yuda still wished to say something, but was gently pushed out the door by his sister. Zhang Jun leaned back on the sofa. Xin Shui wrote, "Brother Zhang, may I address you this way? Calling you Secretary Zhang feels rather distant." Zhang Jun replied, "It matters not. They are merely titles. There's something you need?" Xin Shui continued, "Will you be watching the news tonight?" Zhang Jun responded with a non-committal Lu Yujia closed the door and sat beside him, saying, "When shall we return to our hometown?" Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback. Ever since marrying into the Zhang family, Lu Yujia had seldom ventured back to the countryside, citing her discomfort with rural beds and toilets. The Zhang family home, a brick and tile structure built in the 1990s, was relatively decent for a rural setting, though it lacked a proper mattress, and the toilet was still an outdoor affair. In rural areas, dung was essential for fertilization, and during busy farming seasons, it was hard to come by. One could not afford to waste it like in the city. Lu Yujia, being a city girl, found it understandable that she was not accustomed to such conditions. Yet, today she expressed a desire to return to the countryside. This left Zhang Jun feeling unsettled. "What do you wish to return for?" Zhang Jun inquired. "The Zhang Yuan in life, I am a Zhang, and in death, I will be a Zhang ghost." Zhang Jun's phone buzzed several times in Lu Yujia's presence. He refrained from checking the messages, stating, "Yuda's business is quite challenging. Each department in the hospital has its own procurement channels. Outsiders find it difficult to intervene." Lu Yujia smiled. "Are you still an outsider?" They wouldn't dare. Lu Yujia intertwined her arm with his, speaking softly, "Zhang Jun, I am not a materialistic person. We have this apartment, which is sufficient for now. But what will we do when we have children? We will need a larger home, won't we? And that house in your hometown is old. It requires renovation. Building a small villa will cost at least 300,000, right? Your siblings are not particularly ambitious. If you do not seize this opportunity now, this family will never prosper. Let me tell you, power not utilized is power wasted. You cannot be a secretary forever. Once this opportunity passes, it may never." However, having lived a life of honesty, the sudden notion of pursuing wealth left him feeling reluctant. Observing his discomfort, Lu Yujia urged, "All you need to do is make the connection. Let Yuda handle the specifics. Why not do something so simple? Is your pride truly that paramount?" Seeing Zhang Jun's silence, she stood up helplessly to take a shower. Zhang Jun picked up his phone to reply to Shan Shui's message. That evening, the urban channel aired a piece about Ma Hongqi visiting the third hospital to gauge public sentiment. There were several clips of Zhang Jun featured, capturing him quite handsomely. After watching the news, he finally settled down for the night. Just as he lay down, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he saw it was a good-night message from Xin Shui. The following morning, Zhang Jun arrived at the Yingbin Hotel. The door to Ma Hongqi's office opened, and he suddenly froze, for he saw Xin Shui stepping out. What was she doing here so early? Had she arrived the night before? Zhang Jun dared not ponder further. Xin Shui noticed him and greeted with a radiant smile. Good morning, Secretary Zhang. Just last night she had called him Brother Zhang, and now this morning, she had reverted to Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun coolly nodded. Good morning, Miss Shan. Ma Hongqi emerged shortly thereafter. Zhang Jun stepped forward to take the boss's briefcase. He observed Ma Hongqi's complexion, which seemed more vibrant and radiant than in recent days. Had the boss received some good news? Or was it due to Xin Shui's nurturing presence? Zhang Jun's mind wandered through a maze of thoughts, distracted. He had encountered several beautiful women, including Lu Yujia, Xie Xiaoya, and Shen Qingran, all of whom were stunning in their own right. Yet none had entered his heart as swiftly as Xin Shui, evoking a feeling he found difficult to articulate. When apart, he occasionally missed her. When together, he longed for more time in her company. Sometimes, even in his dreams, he found himself unable to escape thoughts of her. Was this fate? Was she his destined fairy? The entire day, Zhang Jun pondered the dynamics between Xin Shui and Ma Hongqi. Fortunately, the day lacked significant events, allowing him to avoid making any blunders. As the workday drew to a close, Pan Jun approached him excitedly, exclaiming, Secretary Zhang, we struck a deal. The internal publication of the third hospital has been entrusted to us, and for one issue, we'll receive 2,000 yuan. Everyone is overjoyed and wants to treat you. Zhang Jun felt no enthusiasm. He replied nonchalantly, perhaps another day. I have matters to attend to. Pan Jun quickly agreed to reschedule, leaving in high spirits. Zhang Jun's phone buzzed again. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Lu Zhangjia. Hey, have you finished work? Are you free tonight for a gathering? Zhang Jun replied, not sure yet. Wait for my news. At that moment, another message appeared in his view. It was from Shan Shui. Brother Zhang, are you free tonight? Let us have dinner together. Zhang Jun hesitated for a long while before failing to respond. He set his phone down, feeling an unexpected emptiness, as if something had been taken from him. It was not a feeling of distress. After all, he was no longer young. Moreover, they had never even held hands, so how could they be considered a couple? If she truly became Ma Hongqi's partner, what use was it for him to ponder such matters? Compared to the boss, what was he? A mere secretary? Zhang Jun chuckled to himself. In this transient life, we drift like dandelion fluff, while our hearts harbor secrets. Affection for things is easily found, yet do not blame the flowers for lingering too long. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that this was unlikely. Ma Hongqi was not the type to be avaricious or lecherous. However, what transpired this morning was difficult to explain. Another message from Shan Shui arrived. Brother Zhang, are you ignoring me? I might just get angry. I know you have no plans tonight because Governor Ma has an important banquet. Zhang Jun was taken aback, thinking, does the boss have a banquet? How come I was unaware? Did this not further solidify the relationship between Shan Shui and Ma Hongqi? How curious. How did they come to know each other? Zhang Jun replied, I will be drinking with friends tonight. Xin Shui responded, is it Lu Zhangjia? He is not a good person. He is quite wicked. Be careful of him. He almost caused me great trouble. Chapter 35. Reconciliation. Zhang Jun had initially intended to avoid meeting her, but upon receiving her message, he paused for a moment and replied with 3 words, see you tonight. Xin Shui responded, shall we meet at the West Warm Pavilion? I'll make a reservation. Zhang Jun replied with a simple okay. As the workday came to an end, Ma Hongqi stepped out of the office. Zhang Jun promptly approached him. Ma Hongqi said, Xiao Zhang, I have a dinner with some old classmates and comrades tonight, so feel free to do as you wish. There's no need to see me off. Zhang Jun acknowledged with a good. After work, Zhang Jun arrived at the West Warm Pavilion. The security guard had finally remembered him. Upon seeing Zhang Jun again, he smiled and said, Secretary Zhang, please go in. I'll take care of parking your bicycle. Zhang Jun parked his bicycle, waved his hand in thanks, and walked inside. With a magnanimous spirit, Zhang Jun had no intention of holding a grudge against a mere security guard, as it was simply unnecessary. Only a fool would trouble himself over such trifles. While scanning the hall for Xin Shui, he noticed her standing at the top of the staircase on the 2nd floor, waving to him. Ascending the stairs, Zhang Jun inquired, did you reserve a private room? I booked a small one for a more private conversation, Xin Shui replied softly. Her tone during the broadcast had been notably more emphatic and rapid than her usual speech. Was she only gentle with herself, or did she treat others similarly? Upon entering the private room, Xin Shui took Zhang Jun's briefcase, placing it on one side of the round table, and then pulled out a chair for him to sit. Zhang Jun chuckled. You certainly do not grant me the opportunity to be a gentleman. Xin Shui smiled charmingly. Gentlemen are a foreign concept. You need only to be a man of virtue. I take joy in serving you as a woman. Serving my superior? Are you equally pleased? Zhang Jun asked nonchalantly. Shen Shue's cheeks flushed, and with tears glistening in her eyes, she replied, I knew you would misunderstand me. This morning, seeing your expression felt as though I owed you 5 million and had yet to repay it. Zhang Jun responded coolly, I dare not misunderstand. Shen Shue drew her chair closer and sat beside him. As the waiter entered, Shen Shue instructed, Please bring out the dishes I ordered earlier, and a pot of freshly brewed green tea. I have work tonight, so I want to be drinking. Would you like something? Her latter statement was directed at Zhang Jun. He waved his hand, No alcohol for me. The waiter acknowledged and arranged their utensils before stepping out. Shortly after, the waiter returned with tea, followed closely by sautéed sea cucumbers with pickled vegetables, boiled shrimp, braised pork, and a meatball and cabbage soup. Shen Shue served Zhang Jun some rice and added a few pieces of sea cucumber to his bowl, softly saying, Men should eat sea cucumbers. They are good for replenishing vitality. Zhang Jun sipped his tea and replied, You should eat as well. Yet, Shen Shue did not touch her chopsticks, stating, I need to clarify things with you first. Otherwise, this meal will leave you uncomfortable. Zhang Jun picked up his chopsticks and began eating, saying, We are merely ordinary friends. There is no need for explanations. Shen Shue blinked her beautiful eyes and remarked, If we were truly just ordinary friends, you wouldn't have given me such a sour look. I have spent the entire day in deep agony, wanting to contact you, yet fearing you were in a meeting or accompanying Governor Ma on an inspection, I hesitated to disturb you, until I could no longer resist sending you a message just before the end of the day. Zhang Jun gazed at her in astonishment. Having experienced similar feelings himself, he recognized that Shen Shue's expression was genuine, not an act, as she was indeed mired in emotional turmoil. Clutching her heart, Shen Shue continued, I wanted to explain this morning, but Governor Ma was present, and I couldn't say anything. Zhang Ge, I have been harmed by Lu Zhangjia. Zhang Jun paused, perplexed, and asked, How has he harmed you? Shen Shue pursed her lips and replied, After the broadcast last night, he told me that Governor Ma wanted to see me. Naturally, I was thrilled, but I found it odd that he would summon me at such an hour, so I dressed up and went to the reception hall. Can you guess what happened? Zhang Jun, though he had only been a secretary for a short time, was well aware of Governor Ma's routine and responded, Governor Ma must have already been asleep. He certainly goes to bed before midnight. Shen Shue nodded. Yes, he had already turned in. I was at a loss for what to do and dared not call Governor Ma, so I booked a room at the reception hall for the night. If you don't believe me, you can verify it. This morning, I woke up early and waited outside Governor Ma's door. He was quite surprised to see me and asked why I was there. I explained that Lu Zhangjia had arranged for me to report on work and inquired whether my broadcast last night had gone well. Zhang Jun thought to himself, so that was the case. Lu Zhangjia, with his ulterior motives, sought to curry favor with Ma Hongqi through Shen Shue. Such a maneuver was entirely within Lu Zhangjia's character. Shen Shue continued, Governor Ma invited me inside, exchanged a few words, and we didn't even have. Just as you arrived, I took my leave. That's how it transpired. Upon reflection, I realized Lu Zhangjia was trying to undermine me by deliberately sending me to disturb Governor Ma in the middle of the night. Lu Zhangjia's intentions in sending you to see Ma Hongqi were far from merely disturbing the governor. He certainly could not elaborate on the intricacies involved. Seeing that Zhang Jun's expression had softened, Shen Shue said, You're not. I truly regard you as an excellent friend. You understand? Zhang Jun felt a slight tremor within him as he gazed deeply into her eyes. Shen Shue, keen on maintaining her figure, only consumed half a bowl of rice and a few pieces of vegetables. In contrast, Zhang Jun indulged heartily, devouring the dishes with great gusto. Zhang Ge, do you have any other plans for tonight? Shen Shue poured him more tea and suggested, If you're free, shall we take a walk? Zhang Jun glanced at his watch, noting it was only 6:30, and said, You have work tonight. We won't be able to stroll for long. I can walk until 10 o'clock and still make it back to the office. There's nothing particularly pressing in the news tonight. Most of the programs are pre-recorded. My duty tonight is primarily to prevent any breaking news from being added last minute, like when Governor Ma inspected the hospital. I thought as much. Do you really have to do live broadcast in the middle of the night? So it's all pre-recorded. The demands of live broadcasting are exceedingly high. For news presenters like us, we strive for pre-recording whenever possible to avoid any errors. Even for live broadcasts, there is typically a delay of about a minute to allow for transitions between the anchor and the director. Every detail is a lesson in itself. How fascinating. Zhang Jun set his worries aside, enjoying a light-hearted conversation with Shen Shue. As they exited the private room, they happened upon Lu Zhangjia. Accompanied by friends, Lu Zhangjia had just finished eating and, upon seeing Zhang Jun and Shen Shue, his expression turned slightly peculiar. Ah, my friend, you told me you were busy, but it seems you have a date with a beauty. You are a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship. Lu Zhangjia laughed heartily, approaching Zhang Jun and playfully punching him on the shoulder. Leaning in, he lowered his voice and said, "You're aware that Shin Shui spent the night with your boss, right? We should make good use of this woman." Zhang Jun's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself, "Lu, oh Lu, you are courting disaster." Chapter 36. A beautiful love song. Zhang Jun spoke in a deep voice. "Lu Zhangjia, can you not engage in such unreliable matters? The incident you imagined last night never occurred. If you continue to spread such nonsense, we shall sever our ties." Watching Zhang Jun and Shen Shui depart together, Lu Zhang, "What have I done wrong?" Shen Shui arrived by taxi and settled onto the back seat of Zhang Jun's bicycle, laughing, "Take me for a ride. I've never sat on a man's bike before. It looks so romantic on television. I want to experience it myself today." Once Zhang Jun confirmed she was secure, he grasped the handlebars tightly and pedaled towards the riverbank for a stroll. With the evening breeze caressing her, Shen Shui, feeling elated, let her long hair dance in the wind and began to hum a tune. "The most romantic thing I can think of is to grow old slowly with you." Zhang Jun felt invigorated, pedaling with greater speed. The riverside promenade was among the most picturesque sights in the provincial capital. Standing by the river, one could gaze at the distant mountains across the water, admire the lush greenery of the islet, and relish the gentle breeze that made. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, couples leaned against the railing, their heads touching, hands resting on waists, intimately savoring the beauty of the moment. Zhang Jun and Shen Shui strolled along the pathway, gradually reaching. Suddenly, a noise emerged from a small pond nearby, startling Shen Shui, who grasped Zhang Jun's hand and exclaimed, "It can't be a snake, can it?" A bird squawked a few times before flapping its wings and soaring up into a tree. Zhang Jun and Shen Shui exchanged knowing smiles. Shen Shui's hand felt delicate and soft, and Zhang Jun found great comfort in holding it, as if she had forgotten to release her grip. He willingly held her hand, continuing their leisurely walk. At tea times, Shen Shui would affectionately nuzzle Zhang Jun's broad shoulder or turn to face him, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Every movement she made stirred Zhang Jun's heart, rekindling a youthful exuberance within him, allowing him to experience a love unlike any he had known before. They parted beneath a sycamore tree, the dim glow of the streetlight elongating their shadows. "You should head home and rest early," Shen Shui said with a gentle smile, waving at him. Zhang Jun nodded in acknowledgement. "Good night, brother Zhang." Shen Shui stepped back 2 paces and waved once more. Zhang Jun nodded again. Suddenly, Shen Shui dashed back, swiftly planting a kiss on his cheek, as quick as a chick pecking at grain, before departing. Zhang Jun watched her climb into the taxi, reaching up to touch the spot. Upon returning home, he found his wife, Lu Yujia, still engrossed in a television show, her face adorned with a hydrating mask. "Have you been drinking? Your face is quite flushed." Zhang Jun responded absent-mindedly, heading off to shower and sleep. Just as he lay down, Lu Yujia leaned over. "How did things go with Yuda? He came looking for you tonight." Lu Yujia pouted. "Have you forgotten? The partnership to promote medical equipment. You may not care about making money, but I certainly do. I want to earn enough to buy a house." "Oh, we'll discuss it later. Matters like this depend on opportunity. I can't just barge into a hospital and discuss business with the director, can I? What would that make me?" Zhang Jun tugged at the blanket, declaring, "Today is a fertile day, and I specifically waited for you to return." Noticing Zhang Jun's lack of response, she began to take action. Before long, Zhang Jun found himself enveloped in his wife's tender affection. Yet, inexplicably, during their intimate moments, the image of Shen Shui's enchanting form flashed before his eyes, lingering in his thoughts. The following morning, Zhang Jun arrived at the reception hotel. Ma Hongqi, having indulged in considerable drinking the night before, felt slightly hungover. Zhang Jun quietly reminded him, "Boss, it's time for a haircut." Ma Hongqi ran his hand through his hair and replied, "It has grown a bit long. It looks rather greasy and unkempt. Let's get a haircut first." The leadership had a dedicated barber who meticulously tended to every strand of hair. While Ma Hongqi had his hair cut in the official barbershop, Zhang Chongqing sent a message, "Secretary Zhang, has the case of Zhou Wenbin been decided?" Zhang Jun thought to himself, Zhang Chongqing was indeed perceptive but perhaps a tad too impatient. Some matters, the more one rushes, the more difficult they become, especially personnel issues that require comprehensive consideration from the leadership. Generally speaking, a leader would have already formulated a plan in their mind, and external opinions rarely swayed their views. If Zhang Jun were to advocate for Zhang Chongqing, it could very well backfire. He replied succinctly, "Patience is key." Ma Hongqi and the barber chatted casually. The barber chuckled. "Has Secretary Ma changed secretaries? Did Secretary Gao get promoted?" Zhang Jun mused, the gossip must flow freely here. How could he not know that Gao Hai had passed away? It was also possible that the barber primarily served the leaders, who were typically reticent and would not casually discuss others' affairs. Ma Hongqi, unable to move his head, waved his hand. "Gao Hai died in a car accident." The barber gasped. "Really?" No wonder he mentioned feeling overwhelmed lately, saying someone was giving him a hard time. Perhaps he thought he would meet Yama one day. A glimmer of realization flashed in Ma Hongqi's eyes as he asked, "Did Gao Hai say such things?" The barber confirmed, "Absolutely. I told him, you're now Secretary Ma's secretary. Who would dare give you a hard time?" He smiled wryly, but didn't he respond. However, I could tell he had something weighing on his mind. At that moment, another person entered for a haircut, and the barber ceased his commentary. Zhang Jun contemplated that the barber was not unaware of Gao Hai's demise, but rather intentionally relaying their conversation about Gao Hai in this manner to Ma Hongqi. Indeed, within this courtyard, there wasn't a single individual who was easily underestimated. Even a barber could wield influence with a mere flick of the wrist. Upon returning to the office, Zhang Jun prepared tea for Ma Hongqi and gently placed it on the table. Suddenly, Ma Hongqi inquired, "Xiao Zhang, has anyone been giving you a hard time?" Zhang Jun bent slightly, replying, "At the airport, when I want to pick someone up, that could be considered giving me a hard time, right? There have been other instances, but I can manage." After pondering for a moment, Ma Hongqi remarked, "If anything arises, make sure to inform me immediately. Do not endure it in silence." Zhang Jun turned to see Zhou Kong, whose face bore a look of displeasure. His heart skipped a beat as he calmly inquired, "Secretary Zhou, what can I do for you?" "Come to my office," Zhou Kong commanded with an authoritative tone. Chapter 37. The three-way interrogation. Zhang Jun found himself without reason to refuse and had no choice but to follow him. Upon entering the office, Zhou Kong leisurely took a seat and instructed Zhang Jun to close the door. As Zhang Jun shut the door, a sinking feeling washed over him. He braced for yet another reprimand. "Comrade Zhang Jun, how many times have I told you? Whatever matters arise with Governor Ma, you must inform me. Why do you persist in ignoring this?" Zhou Kong chastised, "Your actions amount to severing ties with the organization and acting recklessly. This is unacceptable." Zhang Jun bewildered. "Governor Ma visited the third hospital, and you accompanied him, did you not? What about the day he went to the first hospital? Did you mention that?" Zhou Kong pressed, his eyes narrowing like copper bells, his demeanor icy. "Furthermore, where did Governor Ma go these past 2 nights? Why have you not reported that?" "Governor Ma was socializing with friends, and I was not present, so how could I report it?" Zhang Jun did not wish to engage in a quarrel, yet he felt compelled to defend his rights. "And the night before last? Who was he with?" Zhou Kang's gaze bore into Zhang Jun's sense of conspiracy enveloped Zhang Jun, and he cautiously replied, "The night before last? I returned home early. I have no knowledge of subsequent events." Zhou Kang scoffed, "You claim ignorance? You and Shen Shui are so close. How could you not know?" "Shen Shui?" Zhang Jun echoed, his heart racing as he forced himself to remain composed and analyze the situation. How did Zhou Kang know? This was peculiar. Only 4 individuals knew of Shen Shui's visit: Ma Hongqi, Lu Zhangjie, Shen Shui herself, and Zhang Jun, and the attendant who served Ma Hongqi. She likely witnessed it too. Who was the informant that tipped off Zhou Kang? Zhang Jun and Ma Hongqi could be ruled out. Of the remaining 3, Shen Shui seemed unlikely. She had no means to contact Zhou Kang. Moreover, Zhou Kang's tone suggested he spoke of Shen Shui as if she were a stranger, not someone familiar. That left Lu Zhangjie and the attendant. Who among them was the spy? Zhang Jun sensed an invisible web tightening around him within the calm confines of the provincial government, threatening to ensnare him completely. Perhaps one day, he would meet a fate as obscure as that of his predecessor, Gao Hai. These thoughts flitted through Zhang Jun's mind, but he maintained his composure and replied, "Shen Shui is indeed my friend, but she absolutely did not visit Governor Ma. Were you together the night before last?" Zhang Jun was taken aback. Zhou Kang was striking 2 targets with 1 arrow, first aiming at Ma Hongqi and, failing to hit, redirecting the arrow towards Zhang Jun. He replied coolly, "Secretary Zhou, that is quite the jest. I spent every evening at home with my wife. She can vouch for me." Zhou Kang's expression turned serious as he responded, "Then tell me, how do you know Shen Shui did not visit Governor Ma's residence?" Zhang Jun countered, "Secretary Zhou, may I inquire how you are so certain that Comrade Shen Shui did visit?" This retort was masterfully executed. Zhou Kang hesitated, stammering, I heard it from someone. There were reports of her leaving Governor Ma's room early in the morning." Zhang Jun pressed further, "May I ask who saw her?" "That individual deserves punishment. They are spreading rumors and framing our leaders." Zhou Kang flinched, taken aback by Zhang Jun's eloquence. He was indeed a seasoned player, having become quite adept in the game. Straightening his posture, he stated, "I will handle this. You need not concern yourself." Zhang Jun allowed himself a slight smirk, contemplating how Zhou Kang would manage it, and replied, "Secretary Zhou, I shall take my leave." Zhou Kang called him back. "You haven't clarified your position. How can you be so certain Shen Shui did not visit Governor Ma's residence?" With a faint smile, Zhang Jun responded, "Because she arrived in the city from the television station late at night to meet friends, had a few too many drinks, and stayed. The front desk and staff can attest to this. When I went to pick up the boss yesterday morning, I happened to run into Shen Shui, and we spent some time together in the boss's room." "What now?" Secretary Zhou, is this also subject to your report? Zhou Kong looked as if he had swallowed 1,000 flies, discomfort radiating from him as he waved his hand in annoyance. Leave. Zhang Jun turned to exit. The more he pondered, the more he felt this was a grand conspiracy. Fortunately, Shen Shui had not visited Ma Hongqi's room that night. Had she done so, the repercussions could have been far graver. Scandals of infidelity would surely circulate. Such matters, when discussed by three, could easily morph into a mountain of rumors. It would be challenging for Ma Hongqi to clear his name. While leaders of such stature rarely face dismissal over personal issues, an accumulation of problems would inevitably lead to their ousting. As these thoughts coursed through Zhang Jun's mind, he found himself sweating profusely. What to do? Should he report this to his superior? Just then, the leader of the inspection team, Wang Mingyu, entered. Zhang Jun promptly stood to announce his arrival and ushered Wang Mingyu inside. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yujun, the deputy secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, arrived. Zhang Jun mused that this was a three-way interrogation. It seemed the case regarding Zhou Wenbin was nearing resolution. He brewed tea and entered, catching snippets of conversation. Indeed, the allegations against the hospital had been largely substantiated, leading to Zhou Wenbin and others being placed under investigation. Subsequently, the procurement system of the provincial hospital would undergo significant reform. Not daring to linger, he exited after a brief while. With Zhou Wenbin confirmed to be under investigation, who would fill this role? This was a matter of great concern for many within the province. Zhang Jun, caught in the swirl of interests, naturally sought to know the outcome. After Wang Mingyu and Zhao Yujun departed, the two heads of the provincial health department arrived in succession. Zhang Jun surmised that the discussion would revolve around the appointment of a successor for the vice presidency at the first hospital. Since it pertained to the medical system, Ma Hongqi would need to consult with the colleagues from the health department regarding his choice. Zhang Jun deliberately delayed for a few minutes, waiting for the conversation to gain momentum before he entered with the tea. Throughout, he remained deferential, silent, and observant. Here, he needed only to listen. His eyes and mouth were unnecessary. The atmosphere of discussion was quite cordial, indicating that the two department heads from the health department had no objections to Ma Hongqi's proposed candidate. Zhou Wenbin's transgressions had been apprehended by Ma Hongqi himself, and the health department head bore some responsibility in this matter. Thus, they could not voice dissent regarding the new appointment. As he departed, Zhang Jun overheard Ma Hongqi declare, "Comrade Jiang Chongqing from the third hospital seems quite capable. Since neither of you have objections, let us confirm him." Zhang Jun closed the door and returned to his seat, then swiftly typed 2 words on his phone and sent them to Jiang Chongqing. Congratulations. Chapter 38. Local disturbance. The uproar surrounding the hospital's whistleblowing has finally settled, bringing a conclusion to the turmoil. Zhou Wenbin and others have been placed under investigation, while Jiang Chongqing emerges as the greatest beneficiary, being transferred from the third hospital to the first hospital. Although Zhang Jun did not contribute to Jiang Chongqing's promotion, the latter does not share this sentiment. Upon his appointment at the first hospital, Jiang Chongqing's first act of gratitude towards Zhang Jun is to elevate Lu Yujia to the position of head nurse, acknowledging that his rise was largely due to Zhang Jun's support. Should Jiang Chongqing successfully ascend to the role of dean, it is not inconceivable that Lu Yujia might one day be promoted to director of nursing. Lu Yujia, elated at her newfound position, celebrates with a lavish banquet and receives a flurry of red envelopes. Time swiftly passes, and the National Day holiday approaches. Ma Hongqi plans to return to Beijing to visit his family. Zhang Jun inquires whether he should accompany him. After a moment's contemplation, Ma Hongqi replies, "It is a rare opportunity for a holiday. I shall reunite with my family, and there is no need for you to accompany me." He adds, "If you have no pressing matters, I would like to assign you a task." You may attend to it at your convenience. Zhang Jun smiles, "Boss, I have plenty of free time. I even find travel too crowded. I have no children at home, so I have ample time. Please feel free to delegate any tasks." Ma Hongqi nods and asks, "You are from Meishan County, correct?" "Indeed, boss. I have received several whistleblower letters related to Meishan County. You needn't conduct undercover inquiries. Simply go in my name for a direct investigation. It concerns the local civil affairs bureau's distribution of various subsidies." "Understood, boss. You will need to travel extensively for this investigation, and it would be inconvenient without a vehicle. You may arrange for a car from the small vehicle team. I will inform them." "Thank you for your consideration, boss." The day before National Day, Ma Hongqi returns to Beijing. That evening, Lu Yujia discusses with Zhang Jun where they might go. Zhang Jun mentions he is unavailable as he must return to his hometown. Lu Yujia immediately agrees, "Very well, let us return to your hometown as we previously agreed." Zhang Jun is uncertain whether her agreement is genuine or merely polite. On the morning of the 11th, Zhang Jun receives a call from Master Wu, the driver from the small vehicle team. "Secretary Zhang, the car is ready. When will you need it? Master, we shall depart after breakfast. Certainly, Secretary Zhang. I will be there shortly. After completing his duties of transporting the boss, Master Wu occasionally drives Zhang Jun, as he knows his home address. Zhang Jun and his wife prepare their belongings and descend the stairs. Master Wu has already parked the car downstairs. Upon seeing the license plate, Zhang Jun is momentarily taken aback. This is a special vehicle with a smaller license plate belonging to Ma Hongqi. In the realm of local governance, license plate numbers have long symbolized status, identity, and power. Master Wu assists in loading their luggage into the trunk and invites Zhang Jun and Lu Yujie into the car. Lu Yujie beams with joy. This is her first time riding in such a prestigious vehicle. Particularly, when neighbors pass by and cast envious glances, her pride swells even further. Master Wu drives along. At 11 in the morning, as the car exits the highway, it catches the attention of a local traffic officer. Recognizing the vehicle, the officer promptly reports to the county leadership. In some regions, there exists an unwritten rule that if a provincial or municipal government vehicle is spotted on the streets, it must be promptly reported to local authorities. The on-duty leaders instruct, dispatch someone to follow it. Do not lose sight of it. Monitor its destination and report the location continuously. I will arrive shortly. Unaware of the unfolding events, Zhang Jun instructs Master Wu to head towards his home. Just as the vehicle leaves the highway exit, a police car quietly follows at a distance, careful not to get too close. The officers in the vehicle periodically update the county leaders on the car's whereabouts. Before Zhang Jun has even left the county, several county leaders' vehicles converge with the police car, trailing behind. The town is still half an hour from Zhangjiakan. Approaching noon, Zhang Jun arrives home, having brought an array of provisions from the provincial capital, including pork, beef, lamb, as well as fish, shrimp, and crabs. Lu Yujie has packed all the vegetables from her refrigerator. Zhang Jun's family resides in a brick house built in the mid-1990s, which is considered relatively affluent in the village. Since becoming Ma Hongqi's secretary, he has been busy with work, and this is his first return home in several months. His family greets him warmly, and upon seeing Lu Yujie, they are equally delighted. Lu Yujie, shedding her usual prideful demeanor, sweetly addresses Zhang Jun's parents as Dad and Mom, bringing joy to the elderly couple. The family has prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting their return. Just as they begin to eat, the sound of approaching vehicles can be heard outside. Although some villagers own cars, and small vehicles can often be seen on the roads, Zhang Jun's home is situated at the foot of a mountain. The door to Zhang's house is wide open, and soon a group of people enters. Leading the group is Zhao Long, the executive vice-county mayor of Meishan County. Today, Zhao Long is on duty and, upon hearing the county party secretary and mayor are not present, but they have instructed Zhao Long to exercise caution and ensure the proper reception of Governor Ma, while also discerning the purpose of his visit. Upon arriving at Zhangjiakan, Zhao Long finds it quite odd. Why would Ma Hongqi come to this small mountain village? However, he quickly realizes that this is the hometown of Zhang Jun, Ma Hongqi's secretary. Welcome to our county for an inspection. Zhao Long exclaims with laughter, extending his hands to shake Zhang Jun's. Upon seeing them, Zhang Jun immediately understands that it is undoubtedly due to Ma Hongqi's vehicle that these officials have come to visit. He is here on official business to conduct inspections, which has understandably stirred local attention. Zhao Long and Zhang Jun have previously met in the political arena, although at that time, Zhang Jun was still unremarkable, relegated to a minor position at the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. The county officials frequently travel to the provincial capital. When Zhang Jun first started working, Zhao Long had sought him out for assistance on a project, but Zhang Jun, being of humble status, was unable to help. After that, no one from the county sought him out again. Since becoming Ma Hongqi's secretary, county officials have approached him several times, but he has declined, citing his busy schedule. Such officials only seek him out when they require something. Fearing he might be unable to assist and thus create difficulty for himself, Zhang Jun has avoided these encounters. Under the current circumstances, both parties naturally set aside any past grievances, shaking hands warmly. Zhang Jun invites Zhao Long and the others to sit and enjoy tea. Noticing that the Zhang family has already begun their meal and has not prepared food for them, Zhao Long does not linger and speaks directly. Secretary Zhang, now that you have returned to your hometown, we would like to invite you to dinner this evening at the county's reception hotel. We sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence. Chapter 39. The banquet at Hungmin. Zhang Jun pondered to himself, why must I be courteous to you? Just because you say you want to treat me to a meal, does that mean I must comply? He recalled a past incident when his family built their brick house, which led to a dispute with their neighbor. A small piece of land was at stake, with both sides stubbornly holding their ground. Attempts at mediation by the village were futile and even attracted the attention of the town authorities. At that time, Zhao Long served as the town mayor. After a cursory review of the village committee's records, he hastily awarded the disputed land to the neighbor. Zhang Jun, being young and naive then, later realized that the neighbor's eldest daughter was married to a distant nephew of Zhao Long. Reflecting on these past grievances, Zhang Jun felt no fondness for Zhao Long. However, He knew that harboring resentment was best kept hidden from view. Now, Zhao Long was here representing both the county committee and the county government to invite Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun politely remarked, "It's a holiday today, and I've come home to visit my parents. I plan to stay for a few days before returning to the provincial capital, so I wouldn't want to impose on leader Zhao." Zhao Long, you are a golden phoenix soaring from our county, a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university and the personal secretary to Governor Ma. On behalf of Secretary Jin and Mayor Bao, I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join us this evening. Secretary Jin and Mayor Bao are currently en route back from another location. Zhang Jun thought to himself, "You are merely flattering me because you saw me return in Governor Ma's official car. You must be apprehensive about some unknown matters, hence your eagerness to curry favor with me. Perhaps they have even greater requests of me." Yet, with Zhao Long mentioning Secretary Jin and Mayor Bao, Zhang Jun felt he could no longer refuse, lest he offend the local officials of his hometown. If he were to decline the dinner invitation, Secretary Jin and Mayor Bao would undoubtedly pay a visit to Zhang's household later. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, "Very well. It would be impolite to refuse such kindness. I appreciate your trouble." Zhao Long stood up and said, "Then we shall see you tonight. I will send someone to pick you up. Enjoy your meal in the meantime. We shall not disturb you any longer." Zhang Jun escorted them to the door, watching as the cars sped away. Lu Yujie stood beside him, linking her arm with his, and smiled. "You are returning home in such splendor. Will you take me with you to tonight's banquet?" Zhang Jun gazed at the distant mountains, savoring the fresh air of the countryside, and replied, "Let us go together, with you by my side. If they attempt any schemes, I can gracefully decline." "Oh, in this little place, a mere dinner could involve schemes?" "Surely not." Lu Yujie giggled. "Then you absolutely must bring me along." Zhang Jun mused, "This welcome banquet may well be a Hongmin feast. None of those county officials are easy to deal with. Their invitation to dine with me surely has ulterior motive. As a nurse and my wife, they will believe you. Even if they don't, they must heed your words." "Understood. I know just what to say." Lu Yujie, having returned this time, was like a dutiful daughter-in-law, obedient and considerate, exuding an elegance that surpassed that of any wife in the world. Zhang Jun sighed, "How wonderful it is to have power." Though he was merely a beneficiary of power and had not yet grasped it fully, everything around him had already changed. After lunch, Zhang Jun arranged a room for Driver Wu. Lu Yujie no longer complained about the unpleasantness of the outdoor toilet or the hardness of the bed. During their midday rest, she proactively shared a moment of intimacy with Zhang Jun. In the afternoon, relatives and acquaintances flocked to Zhang Jun's home, all eager to flatter him upon learning of his new position. Zhang Jun had specifically advised his parents not to agree to assist anyone with any matters unless they had his approval. While others regarded him as a significant official, he understood that he had scarcely touched the fringes of authority. A mere section chief, once detached from Ma Hongqi's protection, was of little. At 5 o'clock, Zhao Long sent a secretary to escort Zhang Jun accompanied by Lu Yujie. He took Ma Hongqi's official car to the county reception hall. Although the county reception hall did not match the grandeur of the provincial government it offered a serene environment, adorned with lush greenery. Secretary Jin Jianjun, Mayor Bao Laishun, Executive Deputy Mayor Zhao Long, and others were all present, gathering at the entrance to welcome Zhang Jun. Given Zhang Jun's rank, such a reception was certainly unwarranted. However, he was arriving in Ma Hongqi's official vehicle, signifying an inspection by the boss, and the county leaders were merely paying their respects out of deference to Ma Hongqi. Zhang Jun shook hands with everyone, saying, "I am truly honored by the presence of all the esteemed leaders." Jin Jianjun and the others understood that Zhang Jun, merely a secretary, was returning home in the official car of Governor Ma, which spoke volumes about his significance, and thus they treated him with utmost courtesy. The dinner was held in a private room at the county reception hall, featuring 2 large round tables. Jin Jianjun insisted that Zhang Jun take the seat of honor. Naturally, Zhang Jun dared not accept and invited the leaders to sit down, while he and his wife took their places at the guest table. Jin Jianjun and the others surrounded Zhang Jun, showering him with a plethora of compliments. As the wine flowed and the dishes were served, the atmosphere of conversation became increasingly lively and relaxed. When they urged Zhang Jun to drink, Lu Yujie, in her capacity as both nurse and wife, found a reason to shield him from alcohol. "Esteemed leaders, Zhang Jun recently visited our hospital for a checkup, and it was revealed that he has a slight fatty liver condition. The attending physician advised against alcohol consumption, and I will be supervising him. I kindly ask you to spare him." Jin Jianjun and the others then ceased their persistent urging. "Secretary Zhang, we have been to the provincial capital several times, yet we have not had the pleasure of seeing you. You are now quite the prominent figure and undoubtedly very busy." Jin Jianjun, his face flushed from drinking, chuckled, "I wonder if your visit this time is purely for family matters, or if there are political tasks at hand? I mean no offense. Should you require our assistance in any way, please do not hesitate to let us know." Zhang Jun delicately set down his chopsticks and replied, "Secretary Jin, I do indeed have a matter to attend to, though I cannot disclose the details at this moment." Therefore, I must ask for your understanding. He had arrived in an official vehicle, and to claim he was not handling official business would be implausible. It could tarnish Ma Hongqi's reputation and imply misuse of the official car. Yet, he could not reveal the full extent of his purpose either. It was wise to keep certain matters veiled, allowing this group to speculate and ponder. That was the essence of governance. As expected, Zhang Jun and the others exchanged glances, uncertain how to proceed. Zhao Yinglong raised his glass, intending to toast Zhang Jun, but remembering Lu Yujie's words, he placed the glass down and said, "Secretary Zhang, if your duties are pressing, how may we assist you? If you require personnel or funds, we are at your service." Zhang Jun waved his hand, saying, "I do not require anything at the moment. Should I find myself in need, I will certainly seek the assistance of each esteemed leader." Each one pondered. Ma Hongqi had just handled a significant case in the provincial capital, arresting a number of individuals. Now, Zhang Jun's mysterious visit to handle affairs, who could it possibly concern? Chapter 40. Investigative visit at the dining table. Two young and beautiful female companions were arranged, initially intended to keep Zhang Jun company while he drank. However, their purpose was rendered moot by the presence of Lu Yujie. After the meal, Zhang Jun smiled and said, "Secretary Zhang, our county is hosting a dance party. We cordially invite you and your wife to join us in celebrating with the community, shall we?" Zhang Jun glanced at the time. It was not yet 7 o'clock, and he had no pressing matters awaiting him at home. Thus, he responded, "All right, as for dancing, I must confess I am a novice. Fortunately, my wife is a master of the dance floor, and she can guide me." With this remark, he effectively thwarted any intentions they may have harbored of employing the allure of beauty. Lu Yujie smiled subtly, clearly pleased with Zhang Jun's public acknowledgement of her talents. As the dance commenced, Zhang Jun and his wife took to the floor. Lu Yujie leaned on his shoulder, whispering, "They truly did intend to employ a beauty trap. If I were not here, would you have fallen for it? Those two young ladies are indeed striking, with their shapely waists and ample bosoms." Zhang Jun replied with a calm smile, "There is no such hypothetical. I shall not allow anyone the opportunity to jeopardize my future." His mobile phone buzzed in his pocket, signaling incoming messages. However, he chose to wait until he had finished this dance with his wife before checking his phone. A message from Shan Shui read, "Brother Zhang, where are you traveling?" Another followed, "I passed by your building and noticed your lights were off. Are you not home?" Zhang Jun responded, "I have returned to the countryside. I won't be back in the provincial city for a few days." Shan Shui quickly replied, "I miss you. I shall await your return." The thought of Shan Shui's graceful figure stirred a heat within Zhang Jun. As the music resumed, he seized the opportunity to dance with his wife, resolutely avoiding any invitations from others, as he found it difficult to decline. Since time immemorial, heroes have struggled against the charms. He was certainly no match for legendary figures and could not navigate such temptations, thus he could only rely on self-discipline. By the end of the evening, the two young women had not found an opportunity to approach Zhang Jun. From that day onward, he acquired an epithet, model husband. This nickname spread from Meishan County and soon became known throughout the province. Yet, with every honor comes the binding chains of expectation, and Zhang Jun found himself ensnared by the reputation of being a model husband. This is a tale for another time. That evening, Zhang Jun returned home with his wife. Lu Yujie was as gentle as water, and he reveled in her affection as they drifted into slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhang Jun departed with Master Wu to conduct his investigative work. Before leaving, Ma Hongqi had provided Zhang Jun with a dossier of complaints, detailing various allegations. The funds disbursed by local civil affairs bureaus consisted of various types of assistance. For instance, upon discharge from military service, the Civil Affairs Bureau provided what is known as separation pay, while economic support for self-employment came in 3 installments. Retirement benefits issued by the military, economic assistance for self-employment from local government, and family preferential treatment funds. Additionally, the Civil Affairs Bureau allocated funds known as minimum living allowance to low-income urban and rural families, unaccompanied minors, and disadvantaged children within the district. The dossier contained over a dozen letters, all submitted by different individuals under their real names. This quantity of complaints triggered Ma Hongqi's attention to the matter. Zhang Jun arrived at Shirban village and inquired until he located He Laosan's home. He Laosan still resided in a mud brick house, a rarity in the countryside nowadays. The wooden door was ajar. Zhang Jun knocked and called, "Is He Laosan home?" An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, approached unsteadily, scrutinizing. "May I ask if He Laosan is home?" The elderly lady, somewhat hard of hearing, tilted her head to listen and then responded, "My Laosan? He has gone to work in the fields. What do you need him for?" Finding conversation with her cumbersome, Zhang Jun said, "Could you call him back? I am from the provincial office and need to discuss something with him." The elderly lady complied and stepped outside to summon her son. Shortly thereafter, He Laosan returned, shouldering a hoe, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Zhang Jun produced the complaint letter he had written and asked, "He Laosan, this was authored by you, correct?" It was sent to the provincial petition office and forwarded to Governor Ma. Yes, I wrote it. What of it? Am I guilty? Are you here to arrest me? In this day and age, are we not allowed to speak a modicum of— Do you know who this is? Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively and said, He Lao-san, I am here on behalf of Governor Ma to verify the situation. Can you take responsibility for every word you have written? Are you aware that fabricating facts is a criminal offense? He Lao-san retorted loudly, Humph. What do I have to fear? I have a 70-year-old mother, 2 children still in school, and a wife bedridden and unable to move. What is wrong with me receiving minimum assistance? Look around the village. Who is more destitute than my family? Can you find another? Has your family not been recognized as beneficiaries of the minimum living allowance? Zhang Jun and He Lao-san, brimming with anger, spat out expletives. What a load of nonsense. They say the quota for beneficiaries is limited. My circumstances don't qualify. I see those slots have been snatched up by those with connections. Zhang Jun examined He Lao-san's house and asked, He Lao-san, do you have any evidence to support your claims? He Lao-san scoffed disdainfully. You want evidence? Go see who is receiving the minimum assistance, and you will understand. At that moment, several individuals approached, with the leader shouting, He Lao-san, stop your nonsense. The newcomer rushed to Zhang Jun's side, warily inquiring, What are you doing? Are you reporters from the provincial city? Don't listen to He Lao-san's wild claims. He is a persistent petitioner, and we find him quite troublesome. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow. And you are? I am the village secretary. Feel free to ask me anything you wish to know. You are the village secretary? Perfect timing. I am here to investigate the issue of He Lao-san's ineligibility for minimum living assistance. Do you have anything to say? You reporters should not be deceived by him. The village secretary did not recognize Ma Hongqi's official vehicle and, mistaking Zhang Jun's demeanor for that of a provincial reporter, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Zhang Jun adopted a commanding tone. How many households in your village receive minimum assistance? Provide me with their names. The village secretary scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. You think you can demand whatever you want from me? You should leave. This matter is beyond your purview. Chapter 41. Upholding justice. Zhang Jun proclaimed with unwavering confidence, Let me reiterate. I have been dispatched by the provincial government to investigate the disbursement of compensation funds by the Civil Affairs Bureau. It would be in your best interest to cooperate with my inquiries. The village secretary, accustomed to wielding authority, mistook Zhang for a mere reporter and showed him no deference. He bellowed, I don't care where you're from. We do not welcome you in our village. If you do not leave at once, I shall summon assistance. Zhang Jun produced his identification badge, displaying it before the secretary, and declared, Open your eyes and behold. Can you read? The village secretary widened his eyes in shock, and upon closer inspection gasped, Provincial government? You are Comrade Zhang Jun from the province? Master Wu, standing nearby, pointed to the official vehicle with a sardonic smile. You uneducated fool, do you see this car? This is Governor Ma's official car. Secretary Zhang is here on a work inspection representing Governor Ma. Do you dare to defy him? Do you understand the gravity of your transgression? I failed to recognize the great authority. The village Zhang Jun, with a stern demeanor, commanded, Enough of this nonsense. Quickly retrieve the documents regarding the compensation disbursement from your village. Wu, accompany him to collect the materials. I will remain here to gather further information. Master Wu complied respectfully and barked at the village secretary, Let us go. The village secretary, silenced, lowered his head and slinked away in defeat. With the arrival of even the secretary to Governor Ma, how could such a lowly village secretary dare to utter a word? Master Wu strode confidently alongside him. He Lao-san, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell to his knees before Zhang Jun, lamenting, Heavenly Magistrate. Zhang Jun quickly bent down to assist He Lao-san, gravely stating, Please rise. There is no need for such formality. I am here to investigate on behalf of the leadership. Speak freely. I shall convey your words truthfully upon my return to the provincial capital. I have finally emerged from obscurity. Justice is being served. He Lao-san sobbed, I cannot fathom how many letters I have written, reporting and appealing. Some have called me a fool, others a simpleton. I do not care. I demand justice. Master Wu soon returned with the relevant compensation materials. Accompanying him were not only the village secretary but also the village director and other officials. They approached with obsequious smiles, inviting Zhang Jun to their homes for a meal. Zhang Jun ignored their advances and simply glanced at the materials before stating, Take us to these households for inspection. The village secretary, with a forced grin, suggested, Leader, it is getting late. Perhaps we should eat first? Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively. The work takes precedence. The village secretary, left with no choice, led Zhang. Upon arriving at a 2-story Western-style house, Zhang Jun noticed the village secretary had halted. He inquired, Have we arrived? The village secretary pointed to the house, stating, This large house appears to be newly constructed, far more extravagant than my own. The village secretary, scratching his head, replied with a wry smile, That cannot be said. Is that the reason for their exclusion? The village secretary fell silent. A villager chimed in, "This household belongs to the village secretary's son-in-law." The village secretary's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Jun continued to visit several other impoverished households, discovering that true poverty was scarce. Even the least fortunate family fared significantly better than he Lao San's. After completing his rounds, Zhang Jun pointed at the village secretary, demanding, "Now, provide me with an explanation. Will you choose to clarify, or must I escalate this to the disciplinary committee?" With the presence of a high-ranking official, the villagers spoke up, recounting the transgressions of the village secretary. Zhang Jun was not particularly interested in the other crimes committed by the village secretary, such as embezzlement of public funds for road construction. His sole focus was on addressing the issues delegated to him by Ma Hongqi. Nevertheless, he meticulously documented all that was said. After concluding his investigation in this village, Zhang Jun proceeded to others. He forewent returning home for lunch, opting instead for a meal at a noodle stall in town. While he and Master Wu dined, a small car sped past, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Jun, upon noticing the dirt contaminating his bowl, said. Master Wu followed suit, remarking, "Who drives so recklessly on the street? Do they not fear hitting someone?" The stall owner replied, "Who else could it be? The richest person in town. This man strides through the town with impunity. He owns several large factories and is swimming in wealth." After settling his bill, Zhang Jun resumed his investigation with Master W. By the end of the day, the reports largely aligned with the facts. Instances of fraudulent claims to poverty alleviation funds were rampant. Those with wealth and influence could secure entitlements, while true impoverished individuals received nothing. After a day of arduous inquiries, Zhang Jun, feeling fatigued, his investigations revealed a staggering level of corruption in the lower towns. The deeper he delved, the more entrenched the problems appeared. Ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to rise above their circumstances, let alone appeal for justice. Were it not for Ma Hongqi's attentiveness, such issues might remain unresolved indefinitely. News of Zhang Jun's extensive investigations soon reached the county level, leaving Jin Jianjun and Bao Laishan astounded. They had assumed that Secretary Zhang's visit was related to health and education matters, as Governor Ma had recently focused on these sectors. However, the authority of the leadership is not something those below can predict. Governor Ma intended to catch them off guard. While he returned to Beijing to visit family, he had dispatched his secretary to the countryside to gather first-hand information. Jin Jianjun and Bao Laishan conspired to pay another visit to Zhang Jun, seeking to plead for leniency and to suppress the matter. Upon finding Zhang Jun, they implored, "Secretary Zhang, you are after all a product of Meishan County. For the sake of our county's reputation, might we consider downplaying this incident?" Feigning ignorance, Zhang Jun inquired, "Pray tell, how does one downplay a significant issue?" "I am not familiar with such matters." Jin Jianjun suggested, "How about this? We will rectify what needs rectifying immediately. However, please refrain from reporting the situation to Governor Ma. Family troubles should not be aired in public, as it would sound unseemly." Zhang Jun responded nonchalantly, "I have no authority to make decisions. Perhaps, once the National Day holiday concludes, you could accompany me to the provincial capital to report to Governor Ma. You may share any." Even as the county party secretary, pleading with Zhang Jun proved futile, leaving him feeling humiliated and displeased, yet utterly powerless. Chapter 42. Rent-seeking power. On an October evening in the countryside, the cool breeze flowed like water. While the city was sweltering even with air conditioning, the rural area required no more than a mere fan. Zhang Jun and his wife had been residing at home for 4 days, preparing to return to the city the following day. That night, after an intimate moment together, Lu Yujie gently remarked to Zhang Jun, "You have undermined the dignity of Secretary Jin and County Head Bao. I fear they may hold a grudge." Zhang Jun sighed deeply, "What do you suggest I do? If I acquiesce to them, I cannot justify it to my boss." Lu Yujie nestled against his chest and softly replied, "Permit me to speak without inciting your ire. No matter how formidable Governor Ma may be, he cannot remain in provincial office indefinitely. However, those county heads and secretaries may very well linger in the province for a lifetime. Their promotions will scarcely take them beyond the city." Zhang Jun paused, contemplating the validity of his wife's words. Lu Yujie traced circles on his chest with her finger, continuing, "When Ma Hongqi departs, how will you navigate dealings with Jin Jianjun and the others? What alternative do you propose that would serve both ends? Have you considered that Governor Ma, fully aware that this is your hometown, still dispatched you here for an investigation? Might he not be intentionally providing you with an opportunity to forge connections with these local officials? That is improbable. My boss harbors a deep-seated aversion to wrongdoing. Should he discover that I shield my fellow townsfolk, he would certainly cease to trust me. This may very well be a test from him, a trial of fate. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on it. Life is but a fleeting moment, and death is an eternity." Lu Yujie. The following day, Zhang Jun and his wife returned to the provincial capital. This homecoming exerted a profound impact on Zhang Jun. The countryside boasted an abundance of affluent individuals. Yet, Zhang Jun's family remained in their old house. He claimed to be faring well, yet the stark contrast of his family's circumstances filled him with shame. However, if he refrained from seeking wealth, by what means could he elevate their living conditions? His wife incessantly murmured in his ear, reminding him that power unused is power wasted. She also mentioned that Ma Hongqi, having come from the capital, would eventually return after gaining his fortune, leaving him with nothing. Hearing such words repeatedly caused Zhang Jun to waver at times. He found himself questioning what he was truly holding onto and what principles he was steadfastly defending. On October 6th, Zhang Jun received a call from Lu Zhengjie. "Hey, buddy, are you back? Just returned. How about a little gathering? Rare occasion to relax, don't you think?" Zhang Jun recalled the incident of Shen Shui being deceived into Ma Hongqi's room late at night. His perception of his former friend Lu Zhengjie had shifted. That matter remained unresolved, and Zhang Jun still did not know who had informed Secretary General Zhou Kong. This issue gnawed at him like a thorn in his throat, one he could not share with anyone. He had contemplated warning Ma Hongqi several times, but was at a loss for words. After all, he possessed no evidence to substantiate any claims of conspiracy against Ma Hongqi. Zhang Jun decided to accept Lu Zhengjie's invitation, intending to probe his friend's sentiments. "Sure, where shall we dine?" Zhang Jun inquired. "How about Xinhuan Ge? IVE reserved the Xuanzi private room for 5:30. "Sounds good." Zhang Jun hung up and asked Lu Yujia, "Are you coming to dinner tonight?" "I have to work tonight. We rotate shifts, and I've already taken so many days off. Besides, you men just drink when together, and I can't drink. You should drink less too. We're trying to conceive." "Conceiving? After all this time, there's been no progress." "Sai, do you think we should get a checkup? What if there really is a problem? If you want to go, you go. I'm sure I have no issues." "You're being quite the chauvinist. Who can guarantee that? Do you think infertility is solely a woman's issue?" Zhang Jun was reluctant to delve into this topic. He took out his phone, contemplated for a moment, and sent a message to Shen Shui, 5:30 this afternoon, Xinhuan Gu, Xuanzi private room. Shen Shui quickly replied, "Okay. Are you back? Is it just the two of us tonight or a gathering?" Zhang Jun responded, "A gathering. Lu Zhengjie will be there." Shen Shui replied, "Got it." Just as he was about to put his phone away, another message chimed in. This time it was from Xie Xiaoya. "Master, have you been ignoring me? IVE called you several times, but you didn't answer." Zhang Jun chose not to reply. He indeed harbored prejudices against Xie Xiaoya. His lowest point, in that guesthouse room, had she truly yielded to him, perhaps his life would have taken a different trajectory. Nonetheless, Zhang Jun sometimes thought it fortunate that Xie Xiaoya had walked away. Otherwise, he might have attracted far greater troubles. Caught between infidelity and upholding his principles, Zhang Jun felt quite lost. At 5:30, Zhang Jun arrived punctually at Xinhuan Gu. Lu Zhengjie had brought a few friends along. Upon hearing them address Lu Zhengjie as Director Lu, Zhang Jun was taken aback. "Old Lu, you've been promoted?" Zhang Jun inquired. "Ha, just a director. It's nothing significant. You will always be my superior." Lu Zhengjie laughed heartily. "Come, let us raise a glass to Secretary Zhang." At that moment, Shen Shui knocked and entered. Lu Zhengjie was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, then smiled at Zhang Jun, saying, "You must have invited her?" Zhang Jun nodded and extended his hand toward Shen Shui. Without hesitation, she took his hand. Zhang Jun raised his glass, stating, "To old Lu's promotion." He made no mention of Shen Shui's relationship to him, yet Lu Zhengjie gleaned the underlying. Zhang Jun and Shen Shui shared no romantic ties. They were merely close friends. Nevertheless, he sought to shield Shen Shui, unwilling for Lu Zhengjie to exploit her for his own gain. Thus, through this gesture, he asserted his claim over Shen Shui to Lu Zhengjie. Lu Zhengjie chuckled and drank from his glass. Shen Shui smiled faintly, remaining silent. She was an astute individual, aware of when to speak and when to remain quiet. As the drinks flowed, Zhang Jun suddenly patted Lu Zhengjie on the shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips. "You were quite clever, managing to connect with Secretary Zhou." In truth, he was unaware whether Lu Zhengjie had ties to Zhou Kong. He was simply trying to bait him. Lu Zhengjie seemed momentarily taken aback before grinning widely. "How did you know?" He had just admitted it. All of Zhang Jun's doubts were suddenly cleared. Lu Zhengjie was indeed in league with Zhou Kong. The arrangement to send Shen Shui to Ma Hongqi's place late at night was undoubtedly orchestrated by Zhou Kong through Lu Zhengjie. Lu Zhengjie's swift ascent to director was likely due to Zhou Kang's influence. Zhang Jun clenched his fists inwardly, yet maintained a smile, saying, "Secretary Zhou mentioned it to me one day. He unexpectedly inquired whether you and I were friends, and I understood then. Your promotion this time was certainly aided by his support." Lu Zhengjie slapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, "I was just lucky to have caught Secretary Zhou's eye. Now, with you, me, and Secretary Zhou forming a solid triangle, we're in a secure position." Zhang Jun thought to himself, "How clever of you, Lu Zhengjie. I regarded you as a friend, yet you scheme behind my back. Let us see how I deal with you." Chapter 43. Shen Shui's night visit. After dinner, Lu Zhangjie expressed his desire to go to KTV for Zhang Jun feigned drunkenness, draping his arm over Shan Shue's shoulder, and waved at Lu Zhangjie with a hazy smile, slurring, "I've had too much to drink today. I won't be joining you for karaoke. Let us gather another day." Lu Zhangjie regarded Shan Shui with a peculiar gaze and chuckled heartily. Understood, understood. Let us meet another time. The group then proceeded to KTV without further ado. Supporting Zhang Jun, Shan Shui inquired, "Brother Zhang, you're not riding your bike, are you? Shall we take a taxi?" Zhang Jun released her grip, straightened up and replied, "I'm not drunk. I was merely pretending." Shan Shui, with her innocent big eyes, asked, "Why pretend to be drunk?" Zhang Jun, captivated by her naivety, chose not to reveal the truth, instead smiling, "Because I didn't want to go sing with them." "Didn't you say Lu Zhangjie is a good person? Remember, if he tries to arrange something for you again, be cautious. Don't let yourself be used without realizing it." Shan Shui obediently acknowledged his warning. After the National Day holiday concluded, Ma Hongqi returned to work from Beijing. After 7 days apart, he appeared to have aged a few years, with strands of white hair visible at his temples. On his first day back, Zhang Jun provided Ma Hongqi with a detailed report on the findings from his investigation in Meishan County. To enhance the credibility of the investigation, Zhang Jun had, as Ma Hongqi perused the images, he asked, "Is this the home of He Laosan?" Zhang Jun glanced at the photos and confirmed, "Indeed." Ma Hongqi then flipped through several more pictures, asking, "Are these all impoverished households?" "These impoverished families have connections with the village officials." Ma Hongqi's brows furrowed as he slammed his palm down on the photos, exclaiming in a low voice, "This is outrageous. These insignificant officials wield their power to the fullest extent. It is utterly excessive." Zhang Jun responded, "Boss, I fear this situation exists beyond just Meishan County. It's merely that these few petitioners have brought it to light." His intention was to defend his hometown. If there were to be exposure, it should be collective, preventing Meishan County from becoming the center of scrutiny. Ma Hongqi agreed, saying, "The entire province should undergo a thorough investigation." But how to investigate? It wasn't simply a matter of rectifying a few large tertiary hospitals. It involved 14 prefecture-level cities and countless villages. Considering the difficulty of such an undertaking, Ma Hongqi pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let each locality conduct self-examinations first, allowing a month for this. Then, we'll post notices in every village, ensuring that each villager becomes a watchdog. Once they realize the provincial government values this issue, they will eagerly report any misconduct." Zhang Jun reflected, "Ultimately, the lack of transparency and openness in village governance is the root cause of corruption. If we require each village to publicly disclose their finances, allowing villagers to supervise voluntarily, we might resolve this long-standing issue." Ma Hongqi nodded. "That makes sense. Xiao Zhang, you possess quite a sharp mind." Zhang Jun humbly replied, "I'm merely inspired by your guidance, boss." After reviewing Zhang Jun's investigative materials, Ma Hongqi expressed his satisfaction, stating, "You've handled this matter excellently. I will instruct the Civil Affairs Department to address this issue. By the way, the local officials didn't make things difficult for you, did they? I specifically had Master Wu drive you in my car to ensure your protection. Those down below will regard my presence, and won't dare to make things too troublesome for you." Only then did Zhang Jun comprehend his boss's good intentions, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern. The colleagues down there were very supportive of my investigation." Ma Hongqi snorted. "Do they dare not support? Whoever opposes me will not go unpunished." Just as Zhang Jun was about to discuss Zhou Kong, he heard a voice from outside. Zhou Kong called out, "Where is Xiao Zhang?" Zhang Jun hurriedly stepped outside, saying, "Hello, Secretary Zhou. I was just pouring tea for the boss." Zhou Kong glanced at him and remarked, "I heard you made a significant contribution during your trip, didn't you? Received praise again, I suppose?" Zhang Jun smiled, "We simply do our job well. It's our duty. I don't seek praise, just hope to avoid criticism." Zhou Kong waved his hand and entered the office to discuss work with Ma Hongqi. After the holiday, leaders from various departments came to report to Ma Hongqi. By the end of the day, Zhang Jun hadn't found an opportunity to speak privately with his boss. After work, Zhang Jun escorted Ma Hongqi back to the guest house, and Ma Hongqi showed no intention of inviting him inside. Observing this, Zhang Jun suggested, "Boss, how about a game of chess?" Ma Hongqi, appearing somewhat fatigued, agreed, "All right, let us play a game. You can have dinner here." Zhang Jun accepted, entering the living room to set up the chessboard. His pretense of playing chess was merely a guise. He primarily wished to discuss Zhou Kong with Ma Hongqi. "Boss, do you remember Comrade Shan Shui?" "Shan Shui?" Ma Hongqi quickly recalled, "The host from the television station, right?" "Yes, she came to the villa that morning to report on her work." In reality, she didn't arrive in the morning but had come the night before. Why come to report work at night? Someone specifically arranged for her to come? What do you mean? Was there some important matter to discuss overnight? Yet she didn't mention anything significant that day. Zhang Jun organized his thoughts and decided to speak frankly. Boss, on the day Shen Shui came to report. Upon hearing these words, Ma Hongqi's eyes widened in alarm. Shen Shui was a renowned beauty. Ma Hongqi lived alone. If someone with ulterior motives were to see and spread rumors, Ma Hongqi's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Did Comrade Zhou Kong truly say that? A flicker of menace crossed Ma Hongqi's eyes, though it quickly vanished. Boss, Secretary Zhou indeed said so. He even pressured me to provide false testimony, claiming Shen Shui spent the night here. However, I did not comply. I countered by stating that Shen Shui hadn't been here that night. She came the following morning with me. Ma Hongqi forcefully placed a chess piece on the board and declared, check. Chapter 44, the boss takes action. On this day, the provincial government convened a meeting of the provincial governor's office. Zhang Jun accompanied his superior to the provincial government conference room, where he and several other secretaries of governors awaited in the lounge. There are primarily 4 types of high-level meetings presided over. Firstly, the plenary session of the provincial government, which includes the governor and deputy governor, the secretaries, and the heads of various departments, encompassing the core members of the provincial decision-making system, primarily focused on current pressing issues. Secondly, the executive meeting of the provincial government, convened and chaired by the governor, attended by the deputy governor and the secretary of the provincial government. Thirdly, the governor's office meeting, proposed by the relevant deputy governor and chaired by the governor, mainly involving heads of departments pertinent to the agenda, aimed at coordinating. Lastly, the special meeting of the provincial government, presided over by the deputy governor or the secretary of the provincial government, with attendees being heads of departments related to specific topics. Today's meeting was a governor's office meeting, proposed by Deputy Governor Ma Hongqi and chaired by the governor, with the participation of relevant department heads. Ma Hongqi proposed the establishment of transparency in rural party affairs and government operations across the province, along with financial transparency for the village committees, collectively referred to as the 3 transparencies. Whether this proposal could be approved depended on the discussions and votes during the meeting. Zhang Jun, in the lounge, did not hear the discussions within. The meeting, originally scheduled for 45 minutes, extended until the noon break. Zhang Jun was busy handling official matters on his phone. Many came to see Ma Hongqi, but when they could not meet him, they sought Zhang Jun instead. He replied to each, stating that Governor Ma was engaged in an important meeting and suggested they return another day. Finally, the meeting concluded. When Ma Hongqi emerged, he radiated joy and waved his hand cheerfully. Zhang Jun reported on the work. Upon returning to the office, Ma Hongqi exclaimed, Xiao Zhang, you are my lucky star. The surveys and photographs you provided proved invaluable today. I successfully persuaded the leaders to implement the 3 transparencies across the province. No pilot programs, we are going all in. Seeing his superiors so pleased, Zhang Jun smiled and replied, this is all thanks to your foresight, boss, and your alignment with the other leaders. I merely contributed a trivial effort under your guidance. Ma Hongqi was greatly pleased. After the afternoon work session began, Ma Hongqi called Zhou Kong, requesting him to come to the office. Zhou Kong walked in, hands clasped behind his back, and upon seeing Zhang Jun writing materials, he cleared his throat. Zhang Jun looked up and said, Secretary Zhou, the boss is waiting for you. Please go in. Zhou Kong approached and inquired, how is Governor Ma's mood? Zhang Jun was taken aback for a moment and replied, I perceive the boss is in quite good spirits. He wondered if, was the meeting intended for a confrontation? Zhou Kong hesitated, furrowed his brow, and then turned to enter the office. Zhang Jun, understanding the situation, refrained from eavesdropping. A full half-hour passed before Zhou Kong emerged. To Zhang Jun's surprise, Zhou Kong did not appear flustered or disheartened. Could it be that his assumptions were incorrect? Did Ma Hongqi not confront Zhou Kong? The decisions of leaders are often inscrutable, and however, he soon grasped Ma Hongqi's exceptional political acumen. One day at the end of October, Zhang Jun accompanied Ma Hongqi on an inspection of several top-tier hospitals. Each hospital had made the necessary corrections and was ready for the leader's evaluation. After completing the inspections, while returning to the provincial government compound, Ma Hongqi suddenly instructed Master Wu, let us go to the provincial party committee. The committee was not far from the government, and they arrived in 20 minutes. Ma Hongqi alighted from the car in front of the provincial party committee office building and said to Zhang Jun, Xiao Zhang, follow me. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, grasping his briefcase, and closely trailed behind his superior. It is often said that a secretary is but a shadow of their boss. During idle times, a secretary typically walks in the shadow of their superior. Ma Hongqi was meeting with the provincial party secretary, Zhang Dongfang. Before entering Zhang Dongfang's office, Ma Hongqi glanced at Zhang Jun and said, Xiao Zhang, come in with me. Zhang Jun's heart raced as he straightened his posture and adjusted his collar. This was his first audience with Zhang Dongfang. Previously, he had only admired the leader's visage through the lens of television news. Zhang Dongfang, in his 60s, sported a slicked-back hairstyle that appeared dyed, glossy, and having encountered many leaders, Zhang Jun noted that the folklore regarding the significance of facial features in leadership held some truth. Those who ascend to high office invariably possess distinct. Zhang Dongfang shook hands with Ma Hongqi, smiling. Hongqi, you are quite the rare guest here. Have you forgotten our days together as educated youth? Zhang Jun was taken aback, pondering their shared history. Surely that was a bond reserved for old acquaintances? Ma Hongqi slightly bent his waist and replied, I primarily wanted to avoid any suspicion of forming a small clique. That would not be appropriate. You are my former leader. How could I forget you? Ma Hongqi gestured toward Zhang Jun, saying, This is my secretary, Comrade Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun bowed respectfully, greeting, Hello, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Dongfang nodded and shook his hand. Ma Hongqi and Zhang Dongfang seated themselves on the sofa, while Zhang Jun, too respectful to sit, stood to the side with his briefcase. Ma Hongqi candidly stated, Secretary Zhang, I am here primarily to discuss Comrade Zhou Kong. Zhang Dongfang pondered for a moment. Zhou Kong? Your Secretary General, correct? Ma Hongqi gestured toward Zhang Jun, who promptly opened his briefcase and retrieved a stack of documents, placing them in his boss's hand. This briefcase belonged to Ma Hongqi, and Zhang Jun was uncertain of its contents, but seeing his Ma Hongqi handed the documents to Zhang Dongfang, saying, Indeed, this is the individual in question. These are the reports related to Comrade Zhou Kong, some forwarded by the Letters and Visits Office and others from Comrade Zhao Yujun of the Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Given that Zhou Kong is my Secretary General, any issues must go through my approval before action can be taken. I understand that my colleagues are acting for my benefit, but I cannot shield Comrade Zhou Kong. I have compiled relevant materials for your review, Secretary Zhang, and I seek your judgment. Zhang Dongfang accepted the documents and immediately began to. With each page Zhang turned, the furrow in his brow deepened. Upon finishing, Zhang Dongfang slammed the documents onto the coffee table with a resounding thud, exclaiming, What use is there in keeping such a cadre? This is utterly audacious, a blatant disregard for party discipline. Zhang Jun felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, Ma Hongqi's previous kindness towards Zhou Kong had merely been a tactic to stabilize him before delivering a decisive blow. To spare him would be one thing, but to strike with lethal precision was another. Chapter 45. Dismissal from office. Zhang Jun had not perused the incriminating dossier concerning Zhou Kong. He was convinced that Ma Hongqi had long been clandestinely gathering and organizing such information. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to assemble such comprehensive materials in such a brief time frame. Zhang Jun's denunciation of Zhou Kong merely ignited the final spark. It was precisely due to this report that he earned Ma Hongqi's genuine trust. As a cadre from the capital, Ma Hongqi harbored a profound fear that his secretary might be a protege of the Secretary General. Should Zhang Jun truly be an ally of Zhou Kong, Ma Hongqi would find himself rendered invisible, with every action scrutinized. Zhang Jun successfully navigated this trial and was recognized as Ma Hongqi's secretary. Hence, he was able to enter Zhang Dongfang's office today. Ma Hongqi formally introduced. Zhang Dongfang's reaction upon reviewing the materials met Ma Hongqi's expectations. Hongqi, I will bring up the matter of Comrade Zhou Kong in the Provincial Committee's standing meeting, Zhang Dongfang stated gravely. Do you have a suitable candidate for the position of Deputy Secretary General of the provincial government? Zhang Dongfang's inquiry indicated he was confident in appointing Ma Hongqi's nominee. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Hongqi replied, Having recently arrived in the province, I do not possess an appropriate candidate. Perhaps Secretary Zhang could arrange one for me? Zhang Jun mused internally, impressed by his superior's acumen. He understood that in order to gain Zhang Dongfang's support, one must be prepared to make sacrifices. Although their relationship was not superficial, political dynamics are primarily driven by self-interest. Without offering Zhang Dongfang any advantages, why would he exert effort on Ma Hongqi's behalf? Zhang Dongfang, indeed pleased, responded with a smile. We'll discuss it later. Let's see what nominations the comrades propose. This was a display of personal finesse. Appointments within the provincial committee are typically nominated by the organization department. The Minister of Organization has always been the most loyal vanguard of the secretary. The party committee governs personnel. If a secretary cannot control the organization department, he will be unable to wield actual power. Given Zhang Dongfang's skill and capability, he had undoubtedly already secured control over the organization department. Thus, his statement was merely a courteous formality. He could not simply say, Very well, I shall arrange one for you. Every utterance from a master is worthy of contemplation, and Zhang Jun gleaned invaluable insights from this exchange. The fate of Comrade Zhou Kong was being sealed within the discourse between Ma Hongqi and Zhang Dongfang. After departing from the provincial committee, Ma Hongqi sat in the back seat of the car, pressing his temples with his fingers, and inquired, Xiao Zhang, have you visited Comrade Han Yuxin recently? Zhang Jun felt a pang of guilt and replied, I've been too busy lately to pay him a visit. Ma Hongqi pondered for a moment and said, next time you go, please buy 2 bottles of good wine for me to send over. You can reimburse me later, I've been quite occupied myself. Zhang Jun agreed, sure, boss. During my last trip home, I brought back a jar of homemade rice wine and I wonder if Mr. Han enjoys it? Ma Hongqi responded, that sounds splendid. He will surely appreciate it. Zhang Jun declared, then I shall take the wine from home to visit him. No need for reimbursement from the boss. Ma Hongqi chuckled, you. After work that day, Lu Yujia noticed and asked, who are you gifting this to? Isn't that a rather meager offering? We have fine wine at home, all gifts from others. We even have 2 bottles of Wuliangya. That would be a better choice. Zhang Jun inhaled the fragrant aroma of the rice wine and replied, you might not understand. Some elderly folks prefer the homemade rice wine from rural households. They often yearn for it, but cannot find it. Lu Yujia inquired, who are you visiting? Zhang Jun placed the bottles into a bag and said, an old gentleman I met during my internship at the traditional Chinese. I won't be back for dinner tonight. He descended the stairs, placed the wine in the basket of his bicycle, and rode to Han Yuxin's residence. Han Yuxin was enjoying the cool breeze in the yard when he saw Zhang Jun and exclaimed, Comrade Zhang Jun, it has been a long time. Zhang Jun entered with the wine and said, Mr. Han, this is homemade rice wine. Governor Ma knows you enjoy it and asked me to bring it for you to savor. Han Yuxin opened the bottle, took a sip, smacked his lips and laughed, delicious wine. He then lowered his voice and added, don't let my granddaughter know. She keeps a tight rein on me and forbids me from drinking. Your boss truly understands me and knows I cannot quit this vice. Zhang Jun couldn't help but smile, thinking how wonderfully naive Mr. Han was. Han Jin was in the kitchen preparing a meal and called out, Grandpa, who is it? Zhang Jun walked in and said, it's me, Xiao Jin. I've come to enjoy a meal at your home. Han Jin giggled, please sit down. I will make a couple more dishes. You came at just the right time. We just bought a large soft-shelled turtle, wild caught. My grandpa saw it being caught and bought it back. Han Zhengxian invited Zhang Jun to take a seat, and the two engaged in casual conversation. During their chat, Zhang Jun learned that Han Zhengxian's son and daughter-in-law both worked in the capital, while his granddaughter had stayed with him since childhood, unwilling to part with him. Han Jin had just been admitted to university and opted for day classes to better accompany her grandfather. The young girl was lively and innocent, possessing a delicate charm that endeared her to all. She brought out several dishes she had prepared. As they dined, she continuously served Zhang Jun, saying, Brother Zhang Jun, please eat more. My grandpa and I eat little. These dishes are all made for you, so please don't hold back. Zhang Jun laughed. You are truly virtuous. Whoever marries you will be fortunate indeed. Han Jin blushed and replied, I'm still young. I haven't thought about such things. After the meal, Han Jin pulled Zhang Jun to play. Zhang Jun glanced at the time and said, I must head home now. You have school tomorrow, right? You should rest early. Yes, Brother Zhang Jun, do come to play often, Han Jin said, escorting him to the gate and waving goodbye. A week later, the provincial government convened a standing committee meeting. As soon as the meeting concluded, news spread swiftly. Comrade Zhou Kong was dismissed from his position as Deputy Secretary General of the provincial government. As for his future, no decisions had yet been made. Zhou Kong sat in his office, just having finished a phone call. He appeared stunned, his eyes vacant, staring ahead as if gazing at something indistinct, lost in a daze. Zhou Kang's face turned ashen as he clenched his fists and slammed them down on the desk. A wave of unprecedented humiliation enveloped him in an instant. He could never have imagined that Ma Hongqi would quietly unseat him, a deputy department-level official. Rising, Zhou Kong made his way to Ma Hongqi's office, hoping to engage in a desperate struggle, seeking his superior's intercession to secure a more favorable position. However, upon arriving at the secretary's office, you cannot disturb him. Chapter 46. The Discipline Inspection Commission's Zhou Kong was instantly infuriated, raising his voice and pointing at Zhang Jun. What did you say? Do you even know who I am? Are you daring enough to address me as Zhou Kong comrade? The saying, when people leave, the tea cools, is a well-known rule in the officialdom. Moreover, Zhang Jun and this individual had always been at odds, and at this moment, he was undoubtedly reveling in the situation, though he did not display it on his face. Comrade Zhou Kong, I apologize, but you cannot enter. Zhang Jun maintained a professional demeanor. Zhou Kong trembled with rage and shouted, Zhang, I have yet to leave. It is not your place to speak here. Zhang Jun cast him a cold glance, his expression impassive. As expected, I should have had you transferred long ago. Zhang Jun seized his wrist, staring him down and said, You, an old relic, are you certain you wish to engage in a physical altercation with me? Do you believe I could easily render you a crumpled heap with a single punch? Zhou Kong was taken aback. How dare a mere section chief treat him with such disrespect? Was this not a rebellion? Very well, Zhang Jun, I am still in my position. Do you think I cannot deal with you? Zhou Kang's hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, Do you believe I cannot have you ousted? I do not believe so. Zhang Jun, please maintain your dignity. Do not create a disturbance here. It is unbecoming. I ask you to leave, or I will summon assistance. Zhou Kong was utterly enraged, stepping back and trembling as he spat. So, you think you can look down on me, you sycophant? Now that you are in power, you wield your authority. Have you forgotten that I was the one who brought you in? Zhang Jun coldly replied, I do not recall such a thing. All I remember is that Comrade Zhou Kong once spurred me on vigorously. Each utterance of Comrade Zhou Kong seemed to infuriate him further. Their altercation drew the attention of their colleagues in the outer office. Wu Li, Pan Jun, and others rushed over to witness the commotion. They were all astonished to see Zhang Jun clashing with Zhou Kong. The provincial standing committee had just concluded, and only someone of Zhou Kang's stature could have received such information immediately. Naturally, Wu Li and the others were a step behind in their sources. As for Zhang Jun, he had long been aware of the outcome. Zhou Kong in his current state was akin to a plucked phoenix, no better than a chicken. What was there for Zhang Jun to fear? The grievances he had endured in the past were now unleashed in full force. Wu Li, taken aback, whispered to Pan Jun, what is happening? Secretary Zhang is fighting with Secretary Zhou? Pan Jun shook his head in confusion. I have no idea. This should not be possible. Indeed. Unless Zhang Jun had consumed the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard. However, the onlookers did not see the full picture. They were unaware that Zhou Kong had initiated the confrontation. Zhang Jun released his grip and said solemnly, Comrade Zhou Kong, please be my guest. Zhou Kong tousled his disheveled hair and said, You arrogant little cur, do you believe I cannot deal with you? With a single phone call, I can have you removed from your position. He turned to exit, noticing the crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. What are you staring at? Get lost. Wu Li, Pan Jun, and the others lowered their heads, having long been intimidated by Zhou Kang's tyranny. Who would dare to resist? At this moment, Zhao Yujun, the deputy secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, approached with two companions. Upon seeing Zhao Yujun, Zhou Kong stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, Secretary Zhao, you have arrived just in time. This Zhang Jun has gone mad, preventing me from seeing Governor Ma and even daring to lay hands on me. This person must be dealt with severely. Zhao Yujun disregarded his words, his expression stoic as he stated, Comrade Zhou Kong, we have been instructed to invite you to the Discipline Inspection Commission for a discussion. Please come with us. Invite for tea at the Discipline Inspection Commission? These four words are the most dreaded in the bureaucracy. Zhou Kong was momentarily taken aback, his tongue stumbling over his words. Zhao, Secretary, I do not drink the tea of the Discipline Inspection Commission. That is not for you to decide. Zhao Yujun, known for his stern demeanor, Zhou Kong swallowed hard and said, Secretary Zhao, what is happening? I have committed no offense. Zhao Yujun replied calmly, Comrade Zhou Kong, during the recently concluded Provincial Standing Committee meeting, you have been dismissed from your position as Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Government due to your involvement in several cases. We from the Discipline Inspection Commission are ordered to take you back for investigation. As a veteran party member and old cadre, you are aware of our procedures. Please cooperate with our actions, and do not force us to resort to measures. It was not merely a matter of dismissal. What awaited him was not a transfer to another position, but a summons to the Discipline Inspection Commission for interrogation. A dual regulation? Thirsty and dry-mouthed, Zhou Kong exclaimed, I must see Governor Ma. I demand to see Governor Ma. Zhao Yujun coldly replied, Governor Ma is occupied with affairs of state. You cannot simply see him at will. Please, follow us. Zhou Kong turned his head towards Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun wore an air of tranquility, displaying neither schadenfreude nor vindictiveness, merely regarding him with contempt. Pan Jun and Wu Li then realized that Zhou Kang's power had waned. No wonder Zhang Jun dared to confront Zhou Kong. He was emboldened by his immunity. They harbored no fondness for Zhou Kong, eagerly wishing for his departure. Unlike Zhang Jun, their capacities and depths were lacking, and they displayed expressions of amusement. Zhou Kong turned sharply, glaring at those who laughed. The remnants of his once formidable presence stilled the laughter, and those who had clapped ceased immediately. Zhao Yujun signaled to his subordinates. They understood and stepped forward, flanking Zhou Kong to restrain him. Zhou Kong, suddenly enraged, broke free from the grip of the two discipline inspectors, roaring like a wounded lion. What are you doing? I am not a criminal. What right do you have to restrain me? Zhao Yujun smiled slightly, saying, Comrade Zhou Kong, please recognize reality and cooperate with the investigation. I see. You are all in collusion to frame me. He shouted towards Ma Hongqi's office. Ma Hongqi, you are the one harming me. You have done this to me. I will haunt you even in death. Zhao Yujun waved his hand. Muzzle him and take him away. One of the discipline inspectors stepped forward, covering Zhou Kang's mouth to prevent further outbursts, then forcibly escorted him out. At that moment, Pan Jun and Wu Li found it inappropriate to engage in conversation with Zhang Jun, signaling him with their hands before retreating to their offices. Zhang Jun proceeded to Ma Hongqi's office, where only Ma Hongqi was present, attending to his work. Boss, Comrade Zhou Kong has been taken away by Secretary Zhao for tea, Zhang Jun reported. Ma Hongqi, having completed his review of the documents, looked up and said, "Well done, Xiao Zhang. I have an important task for you going forward." Chapter 47. During Zhou Kang's dual regulation period, I will send you to assist in the investigation. Zhang Jun was taken aback. He was not involved in disciplinary inspection, so what purpose would his presence serve? However, understanding that his superior had his reasons, he patiently listened on. Xiao Zhang, Ma continued, I have long harbored suspicions regarding the circumstances surrounding Gao Hai's demise. Zhou Kong is the best point of entry for this matter. It is of utmost importance, and I wish for you to personally interrogate him. Unlike the interrogations conducted by law enforcement, dual regulation interviews are typically carried out by a special task force. Zhao Yujun, as the deputy secretary, was too busy with his duties to personally oversee such matters. Individuals like Zhou Kong are generally handled by comrades from the First Supervision and Inspection Office, which is renowned for its rigorous oversight and has dealt with numerous high-profile cases. Why then did Ma Hongqi insist on sending Zhang Jun? What was the underlying rationale? Even if Zhang Jun were to go, what could he possibly accomplish? How would the case be investigated? Given his superior's orders, Zhang Jun had no choice but to comply. That afternoon, Zhang Jun arrived at the Commission for Discipline Inspection and reported to Zhao Yujun, clarifying his purpose. Zhao nodded and said, Governor Ma has informed me. I will arrange for Comrade Zhang Chong to accompany you. Zhang Chong was the head of the First Supervision and Inspection Office, responsible for the Zhou Kong case. The commission has designated investigation facilities, all equipped with surveillance. In the interview room, two colleagues were already engaged in conversation with Zhou Kong, one recording and the other questioning. If you have any questions, Secretary Zhang, feel free to ask. Zhang Jun replied, Director Zhang, I am merely here to observe as arranged by Governor Ma. Zhang nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Zhang Jun enter, he rose and exclaimed, Why is he here? What right does he have to inquire about me? A stern voice from the commission staff admonished, Zhou Kong, sit down, and if you continue to act out, we will resort to coercive measures. Zhou Kong, gritting his teeth, let out a cold snort and retorted, I have nothing to say. The questions you posed earlier are utterly baseless. I have never accepted bribes from anyone, nor have I committed any heinous acts. Zhang Chong stood up and patted the shoulder of the commission staff member, who then vacated. Denying will not avail you. Now tell us, what is your relationship with Zhou Wenbin? We merely share a surname. Is that a crime? Zhou Kong replied. Zhou Wenbin has confessed that he presented you with gifts on 3 separate occasions, totaling over 1 million yuan, in order to secure the position of He is framing me. This is slander, Director Zhang. You must see through this. Now, please truthfully answer our inquiries. The reality is, I have not received a single cent from him. If you don't believe me, check my bank accounts. They contain only my salary and benefits, no excess funds. Zhang Chong continued to pose a series of questions, yet Zhou Kong steadfastly denied all allegations. The conversation reached an impasse. Zhang Jun cleared his throat and interjected, Zhou Kong, on the day Gao Hai died, was it not you who arranged the vehicle? A flicker of, but how to uncover the evidence? Suddenly, Zhang Chong suggested, Zhou Kong, let us pay a visit to your home. Zhou Kong hesitated, there are elders and children at my house. Zhang Chong replied sternly, this is a necessary, let us proceed. With no other option, Zhou Kong reluctantly rose. Zhang Jun followed them to Zhou Kang's residence. Upon arrival, it became apparent that Zhang Chong had already coordinated with the Anti-Corruption Bureau for a joint operation. Zhou Kong had been taken into dual regulation at his workplace and had not yet informed his family. His home was situated in a welfare housing complex for provincial officials, inhabited by his nearly 70-year-old mother and a teenage son, who was away at school. Upon opening the door, Zhou's mother greeted them with a smile, saying, Xiao Kong, you've brought so many colleagues home. Are you dining with us? Zhou Kong, forcing calmness, replied, Mother, I have some. Please step out and buy some fruit. Zhou's mother nodded and invited Zhang Chong and the others to sit before heading downstairs with her purse. The staff from the commission and the Anti-Corruption Bureau did not sit, but immediately began their search. Zhang Jun observed their thoroughness. They even knocked on the walls to check for hidden compartments, crouched to tap the floorboards, and inspected beneath the bed, in the cabinets, the toilet tank, and under the sofa. Every possible hiding spot was meticulously examined. Ultimately, they found nothing. Zhou Kong smirked, concealing his satisfaction, and remarked, Well, there's nothing here, is there? Zhang Jun quietly informed Zhang Chong, Director Zhang, let us go there. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kang's countenance changed dramatically. What I have done has nothing to do with my wife. On what grounds do you search her residence? Zhang Chong retorted, What have you done? Did you not just claim that you have done nothing wrong? Now, speak truthfully. Realizing he had misspoken, Zhou Kong fell silent. Zhang Chong waved his hand, leading Zhou Kong away. As they descended the stairs, they encountered Zhou's mother returning with fruit. She warmly called out, "Stay and eat some fruit before you leave." Zhang Chang gestured dismissively, "No need." A look of despair began to creep onto Zhou's mother's face as she slowly grasped the unfolding reality. As they watched the vehicle depart, the fruit bag in her hands slipped, scattering oranges and pears across the ground. She clutched her head, swaying unsteadily, before collapsing to the floor. Zhang Jun and the others arrived at Zhou Kang's other apartment. Zhang Chang pointed at the door and asked, "Will you open it, or shall I?" Zhou Kang's face turned ashen. He understood that escape from culpability was impossible. His body weakened, and his lips trembled. Zhang Chang had brought a locksmith, who promptly forced the door open. The apartment was lavishly decorated, spanning over 300 square meters. Zhang Chang asked sternly, "How did you acquire this property?" Zhou Kang swallowed hard and replied, "We purchased it with our salaries." Zhang Chang scoffed, "Search." The investigators from the Commission and the Anti-Corruption Bureau commenced their thorough examination. "Director Zhang, we have made a discovery," a staff member called out. "We found a substantial amount of cash." Zhang Jun and the others rushed into the room. It was a study, with wooden bookshelves lining the walls. Upon opening the shelves, rather than books, they were filled with cash, stacks and rows of 100 yuan notes. Zhang Jun quickly estimated the amount, realizing it far exceeded 1 million yuan. This Zhou Kang had embezzled such an exorbitant sum. Chapter 48. Fatal plunge from the building. Zhang Jun was utterly astonished upon seeing the wall of money before him. He had never witnessed such a staggering amount in his lifetime. Zhou Kang, realizing there was no escape, despondently crouched on the ground, his hands incessantly tugging at his hair. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhou Kang answered, shouting, What happened to my mother? Speak clearly." "How can that be?" "Cerebral hemorrhage." He hung up the phone and frantically dashed outside. Zhang Chang and others moved in to apprehend him. Zhou Kang had only taken a few steps when he was seized and brought back. "Do you dare to run?" Zhang Chang barked. "Confess and cooperate." Zhou Kang's eyes blazed with despair. "My mother is dead. My mother is dead." Zhang Chang paused, saying, "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. You are already under double regulation and will soon be handed over to the Anti-Corruption Bureau." Suddenly, Zhou Kang forcefully broke. Zhang Chang and the others, still in shock, watched as Zhou Kang climbed over the balcony railing. The balcony was open. This was the 15th floor. Zhou Kang shouted, "Don't push me. If you force me, I will jump. You will learn none of the secrets you seek." Zhang Jun recalled his employer's instructions, thinking that the mystery surrounding Gao Hai's death had yet to be unraveled. Yet, in that moment, he dared not question. Zhang Chang halted the others and approached slowly, saying, "Zhou Kang, confess and you may receive leniency. You have a long road ahead. Do not gamble your life. Come back up. The wind is strong outside, and you might fall." Zhou Kang, consumed by rage, shook the stainless steel railing violently, yelling, "My mother has hypertension and a brain hemorrhage. She could die. If you want to let me see her, I would rather die here." Zhang Chang stepped onto the balcony, extending his hand. "Come back up. We'll accompany you to the hospital." Zhou Kang's phone rang again. He managed to free one hand to answer, but in his frenzied state, his foot slipped, and he fell like a kite with a severed string, plummeting downwards. Zhang Chang and Zhang Jun gasped and rushed to the balcony to look down. Zhou Kang's body fell freely, crashing onto the roof of a car below with a thunderous thud. Zhang Jun witnessed this scene, his legs turning to jelly. He quickly stepped back, fearing he might fall as well. Zhang Chang and the others exchanged bewildered glances, shocked by this unforeseen outcome. The personnel from the Anti-Corruption Bureau and the Discipline Inspection Commission remained to clean up the aftermath. Zhang Jun returned to report to his employer. With Zhou Kang's tragic demise, the trail leading to Gao Hai's death had once again gone cold. What secrets lay hidden behind that bizarre car accident? Upon descending, as he passed the site of the fall, Zhang Jun saw Zhou Kang. He dared not linger and hurried away. Back in the office, Zhang Jun recounted his experiences to Ma Hongqi in meticulous detail. Ma Hongqi furrowed his brow slightly, gesturing lightly to indicate he understood. He refrained from voicing any opinion on the matter. Returning to the secretary's office, Zhang Jun sat in a chair, lost in thought. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen to find it was an incoming call from Lu Zhengjie. Without hesitation, Zhang Jun ended the call. Lu Zhengjie quickly followed up with a message. "Brother Jun, I heard Secretary Zhou had an incident. Is it true?" Zhang Jun chose not to respond. Once friends, they were now like a boiling pot of oil. Appearing calm yet untouchable, one touch could lead to disaster. Zhang Jun was unaware of any dealings between Lu Zhengjie and Zhou Kang. But now that Zhou Kang was dead, perhaps this was a release for Lu Zhengjie? Flustered, Lu Zhengjie inundated Zhang Jun with messages. Finally, Zhang Jun, overwhelmed, replied, "Zhou Kang is dead." Lu Zhengjie ceased his barrage, no longer disturbing him. Faced with a table laden with sumptuous dishes, Zhang Jun found himself unable to eat. What's wrong? Lost your appetite? This is braised pork ribs, your favorite, Lu Yujie said, placing ribs into his bowl. The sight of meat reminded Zhang Jun of Zhou Kong's ghastly demise. He suddenly heaved, rushing to the bathroom to retch into the sink. Lu Yujie laughed lightly. If you weren't a man, I'd suspect you were pregnant. Zhang Jun shot her a glare, turned on the faucet, washed his face, and rinsed his mouth, saying, Zhou Kong is dead. He fell from the balcony after being subjected to double regulation, crashing down from the 15th floor. It was terrifying. Lu Yujie seemed unfazed, replying, so what if someone died? Why make such a fuss? We see more deaths at the hospital. I encounter corpses. He took a deep breath, returned to the dining table, and forced himself not to dwell on the horrific scene, eating heartily instead. After dinner, Zhang Jun recalled something and asked, is Yuda still in the medical equipment business? Lu Yujie chuckled. He has been thriving lately, making a fortune. Zhang Jun felt something was off and inquired, is he collaborating with your hospital? Is Jiang Chongqing looking after his business? Lu Yujie smiled brightly. Indeed. Vice President. After Zhou Wenbin was placed under double regulation, all previous partners with our hospital were removed from the whitelist. Yuda seized the opportunity and became a supplier for the hospital. Zhang Jun closed his eyes, thinking, this is trouble. Lu Yujie approached, saying, don't worry. Yuda is sensible. He knows Vice President Jiang is helping him out because of you. So, every time he makes a profit, he'll share a portion with us. Zhang Jun opened his eyes, fixing a steely gaze on his wife, his tone stern. Have you accepted his money? How much? Lu Yujie, unaware of the gravity of the situation, replied, let me think. Over 200,000, I believe. We'll soon have enough for a house and a car. Zhang Jun raised his hand and struck his thigh forcefully, exclaiming, you spendthrift. Have I not told you not to accept money? Hey, Zhang Jun, you must be reasonable. I'm not accepting money from strangers, but from my own brother. True, Yuda is your brother, but have you ever considered how he earned that money? Through legitimate business. Why can't we profit from it? Do you know why Zhou Kong died? Why? Did he offend someone? He embezzled an entire room full of money. At least several. He embezzled that much? The balcony from which he jumped was where he hid his ill-gotten gains. He amassed such wealth but dared not spend a penny. He bought a lavish apartment yet wouldn't he dare live in it. Do you wish to bring about my demise as well? Chapter 49 Anonymous Report. Lu Yujie was startled by Zhang Jun's words, but soon she regained her composure and said, there's no need to be afraid. He accepted bribes, while we are merely receiving dividends from Yuda. You still dare to be defiant? Dividends? Have you invested in the company? Or are you the one handling the business? Zhang Jun replied darkly, never extend your hand. Those who do will surely be caught. Do you not understand this principle? We should lead a quiet life, earn a salary, and be content with what we have. Life does not necessitate excessive. We have only earned over 200,000, and yet you are this frightened. Zhou Kong received over $1 billion. Had it not been for his offense against Ma Hongqi, he wouldn't have met his demise. His downfall was not merely due to greed, but rather because he chose the wrong side. Zhang Jun was taken aback, pondering that his wife's words held a semblance of truth. Greed was indeed the root of Zhou Kang's ruin, yet the immediate cause was his failure in the struggle against Ma Hongqi. Zhang Jun scoffed, do you think you understand it all? If Zhou Kong had acted with integrity and propriety, why would he fear anyone? The Discipline Inspection Commission would not have put him under double regulation, and the Anti-Corruption Bureau would not have apprehended him. Political suppression may lead to reassignment at worst, allowing one to continue working elsewhere. However, if one violates the law, that is a dead end. Now, it was Lu Yujie's turn to be speechless. Zhang Jun spoke with undeniable authority. I have 2 demands you must fulfill. If you cannot comply, we shall divorce. Lu Yujie was taken aback and exclaimed, why bring up divorce all of a sudden? Is it because I have not born children? I said I would go for a checkup, yet you refused to accompany me. It's not necessarily my issue. Zhang Jun replied dismissively, that has nothing to do with it. I am not so feudal-minded, nor do I have a throne to pass on to heirs, children. Let them come as fate permits. Lu Yujie laughed and said, then tell me, what are your demands? I shall comply with you. Zhang Jun stated solemnly, first, you must return all the money. Lu Yujie pouted. Ignoring her reaction, Zhang Jun continued, second, you must never accept money from others again. These are my 2 requests. If you cannot fulfill them, we might as well part ways now to avoid dragging each other down in the future. Lu Yujie turned away, saying, others dare to accept money. Why shouldn't we? Zhang Jun countered, I. A gentleman values wealth, but only through proper means. Lu Yujie responded, very well, then you use your proper means to earn some money for me. As a civil servant, where could he possibly procure funds? They say a scholar is of no use, and this is indeed true. After simmering in silence for a while, Lu Yujie turned back and suggested, Zhang Jun, how about this? I agree to half of your demands. I will no longer accept money from anyone, be it from Yuda or anyone else. However, the money that has already entered my pocket cannot be returned. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow in silence. Lu Yujia wrapped her arm around his and leaned on his shoulder, softly saying, "This place is too old, and the soundproofing is terrible. When the upstairs neighbors use the restroom, we can hear the water running in our bedroom, often waking us in the middle of the night. With this money, we can find a suitable apartment, make a down payment, and do some simple renovations. That should suffice." Zhang Jun sighed in resignation. He understood his wife's nature. Fortunately, the amount was not substantial, and it was money given by Yuda. Surely, that scoundrel would not betray his own sister if something were to go awry in the future. Fine, if you agree, you must see it through. No more accepting gifts from anyone. To live with integrity is to live with peace of mind. All right, I shall comply. Then let us go house hunting this weekend. You may go look. If you find something you like, I have no objections. I am concerned about the boss's affairs. That's fine. I'll invite Xiaoyan to join us. Your colleague. Are you foolish? You're using money to buy a house and telling your colleague. What if she asks where the money came from? What if she becomes envious and reports you? Surely not. I will just say it's my side earnings. Stop it. You won't be able to explain. Keep a low profile. Once we purchase the house, they will eventually find out. Let us buy it first and then discuss. Also, make sure Yuda is cautious. Legitimate business can be conducted, but any illicit dealings must be avoided. If we proceed steadily, we will surely prosper in a few years. Do not rush into success and fall into others' traps. I've already reminded him. I told him, your brother-in-law's status is not ordinary now, so he must conduct himself with honor to bring pride to you. He agreed. That is good. The next day, upon returning to work, the newly appointed Deputy Secretary General of the office officially took office. This individual, named Jiang Feng, had previously served as the Deputy Director of the Science and Technology Department, and however, in terms of specific duties and authority, the Deputy Secretary General of the provincial government naturally held a higher status than the Deputy Director of the Science and Technology Department. The provincial government office serves as the power center of a province, allowing for rapid advancement, increased exposure to leadership, and abundant opportunities, while the Science and Technology Department is a marginalized entity. Among the numerous departmental units in the province, the first tier undoubtedly includes the Development and Reform Commission and the Finance Department. The second tier comprises the Education, Civil Affairs, and Human Resources Departments. The third tier encompasses the Justice and Culture Departments. Only then does the Science and Technology Department appear. Jiang Feng, in his 40s, was approachable and shook Zhang Jun's hand, smiling, "Let us look out for one another." This statement seemed overly serious. Zhang Jun repeatedly expressed his unworthiness and replied, "Secretary Jiang, you are my superior. Feel free to give any." At 10 in the morning, the office received a batch of correspondence. Due to Ma Hongqi's busy schedule, he could not attend to all the letters. Thus, upon their arrival in the secretary's office, Zhang Jun would first review them, categorizing them by urgency, only presenting the most crucial items for his superior's consideration. As Zhang Jun perused the letters, he suddenly jumped in alarm. Among them was an anonymous report letter that was directed at him. The letter bore no postal marks, and the recipient section simply read, Vice Governor Ma Hongqi. It was evident that this had been deposited in the provincial government's dedicated mailbox for anonymous reports. The content of the letter was detailed and alarming, accusing Zhang Jun of accepting bribes and colluding with businessmen for personal gain. The letter even mentioned the name of the businessman, Lu Yuda. Zhang Jun's heart raced with fear and anger. Who was the scoundrel behind this? Just as he was contemplating the letter, Ma Hongqi emerged from his office. Zhang Jun was startled, quickly regaining his composure as he stood and greeted, "Boss." Ma Hongqi said, "We need to head out to the Education Bureau." Zhang Jun hurriedly gathered his belongings, discreetly tucking the report letter into his pocket. Ma Hongqi, having just taken office, was still igniting his metaphorical fires. The next one would surely be at the Education Bureau. Chapter 50. The authority of office. Ma Hongqi mentioned going to the This indicates that today's destination is the Municipal Education Bureau. Zhang Jun followed closely behind his boss like a shadow. Upon descending the stairs, Zhang Jun spotted Feng Jiangwen, the deputy director of the Provincial Education Department, waiting below. It was evident that Ma Hongqi had summoned Feng Jiangwen for an inspection. Truly, Feng Jiangwen is rather single-minded. Since he is already here, why not ascend to greet Ma Hongqi before descending together? Is he so averse to traversing these few steps? Good day, Vice Governor Ma. Feng Jiangwen exclaimed. Ma Hongqi merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhang Jun inclined his head toward Feng Jiangwen, saying, "Greetings, Director Feng." Upon arrival, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. With so many leaders descending for an inspection, the Bureau had made no prior arrangements. There was not a single person to welcome them at the entrance. Fortunately, the security guard was no fool. Upon recognizing the provincial vehicle, he promptly granted them entry and even saluted the lead car. Zhang Jun mused, Did Ma Hongqi inform Fang Jiangwen, yet the latter neglected to notify the municipal bureau? It is indeed perplexing how this individual thrives within the system. The vehicle halted in front of the office building. Zhang Jun swiftly exited, opened the rear door, and shielded Ma Hongqi from the overhead. Assisting him, Ma Hongqi strode directly inside, with Zhang Jun trailing behind, briefcase in hand. Only then did Fang Jiangwen disembark, hastily pursuing them. It was evident that the Municipal Education Bureau was caught off guard. Within the office building, a bustling atmosphere prevailed. The sounds of conversation, seed spitting, and hearty laughter echoed from various offices. Eventually, someone spotted Ma Hongqi. It was unclear whether their reaction was one of shock or delight, but they called out, "Good day, Governor Ma." "Good day, Director Fang." This exclamation startled a row of office occupants, who rushed out to see. Subsequently, everyone stood at attention, greeting both Ma Hongqi and Fang Jiangwen. Ma Hongqi, never one to display a stern demeanor toward lower. They stood frozen in place, hesitant to move until Ma Hongqi and his entourage disappeared into the director's office, at which point they exhaled a collective sigh of relief, exchanged glances, and hurried back to their posts. Zhang Jun intended to knock on the education director's door, but Ma Hongqi pushed it open and entered directly. The director of the Municipal Education Bureau, Jia Hai, was engaged in conversation with a strikingly attractive woman, her long hair radiating youthful vitality. Just then, the door swung open. "Who is it? Why didn't you knock? Get out." Jia Hai bellowed furiously, his authority palpable. "Must I knock to enter?" Ma Hongqi's resonant voice filled the room. Jia Hai jumped from the sofa with a start, clearly taken aback. Zhang Jun followed Ma Hongqi and Fang Jiangwen into the office, witnessing Jia Hai and the woman rise, their faces flushed with shock as they regarded the newcomers. He had not observed any inappropriate conduct between the man and woman prior to this moment. The woman, clad in tight black stockings, cast her gaze downward, awkwardly tugging at her clothing-esque collar. If any impropriety had transpired moments before, Ma Hongqi, despite the air conditioning, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. "Good day, Director Fang," Jia Hai called again, gesturing frantically for the woman beside him to leave. She lowered her head and hastily exited, leaving a trail of enticing fragrance in her wake. "Governor Ma, Director Fang, what brings you here?" Jia Hai spoke incoherently, likely oblivious to his own words. Ma Hongqi snorted coldly. "Are we not permitted to come? Have we interrupted your affairs?" Jia Hai inwardly cursed himself for his lack of tact. No, of course you can come. We welcome your inspection of our work," he said, inviting Ma Hongqi to sit and instructing someone to brew tea. "There's no need for tea. I merely came to observe and shall depart shortly," Ma Hongqi asserted, waving his hand decisively. "Comrade Jia Hai, let us step outside for a moment." "Certainly." Jia Hai fumbled. Ma Hongqi did not even take a seat on the sofa before turning to leave. Clearly, he had no desire to linger in this murky room. Jia Hai wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily grabbed his briefcase, only to realize he had forgotten his phone and dashed back to retrieve it, hastening to catch up with Ma Hongqi. Ma Hongqi's unexpected visit to the Education Bureau was undoubtedly unsatisfactory, yet he refrained from voicing his displeasure at that moment. The group arrived at the 6th middle school. Zhang Jun had previously accompanied his boss here on a weekend. Today, their convoy drove directly to the front of the teaching building. Ma Hongqi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the autumn breeze lifting his garments, exuding an air of authority. Others positioned themselves behind him according to rank, each slightly bowing their heads. "What did I say last time?" Ma Hongqi slowly turned to face Fang Jiangwen. All present bent their waists. Fang Jiangwen licked his dry lips and replied, "Governor Ma instructed that the 6th middle school should be demolished and entirely rebuilt." Ma Hongqi's expression darkened. "Months have passed. What have you been doing?" Provide me with an explanation." Fang Jiangwen, lacking in diplomatic finesse, straightforwardly stated, "Governor Ma, I relayed your directives to the comrades below, but Comrade Jia Hai submitted a report indicating that the Bureau lacks funds and must await next year to commence work." Ma Hongqi pointed at the dilapidated teaching building, berating them. "No funds? Yet you have money for indulgences and to entertain those women. But when it comes to building schools, you suddenly lack funds. If this building were to collapse, who would take responsibility?" "Who among you could bear that burden?" Jia Hai, terrified, remained silent. Ma Hongqi called him out directly. "Jia Hai, you speak. Can you bear that responsibility?" Jia Hai stammered, "Governor Ma, the municipal bureau's finances are indeed strained. There is no way to allocate funds for reconstruction this year. We must wait until next year's Central Education special funds arrive. Must we wait until next year? There will be many next years to come." "Everything postponed until next year, and life will be squandered." Ma Hongqi interjected abruptly, cutting off Jia Hai. I present you with two options. Commence demolition and reconstruction immediately. The second option is to commence demolition and reconstruction without delay. Jadi, was there really a need for a choice? Governor, this is truly difficult. A skilled woman cannot cook without rice. Jadi Hai lamented about his financial woes. Ma Hongqi nodded. Very well. I observe the offices are spacious and well lit. Here's what we shall do. You and the faculty and students of the 6th middle school shall swap locations. You will relocate your operations to the Education Bureau, while the students of the 6th middle school will occupy the Education Bureau building for their... Chapter 51. A treacherous blow. Ma Hongqi was not jesting. He was issuing a command. Once the 6th high school relocates to the Education Bureau building, the reconstruction of this site becomes irrelevant. You may postpone it to any year you wish, Comrade Fang Jiangwen. You are responsible for overseeing this matter, and it must be completed within 5 working days. I shall return to inspect the progress. Fang Jiangwen humbly acknowledged with a reply. Jadi Hai was utterly terrified. If this were to be enacted, his tenure as the director of the Education Bureau would come to an end, and his authority would be utterly diminished. Who would still heed his management? He exclaimed, Governor Ma. Once this semester concludes, we will find a way to commence reconstruction. Ma Hongqi let out a cold snort, his gaze stern as he interrogated. Are you bargaining with me? I shall find a way to immediately commence the demolition and reconstruction. The entire 6th high school shall be rebuilt. A slight smirk graced Ma Hongqi's lips. It appears you are not incapable. You simply do not wish to heed my words, am I correct? This was an outright denial of Jadi Hai's stance. For a leader, the personal competence of subordinates is of little consequence. What truly matters is their allegiance. Jadi Hai trembled, uttering, I wouldn't dare. I am a soldier of Governor Ma. Ma Hongqi pointed at Fang Jiangwen. I am granting you 1 week. During the demolition and construction phase, students and teachers must be properly accommodated. Their studies must not be disrupted. If there is no place to house them, then clear out the Education Bureau's office building for me. Fang Jiangwen respectfully replied, Understood, Governor Ma. At that moment, the school bell rang, and a multitude of students surged out of the classrooms. The innocent children dashed down the corridors, causing the teaching building to visibly sway. Zhang Jun felt a knot of anxiety in his throat, genuinely fearing that the structure might collapse at any moment. The school leadership spotted Ma Hongqi and rushed over. Upon hearing that the school was to be rebuilt imminently, they were filled with elation. The principal shouted towards the teaching building, New classrooms will be constructed. Let us all thank Governor Ma. The 3-story teaching building was bustling with children in the corridors, and they shouted in unison, Thank you, Governor Ma. For reasons unknown, Zhang Jun felt a hint of moisture at the corners of his eyes. Power not only brings wealth and prestige, but also bestows invaluable treasures that cannot be purchased with money. Ma Hongqi turned around, gazing at the innocent, cheerful faces, and waved at them. On the way back to the provincial government, he suddenly remarked, Xiaozhang, are you curious as to why I have not removed Jadi Hai from his position? Zhang Jun respectfully responded. The boss wishes for him to complete the tasks before his dismissal. Jadi Hai has held the position of director of the Education Bureau for many years. His mention of reconstruction surely carries some weight. If we were to hastily replace him, it is uncertain whether the new appointee would manage the rebuilding of... The letter was meticulously detailed, undoubtedly penned by an informed individual. Oh, are you reading someone's love letter? Lu Yujia emerged from the kitchen with a dish, placing it on the dining table, wiping her hands on her apron. I shall indeed look. She reached out to take it, glancing once before her eyes widened in shock. Zhang Jun, where did this come from? This is a whistleblower letter addressed to Governor Ma, which I intercepted. Zhang Jun's face turned ashen. I told you not to accept money from others, yet you insisted. Now look what has happened. Someone is envious and resentful. Lu Yujia was genuinely alarmed now, sitting beside him. Who is this person? How do they know all the details? I accepted a 2,000 yuan red envelope for your promotion banquet, and they are aware of it. I did not even attend the promotion banquet, yet who would believe my words? Lu Yujia continued to read, her anxiety mounting. How could this person know about the money Yuda gave us? I truly haven't spoken to anyone about it. I haven't even looked at the house. Zhang Jun scoffed. Do I need to spell it out? It must have been Yuda who revealed it. This matter was known only to you and Yuda. If it wasn't you, it could only be him. Lu Yujia's heart ached as if pierced by needles. That cannot be. My brother would never be so indiscreet. Zhang Jun sighed deeply. Of course, he would not intentionally spill the beans. I fear he may have indulged too much in drink, and, under the influence of some charming words from a beauty, unwittingly revealed everything. Lu Yujia gasped, pulling out her phone to call her brother. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered. On the other end, the raucous sounds of heavy metal music mingled with the laughter of women could be heard. Lu Yujia shouted, Yuda, where are you? You need to come to my house immediately, hurry. Sis, I'm at KTV. What is the matter? Just tell me over the phone. Lu Yuda replied, hiccuping. Stop with the nonsense. Get over here right now. Lu Yujia commanded in an authoritative tone. There is something extremely important I need to discuss with you. Hurry. With that, she hung up the phone. Lu Yujia had always been a dominant woman. Her brother feared her and dared not refuse. If it weren't for Zhang Jun's recent success, she would have held considerable sway in the household. Indeed, after Zhang Jun and Lu Yujia finished their meal, Lu Yuda arrived. Brother-in-law, sis. Lu Yuda grinned as he handed Zhang Jun a pack of premium cigarettes. Previously, he had bummed smokes from others, but now he could afford to buy such fine ones for himself. Zhang Jun did not accept the cigarette, gesturing towards the sofa. Yuda, take a seat. Your sister has something to ask you. Concerned about her husband's position, Lu Yujia shared Zhang Jun's urgency. With a serious expression, she inquired, Who have you told that you gave me money? Speak the truth. There must not be a single lie. Lu Yuda scratched his head. After spending an entire afternoon at KTV, he was quite inebriated. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Sis, I haven't mentioned this to anyone. No, you must have spoken to someone. Think carefully. This is crucial. Lu Yujia tugged at her brother's arm, insisting, Hurry up. I am dying of anxiety. Lu Yuda exclaimed, Oh, I remember now, that guy, Lu Zhangjia. Yes, your husband's friend, Lu Zhangjia. Once, he asked me out for drinks and inquired how I had recently made money. I thought since he is your husband's good friend, I could share it with him. Zhang Jun was taken aback. Lu Yujia pressed further, Yuda, are you certain you only told him? Lu Yuda shook his hands. I'm not a fool. How could I tell anyone else? Oh, sis, I need to use the restroom. I can't hold it in any longer. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth, never having imagined that the person who would report him would be Lu Zhangjia. Chapter 52. A clever strategy to break the deadlock. Lu Yujia inquired of her husband, What shall we do? Why does Lu Zhangjia want to harm you? Zhang Jun's countenance was cold, as if he could chip off icicles. I have told you countless times, one must be strong to forge iron. Flies do not alight on seamless eggs. If we bear no scars, who can expose them? I warned you against avarice, yet you chose not to heed. Zhang Jun, please refrain from scolding me for now. Focus on finding a resolution to this matter. How can Lu Zhangjia be so terrifying? He strikes from the shadows. Fortunately, this letter of denunciation has reached you. Had it fallen into the hands of another, it would have been disastrous. You cannot be so. This letter of denunciation is unlikely to be the only one. It is entirely possible that other letters have already been sent to the Discipline Inspection Commission, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and the Letters and Visits Office. Ah. Lu Yujia panicked, her voice tinged with tears. Zhang Jun, I am truly sorry. I had no idea the situation was so grave. I will return the money to them. I will not buy the house. Observing his wife shedding tears, Zhang Jun felt no desire to further reproach her. The event had transpired, and they could only seek a way to resolve the ensuing troubles. Inform Yuda about this. We must remain vigilant against Lu Zhangjia. That scoundrel has completely transformed. I cannot fathom whom he is serving. Despicable. Upon encountering him again, I shall not hesitate to berate him. Lu Yujia seethed with indignation. The following day, upon returning to work, Zhang Jun, others had set a trap for him, and he had unwittingly walked into it. They were fully aware of his position as Ma Hongqi's secretary, yet still chose to write a letter of denunciation addressed to Ma. Should the Discipline Inspection Commission, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and the Letters and Visits Office receive this letter while Ma Hongqi did not, any astute individual would surmise that Zhang Jun had intercepted it. What impression would Ma Hongqi form upon hearing of Zhang Jun's alleged bribery? Thus, Zhang Jun adopted a self-surrendering demeanor. He straightforwardly delivered the letter of denunciation for Ma Hongqi's perusal. As the noon hour approached, Ma Hongqi summoned Zhang Jun into his office. Good day, boss. Zhang Jun answered, Boss, it is both true and untrue. Oh, how so? Regarding the matter of receiving red envelopes at my promotion banquet, I was unaware. That weekend, I spent the entire day at— You even took me to visit Mr. Han Yuxian's home that day. The promotion banquet was organized by my wife, inviting only her colleagues from her workplace, those with whom she has customary exchanges. I learned of this later, and I urged her to return the red envelopes. She claimed it was a matter of social obligation. We had previously attended many banquets and had given out countless red envelopes, so why should we return a little we had finally received? Oh. I recall that day. You indeed accompanied me the entire time. Ma Hongqi nodded. Zhang Jun continued. As for Lu Yuda, he is my brother-in-law, my wife's biological brother. We currently reside in a collective housing unit from the 1990s, which is small, dilapidated, and poorly insulated. My wife has long desired to move, hence her intention to purchase an elevator apartment. Over the years, we have saved some money, but we still fell short of the down payment and renovation cost. We agreed there would be no interest, and we would repay him once we were financially stable, as we are all relatives and thus speak easily. Nonetheless, I did write a loan note, which Lu Yuda possesses. If the boss does not believe me, he may summon him to confirm. Ma Hongqi smiled slightly. That will not be necessary. Whether it concerns social obligations or borrowing money for a house, those are your private matters. One cannot prohibit financial interactions with others simply because you are my secretary. That would defy the nuances of human relationships. Zhang Jun stated, I do not know who authored this letter of denunciation. It is fabricated and distorts the truth. Furthermore, this individual is well acquainted with my work and life, aware of my wife's hosting of banquets and our intention to purchase a home. I wonder what motives lie behind this. A glimmer of insight flashed in Ma Hongqi's eyes as he remarked, they conspired to eliminate Gao Hai and now seek to ensnare you. Their ultimate goal is to oust. Lacking any leverage against me, they incessantly target those around me. Xiao Zhang, do not feel psychological pressure. I will not be swayed by such letters of denunciation. A cold sweat trickled down Zhang Jun's palm. Only at this moment did he feel a sense of relief. Ma Hongqi discarded the letter of denunciation into the shredder, stating, your issue has been mentioned by Comrade Zhang. I told him it is purely slander. I, Ma Hongqi, trust my subordinates. If there is doubt, I do not employ them. A feeling of camaraderie surged within Zhang Jun, as if he would willingly sacrifice himself for one who truly understood him. He was simultaneously grateful that he had chosen to be forthright rather than deceitful. A significant political crisis was deftly averted by Zhang Jun. His disdain for Lu Zhengjie had reached a boiling point. He was determined to find a way to bring this two-faced scoundrel to justice. Since Shen Shui and Lu Zhengjie worked in the same unit, Zhang Jun had not seen Shen Shui recently. Until he could find an opportunity to bring Lu Zhengjie down, Shen Shui might also be exploited by Lu Zhengjie as a tool against him. The path of officialdom was as precarious as walking on thin ice. One misstep could lead to disaster. A week later, Ma Hongqi once again inspected Luzhong. The entire teaching building and dormitories of Luzhong had been demolished. After half a year in office, Ma Hongqi had finally extinguished 3 major fires, rectifying the chaos within the healthcare system, resolving the reconstruction of Luzhong, and addressing the lethargy rampant within the educational system. And implementing transparency in rural governance across the province, ensuring that civil compensation funds reach those truly in need. Just as one wave subsided, another rose. The seemingly tranquil political arena was on the verge of a significant reshuffle. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun had finally found an opportunity to address Lu Zhengjie. On this day, the director of the Broadcasting and Television Bureau, Lu Jianbao, sought out Ma Hongqi to report on work matters. As discussions were ongoing within, Lu Jianbao approached Zhang Jun to engage in casual conversation, flattering him with a cigarette as he said, Secretary Zhang, I have heard that you and Lu Zhengjie are good friends? Zhang Jun's mind stirred, and did he truly say that? I am not well acquainted with him. This person often parades under my banner to deceive others. Director Lu, you must be cautious not to fall for his flowery words. Are you quite close to him? Lu Jianbao hastily denied, No, I am not familiar with him at all. Zhang Jun smirked slightly, Director Lu, I have heard from Governor Ma. You ought to be wary. Lu Zhengjie is quite adept at flattering, is he not? He was subtly sowing discord against Lu Zhengjie. As long as Lu Jianbao was not a fool, he would certainly seek to have Lu Zhengjie reassessed. Chapter 53. Revenge once more indeed. Fate was favoring Zhang Jun when Lu Jianbao entered to report to Ma Hongqi. The discussion centered around the personnel issues within the broadcasting system. Ma Hongqi's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Since a comrade has lodged a formal complaint, it is evident that such practices exist. Do not attempt to reflect upon your own shortcomings, rectify the chaos, and do not let it be too late. Our policy is one of caution against past mistakes, and we aim to correct and rehabilitate. Lu Jianbao was drenched in cold sweat, and combined with Zhang Jun's Lu Zhengjie's recent promotion was indeed suspicious, which explained the rampant skepticism from the public. Lu Jianbao, with hands respectfully clasped, assured, rest assured, Governor Ma, I will diligently rectify the discipline and we must provide opportunities for those who are earnest in their work. Off you go. Lu Jianbao repeatedly acquiesced, inquiring, Governor Ma, the anniversary celebration of the Broadcasting Bureau is approaching. Might you have the time to attend? Ma Hongqi pondered briefly, asked. Zhang Jun then ushered in the next individual into the office. Lu Jianbao cheerfully discussed the governor's attendance at the anniversary celebration with Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun understood that since the governor had expressed interest, he was likely to attend, provided there were no significant meetings or events conflicting on that day. He duly noted this, assuring that arrangements would be made. Lu Jianbao extended his hands to shake with Zhang Jun, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. I shall take my leave now. Regardless, that evening, Zhang Jun returned home. The matter of Lu Yujia accepting bribes had been deftly resolved by Zhang Jun, allowing her to confidently venture out to view prospective properties whenever she pleased. The living room was cluttered with various real estate brochures scattered across the sofa and coffee table. Zhang Jun casually picked one up to examine. Lu Yujia brought him a cup of tea, smiling, "You should help me look too. I have my eye on several developments. Although they are a bit far from the office, if we had a car, it would be much more convenient. After all, you have a driver's license." "We might as well buy a car." Zhang Jun frowned slightly, replying, "Can we not rush into things? My own affairs are still unresolved, yet here you are, contemplating buying a house and a car, as if you relish inciting envy." Lu Yujia giggled. "All right, then let us focus on the house first. You free this weekend, right? Let us go see some properties together." Zhang Jun shook his head. "I want to be available." At that moment, Lu Zhangjia called. Zhang Jun let the phone ring for a considerable time, waiting. Lu Zhangjia lamented over the phone, "Brother Jun, I'm finished. I've been reassigned. I don't know which scoundrel reported me, accusing me of bribery. I swear on my integrity, how could a person of my principles ever do such a thing? Alas, I'm doomed." Zhang Jun, with a calm demeanor, responded, "Sometimes, misfortune turns into fortune. This may not be entirely bad." This was a phrase given to him by a fortune teller during his own low times, which he now passed on to Lu Zhangjia. Lu Zhangjia, in a state of frustration, retorted, "I refuse to accept this. Lu Jinbao is clearly targeting me. There are so many others reassigned. Why must I be the scapegoat? Brother Jun, think of a way to deal with him, would you?" Zhang Jun could not help but smirk inwardly. "You overestimate my influence. I am merely a lowly section chief, without such power. Well, I have other matters to attend to." He recognized that Lu Zhangjia was a master of theatrics. His tears and lamentations were merely a performance meant to elicit sympathy from Zhang Jun, hoping to use him to retaliate against Lu Jianbao. Zhang Jun saw through this ruse and ceased to be swayed by his manipulation, promptly ending the call. Lu Yujia emerged with dishes, inquiring, "Who was that?" He finally got what he deserved, that insidious little man. On Friday, Ma Hongqi attended the anniversary celebration at the Broadcasting Bureau. As the highest-ranking official present, he received a warm welcome from everyone at the bureau. Zhang Jun followed closely behind his superior, basking in the respectful and courteous smiles of those around him, genuine smiles, for they truly sought to curry favor with Ma Hongqi. After shaking hands with Lu Jianbao and others, Ma Hongqi made his way to the stage for the festivity. The venue was set in front of the broadcasting building, with armed police stationed at both exits. The autumn breeze rustled, flags fluttering, and Ma Hongqi ascended the stage to deliver a speech. Zhang Jun took out the prepared speech, glanced at it to ensure it was correct, and handed it to his superior. Ma Hongqi received it and composedly walked to the podium. Zhang Jun, seated in the audience, caught sight of Shen Shui standing not far away, engaged in conversation with Lu Jianbao. Something seemed amiss. Lu Jianbao appeared exceedingly agitated and stern, gesturing emphatically. Zhang Jun stood and approached, saying, "Miss Shen, long time no see." Shen Shui's eyes were red-rimmed, glistening with unshed tears, and with a voice tinged with sorrow. "Did you not receive any treats during this festive occasion, hence the tears?" Zhang Jun smiled gently. Shen Shui merely shook her head. However, Lu Jianbao was taken aback, his shifty eyes darting between Zhang Jun and Shen Shui, quietly inquiring, "Secretary Zhang, do you know Shen Shui?" "Not just know. She is my sister. Did you not hear her call me brother?" Zhang Jun replied with a smirk. As for the nature of their relationship, it was left for him to leave to one's imagination. Lu Jianbao exclaimed, "Shen Shui, why didn't you mention this sooner? No worries now, no worries. You should spend time with Secretary Zhang. I'll delegate the rest to others." He then turned to Zhang Jun, "Secretary Zhang, pardon my absence." Once he departed, Zhang Jun inquired of Shen Shui, "What happened?" Shen Shui composed herself, explaining, "The station is planning personnel changes and wanted me to be an external host. I declined, saying that was all I said, and Lu Bureau Chief reprimanded me." Zhang Jun chuckled. "A talent like you should be anchoring the 8 p.m. news." Shen Shui blushed, replying, "Oh, I'm hardly qualified for that. I wouldn't dare to dream. Maintaining my current position is already a blessing, especially with new faces joining the station every year. The competition is fierce." Zhang Jun encouraged her, "If you do get promoted, you must treat me to drinks." Shen Shui shyly responded, "Brother Zhang, you've been ignoring me. I've sent you messages for days, but you haven't replied. I feared interrupting you, and I didn't dare to call you." Zhang Jun teased, "If you miss me, just call. The absence of your call indicates you haven't missed me at all." Shen Shui's heart raced. boldly and passionately declaring, "Then I shall call you every day from now on." Her delicate features and enchanting eyes. Chapter 54. Immediate arrest. On Monday, just before the end of the workday, Zhang Jun received a call from Shan Shui. "Brother Zhang, I have wonderful news," Shan Shui exclaimed excitedly. With your exceptional talent, it was bound to happen." On the day of the broadcasting anniversary celebration, Zhang Jun had deliberately introduced Shan Shui as his sister in front of Lu Jianbao, thereby lending her his support. Lu Jianbao was quite adept at navigating relationships and promptly adjusted Shan Shui's work responsibilities. If Zhang Jun, as a secretary, could not accomplish even this minor task, it would render his position meaningless. "Brother Zhang," Shan Shui's voice took on a particularly gentle and alluring tone. "I will be waiting for you at the Sinan Pavilion restaurant." Zhang Jun acknowledged with a simple okay. At that moment, Ma Hongqi emerged. Zhang Jun ended the call and stood up. Ma Hongqi called out, "Xiao Zhang, let us go." Zhang Jun dared not ask any further questions, merely responding affirmatively and following Ma Hongqi. Ma Hongqi led him to a small conference room, where two individuals were seated. Zhao Yujun, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and Lu Honglin, the Provincial Public Security Director. Upon entering, Ma Hongqi shook hands with both men. Zhao Yujun addressed Zhang Jun, saying, "Secretary Zhang, we have some matters to discuss, and it is best to turn off your phone." Zhang Jun quickly retrieved his phone and pressed the power button. Zhao Yujun continued, "Director Ma, I believe it is best for—" However, he quickly composed himself. Gao Hai's death was indeed mysterious, and in a certain sense, he had taken the fatal blow intended for Ma Hongqi. Thus, it was only natural that Ma Hongqi had been conducting an investigation in secret. Lu Honglin continued, "We have examined the maintenance records of that small vehicle over the past few months and have summoned relevant individuals, ultimately achieving a significant breakthrough. A mechanic named Zhou Jun is now a prime suspect." Ma Hongqi's expression was even calmer than anticipated. Lu Honglin elaborated, "After completing this job, Zhou Jun resigned, and it took us several months to locate him. He has recently been apprehended." Zhou Jun confessed, "After Zhou Kang's demise, we searched his residence and meticulously examined his diary, written records, and work notes, as well as his phone records from the past few months." Zhao Yujun continued, "We discovered that in the days surrounding Comrade Gao Hai's accident, Zhou Kong had maintained close contact with an individual. Given that Zhou Kong only accepted cash, the nature of their financial dealings remains to be thoroughly investigated." Ma Hongqi asked in a low voice, "Who is this individual?" Ma Hongqi had only been in the province for over half a year, and was not fully acquainted with the personnel, yet Zhang Jun was well aware of Jin Dalong's notorious reputation. Zhao Yujun explained, "Jin Dalong is the chairman of the Longhu Group, which he co-founded with his brother Jin Dahu and others. The Longhu Group specializes in medical equipment and collaborates with numerous hospitals. We suspect that Jin Dalong may have resorted to underhanded means to protect the interests of his group by targeting you, Director Ma." Ma Hongqi's right eyelid twitched violently. "When I first assumed office, I publicly declared my intention to eradicate corruption within the medical system, particularly to sever the illicit transactions involving medical equipment. My actions effectively dismantled their network of illegal dealings. Is it any wonder he seeks my demise?" Zhao Yujun nodded gravely, "That is highly likely." Ma Hongqi slammed his fist on the desk, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Such a person must be captured and dealt with if we are to cleanse the corruption within the medical system." Lu Honglin stated, "Director Ma, we have already gathered critical evidence regarding Jin Dalong's involvement in organized crime and are execute the arrest immediately." Lu Honglin stood at attention, responding, "Understood." Ma Hongqi pondered briefly, saying, "Since Vice Governor Chao Qiuping, Zhao Yujun replied, "For the arrest of Jin Dalong, there is no need to consult Secretary Zhang and Governor Zhang. We must act first and discuss later." With unanimous agreement among the three, Lu Honglin took out his phone and made a call. After the conversation concluded, Lu Honglin announced, "Jin Dalong is currently hosting guests at the Sinan Pavilion. Our team has him under surveillance. Leaders, would you like to proceed to the scene of the arrest?" Zhao Yujun remarked, "That sounds like watch him ascend the Red Tower, entertain his guests, and witness his downfall." Zhang Jun felt a chill run down his spine. Jin Dalong was the mastermind behind it all? A businessman daring to commit such acts? Such a person undoubtedly deserved their fate. The group descended the stairs and boarded their vehicle, heading towards the Sinan Pavilion. Upon arrival, Lu Honglin stepped out and approached Ma Hongqi and Zhao Yujun, saying, "Leaders, you may direct the operation from the vehicle. The arrest team is already in position. Please provide your instructions." Ma Hongqi replied firmly, "Comrade Lu Honglin, please commence the arrest operation." Lu Honglin responded, "Yes," and coming to his senses from his shock, he exited the car and stood beside it, gazing at the Sinan Pavilion. The gentle rain, accompanied by an irritating autumn breeze, swirled golden leaves to the ground. The Sinan Pavilion remained as bustling as ever. Not even this light rain, let alone snow, could deter a crowd from gathering inside. At this moment, as evening fell, two fully armed special police teams quietly occupied advantageous. 3 snipers took their places at optimal vantage points. A storm aimed at rooting out crime and corruption was about to unfold. Chapter 55. The sniper command. Zhang Jun's mind was in a state of heightened tension. This was the first time in his life that he had witnessed such a capture operation. Once the deployment was complete, Lu Honglin waved his hand and led a team towards the West Warm Pavilion. Suddenly, Zhang Jun remembered that Xin Shui was still waiting for him there. He quickly bent down and said to Ma Hongqi, who was sitting in the car, "Boss, I need to go in and take a look." Ma Hongqi nodded in agreement. Zhang Jun hastened to catch up with Lu Honglin and the others, entering the grand hall on the first floor of the West Warm Pavilion. The bald manager, Wu Guoguang, visibly startled upon seeing Lu Honglin, quickly approached him. "Everyone freeze. All personnel, step back," Lu Honglin declared sternly. The moment Wu Guoguang perceived the gravity of the situation, he promptly instructed his subordinates to retreat. Lu Honglin's piercing gaze swept towards the second floor as he forcefully gestured, "Action!" The special police officers accompanying Lu Honglin swiftly ascended to the second floor. They had already pinpointed Jean Dalong's location in one of the private rooms. Arriving in front of the room, the special police kicked the door open with lightning speed. "Don't move," the leading officer bellowed. Inside this spacious private room, 3 tables were occupied by nearly 30 individuals. Jean Dalong's group, accustomed to vigilance, erupted into chaos the moment the door was breached. Some attempted to escape through the windows, while others bolted for the exit. Although the special police were armed, the confined space of the room hindered their actions. They resorted to hand-to-hand combat to apprehend Jean Dalong and his associates. "Don't let Jean Dalong escape," Lu Honglin shouted from the corridor. Zhang Jun had read reports about Jean Dalong in the newspaper. Although he had never encountered him, he recognized him at once. "Jean Dalong is climbing out the window," Zhang Jun exclaimed, pointing at a figure scrambling to escape. The scene was a whirlwind of confusion, with the trapped suspects resorting to desperate measures, wielding chairs as weapons against the special police. Seizing the opportunity, Jean Dalong managed to climb outside the window. However, a meticulously arranged trap awaited him below. Jean Dalong, standing precariously on the ledge, was horrified to see a sea of flashing police lights and armed officers below. A single leap would lead to his capture. In a state of panic, he scrambled to the adjacent room's window ledge. The West Warm Pavilion, designed in an ancient architectural style, lacked security grills on its windows, leaving a gap between the 2 windows for the air conditioning unit. Jean Dalong leaped, landing on the air conditioning unit, and then jumped again, grasping the window ledge of the neighboring room. With remarkable agility, he performed a swift pull-up, hoisting himself onto the ledge before vaulting into the adjacent room. Zhang Jun stood in the corridor, witnessing the heart-stopping struggle within. Suddenly, a woman's scream echoed from the neighboring room. "Xin Shui." Zhang Jun recognized her voice immediately. He sprinted over and pushed open the door to the adjacent private room. Jean Dalong had a vice-like grip on Xin Shui's neck and brandished a spring-loaded knife, the blade gleaming menacingly as he snarled, "Let me go! Otherwise, I'll kill her." Lu Honglin, upon witnessing this scene, was consumed with rage. Despite the meticulously planned operation, a single oversight had allowed Jean Dalong to escape to this point. During the execution of the plan, customers had not been evacuated to avoid alerting the suspects. What was initially thought to be a certain capture had turned into a precarious situation. "Jean Dalong, we request your cooperation in investigating a case. Do not harm the hostage. I advise you to drop the knife and surrender peacefully," Lu Honglin implored. Jean Dalong, with Xin Shui held tightly in his left arm, leaned against the window, pressing the knife to her throat. "Everyone step back, or I'll kill her as a sacrifice." Xin Shui struggled to breathe. Zhang Jun was consumed with hatred, wishing he could execute Jean Dalong on the spot. With a hostage in Jean Dalong's grasp, Lu Honglin was hesitant to act recklessly. Both sides were at an impasse. Zhang Jun whispered, "Director Lu, the sniper outside should be able to take out Jean Dalong." Lu Honglin was taken aback. Was this a proposal to eliminate Jean Dalong? From the sniper's vantage point, it was indeed feasible to deliver a fatal shot to Jean Dalong's head. Should that occur, Jean Dalong would undoubtedly perish. Yet, Lu Honglin was reluctant to issue such a command unless the hostage's life was in imminent danger. He still hoped to capture Jean Dalong, as there were many unresolved cases requiring his cooperation in the investigation. Zhang Jun, however, was solely focused on rescuing Xin Shui. Every second counted. The longer he delayed, the greater the danger to her. Jean Dalong already bore the weight of a life taken. He was not afraid to add more to his burden. "Director Lu, saving the hostage is paramount. If anything happens to her, no one will bear the responsibility. Perhaps you should consult with higher authorities?" Zhang Jun urged anxiously. At that moment, the operation in the adjacent room finally concluded, with all suspects apprehended by the special police. Those who had attempted to escape through the windows were also captured outside. Only Jean Dalong remained, stubbornly resisting. Lu Honglin attempted to persuade him further, but Jean Dalong refused to surrender. "Get back. Jean Dalong's emotions began to spiral out of control. Maintaining his hold on Shun Shui required immense effort, draining his stamina. Zhang Jun could wait no longer and declared, "Director Liu, if we don't act now, we will lose our chance." Sensing danger from outside, Jean Dalong pressed Shun Shui against the wall. Zhang Jun sighed heavily. Now, even attempting to snipe would be impossible. Jean Dalong, release the hostage, and we will let you go, Lu Honglin suddenly proposed. Fine, prepare a car for me, drive it to the entrance of the restaurant. Once I'm in the car, I'll release her. Jean Dalong replied. All right, we'll prepare the vehicle immediately. You can come out. Everyone step back. Lu Honglin gestured for his team to retreat. Jean Dalong slowly pushed Shun Shui forward as he stepped out. Zhang Jun exchanged reassuring glances with Shun Shui, silently conveying that she should not fear. He would save her. Shun Shui's eyes brimmed with despair, her gaze locked on Zhang Jun, filled with profound emotion and Zhang Jun's heart ached, filled with frustration at his own impotence, wishing he could rescue Shun Shui from this peril. The police in the corridor gradually retreated, creating a pathway. Jean Dalong, vigilant, pushed Shun Shui down the stairs, frequently shouting, "Don't move. If anyone dares to move, I will kill her." Zhang Jun and the others followed closely behind, slowly descending the staircase. The hall was already empty of patrons. A small car awaited at the entrance of the restaurant. Jean Dalong quickened his pace towards the vehicle, as if once he boarded, he could evade capture. At that moment, Lu Honglin produced a walkie-talkie and said, "Sniper 3, prepare." His voice was low and grave, yet Zhang Jun heard it clearly. Sniper 3, this could only mean the designated sniper. Lu Honglin had finally given the command for the shot. Chapter 56. A gunshot in an instant. Zhang Jun's heart leapt to his throat. He dared not glance towards the position of the third sniper, fearing it might alert Jean Dalong. Lu Honglin wore a grave expression, his eyes fixated on the door. The rain fell heavier, the droplets mingling with the autumn wind's chill. Zhang Jun couldn't help but worry. As dusk approached and the streetlights flickered dimly, would this curtain of rain impair the sniper's accuracy? Lu Honglin shouted, "Jean Dalong, release the hostage." Jean Dalong sneered, "Do you think I'm a fool? If I let her go now, you'll seize me immediately. I need her to make my escape." To drive away, Jean Dalong had to move towards the vehicle. He shoved Shun Shui, guiding her to the driver's side, flung open the back door, and hastily pushed her inside, slamming the door shut behind her. Just as he intended to enter the driver's seat, a sharp gunshot pierced the air. Bang! A bullet sliced through the rain and darkness, striking Jean Dalong in the right shoulder. Staggering, he attempted to retreat into the car. Several SWAT officers sprang forward, pinning him to the ground. With his right shoulder injured and his arm rendered useless, the knife fell from his grasp. The officers pressed. Blood mingled with rainwater, flowing chaotically across the ground in front of the Western Warm Pavilion restaurant. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone's movements appeared to Zhang Jun as if in slow-mo. He cried out, "Shun Shui," and dashed towards her. Shun Shui sat frozen in the back seat, clutching her neck in terror, unable to move. Zhang Jun opened the car door. "Are you all right? Speak to me." With a gasp, Shun Shui burst into tears, her arms enveloping Zhang Jun in a tight embrace. Everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, oblivious to their exchange. Zhang Jun gently stroked Shun Shui's back as she trembled from the intense fright. "Brother Zhang, I thought I was going to die, and I would never see you again." Shun Shui finally spoke. Seeing her unharmed eased Zhang Jun's anxiety. In a solemn tone, he replied, "Don't move. I'll be right back." He turned and sprinted towards Ma Hongqi's vehicle to report the situation. Ma Hongqi, seemingly aware of the events, nodded and said, "Xiao Zhang, keep an eye on this scene." Zhang Jun acknowledged him. Ma Hongqi waved goodbye, and Master Wu drove away. Zhao Youjuan's vehicle followed suit. Zhang Jun returned to the scene where Jean Dalong had been apprehended and was now in a police car. The special police were tidying up the aftermath, preparing to withdraw. A waitress from the Western Warm Pavilion rushed out to wash the bloody ground. Zhang Jun took Shun Shui's hand and helped her out of the car, saying, "I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup." "But we haven't eaten," Shun Shui protested, pouting. "No time for that. We'll eat another day," Zhang Jun replied firmly. "Your neck must be all right." "Brother Zhang, I'm fine." Shun Shui clung tightly to his arm, her voice trembling. "I was just scared out of my wits." "Does your neck hurt?" "No, it doesn't." "Let us go eat. I'm starving." Zhang Jun acquiesced. The Western Warm Pavilion was in disarray and would certainly be unable to accommodate guests for the time being. He hailed a taxi, and together with Shun Shui, they went to another restaurant. He booked a private room and ordered 4 dishes and a soup. Both were already famished and dove into their meal, in the new environment. Shun Shui gradually calmed down and said, "I waited for you, but you never came. I texted you, but you didn't." He replied, "I called, but your phone was off." Zhang Jun pulled out his phone, explaining, "Right before I finished work, this incident occurred, and I was with my boss. My phone was off. See? Shen Shui gazed at him with longing eyes, her voice soft as water. I was so frightened. I wasn't he afraid of dying. I was afraid that if I died, I would never see you again. Zhang Jun understood the depth of her feelings, and an unexpected flutter coursed through his heart. Just then, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Seeing it was his wife calling, he answered. Hello, Zhang Jun. Are you all right? Lu Yuji's voice trembled. I just heard the news. The province is cracking down on crime, capturing Jean Dalong's criminal group, and I heard it was led by Governor Ma. I've been trying to reach you. I was almost beside myself with worry. Please, speak. Did you go to the scene? Are you hurt? Zhang Jun could sense his wife's genuine panic. Regardless of the reasons, Lu Yuji's concern for him was palpable. I'm fine, Zhang Jun replied calmly. I've been at the scene, witnessing the entire arrest. I'll explain everything when I get back. I'm still busy now. Okay, as long as you're all right. The sound of Lu Yujia patting her chest echoed through the phone. I'll wait for you to return. Please be careful. I fear they may have accomplices left. I understand. Goodbye. Goodbye. As soon as Zhang Jun hung up, the phone rang again. Officials who had learned of the incident, unable to reach Ma Hongqi, began calling Zhang Jun for information. He found it quite bothersome, yet he could not ignore these calls. After answering, he hastily relayed, the situation is as reported. I'm currently busy and will discuss. Finally, a semblance of peace returned. The budding atmosphere of intimacy that had arisen between them had dissipated. Zhang Jun glanced at his watch and said, It's getting late. Shall I take you back to the office? Do you have work tonight? Did you forget? I've been assigned to the 8 p.m. news segment now. I have the day off, Shen Shui replied, her voice as sweet and gentle as cotton candy. Zhang Jun nodded. Then I'll take you home. As they exited the restaurant, Zhang Jun hailed a taxi to take Shen Shui back to IT. Was his first visit to her residence. Shen Shui lived in a dormitory near the broadcasting center. Upon arrival, she spoke to the security guard, and the car silently drove in, stopping beneath her building. The driver suddenly realized, I thought you looked familiar. You're the news anchor. You're even more beautiful in person than on television. Shen Shui thanked him and softly said previously, she had lived in a double room, but now, after her reassignment, she had been allocated a cozy 45 square meter one-bedroom apartment with a kitchen, bathroom, and balcony. Shen Shui closed the door behind them, saying, Please sit for a moment. I'll take a quick shower. I feel uncomfortable with that scoundrel-esque smell clinging to me. Zhang Jun felt a sudden dryness in his throat. What was she implying? Chapter 57. Don't leave tonight. Shen Shui switched on the television and handed a magazine to Zhang Jun. He settled onto the two-person sofa. Shen Shui first went to the bedroom to fetch a change of clothes, then elegantly walked into the bathroom. The shower and restroom in her home were not separated, lacking a dry and wet division. Zhang Jun could hear the sound of rushing water from within. His eyes were glued to the television, yet his mind was elsewhere, constantly imagining how stunning Shen Shui must look at that moment. A solitary man and a woman sharing the same space. Whoever did not entertain other thoughts would surely be considered quite abnormal. Zhang Jun took out his phone to check the battery, only to find it was nearly depleted, the battery icon blinking incessantly. He longed to turn it off but feared that his boss might need him urgently, especially after such a significant incident had just unfolded. Thus, he quietly returned the phone to his pocket. Women are meticulous when it comes to bathing. A full half-hour passed before Shen Shui emerged. She wore a lace nightgown, its soft and comfortable texture accentuating her enchanting figure. Zhang, my shoulder is a bit sore, and I can't lift my arm for long. Of course. Zhang Jun replied almost instinctively. Shen Shui turned to fetch the hairdryer. Her steps were light, her petite, delicate feet gliding as if she were spring-loaded, brimming with vitality. The most captivating aspect was her skin, pale with a rosy glow, translucent like jade, resembling a fine piece of art. Shen Shui located the hairdryer, bent down to plug it into the... She sat with her back to him. Zhang Jun switched on the hairdryer and began to comb through her long hair. The back of Shen Shui's nightgown featured a low slit, revealing her fair back. There were no straps from a bra on her fragrant shoulders. Zhang Jun's imagination wandered to the alluring scene before him. The shampoo released a subtle fragrance, mingling with the warm air from the hairdryer. Shen Shui turned her head to say something, but the roar of the hairdryer drowned her out, and Zhang Jun couldn't catch her words. He leaned in closer and asked, What did you say? Shen Shui replied, Are you tired? Zhang, this is sheer delight. Shen Shui beamed back at him, revealing her pearly white teeth. Once her hair was dry, Zhang Jun switched off the dryer, and the room fell into a tranquil silence. Shen Shui turned to him, her gaze warm and intense. Zhang Jun, unable to resist, grasped her hand. Shen Shui let out a soft sound, snuggling into his embrace, murmuring, Can you stay with me tonight? I'm so scared. Zhang Jun's throat tightened. He didn't respond, but his heated hand began to wander restlessly. Shen Shui was intoxicatingly fragrant, so soft and alluring. Zhang Jun wished to drown in this beautiful dream, forgetting. However, his phone suddenly rang. Since becoming a secretary, he had developed the habit of being ready to answer calls at any moment. His job's nature dictated that he could not afford to miss any important calls. Missing one could spell the end of his political career. Almost reflexively, Zhang Jun released Shen Shui, pulled out his phone, and answered that it was indeed a call from Ma Hongqi. Zhang Jun signaled for silence to Shen Shui before pressing the answer button. Xiao Zhang, has anything happened since? Ma Hong, I'm calling to tell you that before work tomorrow, you must find out about the interrogation's progress. We must secure conclusive evidence regarding Gao Hai's death, do you understand? This concerns our personal safety in the future. Now that you are my secretary, your fate is intertwined with mine. We need to uncover why Jin Dalong wanted to kill Gao Hai. Is he the mastermind behind it? Understood, boss, Zhang Jun replied. I'll make a trip to the Public Security Bureau tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Boss, rest early. He hung up the phone, and the fiery turmoil within him instantly vanished. Ma Hongqi's words echoed in his mind. Their fates were now bound together. Regardless of who faced trouble, it would affect the other. If Ma Hongqi were to fall, Zhang Jun would undoubtedly be marginalized. Conversely, if Zhang Jun were to become embroiled in scandals or corruption, it would tarnish Ma Hongqi's reputation. Shen Shui, I must return home. Zhang Jun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Are you really leaving? Shen Shui asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. Can't you stay with me a little longer? Zhang Jun resolutely stood up, saying, I have something very important to attend to in the morning. We will have many opportunities to meet again. Now isn't the right time. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shen Shui's eyes. Is it that I'm not good enough? Not pretty enough? Zhang Jun quickly shook his head. No, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Her fiery red lips pressed against his dry ones. Zhang Jun held her tightly, as if he wished to crush her into his pocket, carrying her with him and taking her out to gaze upon whenever he missed her. The kiss felt as if it lasted a century. His phone vibrated in his pocket. The two finally parted. Zhang Jun glanced at his phone, which had shut down due to a dead battery. He bid farewell to Shen Shui and stepped outside. Shen Shui leaned against the doorframe, watching his silhouette fade away down the corridor. Once in the courtyard, Zhang Jun looked up to see Shen Shui at the window. They both waved. Zhang Jun's steps felt as though they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The window above seemed to have countless hooks pulling him back. Yet, he resolutely left. Upon returning home, Lu Yujia was still awake. Zhang Jun. Lu Yujia rushed over, her face etched with concern. Are you all right? Let me see. Many people said they heard gunshots. Zhang Jun covered his mouth with his hand, yawning. Go to sleep. I'm so tired. Lu Yujia sniffed the air, asking, Why do you smell like a woman? Zhang Jun scoffed. Yes, I saved a woman at the scene. I held her. It must be her scent that lingered on me. Lu Yujia stared at him, bewildered. Who did you save? Zhang Jun remained silent, taking out his phone to chart. Which woman did you save? Do you ever stop? Zhang Jun frowned, saying, A hostage, the one held by Jin Dalong. Seeing him angry, Lu Yujia dared not ask further. Zhang Jun. At that moment, his phone powered on after being plugged in, and a message promptly appeared. Lu Yujia curiously picked it up and glanced at it. The text contained just 4 words, Zhang Gu, good night. Chapter 58 Personnel Changes. Lu Yujia stared at Zhang Jun's phone in a daze. The text message was sent from an unfamiliar number, indicating that it had not been saved in the device. Consequently, Lu Yujia had no way of obtaining further information about this number. With a flick of her eyes, she picked up her own phone and dialed the number, but the call did not go through. She promptly hung up, ensuring that the number would remain in her call log. She set Zhang Jun's phone down without delving into its contents and lay back on the bed. After taking a shower and drying his hair, Zhang Jun climbed into bed. As was his habit, he glanced at his phone before sleep. Important contacts, like Shen Shui, were etched in his memory rather than stored in his phone, and he would often delete all messages and call records at will. He glanced at the message, but chose not to respond. Someone texted you, didn't they? I heard a notification just now. Lu Yujia feigned ignorance, inquiring. Oh, yes, it was the girl I helped today, Zhang Jun replied, casting a sidelong glance at his wife. Aren't you going to sleep yet? I was waiting for. Just because you're flirting with someone outside, you suspect me? I'm not. I merely took advantage of Zhou Wenbin's affection for me. Do you understand the concept of using someone? Enough already. Let us sleep. We're trying to conceive. I'm too tired today. No way, today is an auspicious day, and whatever we wish for can come true. Huh. A vision of Shen Shui's fair skin flashed through Zhang Jun's mind, and a thought crossed his mind. Lu Yujia turned over, The following morning, Zhang Jun rode his bicycle to the Provincial Public Security Bureau. As soon as her husband left, Lu Yujia pulled out her phone, curious, and redialed the number from the previous night. The call was answered. Hello, who is this? A melodious female voice greeted her, as delightful as a nightingale emerging from the valley. Having worked in the hospital, Lu Yujia had encountered numerous beautiful women, yet this enchanting voice was unlike any she had heard before. Xin Shue's voice during casual conversation differed from her broadcast tone, which was more polished and serious at work. Clearing her throat, Lu Yujia asked, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Xin Shue was momentarily taken aback. Her intuition warned her that this call was unusual. "You don't know me, yet you have my number. Why are you calling?" Xin Shue cleverly countered. I found this number on my old phone, but I've forgotten who you are. Perhaps we knew each other before?" Lu Yujia responded, equally astute. Xin Shue softly replied, "This is my new number which I just acquired. The previous owner might have been your acquaintance. I need to get back to work." If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. Listening to the busy signal on the line, Lu Yujia could only shake her head in resignation. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun arrived at the Provincial Public Security Bureau and met with the director, Lu Honglin. He was there on the orders of Ma Hongqi to inquire about the Jin Dalong case, which was tied to the death of Gao Hai, with Jin Dalong being a crucial witness. Lu Honglin welcomed him and said, "Secretary Zhang, Jin Dalong is seriously injured. He underwent emergency treatment last night. Although he has regained consciousness, he claims to have a headache and forgets everything we ask. We cannot employ extreme measures for interrogation at this time, so this case may drag on for a couple more days." Zhang Jun nodded, saying, "Governor Ma is very concerned about the progress of this. Please inform Director Lu promptly if there are any breakthroughs or new leads." "Where is Jin Dalong currently?" Lu Honglin replied, "He is still at the Provincial People's Hospital. Upon arriving at the provincial government office, he reported the findings to Ma Hongqi, and Ma Hongqi responded calmly, 'As long as Jin Dalong is alive, we will surely extract information from him.'" Upon returning to the secretary's office, the newly appointed deputy secretary general, "Did a shooting really occur?" Zhang Jun thought to himself how gossipy a dignified deputy secretary general could be. "Yes, indeed," he replied, unwilling to delve into the matter. He quickly changed the subject. "You may go in." Zhang Feng chuckled and entered the office. Just as Zhang Jun was about to get back to work, someone else walked in. Looking up, he was surprised to find that it was Yu Jiaming, the provincial organization minister, accompanied by several colleagues in cadre jackets. Zhang Jun immediately stood to greet him. "Hello, Minister Yu." Since becoming a secretary, he had taken time to familiarize himself with the appearances, names, and positions of key leaders. Failing to recognize an arriving leader would be quite embarrassing. Yu Jiaming acknowledged him with a sound, "Secretary Zhang, these individuals are comrades from the organization department. Is Vice Governor Ma available?" Zhang Jun felt a surge of anxiety, wondering why the organization. He had heard nothing about this. Was it an undercover investigation? The arrival of the organization department usually indicated significant personnel changes within the province. His mind racing, Zhang Jun replied, "Deputy Secretary Zhang is inside. I will inform him. Please wait a moment, esteemed leaders." Yu Jiaming waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Jun knocked on the office door and cleared his throat. Upon hearing his cough, Ma Hongqi recognized the urgency and called out, "Come in." Zhang Jun entered and announced, "Boss, Minister Yu from the organization department has arrived, accompanied by several leaders from the central organization department, who are waiting outside." He noted that Ma Hongqi's expression remained unperturbed, indicating he was already aware of the delegation's arrival. In contrast, Jiang Feng appeared visibly startled. "Please come in," Ma Hongqi said, rising to greet them at the door. Why Yu Jiaming smiled. "Comrade Ma Hongqi, sorry to interrupt your work." Ma Hongqi extended his hand with a broad smile, shaking hands with everyone before inviting them into the office. Jiang Feng and Zhang Jun stepped out. As Zhang Jun prepared tea, he pondered the purpose of the organization department's visit. Carrying the tea tray inside, he glanced at the seating arrangement. Although he did not recognize the leaders from the organization department, their seating positions suggested that the highest-ranking individual among them was likely a deputy minister. However, it was an unwritten rule that when organization department leaders visited, they should be of a higher rank than those they were meeting. Slowly, Zhang Jun set down the teacup. He heard Yu Jiaming say, "Comrade Ma Hongqi, the purpose of Deputy Minister Su's visit from the Central Organization Department is primarily to understand your situation. I have already briefed Deputy Minister Su on everything pertinent. Now, please prepare to answer his inquiries." Zhang Jun thought to himself, so Deputy Minister Su Paying is here, to evaluate Ma Hongqi. When the organization assesses a cadre, it is either for promotion or due to issues arising. Ma Hongqi had barely been in office for a year. It seemed unlikely he would be promoted again. Could there be some unresolved issues? Chapter 59. Extraordinary measures. Zhang Jun was beset by an unprecedented wave of anxiety. All the accolades and so-called power he currently possessed stemmed entirely from his superior. Prior to his appointment as secretary, Zhang Jun was an inconsequential figure, subject to the whims of others. Now, he wielded the authority to bring down those who had once bullied him, all thanks to But what if Ma Hongqi were to fall from grace or be reassigned? Zhang Jun would be thrust back into obscurity. What was he to do? He was merely a lowly secretary, having yet to rise to the rank of a proper deputy director. Zhang Jun slowed his gestures as he poured tea, striving to glean as much information as possible to ascertain his boss's future. Su Peiying cleared her throat and spoke. Comrade Ma Hongqi, to be frank, we have come to inquire about your thoughts on returning to work in Beijing. The teacup in Zhang Jun's hand nearly trembled. Fortunately, he maintained his composure, steadied the cup, and gently set it before his superior. Ma Hongqi did not rush to respond. Instead, he produced cigarettes, offering one to each person present, even extending the courtesy to Zhang Jun. The latter respectfully accepted the cigarette with both hands after placing the teacup down. With no rationale to linger, he slowly withdrew. Upon returning to his seat, Zhang Jun felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Was his boss truly going back to Beijing? If Ma Hongqi returned, would he ask Zhang Jun if he wished to accompany him? Should Zhang Jun choose to remain behind, how would he navigate his future? He pondered that before Ma Hongqi departed, the most critical task he must accomplish was to resolve his status as a deputy director. Once he attained that rank, he would not face undue hardship, regardless of whether he was reassigned to a municipal bureau. At least he would hold the title of deputy director, possessing a semblance of power. Currently, however, he was merely a section chief, relegated to the sidelines, utterly insignificant. Was it appropriate to proactively request a promotion from his boss? Just as Zhang Jun wrestled with such dilemmas, Molly entered the room. Brother Ma, Zhang Jun greeted with a smile. Have you come to pay a visit today? Molly cast a glance toward the inner office door and lowered his voice, saying, I heard that Governor Ma is returning to Beijing? Zhang Jun feigned ignorance, replying, I haven't heard anything about that. Where did you get such insider information? Molly chuckled, the organization department has sent people. This must be true. It is already spread throughout the office. Governor Ma is no ordinary individual. He has powerful... The waters in our province run deep. If it weren't for Gao Hai's misfortune last time, it would have been Governor Ma who was in peril. The Ma family wants to shield him from danger, hence their intention to recall him to Beijing for a significant position in a ministry. Zhang Jun's right eyelid twitched involuntarily. He was nearly convinced that Ma Li's words were the unvarnished truth. Molly, with an air of mystery, continued, I've also heard that those who wish to harm Governor Ma should not be underestimated. Him? He is hardly noteworthy, not even a mere puppet. Who exactly is behind this, I cannot say. Secretary Zhang, it would be beneficial for you if Governor Ma returns to Beijing. Otherwise, you may find yourself... After serving him for nearly half a year, you have been more devoted than a servant, and surely you cannot walk away empty-handed. You must act swiftly while he is still here to secure your future. With that, he pointed. Zhang Jun found himself increasingly restless. Was it possible that Governor Ma's return to Beijing was a foregone conclusion? The discussions within lasted for over half an hour. Outside, two groups of individuals awaited their turn. Ma Hongqi escorted Yu Jiaming and Su Peiying out, shaking hands with each of them. Observing the relaxed expressions of the departing guests, Zhang Jun felt a sense of relief, indicating their discussions had been amicable. The individuals waiting outside stood and bowed slightly. Once the guests had left, Ma Hongqi nodded at the two remaining individuals, saying, Please, come in together. They responded with smiles and followed Ma Hongqi inside. On that day, Ma Hongqi was either receiving guests or attending meetings. A provincial meeting extended until the end of the workday. Zhang Jun accompanied Ma Hongqi back to the reception hotel. Throughout the journey, he yearned to pose numerous questions, yet hesitated, fearing that inappropriate inquiries might arouse his superior's suspicion. After exiting the vehicle, Zhang Jun carried the briefcase and escorted Ma Hongqi to the entrance of the villa. Ma Hongqi paused, accepting the briefcase, signaling his intent not to retain Zhang Jun any longer. Xiao Zhang, please follow up on Jin Dalong's case. Expedite the process. Ma Hongqi suddenly instructed. Understood, boss, Zhang Jun replied with deference. A waiting attendant approached with a smile to assist Ma Hongqi in changing his shoes. After departing the reception hotel, Zhang Jun made his way to the hospital room where Jin Dalong was being held. It was a solitary room located at the far end of the corridor, designed for ease of supervision. The two on-duty police officers guarding Jin Dalong recognized Zhang Jun and called out, Secretary Zhang is here. Zhang Jun nodded and inquired, How is Jin Dalong faring? The tall officer shook his head. He has regained consciousness, but when questioned, he claims to have a headache and remembers nothing. Glancing at his watch, Zhang Jun said, May I enter and speak with him? Just for 5 minutes. The two officers exchanged glances. Zhang Jun, maintaining his composure, asserted, Governor Ma has sent me to interrogate him. The tall officer replied, Jean Dalong lay in bed, his gunshot wound heavily bandaged, various instruments connected to him, resembling an ICU setup. Zhang Jun approached and stood before Jean Dalong. The latter, eyes closed, muttered, "Is it time for dinner? You will never again partake of the sustenance of the living." Jean Dalong abruptly opened his eyes, staring at Zhang Jun in dawning recognition. "I know you. Who are you?" Zhang Jun slowly withdrew a knife from his briefcase. Jean Dalong gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What are you doing, police officer?" Yet no officer entered the room. Panic-stricken, Jean Dalong realized that his injuries and the 4 drips left him completely immobile. Zhang Jun pressed. Having faced death once, he remained profoundly afraid of it. After all, a good death was preferable to a miserable existence. A glint of murderous failure to apprehend the true culprit meant that Ma Hongqi would likely be reassigned to Beijing for protection by his family. Wherever Ma Hongqi went, he would always be in a position of leadership. It was merely a change of title, with little significant impact. Zhang Jun's future, however, would be irrevocably shattered. Thus, he was more anxious than anyone. Jean Dalong sensed Zhang Jun's ruthless demeanor and was filled with dread, his teeth chattering as he stammered, "Who are you? Who sent you?" Zhang Jun pressed the cold blade against Jean Dalong's soft neck, threatening fiercely, "Misstep even a single word, and I shall send you to the afterlife." Chapter 60. Ruthless and merciless. Hero, I confess. What do you wish to ask? Please, do inquire. Just stop terrifying me. That thing is quite sharp. Could you please put it away? Jean Dalong trembled in fright. Is your head still aching? Zhang Jun raised the knife, its blade hovering ominously. Zhang Jun's demeanor was strikingly akin to that of a killer, cold, unfeeling, and capable of a single fatal strike. Now, tell me about your relationship with Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong? Which Zhou Kong? How many Zhou Kangs do you know? Can't recall. Can you? Do you need me to jog your memory? Zhang Jun repositioned the knife to Jean Dalong's temple. I remember. Wasn't Zhou Kong the one who fell to his death? Elucidate your connection with him. We have no connection whatsoever. Then why did you transfer such large sums of cash to him? Speak. I remember now. I asked him for a favor. What favor? Our company deals in medical devices. You see, I wanted to secure contracts with several top-tier hospitals in the province. Zhou Kong has connections in that regard, so I sought his assistance. This is merely a case of bribery, hardly a death sentence. Ha! Do you think I would believe that? Why did you resist when the police apprehended? It's a primal instinct for survival. Ridiculous. You colluded with Zhou Kong, bribed repairman Zhou Jun, and tampered with Governor Ma's vehicle. You caused the death of Secretary Gao Hai. Murder is against the law. I would never dare. You insist on taking the fall for others. So be it. I hope you live a righteous life in your next incarnation. Zhang Jun was determined not to squander any more time. The knife in his hand slowly inched towards Jean Dalong's wound. Jean Dalong wagered that he would not dare to strike with lethal force. Yet, Zhang Jun, without hesitation, blood instantly stained the pristine white medical dressing. Jean Dalong shrieked, "Police! Someone, help!" Yet, no one entered. This time, Jean Dalong truly panicked. There were police stationed outside around the clock, and even his own men found it nearly impossible to enter. How was this person able to wield a knife and dismiss the officers outside? Was he truly sent to silence him? Wait, spare me, good sir. Jean Dalong felt a piercing pain and finally pleaded for mercy. A bullet through the chest, less than a second in agony was manageable, but this dull blade tearing into flesh was truly excruciating. Zhang Jun halted and inquired, "Speak. Who ordered you to assassinate Comrade Gao Hai?" Jean Dalong gritted his teeth against the agony. "What kind of person is he? Where can he be found?" Jean Dalong replied, "I only know him as Old Master Gu. He speaks with a strong Beijing accent. As for who he is, I have no idea. I truly don't know. If you kill me, I still won't know. What does he look like?" Zhang Jun asked. "I don't know. I've never seen his true face. Every time he contacted me, it was via phone. He has never shown himself, not even where he is. Then why do you obey him so? He commanded you to assassinate a vice-governor, and you dared. I had no choice. My family's lives, as well as the fate of my company, are entirely in his hands. If I defy him, my whole family will perish. Be more specific. How does he control you?" "I am a man driven by greed and lust, with 3 great loves in life: making money, women, and gambling. Once, while vacationing in Hong Kong and Macau, I lost several million at the Sands Casino. The more I gambled, the more I became addicted, and I borrowed high-interest loans from someone who happened to be Old Master Gu's subordinate. From that moment, I was under their control. You must have met Old Master Gu's men. What do they look like? What is their name? I've seen that person in the casino. We all call him Jean Li Lai, though I'm not sure if that is his real name. He is thin, like a ghost, with 4 gold teeth, and a face resembling that of a monkey. After I returned, it was Old Master Gu who contacted me. He used my debts to control me, leaving me with no autonomy. Are you being truthful? If there is even a hint of deceit in your words, you will suffer a most gruesome fate. It's the truth, absolutely the truth. I wouldn't dare lie. May I ask, good sir, which path do you tread? I feel as though I've seen you before. You need not know. Zhang Jun lifted the knife, took a tissue to wipe the blood from the blade, and said slowly, "Take care of yourself." With that, he turned and departed. The 2 police officers on duty approached from a distance. "Secretary Zhang, have you finished the questioning?" The taller one inquired with a smile. "Thank you, gentlemen. I'll treat you to a meal another time. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. By the way, Jian Dalong was overly agitated and ruptured his wound. Please call a doctor to redress it." He arrived at the villa and gently knocked on the door. A voice from within called, "Who is it?" "Boss, it's me, Zhang Jun." Moments later, a server opened the door. Zhang Jun nodded at her in gratitude before stepping into the living room. Ma Hongqi was seated on the sofa, soaking his feet in a wooden bucket filled with medicinal liquid. Zhang Jun approached and said, "Boss, Jian Dalong has confessed." Ma Hongqi nodded and waved, understanding. She turned and walked into the inner room. Zhang Jun continued, "Jian Dalong revealed that a person named Old Master Gu directed him. He also admitted to colluding with Zhou Kong to bribe repairman Zhou Jun, tampering with the vehicle." Old Master Gu? What kind of person is he? Ma Hongqi was equally uninformed. Zhang Jun assumed the boss must have heard of Old Master Gu. Otherwise, why would he be targeted? He had no choice but to Ma Hongqi remained pensive. Zhang Jun glanced at the foot-soaking medicine and remarked, "Boss, you need a remedy that invigorates the spleen and alleviates dampness. Soaking your feet in mugwort is suitable." Mugwort is a common foot-soaking herb, beneficial for warming meridians and dispelling dampness and cold, providing certain advantages for the muscles and joints of the feet and legs. However, it does not aid in invigorating the spleen or warming. Ma Hongqi responded, "Oh, really? What should I use then?" Zhang Jun replied, "You should use herbs such as Banksia, Chenpi, Dangshan, Baizhu, Fuling, Shanyao, and Zaganko. Regularly soaking your feet in these herbs can help regulate stomach heat, promote blood circulation, and warm yang while— Allow me to handle this. I will go to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to procure some herbs for you." Ma Hongqi nodded. "I almost forgot. You are a graduate student studying This is your area of expertise. Very well, I'll leave it to you." He paused thoughtfully before inquiring, "Xiaozhong, I may need to return to Beijing for a position. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Chapter 61. The departure of friends and the cooling of tea. What was destined to happen has finally arrived. No matter how much Zhang Jun does or how hard he strives, he cannot alter this reality. "I will follow the boss's arrangements," Zhang Jun replied respectfully, for that was the only thing he could say. Surely, he could not boldly demand a position of power, could he? He had faith that Ma Hongqi was a man of integrity who would not forsake him. Suddenly, Ma Hongqi let out a long sigh. "Xiaozhong, many matters are— All right, you may return home now." Zhang Jun's heart felt as if it were filled with a cacophony of clanging bells, a tumult of anxiety. Upon returning home, he sank into the sofa. Lu Yujia had prepared a meal and set it on the dining table. Noticing his distracted demeanor, she inquired, "Zhang Jun, what troubles you?" Clearing his throat, "Is it confirmed?" she asked, hastily removing her apron and sitting beside him, clutching his arm. "Hasn't he only been a vice-governor for less than a year? Why is he leaving for Beijing now?" "How would I know? I'm not the Minister of Organization," Zhang Jun replied, overwhelmed. "Then you must quickly seek a position from him, perhaps at the health department? Or at the Municipal Health Bureau, where you could be promoted to deputy." "How could I possibly ask for such a thing?" Zhang Jun shook his head. "Oh, come now, he's leaving, and you still hesitate to broach the subject? Miss this opportunity, and it may never present itself again." Lu Yujia urged, "He is your boss. All your hard work has been in service to him, hasn't it been for this very moment? If he departs without a word, you will be left in dire straits." Zhang Jun's phone chimed. Glancing at the screen, he saw a message from Shan Shui, inquiring if he had eaten the tea that moment. He had no mind for flirtation. Compared to the intricacies of political advancement, with power comes everything. Without it, nothing matters. If Zhang Jun were to lose the support of Ma Hongqi, it was likely that even Shan Shui would not spare him a glance. Contemplating this, his heart grew heavier. He hastily consumed his meal, finding no appetite for any dish. At 8 o'clock, the news broadcast began. Zhang Jun watched the screen, where the delicate and alluring Shan Shui appeared, lost in reverie. Had he known that night would be his last chance with such an ethereal beauty, he would have acted differently. Opportunities like that may never arise again. Distracted by his thoughts, he retired early to bed, lacking even the slightest interest in conceiving a child with his wife. Lu Yujia lay beside him, incessantly urging him to seek a position for Ma Hongqi before it was too late. Irritated by her nagging, Zhang Jun covered his ears and feigned snoring. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Realizing it was still early, he sprang from bed, hastily donning his clothes. Lu Yujia, clad in a short nightgown that revealed her fair, rounded legs. The boss's instructions slipped my mind amidst your incessant chatter, Zhang Jun replied, quickly arranging his hair before descending the stairs. He rode his bicycle to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Though the outpatient department was closed, the emergency room remained operational. Having interned there previously, he was familiar with the staff. Secretary Zhang has arrived. A cheerful nurse at the reception exclaimed, displaying her charming dimples. Hello, Zhang Jun smiled back, proceeding to the pharmacy. He prepared 30 packets of medicinal herbs for foot soaks for Ma Hongqi, meticulously cutting and grinding them into powder before packaging them. He insisted on paying, but the pharmacy staff refused to let him settle the bill, insisting that such a small favor did not warrant his expense. He had no choice but to leave 50 yuan behind and depart. The following morning, Zhang Jun dutifully went to the Ingben Hotel to fetch Ma Hongqi. However, the staff informed him, Governor Ma left early this morning. Stunned, Zhang Jun asked, where did he go? Back to Beijing with his luggage, the attendant replied. Zhang Jun felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. Did Governor Ma mention how long he would be gone? He inquired urgently. I don't know. He did not say, and I didn't dare to ask. 1 packet each time, and let me know when it's finished. The attendant accepted the medicine with a sigh. I wonder when Governor Ma will return. Once in the office, while tidying up, Zhang Jun gazed at the empty vice-governor's seat, unable to articulate his emotions. He longed to call Ma Hongqi, knowing that leaders of such rank typically preferred train travel over flying unless an urgent summons awaited them in the capital. Trains were safer, allowed for comfortable sleeping arrangements, and facilitated important communications. Particularly for older officials, many preferred trains to planes. Some even avoided elevators altogether, opting for stairs below the 5th floor due to safety concerns. When it comes to safety, it is better to be cautious than to face unforeseen consequences. Zhang Jun pulled out his phone, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided to call Ma Hongqi. The call connected, but went unanswered. Disappointment washed over. He quickly felt the desolation of being forsaken. Colleagues in the office seemed to know about Ma Hongqi's departure before he did, their gazes towards him tinged with a strange intensity. Although Ma Hongqi's transfer orders had not yet been issued, Zhang Jun remained the secretary, still occupying the secretary's room. Sitting at his desk, he pretended to be busy with work. Yet, as the morning wore on, no one came to see Ma Hongqi. In times past, this would have been unthinkable. It was as if, overnight, the entire province had learned of his return to Beijing. What left Zhang Jun even more disheartened was that Ma Hongqi had yet to return his calls. As the end of the workday approached, Zhang Jun took out his phone and saw Shen Shui's message from the previous night. He replied, "Are you free for lunch?" Shen Shui's response came swiftly, "Zhang Gu, I have plans this noon. Can we reschedule?" Zhang Jun slowed. He could hardly muster the energy to reply, simply pocketing his phone and gathering his briefcase to leave. On his way home, he encountered colleagues who seemed deliberately to avoid him. The few from the 4th Division greeted him, yet their smiles lacked their usual warmth. Upon returning home, he found Lu Yuda lounging, smoking a cigarette, engaged in casual conversation with his sister in the kitchen. "Sis, my brother-in-law is finished. Ma Hongqi has gone back to Beijing. He won't be able to keep this secretary position. My business is likely to go under too. Thankfully, I've saved a bit of money these days." Enough for a while, Lu Yuda continued. Just as Zhang Jun entered, throwing his briefcase at, "I am not dead yet. Are you cursing me?" Chapter 62. The governor's return. Zhang Jun let out a cold laugh and pointed towards the door, saying, "Leave." Lu Yuda, trembling with fear, rose hesitantly and muttered, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking. I was just joking. I didn't mean to curse you." Zhang Jun merely waved his hand, not wishing to lay eyes on the man. Lu Yujia stepped forward and nudged her brother. "You should go back now. Your brother-in-law is in a foul mood. Come visit another day." "All right." Lu Yuda responded to Zhang Jun, "Brother-in-law, I shall take my leave." With that, the lad dashed out in a hurry. Lu Yujia reproached him. "I told you yesterday to seize the opportunity and secure a position, but you refused to listen. Now look at you, back to square one. A mere section chief in the provincial government office. No connections, no power. How long will you wait to rise above this?" Zhang Jun sighed heavily and replied, "Can you stop with the nagging? Do you think I don't want to? I went to see Governor Ma this morning, but he had already left. I called him, but he didn't answer, nor did he return my call. Lu Yujie looked stunned. That's it then. He has abandoned you, off to Beijing to enjoy himself. Over the past 6 months, you've surely made enemies while following him, and now he has left you behind in the province. Won't you just be a target? In a sour mood, Zhang Jun did not wish to linger at home. After dinner, he descended the stairs without a destination in mind. Once surrounded by endless banquets and drinking sessions, today felt eerily desolate. The crowd of men and women who usually surrounded him had vanished in an instant. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he pulled out his phone to check messages. The once busy device, which he rarely wished to answer, was unusually silent today. Not a single call or text. Observing the bustling street, he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness for the first time. After experiencing the vibrancy of life, does one not feel an even greater emptiness? Nearby, a noodle shop had 2 folding tables set up outside. A similarly desolate figure sat alone, eating noodles. Zhang Jun recognized him and approached, taking a seat opposite him. The man, wearing thick black-framed glasses, had his lenses fogged by the steam rising from his bowl of noodles. He looked up at Zhang Jun and exclaimed, "Zhang Jun." "Zhuang Wenxiang." Zhang Jun extended his right hand. "Hey, old classmate, it's been ages. Are you still an editor at the newspaper?" Zhang Jun inquired. "Yes, what else could I possibly do if not be an editor? Weren't you aspiring to be a painter?" "A painter? That was an ideal from years ago. If it doesn't pay, what is the point? My newspaper, though niche, at least provides me with a salary. And you? Still at the Chinese Medicine Research Institute? It's a long story. What brings you? Have you eaten? Let me treat you." "No need. I've already eaten." "Still not married?" "I was in a relationship for 5 years. Just broke up. I'm in a bad place and can't seem to move on." "Start a new relationship?" "That's the quickest way to heal." "It's not that simple. You must have a child by now, right?" "Not yet. Still no child." "Speaking of which, we'll both be 30 next year." "Time flies. 30. I've achieved nothing. No wife, no children, no money. A trifecta of failure." Zhang Jun purchased a few bottles of beer, popped the caps, and handed one to Zhuang Wenxiang, saying, "Come, let us toast." Both feeling a drink among old friends is all too welcome. Zhuang Wenxiang, a rather introverted and reserved individual, enjoyed painting and writing but had yet to make a name for himself. Despite residing in the same city, they seldom met. Strangely, they felt as though they had picked up right where they left off. With someone who was unaware of his own circumstances, Zhang Jun found it easier to speak freely. After sharing 3 bottles of beer each, they finally parted ways. Zhang Jun returned home, took a shower, and collapsed into bed. To his surprise, Lu Yujie did not seek him out for pregnancy preparations that evening, and he relished the tranquility. The next day, Zhang Jun woke early as usual. Just as he was about to head to the reception hall, it struck him. The boss was gone. Who would he be receiving? He chuckled self-deprecatingly and made his way to the provincial government office. There were no new arrangements from the organization. Whether Ma Hongqi was present or not, he had to remain steadfast in his position. The indifference of those around him became increasingly apparent. Days passed, and Zhang Jun's status within the office plummeted. News of Ma Hongqi's reassignment to the organization department had spread, rumored to be taking on the role of deputy secretary. To be honest, the position of deputy secretary in the organization department was indeed a coveted position, and Zhang Jun couldn't help but cheer for his former boss. During these days, Shen Shui had sent him several messages, inviting him to dinner, but he had not responded. Shen Shui sent another message. "Zhang Gu, are you mad at me? I truly had something urgent that day." After reading it, Zhang Jun silently deleted the message. Shen Shui sent another message. "Zhang Gu, I heard you've been feeling down lately. Let me keep you company. Would you like to come to my place tonight? Or you can choose a spot, and I'll come to you." Zhang Jun couldn't help but reply, "You know I'm not doing well, yet you still want to be close to me? Aren't you afraid that in the end, it will all be for nothing?" After a long pause, Shen Shui replied, "Zhang Gu, what do you take me for? If that is how you feel, I might as well just die. You won't have to worry about me anymore." Zhang Jun chose not to respond further. Deputy Secretary Zhang Feng entered, clearing his throat. "I say, Comrade Zhang Jun, you can't just sit here all day doing nothing, can you? If there is nothing for you to do here, the office is swamped with work. Go over there and lend a hand." Zhang Jun stared at Zhang Feng in astonishment. The once humble and courteous Secretary Zhang had completely altered his demeanor, making a 180. Zhang Jun replied coolly, "Has the appointment document for Governor Ma come through?" Zhang Feng wiped his face in frustration. "Not yet." Zhang Jun retorted coldly, "Then has my appointment document been issued? Or are you intending to personally Do you think I can't manage you? With Governor Ma gone, what are you still doing here?" Zhang Jun replied firmly, "I was brought in by the boss. Until he issues a directive, I remain his secretary." I understand you're the deputy secretary and can manage me, but unless you provide me with an official document, I won't budge. Zhang Feng's expression faltered as he said, no wonder people say you're hard to deal with. You re-insubordinate. Humph. Just wait. I'll get your reassignment processed right away. Zhang Jun replied, I'll wait then. At that moment, the pawn crossing the river Zhang Jun, upon hearing that voice, felt as if he had encountered a divine revelation. He swiftly rushed to the doorway and respectfully proclaimed, the boss has returned. Jiang Feng, suddenly confronted by Ma Hongqi, was taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered, Emma Governor. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival? Ma Hongqi cast a piercing glance in his direction and replied in a grave tone, do I need to report to you regarding my whereabouts? Have you taken it upon yourself to reassign my secretary? What fault has Xiao Zhang committed? Does his presence here offend you? Bending slightly, Jiang Feng wiped the cold sweat. I heard that you are to be promoted to deputy secretary of the organization department. Ma Hongqi waved his hand dismissively. Who told you that? Jiang Feng dared not speak further. Xiao Zhang, come in. Ma Hongqi. Zhang Jun followed him in. Standing before the desk, Ma Hongqi surveyed the immaculate office and nodded in approval. You cleaned this, didn't you? Zhang Jun affirmed, yeah, I just returned from the reception hall, and I received the foot-soaking medicine you sent. Thank you. How much was it? Zhang Jun repeatedly insisted it was nothing, stating that he treated the boss to the foot soak. He hesitated to broach the topic of transfers and made to excuse himself. Ma Hongqi called him back. Xiao Zhang, I've been busy these past few days dealing with some important matters and haven't had the chance to return your calls. He needn't have explained, yet he did. This demonstrated that he regarded Zhang Jun not merely as a secretary but as a friend. Zhang Jun felt a wave of emotion as he replied, I understand. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Hongqi continued, I am to be reassigned to the organization department. Zhang Jun's mind reeled, feeling a tightening in his throat. He struggled to articulate a response, ultimately managing, I will follow the boss to Beijing. Ma Hongqi replied slowly, but it won't be that soon. After the new year, I won't be returning here. Xiao Zhang, we have been colleagues, and there are some things that need not be concealed. You are a good comrade, but I cannot bring you to Beijing. I hope you can understand. Zhang Jun's heart sank. Ma Hongqi's gaze was intense as he said, I have informed my colleagues in the office that before I leave, I will promote you to deputy director. This position is not high, but it can be resolved within the general office. Do you have any objections? Zhang Jun contemplated the prospect of becoming a deputy director in the general office. With Ma Hongqi still in office, he felt it was the right time to make his requests, believing the boss would accommodate him. Serving as deputy director in the general office would provide ample opportunities to interact with provincial leaders, yet gaining a promotion would be challenging, as few could endure long enough to reach the deputy secretary level. Personnel authority resides with the province, and how many leaders truly know the comrades in the general office? Unless one had a substantial background, that was another matter entirely. Being a deputy director in a provincial bureau seemed most suitable, regardless of whether he could secure a permanent position. A deputy director held some practical power, enjoying a carefree life away from the center of authority, in a small county. However, power was already consolidated, and integrating oneself would be arduous, let alone seeking. Yet, if he possessed genuine capability and confidence to achieve political accomplishments, he could quickly gain recognition and advance. After all, aspiring to be a high-ranking leader requires foundational experience in grassroots work. No matter where he served, there would be pros and cons. It was up to Zhang Jun to weigh his options. I will follow the boss's arrangement, Zhang Jun ultimately replied with a neutral response. Ma Hongqi nodded slightly. You are aware of Yiping County, correct? Zhang Jun certainly knew it and thought to himself, is he assigning me to be the deputy county head? Starting at the grassroots level is a path to promotion. Boss, Yiping County is a county under the provincial city, approximately a 40-minute drive from the... Have you heard of it? Chengguan is the seat of the county government. The county comprises many towns, and the location of the county seat is referred to as Chengguan. That's more or less correct. Chengguan is in need of a town committee secretary, a position that is concurrently held by a standing committee member of the county committee. You should take it. A standing committee member of the county committee and the town committee secretary. If he performs well, the next step would be to become the executive deputy county head, followed by the county head and county committee secretary. The trajectory for advancement is remarkably clear. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. At the very least, in Chengguan, Zhang Jun would be the one in charge. Yiping County is merely a 40-minute bus ride from the provincial city, allowing for same-day round trips, albeit tiring. Returning weekly would be quite manageable. Yet, why assign me to that place? Ma Hongqi sensed his confusion and said, my return to Beijing this time was not my intention. Many say I am going down. However, I, Ma Hongqi, wish to achieve tangible results. Leaving like this leaves me unsatisfied. Zhang Jun passionately replied, Boss, I understand you, and I support you. Ma Hongqi spoke with a hint of melancholy. But the power struggles among the upper echelon. My return to Beijing should be seen as a temporary respite. I hope one day to return to this land where I have worked, to realize my ambitions and political ideals. His words were impassioned. Ma Hongqi continued calmly, Xiao Zhang, I hold you in high regard and wish to position you as a piece on the chessboard in Yiping County. When I return, we shall join forces one. What do you say? This marked the first time Ma Hongqi had engaged in such an extensive conversation with Zhang Jun, sharing heartfelt sentiments. Zhang Jun immediately felt a surge of camaraderie, standing tall and proclaiming, I willingly serve as the vanguard, eager to be your pawn. What a jest. Not just anyone can be a pawn for Ma Hongqi. What does this signify? It signifies that Ma Hongqi considers him one of his own, perhaps intending to draw him into his circle. A circle. This is precisely what Zhang Jun lacked and urgently needed. At present, he could barely touch the periphery of such circles. Only by first becoming Ma Hongqi's pawn could he hope to become a part of that inner circle. Ma Hongqi rose and approached Zhang Jun, patting him on the shoulder. Zhang Jun felt as though his burdens had lightened. Xiao Zhang, you must be prepared for fierce struggles. Ma Hongqi, I have no one I can rely on in the province, but I wish to begin with you, igniting a spark that can set the prairie ablaze. Unite a group of like-minded comrades. Do you understand my meaning? Zhang Jun nodded emphatically. I understand. A circle cannot be openly referred to as a circle, nor can factions be publicly declared. It must be However, Zhang Jun suddenly grasped that Ma Hongqi's arrival and departure represented two distinct circles or factions engaged in covert warfare. Ma Hongqi, unwilling to concede defeat, still harbored aspirations of a comeback. Thus he viewed Zhang Jun as a pawn to be placed in the enemy's territory. To put it plainly, Zhang Jun was a pawn crossing the river. Should he thrive in his future endeavors, he would naturally be absorbed into Ma's faction. If Zhang Jun were to become cannon fodder or fade into obscurity, he could only rely on his own fortune. Zhang Jun faced no choice. Rather than live a life of mediocrity, he would rather strive passionately during his lifetime. Chapter 64. Please love me. Zhang Jun resolved to venture forth along the route arranged by Ma Hongqi. Boss, I will heed your advice. Zhang Jun reiterated his stance. Ma Hongqi smiled with satisfaction. I did not misjudge you. You are an ambitious individual. A man must possess ambition. While many perceive ambition as a pejorative, if we rephrase it as aspiration, does it not immediately elevate its stature? Zhang Jun chuckled. Indeed, they are essentially the same, both representing an inner yearning, a desire for success. Upon returning to the secretary's office, Zhang Jun felt as though his very steps had become lighter. For the past few days, he had been engulfed in uncertainty, unsure of his path forward. Now, he felt akin to a floating duckweed finally finding a point of support, like a dandelion seed that had finally alighted upon fertile ground. The future ahead brimmed with vitality. News of Ma Hongqi's return spread like wildfire. Those officials who had vanished for days suddenly re-emerged, each donning sycophantic smiles, bowing and scraping as they entered the secretary's office to ingratiate themselves with Zhang Jun. Having endured this period of desolation and neglect, Zhang Jun's mindset had matured significantly. Perhaps this was the test imposed by his boss, a trial of his resolve, patience, and his ability. Fortunately, Zhang Jun had passed the test. When confronted once more by these fawning faces, he found his demeanor considerably more composed. They were not flattering him. Rather, they were currying favor with the chair beneath him, with the boss supporting him from behind. To earn genuine respect, admiration, and perhaps even fear, one must enhance their intrinsic strength and aspire to become a figure like Ma Hongqi. Zhang Jun approached his official duties with a tranquil mindset. Regardless of who came before him, they were merely subjects of his service, and potentially allies to be forged. Once he discerned the path he was to tread in the future, he understood what he must do. After a day filled with work, Zhang Jun escorted Ma Hongqi back to the guest house. Xiao Zhang, come in, let us dine together and play a few rounds of chess. Ma Hongqi's fondness for Zhang Jun was clearly on the rise, his tone now more amiable. Though Ma Hongqi had been in the capital these days, he was acutely aware of every development in the province. A person with lofty ambitions, one who still aspires to reclaim his former glory, would never simply resign himself to oblivion. The waiter brought forth the meal, and Zhang Jun sat with Ma Hongqi as they dined. As the waiter cleared the table and set up the chessboard, Ma Hongqi, taking the black pieces, remarked, do not hold back. Let me witness your true prowess and enjoy the intellect of a fifth dango player. Zhang Jun humbly replied, my skills are rather average, otherwise I would have pursued a professional path. Once one reaches a certain level, advancing further becomes exceedingly challenging. Ma Hongqi placed a piece and stated, this is true of any field. Only a minuscule number of individuals ever reach the pinnacle of the pyramid. The ascent grows increasingly difficult. Yet, when you break through that bottleneck and successfully reach the summit, you will behold vistas unseen by others. As they played, Zhang Jun mused, infinite beauty lies atop perilous peaks. The television was on, broadcasting the 8 p.m. news. Zhang Jun glanced at the screen, astonished to discover that the anchor had changed. It was no longer Shen Shui. His distraction caused him to lose several pieces. Ma Hongqi inquired with a hint of curiosity. What troubles you? Zhang Jun chuckled. I suddenly thought of two idioms. When the chicken and dog ascend to heaven and when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Ma Hongqi replied solemnly, then ensure you become that great tree yourself. Zhang Jun felt enlightened. After 2 games of chess, he narrowly won one and lost the other, a deliberate choice, for he could not allow his boss to truly lose. The waiter brought a wooden bucket filled with a medicinal solution for Ma Hongqi's foot bath. As Ma Hongqi soaked his feet, he remarked, this medicine is indeed exceptional. Xiao Zhang, you must provide me with the recipe. When I return to the capital, I will prepare it myself. Zhang Jun suggested, boss, I can't prepare it here, grind it into powder, and send it over. The delivery services are quite efficient nowadays. Ma Hongqi nodded, that works. It's getting late. You should head home. Your family must be worried about you. These words, typically reserved for those close to him, were a departure from Ma Hongqi's usual demeanor. Zhang Jun bid farewell and left. On his way home. He parked his bicycle at a bus stop and took out his phone to call Shen Shui. The call connected immediately, as if she had been anticipating his call. Shen Shui, it's me. Zhang Go, Shen Shui exclaimed with delight. You finally decided to reach out to me, Zhang Jun inquired. Why weren't you the anchor for tonight's news? I was reassigned again. Back to the late night slot. Why? I don't know. Was it Lu Jinbao's doing? Yes, it was him. I see. Goodbye, Zhang Go. Don't hang up yet, I miss you. Xiao Shui, it's impossible between us, I know this. I have a wife, I don't care. I love you. I feel like I'm going mad after just a few days without you. I've been reflecting on whether I did something wrong that made you misunderstand me. If I did, you can punish me, but please don't ignore me, okay? Xiao Shui, I cannot offer you any benefits. Then please give me your love. Zhang Jun felt a jolt. Approaching 30, he had long since ceased to believe in love. Yet Shen Shui's confession ignited a dormant volcano within him. Zhang Jun swallowed hard, glanced at his watch, and said, in a little over a month, after the new year, I will be transferred to work in Yiping County, which is merely a short distance from your broadcasting center. At that time, it will be much easier for us to meet. Shen Shui was the only person to whom he revealed his future plans. As she was not part of the system, even if she heard this, she would not grasp its implications. Zhang Ge, is that true? It would be wonderful if you could be transferred to our broadcasting center as a leader, Shen Shui exclaimed. I want you to lead me. Spending every day together would lose its charm. All right, let us talk another day. Good night, Zhang Ge. Can I come to see you tomorrow? There are perks to hosting the late night program. My schedule is relatively free. We'll see. I'll text you when I can. Okay, I'll wait for you. I will always wait for your message. What an endearing beauty. Every conversation with her left him utterly captivated. Upon returning home, Zhang Jun was greeted by Lu Yujia, who rushed over with a smile. Has Governor Ma returned? Zhang Jun, displeased with his wife's capricious nature, replied coldly, Governor Ma is likely preparing to leave. His return this time is to pack his belongings. Lu Yujia's expression shifted to one of unfamiliarity. How will he arrange your future? Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Perhaps he will send me to some remote town, leaving me to fend for myself? Lu Yujia gasped and vigorously shook Zhang Jun's arm, exclaiming, that would be worse than staying at the tradition. Don't be foolish. You should quickly seek his favor and ask him to help arrange a position for you at the health department or the municipal health bureau. Zhang Jun ignored her and walked straight into the bathroom. He was filled with confidence about his future. No one could hinder him. Zhang Jun believed that his path to success would commence from the bustling town of Yiping County. Chapter 65. A step up. Upon the return of Ma Hongqi, Zhang Jun's each day, he diligently shuttled his employer, adhering to a predictable schedule, occasionally accompanying him on business trips. As for his interactions with Shen Shui, he had managed to endure the situation for quite some time and was indifferent to the final month. As long as he remained Ma Hongqi's secretary, he was obliged to consider his employer's reputation and refrain from allowing baser instincts to dictate his actions. The weather grew colder by the day, and snow seemed imminent. One day, while working in the secretary's office, Zhang Jun noticed Lu Jinbao entering. Lu Jinbao, hunched over and grinning, greeted him. Good day, Secretary Zhang. Are you busy? Zhang, as the saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Lu Jinbao's sudden overtures were suspect, either nefarious or opportunistic. Zhang Jun, understanding Lu Jinbao's intentions to probe into the reform plans of the broadcasting system, remained wary. Although Ma Hongqi was set to return to Beijing, he still wielded the authority of acting vice-governor, with the broadcasting system under his purview, granting him the power to enact beneficial reforms. After Shen Shui's position was readjusted, Zhang Jun had seen through Lu Jinbao's character. Thus, during the reform discussions, Zhang Jun had subtly undermined Lu Jinbao in front of his employer. The words of a secretary may seem inconsequential, Yet they could just as easily ruin a person's career. In the impending broadcast reform, Liu Gunbao's position was the first slated for change. Since 2000, the path towards the consolidation of the state administration of radio, film, and television had gradually taken shape, with this province implementing it later than most. Following Ma Hongqi's appointment, he had actively sought to address this matter. Not only was he focused on the broadcasting system, but he also possessed comprehensive plans for all sectors under his jurisdiction. Regrettably, many initiatives remained unexecuted due to his impending reassignment. Had he been allowed to complete a full term, the outcomes of his various responsibilities would undoubtedly have differed. This lingering sense of unfulfillment was precisely why Ma Hongqi yearned for a resurgence in his career. One must see tasks through to completion, expanding territories for factions and realizing personal political ambitions. Zhang Jun was well aware of the imminent overhaul of the broadcasting system and, therefore, could not acquiesce to Liu Gunbao's dinner invitation. He coldly declined. "I have no time." Liu Jinbao forced a smile. "Secretary Zhang, I misspoke. I shouldn't have adjusted Comrade Shen Shui's program, but I was left with no choice. Someone from above insisted on promoting Hua Jiaona. What could I possibly do?" Zhang Jun's gaze sharpened as he replied, "What do you mean? First, Shen Shui's reassignment was due to her exceptional capabilities, which earned her the promotion, not favoritism from anyone. Second, are personnel adjustments in your broadcasting bureau dictated solely by such external influences? You ought to present these matters in a detailed report to Governor Ma." Liu Jinbao trembled with fear, stammering, I'm sorry. I misspoke. Secretary Zhang, I heard about the major reforms in the Broadcasting Bureau and became anxious, speaking out of turn. Please forgive me." Zhang Jun waved his hand. "Director Liu, I am quite busy here, so I shall not entertain you further." Liu Jinbao, after work, as Zhang Jun rode his bicycle home, an unsettling sensation crept over him. He felt as though he were being followed. At a glance over his shoulder revealed a car maintaining a cautious distance behind him. Zhang Jun pedaled leisurely, yet the vehicle managed to keep pace. He decided to stop, and the car halted as well. Not recognizing the vehicle or its license plate, a chill gripped him. Wasn't the mysterious death of his predecessor, Gao Hai, a dire warning? Did someone intend to harm him, orchestrating an accident to send him to his demise? He turned his bicycle towards the car. Upon being discovered, the vehicle no longer attempted to conceal itself. A middle-aged man emerged from the driver's seat with a contrived smile. "Good day, Secretary Zhang," the man said, presenting a box of brand-new cigarettes, offering one to Zhang Jun. "Who are you?" "Why have you been following me?" Zhang Jun inquired, declining the cigarette with a cold smile. "Secretary Zhang, I am not stalking you. I merely wish to visit you at your home," the man replied. "Answer me, who are you?" Zhang Jun pressed. "Secretary Zhang, my name is Liu Dongwen, and I am the deputy. During our last bureau celebration, when you and Governor Ma came to inspect our work, I had the opportunity to meet you." Zhang Jun recalled the encounter, albeit fleetingly, and with little impression. "Deputy Director Liu, what is your I did not mean to cause any misunderstanding. I genuinely wanted to get to know you but feared being too abrupt, hence resorting to this misguided approach. You could have come to see me during working hours. There was no need for such theatrics. Please return. Do not follow me again, or I will report you." Zhang Jun declared, mounting his bicycle and departing. Liu Dongwen did not pursue him. However, through this encounter, the following day at the office, Liu Dongwen reappeared in Zhang Jun's office. "What brings you here?" Zhang Jun asked coolly. Liu Dongwen smiled. "Secretary Zhang, you asked me to come yesterday. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to befriend you." Zhang Jun understood all too well that this sudden approach was merely Liu Dongwen's attempt to leverage an opportunity for advancement. Reflecting on Ma Hongqi's admonitions, he recognized that political maneuvering ultimately boiled down to the struggle for power. The more allies one had, the more formidable one became. Those in pivotal positions could reign supreme. "Deputy Director Liu, you are a leader, and your willingness to humble yourself is quite surprising," Zhang Jun remarked. Liu Dongwen replied, "Secretary Zhang, I would like to host a dinner this evening at the Xinhuan Pavilion, in the Hong family private room. I sincerely hope you will honor me with your presence." Zhang Jun answered, "If there are no other engagements for the leaders, I shall." Soon after, Zhang Feng entered, grinning. "Secretary Zhang, congratulations." Zhang Jun understood that his promotion had been finalized, yet feigned ignorance, asking, "Secretary Zhang, what brings this joy?" Zhang Feng laughed heartily. "Secretary Zhang, you are about to be promoted. The appointment document from the office has arrived. You are now the Deputy Director of the Comprehensive Office." Typically, upon being promoted to the Deputy Division Chief level, Zhang Jun would be reassigned to the 4th Secretary's office to oversee daily operations. However, with Ma Hongqi's imminent return to Beijing, Zhang Jun would be departing from the office, thus avoiding any further transfer. As long as Zhang Jun's Deputy Director rank was confirmed, everything else would fall into place. A smile of triumph graced Zhang Jun's face. At the age of 30, He had finally achieved the most significant leap in rank to become a deputy director. From this point onward, Zhang Jun was destined for a smooth ascent in his career, enjoying the blessings of fortune. Chapter 66. Romantic whispers. On a snowy night that evening, Zhang Jun did not dine at the West Warm Pavilion. When Lu Dongwen called, he was accompanying Ma Hongqi to the residence of the esteemed Mr. Han Yuxian. Upon answering the phone, Zhang Jun merely stated, "I am currently occupied. Let's arrange for another day." Lu Dongwen understood that Zhang Jun was unavailable that night. Secretaries are often at the mercy of their employers' schedules. Even if they miss an appointment, it is an unavoidable circumstance. The small vehicle arrived at Han Yuxian's home. Han Jin awaited them in the courtyard, opening the door with a sweet smile. "Uncle Ma, Brother Zhang, please, I have never seen you so happy during my previous visits." Han Jin bashfully tossed her head. "Uncle Ma, you are teasing me again." Han Yuxian was engrossed in calligraphy, his brush dancing gracefully across the paper, exuding a vibrant spirit. He placed the brush on the brush rest and remarked, "The new year is fast approaching. After the festivities, you will return to the capital. This farewell, I have written a piece for you." Ma Hongqi approached to admire the ink-splashed calligraphy. A century of disturbances, myriad affairs meandering. Sunlight falls at leisure, rivers flow with abandon. Rituals and music bind the noble lady, poetry and prose ensnare Confucius. Better to rest easy and indulge in drunkenness, to dispel sorrow in the embrace of wine. Zhang Jun exclaimed, "What a splendid poem! Such skillful brushwork." Ma Hongqi, keen to test him, inquired, "Do you recognize this poem?" Though it appears to be a gift to someone, it truly expresses the poet's aspirations and sentiments, reflecting his spiritual world. Through satirical allusions to Duke Zhou and Confucius, it conveys the poet's dissatisfaction with reality, compelling him to seek refuge in it. "Your knowledge of him is commendable." Zhang Jun recited, "Green mountains intertwine with clouds and rain. The bright moon never belongs to two lands. Mountains and rivers may separate friends, yet they cannot sever the deep yearning of the heart." Han Yuxian laughed heartily. "That line is splendid. I shall write it down." Han Jin removed the calligraphy and laid out a fresh sheet of rice paper. Once Han Yuxian completed his writing, Zhang Jun smiled and said, "Mr. Han, may I keep this piece?" Han Yuxian set down the brush, replying, "Of course, as long as you do not mind my handwriting." They all gathered to dine, and as they discussed future plans, Ma Hongqi expressed his sentiments. "After the reforms at the Broadcasting and Television Bureau are completed, I shall return to the capital. It seems only 2 months remain, and I will have served for a full year. Time is not on my side. So many ambitions remain unfulfilled. Mr. Han, when I return, let us drink and celebrate." Zhang Jun assisted him back to the reception hotel before taking his leave. A fierce westerly wind blew. Snowflakes fell as he stepped outside. He tilted his head to gaze at the vast sky, extending his right hand to catch a few large flakes. What beautiful snow! Upon which, just then, his phone vibrated. "Brother Zhang, it's snowing," came a message from Shen Shui. Zhang Jun felt warmth in his heart and replied, "I am also watching the snow." Shen Shui quickly responded, "I am thinking of you." It was 9:30 and asked, "Don't you have to report the news?" Shen Shui replied, "I am off today." Zhang Jun sent a brief message, "Wait for me." He secured his bicycle in the hotel's bike storage. The heavy snowfall rendered the roads nearly deserted. Zhang Jun called Master Wu, saying, "Old Wu, I need to go to the broadcasting center. I would appreciate your assistance." Without hesitation, as both were affiliated with Ma Hongqi, they conversed freely. "The boss is returning to the capital. Secretary Zhang, do you have any plans?" Master Wu asked. "Me? I suppose I will be heading down south." Zhang Jun chuckled. "I can drive for you," Master Wu offered. Regardless of the sincerity behind his words, Zhang Jun felt pleased and replied, "Once I have my own vehicle, I would indeed like to invite you to be my driver." "What is your full name, Master Wu?" Wu Yong.my name is rather misleading. I am more courageous than wise. I am a veteran and once won the championship in Sanda. I am in awe. That was a long time ago. Secretary Zhang, I hope to rely on you in the future. Certainly. If I find success and you encounter challenges, feel free to seek me out. Upon arriving at the broadcasting dormitory, Zhang Jun handed Master Wu a pack of cigarettes, urging him to return home. Master Wu accepted the cigarettes and said, "I have nothing pressing to do." "Secretary Zhang, are you returning to the city tonight? If you are, I can wait for you in the car. It will be challenging to find a taxi on this snowy night." Zhang Jun expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. Please wait for me. It won't take long." Master Wu assured him, "Just go about your business. We drivers are accustomed to waiting for our leaders." Zhang Jun thanked him and ventured into the snowstorm to see Shen Shui. She was at the door, having heard footsteps outside, and opened it. Zhang Jun quickly stepped inside, and Shen Shui closed the door behind him, rushing into his embrace, gazing up at him, her beautiful peach blossom eyes glistening with tears. Zhang Jun cupped her face and gently inquired, "Why are you crying?" Shen Shui merely held him tightly, her silence speaking volumes. Her heart raced, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. I thought you would not come to see me again, Xin Shui said softly. Zhang Jun embraced her and sat down on the sofa. Xin Shui had lit a fire, filling the room with warmth akin to spring. She brewed a pot of tea and poured it for Zhang Jun. Will you return home for the new year? What brought you to this side for work? After graduating from the Communication University, I found out that the broadcasting bureau here was hiring, and I passed the interview, so I came. A woman from the enchanting Jiangnan. I long to return home and develop my career. Zhang Jun embraced her slender shoulders, nuzzling her hair and inhaling her delicate fragrance, asking, are there good job opportunities at home? Xin Shui shook her head gently. My family is modest. My parents are ordinary citizens without connections in the city, making it difficult to secure a good job. Zhang Jun said with compassion, then stay here. After all, this is the provincial capital. If you establish yourself well at the broadcasting center, you will surely find a path forward. With you here, I will not leave. Xin Shui's eyes sparkled with fervent light. Chapter 67. Life or Death. Zhang Jun pressed his lips against Xin Shui's trembling, crimson mouth. Xin Shui felt as soft as cotton, her body yielding under his touch. The warmth of the hearth contrasted with the swirling white snow outside. The two were lost in a whirlwind of emotions. Gradually, Xin Shui reclined on the sofa, her long, dark hair cascading down like a waterfall, spilling onto the floor beneath. Zhang Jun leaned in, and they shared a fervent kiss. After an extended moment, Xin Shui softly inquired, with such heavy snow, can you afford not to return? Just as Zhang Jun was about to respond, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he was startled. He quickly gestured for Xin Shui to be silent, then hastily stood up to answer the call. Xiao Zhang, come over immediately. Ma Hongqi's voice was tinged with urgency. It was the first time Zhang Jun had heard him speak in such a tone after following him. Ma Hongqi hung up without elaborating on the matter. Zhang Jun tucked his phone away and said, I must leave. The boss has summoned me, and I'm unsure of the reason. Rest early, and we shall reschedule. Xin Shui rose and embraced him from behind. You never have time for me. Once you change jobs, we can enjoy each other's company properly. Zhang Jun understood her sentiments, patting her hand and affirming, all right. He straightened his clothes and rushed to the bathroom to check his reflection, ensuring that no trace of Xin Shui's lipstick lingered before descending the stairs. Wu Yong awaited him in the car and opened the passenger door as Zhang Jun approached. Master Wu, thank you for driving me to the reception hotel, Zhang Jun said as he climbed in. Wu Yong acknowledged him and started the vehicle. The midnight streets were quiet, snowflakes dancing in the air, and very few cars were present. They arrived at the reception hotel without obstruction. Zhang Jun exited the car and headed straight for the villa in the back garden. Upon reaching the door, he knocked on Ma Hongqi, opened the door and said, Xiao Zhang, come in. Zhang Jun noticed that Ma Hongqi's hair was somewhat disheveled and his face looked Ma Hongqi turned and took a seat on the sofa. Zhang Jun closed the door and stood before him, and Ma Hongqi gestured to the sofa, saying, Xiao Zhang, sit down and let us talk. Zhang Jun took a seat, barely touching the edge of the sofa. Ma Hongqi retrieved a cigarette, offering one to Zhang Jun while lighting one for himself. Xiao Zhang, there is a matter that requires your assistance. Given the lateness of the hour, it was unusual. Ma Hongqi called out, Xiao Yu, please come out. Xiao Yu, the attendant who had served Ma Hongqi, slowly emerged from the inner bedroom. Her face was streaked with tears, clearly indicating she had just been crying, and her hair and clothing were in disarray. The young girl, barely in her 20s and hailing from the countryside, was beautiful and slender, adept in her duties, and a talented cook, endearing herself to Ma Hongqi, who had never replaced her. Zhang Jun, who rarely visited, had only shared occasional meals and games with Ma Hongqi, having little interaction with Xiao Yu. Ma Hongqi spoke kindly, do not be afraid. Ma Hongqi tapped off the ash from his cigarette, saying, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Yu has inadvertently become pregnant. She is not yet married, as you are aware. This is a significant issue for a young girl. Zhang Jun immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It was not surprising that Xiao Yu, with her youthful beauty, had attracted male attention. However, she had spent her nights serving at the villa, and he had never seen her involved with any man. Who was the father of the child? Zhang Jun dared not dwell on it and asked, what are the next steps? Should we keep it or terminate it? Ma Hongqi exhaled a cloud of smoke, calmly stating, Xiao Yu is still young. She has a future ahead of her. Xiao Zhang, please find a reliable hospital and take her for a procedure. Zhang Jun understood the directive, replying, that is manageable. Ma Hongqi's tone turned serious. This matter must remain confidential. Aside from you, even your beloved must not know, as it pertains to a young woman's honor and reputation. Understood, boss. I will ensure it is handled appropriately, Zhang Jun promised earnestly. Ma Hongqi nodded. They were to go to the hospital now. Such urgency? But it made sense. The later it was, the fewer people would be aware. Regardless of the child's paternity, Xiao Yu had been serving Ma Hongqi for the past 6 months. If word of this situation got out, it would tarnish Ma Hongqi's reputation, leading to scandalous rumors about his conduct with hotel staff. Ma Hongqi likely understood that no explanation would suffice. The innocent would remain so, while the guilty would be condemned. Entrusting this matter to Zhang Jun indicated his profound trust in him. Xiao Yu covered her mouth, choking back tears, saying, "Governor Ma Hongqi waved his hand dismissively. "No need to say more. This is not your fault." He softened his tone, addressing Zhang Jun. "You understand the serious nature of this situation. It must be kept secret. If you cannot find a suitable hospital in the city, you may look. It must be dealt with swiftly." Zhang Jun's expression sharpened. "Understood. I will take care of it." Ma Hongqi gestured. "You may go. Tomorrow, take a day off." Zhang Jun acknowledged this and stood, turning to Xiao Yu. "Let us bring a change of clothes and tidy your hair. The front desk may have questions upon seeing you." Xiao Yu obediently retreated into the room. Before long, she emerged, changed. Ma Hongqi glanced at her, then instructed Zhang Jun, "Use the back door. There's a door in the villa that leads directly to the street." "Understood, boss. We shall take our leave. Please rest well," Zhang Jun replied, leading Xiao Yu away. The courtyard was eerily quiet, the sound of falling snow palpable. Under the glow of the garden lights, a plum tree stood in the corner, adorned with delicate buds, enchanting in its beauty. Zhang Jun and Xiao Yu exited through the back door. Given the gravity of the situation, Zhang Jun had to exercise caution and chose not to trust Wu Yong completely, refraining from calling him. In truth, if Wu Yong were reliable, Ma Hongqi would have already arranged for a vehicle for Zhang Jun's use. Outside, in the frigid air, Zhang Jun waited for a considerable time before finally hailing a taxi. As he stood waiting, he pondered which hospital would be best suited for their needs. After much deliberation, he decided to take Xiao Yu to the second municipal hospital, as he had an acquaintance there, a former high school classmate who worked in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Zhang Jun retrieved his phone to search for his classmate's number. Xiao Yu sat frozen, her expression resembling that of a ghost. "Brother Zhang, I am scared," she said nervously. Zhang Jun shot her a stern. Chapter 68. The Imperial Surgery. Zhang Jun managed to find the phone number of his female classmate and dialed it. "Gu Xiaowan, this is Zhang Jun." "Oh, Secretary Zhang, what brings you to my doorstep today?" A melodic, flirtatious laughter echoed through the receiver. "What shift are you working?" Zhang Jun inquired. "Why do you ask? Are you trying to ask me out? If Secretary Zhang wants to meet, even if I'm in the middle of surgery, I would gladly toss aside my white coat to see you." Gu Xiaowan, who worked in obstetrics and gynecology, was never one to shy away from bold statements. "I'm heading to your hospital now." "What's the matter? Is your wife in labor?" "Don't ask too many questions. We'll discuss it when I arrive." "Are you free? This late? Are you serious?" "More genuine than pearls." "All right, let us talk when we meet. I just happen to be on night duty, so you can come straight to me." The obstetrics and gynecology department was indeed a unique one, for childbirth did not adhere to the constraints of day or night. Babies arrived in abundance, even at 3 in the morning. Consequently, the doctors in this field were perpetually busy. In fact, physicians' working hours rarely followed the conventional 9-to-5 schedule, aside from certain specialties and administratives. Upon arriving at the city's second hospital in a taxi, Zhang Jun paid the fare and urged Xiao Yu to disembark. "Please refrain from speaking out of turn, regardless of whether it's a doctor or a nurse." "I understand." Xiao Yu trembled slightly with nerves. Zhang Jun himself was quite curious about whose child Xiao Yu was carrying, but he knew that curiosity could lead to peril, and he did not wish to place himself in jeopardy. It had been some time since Zhang Jun last saw Gu Xiaowan. He only knew that she had married soon after graduating from university. Their last encounter had been at a school reunion. He led Xiao Yu to Gu Xiaozhuan's office. Clad in a white coat, Gu Xiaowan's petite and delicate figure, complemented by her porcelain-like skin, appeared extraordinarily beautiful against the backdrop of her attire. Zhang Jun found himself momentarily dazed. Had Gu Xiaowan always been this stunning? "Secretary Zhang, do you not recognize me anymore?" Gu Xiaowan smiled sweetly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Gu Xiaowan." Zhang Jun extended his hand to shake hers. "How is it that you seem to grow younger with each passing year?" "Stop flattering me. I am nearly 30, and no one wants me." Gu Xiaowan chuckled lightly. "You've long been married. Are you hoping to remarry? How little you care for your old classmates. I've been divorced for quite some time. Thank you very much." "I am currently single," she sighed, shaking her head. "There's not a soul to flirt with me anymore." Zhang Jun cleared his throat and shifted to the matter at hand, gesturing towards Xiao Yu. "This is my distant cousin. She is young and naive and has been deceived by someone out there. She failed to take precautions and accidentally became pregnant. Now that they parted ways, she must return home for an arranged marriage, so I implore you to assist her with a dilation and curettage procedure. An abortion? Gu Xiaowan glanced at Xiaoyu and remarked, I specialize in deliveries. It's essentially the same. I know you can do it, just lend a hand. There are too many people during the day, which is why I've come to you at this late hour. You must help me, and I will treat you to a meal later. Really? What will you treat me to? Anything you desire. All right, you said it. Do you have your ID with you? Oh, my dear classmate, I'm not married yet. Why would I need an ID? This surgery will be recorded in the system, and if someone looks it up later, how will she ever be able to marry? I knew it. You wouldn't seek me out for anything good. I can help you, but you must also do me a favor. Speak. What is it? Gu Xiaowan leaned in closer, whispering a request in his ear. Zhang Jun mused that there was no such thing as camaraderie among classmates. It was all merely a transaction. I will do my utmost. Zhang Jun replied, not making any guarantees. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Dawn is approaching. Gu Xiaowan asked Xiaoyu several routine questions regarding her menstrual history, pregnancy history, contraceptive history, surgical history, and any drug allergies before leading her to the operating room. Zhang Jun waited outside. The procedure was straightforward and took roughly 10 minutes. Zhang Jun thought to himself, goodness, this was as easy as sowing seeds. Gu Xiaowan emerged, removing her gloves and mask, a hint of fatigue evident in her demeanor. This is detrimental to her health. By the way, has your wife become pregnant yet? Zhang Jun forced a smile. How is it that everyone knows we Haven Tea had children? Do you want me to conduct a checkup for you? Free of charge. Absolutely not. Zhang Jun quickly shook his head. You're still as bashful as ever. Zhang Jun inquired, how long will she need to stay? Are you in a hurry to leave? Why don't you head back first? I can look after her. I'll wait here. You go on with your duties, don't worry about me. All right, if you need anything, just call for me. Remember to take this seriously. Do not let down an old friend. I will keep that in mind. Oh, by the way, can we have a sample of the tissue for testing? Certainly. Are you planning to confront that man? I just want to clarify something. All right, I'll take it for test. It will take at least 3 to 5 days to get results. Good. I'll come by to collect the results when they're ready. Is she truly your cousin? She is not your little mistress, is she? Don't speak nonsense. Am I that lecherous? I haven't even laid a hand on such a beautiful classmate like you. Oh, you certainly have a sweet tongue. Now tell me honestly, have you ever thought about making a move on me? Zhang Jun was left speechless. Women in the medical profession had seen it all. They were beyond the bounds of modesty, unafraid to speak openly about any topic or make any joke. Zhang Jun was no match for Gu Xiaowan's playful banter. Even nurses like Lu Yujia had seen much in their time. The jokes told over drinks were mere trifles to them. After resting for over half an hour, Xiaoyu emerged, one hand pressed against her abdomen and the other gripping the wall, her expression filled with pain. Zhanggu, let us head back. Xiaoyu had changed into a new outfit, her complexion pale as paper, devoid of any color. Zhang Jun felt a pang of sympathy, crouching down to say, I'll carry you downstairs. Xiaoyu did not put on a brave face, simply thanking him weakly as she leaned against his back. Zhang Jun carried her down. Outside, snow continued to fall, accumulating thicker by the moment. A light dusting of snow had settled on the leaves and windowsills. Hailing a taxi outside the hospital, Zhang Jun first helped Xiaoyu into the car before climbing in himself. The journey was silent. Upon arriving at the back door of the Welcome Hotel, Zhang Jun paid the fare and assisted Xiaoyu out of the car, saying, cheer up. Don't let anyone suspect anything. For the next few days, rest at the villa and just say you're unwell. You need at least 10 days of recovery. Avoid cold water and raw food. Xiaoyu shed crystalline tears, her voice trembling as she whispered, Zhang Gu, I must tell you, the child that was lost is, Chapter 69. Seizing power once more a hymn, Zhang Jun cleared his throat with composure and remarked, this is a matter of your own, and there is no need for you to explain it to me. Xiaoyu bit her lip and uttered an oh. Zhang Jun escorted her back to the villa. Emma Hongqi was still awake, seated alone on the sofa engrossed in a book, the air thick with the scent of smoke. So soon? Ma Hongqi expressed his admiration for Zhang Jun's decisiveness. Zhang Jun briefly recounted the events. Ma Hongqi nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Zhang Jun hesitated momentarily but ultimately refrained from saying anything further and took his leave. Upon stepping outside, he tightened his collar against the chill. The plum blossom at the corner of the courtyard was in full bloom, its crimson petals contrasting beautifully against the pristine white snow, releasing a subtle fragrance that wafted through the air. He felt no inclination to wait for a taxi and instead mounted his bicycle, braving the wind and the heavy snowfall as he made his way home. Zhang Jun pedaled vigorously, finding warmth in the exertion. Upon his arrival, he was dusted with a layer of snowflakes. He shook off the cold, ascended the stairs, and entered the house. Lu Yujia was on night duty and not home. No wonder there had been no call from her inquiring about his whereabouts. Zhang Jun hastily took a hot shower, changed into his pajamas, and burrowed into bed. The winter in the south was both dreary and damp, devoid of heating. Reflecting on the day's events, which were more thrilling than a cinematic plot twist, he soon fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Zhang Jun was roused by the alarm clock. He stretched lazily, rose from the bed, and first approached the window, pulling back the curtains to reveal a world blanketed in pristine white snow. A group of children was engaged in a snowball fight in the yard, while a snowplow rumbled down the street. The snow had already been cleared from the center of the roadway. Zhang Jun felt a sharp bite of cold and quickly turned to rummage through his wardrobe for clothes. Alone at home and disinclined to prepare breakfast, he ventured downstairs to a nearby eatery. Today was not suitable for riding to work, so he left early to catch the bus. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the bus failed to arrive. The bus stop was crowded with impatient commuters, all lamenting. Upon overhearing their discussions about work and holidays, Zhang Jun suddenly recalled that Ma Hongqi had mentioned he should take the day off. After contemplating, he realized that resting at home would yield little to do. It would be far colder, and he would prefer to be at the office where there was free air conditioning. Just then, the bus arrived, and he squeezed on board. The bus ambled along and finally reached the provincial government station. Zhang Jun disembarked. The roads near the provincial government had been cleared of snow for the most part. He arrived at the office with only a few minutes to spare before work officially began. Ma Hongqi had yet to arrive. Zhang Jun tidied up, brewed some tea, and then made his way to Jiang Feng's office to collect the itinerary for the day. On his way out, he encountered Pan Jun. "Director Zhang," Pan Jun greeted with a smile. "You've been promoted to deputy director. We haven't had the chance to celebrate yet. Are you free this evening?" Zhang Jun lowered his gaze to the itinerary and replied, "We've been colleagues for quite some time. There's no need for such formality. We can discuss it later." He returned directly to the secretary's office, took up a pen, and circled the 10:30 slot on the itinerary. Ma Hongqi entered the office punctually. "Xiao Zhang, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to take the day off? I'm young and full of energy. I don't need a day off," Zhang Jun replied with a smile. "Boss, take care to keep warm in this frigid weather." Ma Hongqi nodded and walked into his office. Zhang Jun commenced his tasks for the day. At 10:20, Zhang Shuhua, the director of the provincial Zhang had come 10 minutes early. Given the heavy snowfall, no one knew how long the journey would take, so those reporting preferred to arrive ahead of time and wait. "Director Zhang, please have some tea," Zhang Jun offered, bringing over a cup of freshly brewed. Zhang Shuhua was taken aback, rising to accept the cup with a smile. "I cannot trouble you, Director Zhang. I asked Director Ma in a meeting." Zhang Jun invited him to sit and replied, "Just a moment. It will be swift." "I met with an old classmate yesterday, and your name came up." Zhang's interest was piqued immediately. "Which old classmate of Director Zhang's?" Zhang Jun replied, "Gu Xiaojun from the city." Zhang Shuhua appeared to have no recollection of this individual, yet responded with an "Oh, Gu Xiaojun? Which department is she in?" Zhang Jun elucidated a bit about Gu Xiaojun, chuckling, "She is quite stubborn. She has few connections at work and has lingered in the obstetrics and gynecology department for many years without being promoted to attending physician. Typically, one can advance to attending physician 5 years after obtaining their medical license, correct?" Though framed as a question, it served as a subtle nudge. Zhang Shuhua, being astute, immediately grasped the implication and nodded. "Indeed. It seems the quota has been tight recently, which may have delayed the promotion of Comrade Gu Xiaojun." Zhang Jun responded with a knowing smile. "I merely mentioned it casually. The specifics of personnel adjustments are your bureau's concern, as well as that of the city's second hospital. Director Ma has a rather strict approach to discipline within the medical system and is not fond of the unwarranted suppression of subordinates." Zhang Shuhua was taken aback. "Director Zhang, there must be some misunderstanding. There is absolutely no suppression involved. Perhaps there was an issue with the procedure. Rest assured, I will personally look into this matter. I will address it upon my return." Zhang Jun smiled faintly. "Director Zhang, you are being— I merely brought it up. Personnel adjustments are indeed a matter for your bureau and the city's second hospital. I wouldn't dare to overstep." He appeared to say little while cleverly achieving his aim. Before long, the individuals in the meeting room emerged, and Zhang Jun facilitated Zhang Shuhua's entry. Zhang was in the meeting for a mere 10 minutes before re-emerging. Before leaving, he eagerly offered Zhang Jun a cigarette, saying, "Director Zhang, let us have tea." Zhang Jun agreed but added, "My schedule is not entirely my own to dictate." Zhang Shuhua expressed understanding and then took his leave. As noon approached, just before the end of the work. "Old classmate, you're truly remarkable. I'm in awe of you. The matter I asked you about last night was resolved this morning," Zhang Jun replied. "Let us keep a low profile." Gu Xiaojun promptly responded, "I can't thank you enough. I must repay your kindness. I'm willing to devote myself entirely. It's up to you to accept or not." Zhang Jun, aware of her jest, replied, "All right, Ensure you're clean and ready for my enjoyment, Gu Xiaojun responded. I'll treat you to drinks, and you must promise me. Zhang Jun replied, I'd be delighted, but my schedule is beyond my control. We'll arrange something when I'm free, I'm busy now. At that moment, a figure burst through the door with great haste. Zhang Jun looked up to find his wife, Lu Yujia. This was the first time she had come to his workplace to find him. What brings you here? Zhang Jun frowned and asked. I'll be off work shortly and heading home. Lu Yujia appeared to be in a frenzied state, her chest heaving with emotion as she pointed at Zhang Jun and exclaimed, Well, look at what you've done. I can't go on living. I am going to speak to your superiors about my grievances. Chapter 70. Resolving the crisis, Zhang Junting sprang to his feet and hurriedly dashed out, seizing her hand and urgently inquiring, Have you lost your sense? This is the provincial government, and Governor Ma is inside working. Lu Yujia forcefully freed herself from his grasp, declaring, I have come to confront Governor Ma. If any colleagues from the office caught sight of this scene, or if their superior discovered it, who knows what judgments would be passed. Whatever it is, let us discuss it at home. Zhang Jun admonished sternly, If you continue to make a scene, others will only mock us. Lu Yujia produced a receipt and flung it at Zhang Jun, stating, Take a look for yourself. What is this? Without needing to glance, Zhang Jun recognized it as the receipt from the hospital for the abortion he accompanied Xiaoyu to the previous night. All other medical records and payment slips had been taken back by Xiaoyu, leaving only this receipt in his possession. He had a habit of keeping receipts from any expenditure, seeking opportunities to reimburse them through his workplace. The receipt bore the words, curettage surgery fee. As the head nurse, Lu Yujia surely understood who had a curettage. Lu Yujia bit her lip and questioned, Are you seeing someone else? Zhang Jun wished he could slap himself. How could such a crucial matter have been discovered by her? In a moment of desperation, Zhang Jun explained, Last night, Gu Xiaowan approached me, claiming she had accidentally become pregnant and asked me to accompany her for a curettage. You know she has divorced. Regardless of whose child it is, she cannot keep it. She said there was no one else in the provincial capital she could trust, only me, as I am honest and straightforward, so she called. What could I do? Gu Xiaowan. Lu Yujia was well aware of this individual, responding, Is it really her? Zhang Jun retorted with a cold laugh, Do you doubt me? Lu Yujia pouted, saying, Who told you not to be honest with me? Zhang Jun waved, It's a private affair. Just look at you, so indiscreet, and yet you dare to cause a scene at my workplace. Go ahead, make a fuss, what could happen? Realizing her fault, at that moment, Ma Hongqi emerged and, upon seeing Lu Yujia, inquired, Xiaozhong, who is this? Zhang Jun stepped forward, saying, Boss, this is my wife Lu Yujia. She came to pick me up after work. We are heading to my in-laws for lunch. Lu Yujia quickly plastered on a smile, echoing her husband's fabricated story, Hello, Governor Ma. Yes, it's my father's birthday today, so I stopped by to collect Zhang Jun after work. Ma Hongqi smiled gently, I've always said you should take a day off. No need to come back this afternoon. You've been with me long enough without a proper rest, go on. After Ma Hongqi departed, Zhang Jun let out a long sigh, pointing at his wife and saying, Come on. Lu Yujia followed him out, and the two of them took a taxi back home. Upon entering, Lu Yujia, in a huff, proclaimed, How do you expect me to feel? Can't you discuss things with me? Don't keep me in the dark, knowing nothing. Zhang Jun thought to himself, it was fortunate that Ma Hongqi hadn't heard the term curettage, or all his efforts would have been in vain. He was aware that Lu Yujia was not easily deceived, so he replied, Gu Xiaowan mentioned that once she feels better, she'll invite us for dinner. You can ask her about the details then. Seeing his certainty, she certainly did not wish to jeopardize Zhang Jun's future. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. Lu Yujia said, looking pitiful. She perched herself on Zhang Jun. Lu Yujia giggled, You're not angry anymore, right? Any lingering resentment Zhang Jun had dissipated at that moment as he asked, How did you manage to enter the provincial government building? Lu Yujia kissed him and replied with I told them I'm your wife, they let me in. Zhang Jun thought to himself, when he initially sought entry to the provincial government, he had faced considerable difficulty, yet a mere declaration from her sufficed. It seemed the security personnel were selective in their treatment. Lu Yujia leaned close to his ear and asked, Is Gu Xiaowan's private life so chaotic? Zhang Jun patted her leg. What is wrong with her doing as she pleases? Hurry and cook. I'm starving. Lu Yujia chuckled. Since you're not working this afternoon, let us go out to eat instead? Zhang Jun glanced out the window, replying, It's freezing outside. I don't feel like moving. Lu Yujia got up to prepare the meal. Seizing a moment, Zhang Jun took out his phone and sent a message to Gu Xiaowan, contemplating asking her to help concoct a lie. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. Lu Yujia was not a scheming person. Once the matter was clarified, it would be behind them. She and Gu Xiaowan had no prior connection. Sending that message would only complicate matters in the afternoon. Zhang Jun did not return to work, instead enjoying a restful sleep with his wife, both of them blissfully engaged in their preparations for parenthood. Liu Yujia went to great lengths to please him, indulging in every feminine charm to win him over. Zhang Jun relished the moment, enjoying the finest attentions from his wife. The southern snow fell. That evening, after work, Zhang Jun drove Ma Hongqi back to the villa, noticing that Xiaoyu had largely recovered and was moving about the house. Zhang Jun remained unaware of whose child Xiaoyu was carrying. Nevertheless, he had arranged a DNA test through Xie Xiaowan, carefully concealing the results. He did not know whether the DNA results would ever be needed in the future, but he chose to keep them. As the year drew to a close, Ma Hongqi took decisive action against the broadcasting system. This was also the final push before Ma Hongqi's departure. Liu Jinbao was reassigned due to abuse of power and nepotism. The broadcasting center underwent corporate reform, promoting capable individuals while demoting the ineffective. Shen Shui, due to her striking appearance and exceptional professional skills, was once again. The rise and fall of Ma Hongqi influenced numerous positions beneath him. All gatherings must eventually disperse. Before the Lunar New Year, Ma Hongqi was officially recalled to Beijing to serve as the deputy minister of the organization department. Before his departure, he successfully maneuvered Zhang Jun into Yiping County, appointing him as a standing member of the county committee and concurrently as the party secretary of Chengguan Town. Ma Hongqi departed, leaving behind countless unresolved mysteries. The death of Gao Hai and Xiao Yu's pregnancy are enigmas that will likely remain unsolved for the foreseeable future. Zhang Jun, with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, harbored beautiful aspirations for the future and boundless dreams of power, ready to embark on a brand new journey. Chapter 71. The commotion at the county committee. 12 kilometers north of the provincial capital lies Yiping County. At the pace of urban driving, it takes approximately 20 minutes to reach by car, while a bus journey. Following the new year, in February, the rain fell incessantly, with a chill still lingering in the air. Zhang Jun, embarking on his inaugural assignment in Yiping County, was transported in a dedicated vehicle from the municipal organization department. He now held the position of a standing committee member of the Yiping County Committee, classified as a municipal cadre. Accompanying him to his new post was Comrade Wang Jixiang, a standing committee member of the Municipal Party Committee and the minister of the organization department. Prior to his transfer, Zhang Jun had served as the secretary to Ma Hongqi, who, despite no longer holding the vice-governorship, had ascended to the role of deputy minister at the central organization department, maintaining significant influence. Wang Jixiang, also part of the organization department hierarchy, treated Zhang Jun with a degree of courtesy. As they passed by the Broadcasting and Television Center, Zhang Jun's gaze lingered on the imposing media building. The vehicle swiftly crossed into Yiping County. At the county border, several vehicles were lined up, and a figure clad in a raincoat stood sentinel, communicating via phone upon spotting the official car from the municipal organization department. The leaders of Yiping County disembarked, braving the light rain to await their arrival. County Party Secretary Chen Guoyang and County Governor Fu Ziqiang exchanged a casual glance. As Wang Jixiang's vehicle arrived, Chen Guoyang and Fu Ziqiang promptly approached. The driver slowed, turning to inquire, "Minister Wang, Secretary Chen and Governor Fu are waiting by the roadside." Wang Jixiang instructed the driver to halt, opting not to exit, but to lower the window. Chen Guoyang bent slightly, stepping forward to respectfully greet. "Good day, Minister Wang." Wang Jixiang waved his hand, saying, "It's raining, everyone, get in the car. We'll talk at the county office." Chen Guoyang repeatedly affirmed, and as two police vehicles flanked them, escorting without sirens. Chen Guoyang and his entourage had already adjusted their vehicles, quickly following suit. The elongated convoy proceeded towards the Yiping County Committee. Yiping County, being the largest under the jurisdiction of the provincial capital, boasted a population exceeding 1 million. Zhang Jun had visited a few times previously, yet those were fleeting encounters, devoid of any meaningful connection with the county's officials. The county committee compound was an old 5-story building constructed in the 1960s, its exterior remarkably plain, bordering on dilapidated. The interior decor was equally Spartan, verging on austere. After disembarking, the group entered the hall. Chen Guoyang and others stepped forward to shake hands with Wang Jixiang and Zhang Jun. "Welcome, Minister Wang, and welcome, Comrade Zhang Jun." Zhang Jun respectfully responded, "Good day, Secretary Chen. I am Zhang Jun, here to report for duty. As a newcomer, I humbly request your guidance." Chen Guoyang chuckled, "Comrade Zhang, we are all officials of the county, here to support one another." Fu Ziqiang, a tall man in his 40s, exuded vigor, though his face bore the marks of time. He offered a robust handshake. "Welcome." Zhang Jun replied with a smile, "Good day, Governor Fu." He adopted a different demeanor towards the two leaders. Being the county party secretary, Chen Guoyang was his direct superior, warranting a degree of familiarity. Conversely, Fu Ziqiang, although also a leader, belonged to the government hierarchy, prompting Zhang Jun to maintain a measure of distance in the presence of the secretary. Chen Guoyang, seeing his demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Wang Jixiang and his party arrived punctually at the county committee, coinciding with the lunch hour. Following the initial cordialities, Cheng Guoyang hosted a banquet at the county guesthouse to extend a warm welcome. Unlike the provincial level, the cadres here were seasoned drinkers, consuming alcohol in copious amounts, often exceeding that of mere water. Zhang Jun watched in astonishment. On his first day, he dared not indulge excessively for fear of embarrassment, yet abstaining could be perceived as disrespectful. He devised a strategy. Regardless of whom he drank with, he would feign exuberance, appearing to drink heartily while discreetly offering a substantial portion to the spirits. As the revelry escalated, the door to the private room was abruptly thrust open, the force of the action indicating a lack of... A ruddy-faced man barged in, clutching a bottle of liquor, and bellowed, "Where's the new secretary of Qingguan Town?" Confused, Zhang Jun replied, "I am Zhang Jun. May I inquire who you are?" The intruder, evidently inebriated, reeking of alcohol, pointed at Zhang Jun. "Is there no one left in the province? No cadres in the city? They sent down a mere youngling like you?" Zhang Jun's expression darkened instantly. What audacity! Was this meant to intimidate me? However, with so many leaders present, Cheng Guoyang, visibly enraged, slammed his hand on the table and admonished loudly, "Ding Chongrong, have you been drowning in liquor? How dare you come here to create a ruckus? Minister Wang from the Municipal Organization Department is present. Who do you think you are to act so recklessly? Get out." Before arriving, Zhang Jun had done his homework and learned that this man was indeed Ding Chongrong, the town mayor of Qingguan. Ding Chongrong, with bleary eyes, waved his hand dismissively. "Minister Wang being here is even better. I have things to say right in front of him. I can't hold back any longer, Minister Wang. I implore you to adjudicate." Wang Jixiang wore an expression of embarrassment but managed to maintain his composure, slowly articulating, "Comrade Chongrong, let us discuss. Today marks a significant occasion for Comrade Zhang Jun's assumption of office. You must not be unruly." Ding Chongrong leaned against the table, pointing at Zhang Jun. "Why should I? I have diligently served in Qingguan Town for most of my life, finally making a name for myself after the old secretary retired, and now this brat has come to usurp my position." Wang Jixiang frowned. Internal conflicts can be resolved through discussion. The organization appoints officials based on a set of evaluation criteria, not merely on who is older or more qualified. It's about comprehensive ability. Ding Chongrong's eyes widened in disbelief, and with a derisive spat, "What ability does he possess? Is he not merely riding on Ma Hongqi's coattails? A lowly secretary. Just because he can attend to the leaders, he comes to steal my post? I refuse to accept it." He is inexperienced and unsteady. Chen Guoyang was furious. Ding Chongrong's outburst was a disgrace to him. Zhang Jun remained composed, observing the unfolding drama with an air of calm detachment. Chen Guoyang, in a fit of rage, pounded the table and shouted, "Someone, drag Ding Chongrong out of here. He is not permitted to return." Chapter 72. Killing with words, Zhang Jun observed everything with a cold gaze, as if he were He even suspected that this was a performance staged solely for him and Wang Jixiang. Ding Chongrong, inebriated and resentful after Zhang Jun had seized the positions of county committee member and town he let out a loud belch and proclaimed, "Minister Wang, Secretary Chun, you must be reasonable. I have dedicated over half my life to working in Qingguan Town, sincerely and tirelessly. I have both merits and hardships. The development of Qingguan Town to its current state owes much to my contributions." Although Wang Jixiang held the position of organization minister in the city, he was not well acquainted with the affairs of the local towns, and thus refrained. Chen Guoyang, the secretary of Yiping County, was the one expected to handle this matter. Zhang Jun had served as Ma Hongqi's secretary for over half a year and was no longer a novice. With a composed demeanor, he stated, "Secretary Chun, County Head Fu, I was appointed by the Municipal Organization Department, and today Minister Wang personally accompanied me to take office. If there are any objections regarding this..." He distanced himself from the fray, placing Wang Jixiang at the forefront. The farcical scene unfolding in Yiping County could not harm Zhang Jun. Rather, it tarnished the reputation of the Municipal Organization Department, and upon hearing this, Wang Jixiang's expression indeed darkened considerably. Cheng Guoyang, infuriated, stood up and pushed Ding Chongrong towards the exit, saying, "Get out. Whatever issues you have, we can discuss them. I want to reason with this young upstart. Zhang Jun, what capabilities do you have? How dare you usurp my position? Speak up." Zhang Jun leisurely lifted his wine glass, took a gentle sip, and replied, "Ding Chongrong, you are suffering from severe alcoholic liver disease. Moreover, your breath reeks, indicating an excess of internal heat and toxins, as well as significant digestive issues. Your breath stinks. I've smelled it, and mine doesn't smell at all." Zhang Jun scoffed. "If you disregard the advice of a good doctor, by the time your illness becomes critical, even divine intervention may not save you." Wang Jixiang supported Zhang Jun, stating, "Comrade Zhang Jun is a graduate student in traditional Chinese medicine and has worked for many years at the Provincial Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital and Institute. It is precisely because of his high qualifications and outstanding abilities that he has garnered the admiration and recognition of Comrade Ma Hongqi. If he says you have an ailment, you undoubtedly do. You should heed his advice and promptly seek an examination." Ding Chongrong thumped his chest and declared, What illness could I possibly have? Even if I were ill, it wouldn't erase my achievements. What I'm discussing now is work-related. Who among you can tell me what capabilities this young man possesses? Zhang Jun boldly inquired. And what accomplishments do you have? After decades of working in Qingyuan Town, how many employment difficulties have you resolved? How much have you contributed to the GDP of Qingyuan Town? How many investments have you attracted? How many high-rise buildings have you constructed? How many townspeople recognize you as their official? How many would praise your achievements? If you were to die today, how many would celebrate? How many would attend your farewell? Ding Changrong was caught off guard by this barrage of questions, rendered speechless and unable to respond. You question me? What about you? What achievements have you accomplished? Ding Changrong retorted, his face flushed with anger. Zhang Jun coldly replied, weren't you discussing achievements? Didn't you just boast about being a paragon of virtue, believing your accomplishments merited promotion? You must present tangible results to substantiate your claims, rather than spewing baseless rhetoric. Having yet to even assume his post in Qingyuan Town, Ding Changrong dared to stir up trouble at the county committee, hoping to embarrass Zhang Jun publicly. Such a person would undoubtedly cause conflict and discord in their future collaboration. If Zhang Jun could not suppress Ding Changrong in front of Wang Jixiang, how could he possibly carry out his work effectively? In Qingyuan Town, Zhang Jun was the one in charge. He was not only the town secretary but also a member of the county committee. Ding Changrong, a mere town mayor, dared to display such arrogance. Zhang Jun's intent was to dismantle Ding Changrong's authority and diminish his arrogance. Ding Changrong mistakenly believed Zhang Jun to be a newcomer and an easy target due to his youth. However, Zhang Jun's calm composure and incisive retorts repeatedly thwarted Ding Changrong's attempts. Ding Changrong, his face reddened and biting his lip, said, Zhang Jun, you certainly have a way with words. No wonder you were Ma Hongqi's secretary, but alas, Ma Hongqi has been reassigned, and no one is here to shield you. Let me tell you, Qingyuan Town is not a place for your reckless antics. If you know what's good for you, return to the province sooner rather than later. Zhang Jun, unfazed, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, those unaware might think you are the provincial organization minister. What an audacious claim, akin to a toad yawning. His aim was to provoke Ding Changrong. The more outrageous Ding's behavior, the greater the humiliation he would face today, making it easier for Zhang Jun to manage him in the future. Ding Changrong glared furiously, declaring, I may not be the provincial organization minister, but in Qingyuan Town, I hold the power. Don't believe me? Just wait and see. Zhang Jun turned to Qingyuan, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked, Secretary Chen, does Qingyuan Town not fall under the jurisdiction? Is it solely under Ding Changrong's control? Shouldn't the town mayor operate under the leadership of the secretary in Yiping County? Can the mayor wield such unchecked power? Does he dare to disregard the county committee members appointed by the organization? Is it merely a personal vendetta against me, or does he harbor resentment towards the organization's appointment, thus displaying such hostility? Chen Guiyang awkwardly chuckled, Comrade Zhang Jun, as you can see, Ding Changrong has had too much to drink today, which is why he is speaking so indiscreetly. Zhang Jun coolly remarked, is this merely a one-off occurrence, or is this his usual demeanor? If today is an anomaly, then it seems his outburst is directed at me and Minister Wang. It is quite amusing that such a person has been allowed to oversee Qingyuan Town for decades. Minister Wang, what do you think? Is it not the case that those with the most arrogant tempers who defy their superiors, the most contemptuous individuals, are often the ones who receive promotions and preferential treatment? This statement was akin to a dagger aimed at the heart. Moreover, he successfully drew everyone to his side, isolating Ding Changrong. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Jixiang's eyes. Ding Changrong's reckless behavior had severely tarnished his illustrious image. How outrageous! Anyone who dares to engage in power monopolization will find no leniency from me, Wang Jixiang. Wang Jixiang gritted his teeth and coldly declared, Comrade Chen Guoyang, it's high time to rectify the personnel matters in your county. Why should a leaderless individual, devoid of accomplishments, occupy a position without contributing anything? Chapter 73. A resounding He is speaking nonsense. He does not typically behave this way. Once he sobers up, I assure you, he will apologize to you in person. Zhang Jun thought to himself that one must strike decisively when dealing with a snake, and thus continued to stoke the flames. Character is reflected in one's conduct when intoxicated. Today is a work day, and Ding Changrong is utterly inebriated, which indicates his habitual excess. He dares to intrude upon the county committee while inebriated and shows disrespect to the secretary, the county head, and Minister Wang. This speaks volumes about his character. I shall refrain from saying more to avoid accusations of undermining unity. Everyone found themselves in a precarious situation, with only Ding Changrong persistently causing a ruckus. Wang Jixiang, in a low voice, addressed Qing Guoyang, "Comrade Qing Guoyang, you are the county committee secretary. Ding Changrong is one of your promoted officials, is he not?" Sensing the tide turning against him, Chang Guoyang hastily defended himself. "No, when I arrived, Ding Changrong was already the mayor of Qingguan Town. He has served for several terms and is quite the veteran." Wang Jixiang took a sip of his drink and remarked, "After so many years, he still has not achieved anything noteworthy. Why can't you replace him with someone more capable? Is there a shortage of personnel in the county? Is there no one available in the town?" Cheng Guoyang offered a wry smile. "Minister Wang, you may be unaware, but Qingguan Town's situation is rather unique. Ordinary individuals cannot handle the complexities. Although Comrade Ding Changrong has his flaws, overall, he is still a commendable comrade. While he may not have outstanding achievements, he manages affairs quite well. If one cannot produce results, one should invite a more capable comrade to take the position." Cheng Guoyang dared not contradict Wang Jixiang any further, conceding, "Indeed, we will earnestly consider the selection of a new mayor for Qingguan Town." In his drunken state, Ding Changrong grasped the implications of their words, realizing they were directed at him. With his raucous behavior, he feared for his position not just as secretary but even as mayor. Feeling a surge of indignation, fueled by alcohol, he bared his teeth and shouted, "I dare anyone to remove me from my post. Even if you are leaders, you cannot dismiss me." Zhang Jun recognized his escalating agitation and understood that he was on the brink of a breakdown. A little more provocation could— Thus, he coldly scoffed, "What's the matter? Who do you think you are? This is Minister Wang from the Municipal Party Committee. Here, his words hold authority. Do not forget, even I, as an official, am subject to Minister— Do you dare to disrespect Minister Wang?" In his fury, Ding Changrong had lost all sense of reason. He extended his hand, pointing accusatorily at Wang Jixiang. Observing this, Zhang Jun abruptly— The sound echoed loudly. Zhang Jun struck Ding Changrong across the face, then sternly declared, "Do you wish to strike Minister Wang? You have gone too far." Ding Changrong was momentarily stunned by the slap, jolted back to a semblance of awareness. He shook his head in disbelief, staring at the unfolding scene. Cheng Guoyang, exasperated, forcefully pushed Ding Changrong towards the door, exclaiming, "Get out! Find a room to confine him. He is not to disturb our gathering any further. I will deal with him later." Ding Changrong, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Secretary Chen, I did not mean it. I truly drank too much." Cheng Guoyang sighed deeply, closed the door, and turned back to Wang Jixiang, saying, "I apologize, Minister Wang. It is our failure in management that allowed Ding Changrong to disrupt the county committee. We will certainly impose strict penalties." Wang Jixiang's face was darkened with fury, his eyes ablaze, yet his tone remained relatively calm as he stated, "How could you allow such a Surely there must be something more to it." Zhang Jun was taken aback, realizing he had acted hastily. Wang Jixiang, true to his role as the organizational minister, had a more comprehensive perspective. Cheng Guoyang sat down, saying, "Well, I am not entirely sure. However, I have heard that Comrade Ding Changrong has a brother who is progressing in the military, holding quite a high rank. I have not inquired further, and he rarely visits home." Wang Jixiang nodded, coming to a realization. Of course, comrades must prioritize unity. Yet, Ding Changrong's recent behavior is indeed a breach of decorum. Your county should reprimand him. Those who need to be suppressed must be suppressed. We must not foster such deviant conduct. Cheng Guoyang repeatedly agreed, raising his glass. "We have caused Minister Wang distress. It is entirely our fault. I toast to you, Minister Wang. Comrade Zhang Jun, you too should drink. It is truly regrettable that on such a momentous day for you, we had this disturbance. Anyone who continued to dwell on it would be deemed ungrateful." He raised his glass, clinking it with the others, saying, "I too acted impulsively. My primary concern was for Minister Wang's safety, hence once Comrade Ding Changrong sobers up, I shall apologize." Apologizing was out of the question. However, such words were necessary to maintain appearances, for Zhang Jun had indeed struck someone. Thus, others would perceive him as magnanimous, and Wang Jixiang would owe him a favor in return. After the meal, Wang Jixiang prepared to depart. The crowd saw him off to his vehicle. As Wang Jixiang settled in, he waved at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun stepped forward, leaning in to listen attentively to Wang Jixiang's words. The others stood at a distance, observing that it was unclear what Wang Jixiang conveyed, but Zhang Jun nodded repeatedly. The sky continued to rain, the droplets dancing in the spring breeze. Wang Jixiang waved goodbye to Zhang Jun, and the car window slowly rose. Watching the vehicle disappear from sight, Zhang Jun turned to return beneath the eaves. Cheng Guoyang laughed, saying, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you seem to have a..." Before leaving, Wang Jixiang had deliberately called Zhang Jun over to speak, intending to bolster his standing among the local powers, ensuring they would regard Zhang Jun with a measure of respect due to Wang Jixiang's influence. In truth, Wang Jixiang merely informed Zhang Jun that the waters of Yiping County run deep, and governing Qingguan Town is not a simple matter. He must proceed with caution and not betray the goodwill of comrades. He also inquired whether Zhang Jun had been in touch with Ma Hongqi, and when he might visit the old leader in the capital, emphasizing the importance of notifying him. On his first day in office, Zhang Jun had struck his predecessor, the veteran mayor. This incident spread like dandelion seeds, taking flight far and wide. That very afternoon, Zhang Jun, accompanied by Qin Guoyang, headed to... All the while, Zhang Jun's thoughts churned. He was acutely aware that the path ahead would be fraught with obstacles, far from a smooth ascent, and certainly not without its challenges. He had braced himself for battle, ready to face new trials. True to expectation, upon arriving in the town, trouble awaited him. Chapter 74. Riding the Tiger. Qingguan Town is situated in the central region of Yiping County, bordered by... In 1984, it was renamed from Qingguan Commune to Qingguan Town. The townspeople's government is located on the northern section of Wenhua Road, merely a 10-minute journey from the county government seat. Chen Guoyang escorted Zhang Jun to the courtyard of the town committee. The town committee and the town government operate from a single large building, housing several administrative teams, with 7 signs displayed at the entrance, either with red lettering on a white background. The 2 signs with red lettering indicate the town committee and the town's disciplinary inspection committee, while the 5 signs with black lettering represent the town government, the People's Congress, the Armed Forces Department, the Supervisory Committee, and the Development Zone. On this ordinary spring day, marked by a gentle rain, the town committee welcomed its new leader, Comrade Zhang Jun. In the center of the building, a staircase leads up. To the left lies the town committee, and to the right, the town government. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Zhang Jun noticed a throng of people filling the courtyard. Initially, he presumed they were there to welcome Qin Guoyang and himself, but he quickly realized that was not the case. Through the misty drizzle, he observed over 100 individuals, men, women, and children, standing silently in the courtyard, none of them holding umbrellas, wearing straw hats. The scene struck him as particularly eerie and abnormal. Zhang Jun shuddered and turned to Qin Guoyang, whispering, "Secretary Chun, what is going on here?" Qin Guoyang's face turned ashen, and his eyes blazed with fury. His secretary, holding an umbrella, stepped forward but was brusquely pushed aside by him. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you causing a commotion at the town government?" Qin Guoyang shouted, hands on his hips, addressing the silent crowd. "What do you want? Bao Xiaoxian, speak up." A man in his 40s replied, "Secretary Chun, our demands are straightforward. Return our factory. Restore our jobs." The crowd of dozens roared in unison, "We want jobs. We want our factory." Zhang Jun was taken aback. He understood immediately. He needed no further inquiry. This was undoubtedly a significant crisis for the town. He had not anticipated it. Qin Guoyang bellowed, "What good does shouting here do? We will address the issues as swiftly as possible. The establishment of the development zone is for economic growth. You cannot resort to destruction." Bao Xiaoxian, visibly agitated, responded, "We understand the need for but why must you dismantle our factory? Our canning factory has always been profitable. If you demolish it, why not allow us to rebuild?" Qin Guoyang maintained his composure, saying, "Do not be hasty. Everything is under consideration. Bao Xiaoxian, you are the director of the canning factory, and these people heed your words. Take them and return home. If standing here were effective, no one would need to work." Bao Xiaoxian, in despair, implored, "Secretary Chun, it is easy for you to speak. We have over 100 workers at the canning factory, each with families relying on them, thousands of mouths to feed. What shall we eat? We adults can endure hardships, but what about the children? School is about to start, and we have no money for tuition." Qin Guoyang was overwhelmed, wiping the raindrops from his forehead. "Find a way. You are alive. You have hands and feet. Compared to the wave of layoffs in the 90s, this situation is trivial." Bao Xiaoxian shouted, "Our homes are here. Where can we go to work? We were state workers, and now the town has demolished our factory. We demand resettlement." "Yes, we demand resettlement," the crowd echoed. Bao Xiaoxian glanced at Zhang Jun and the others, calling out, "I heard the new town committee secretary has taken..." "Where is the new secretary? Let him come out and speak a few words. We seek only a commitment." Zhang Jun, maintaining a calm demeanor, observed the unfolding scene. Rainwater gathered on. He wiped the rain from his face, stepped forward, and spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone. My name is Zhang Jun, the newly appointed secretary of Qingguan Town." Bao Xiaoxian, according to the typical bureaucratic progression, one graduates from university, becomes a civil servant around the age of 22, and even with extraordinary luck, it would take at least a decade to rise from a junior officer to a deputy section chief, then to a section chief, deputy director, and eventually into the county committee. which means typically reaching the rank of county committee member around the age of 35 would be considered fortunate. Individuals who become county heads at 30 or provincial governors by 40 are exceedingly rare. Had Zhang Jun not encountered Ma Hongqi, he would likely still be a deputy section chief. Ma Hongqi first promoted him to a powerful section chief, then elevated him to deputy director, and just before departing, pushed him into the ranks of the county committee. Zhang Jun's rapid ascent was nothing short of remarkable. This leap of 3 ranks is one of the most challenging transitions for a civil servant. Zhang Jun, thanks to Ma Hongqi, successfully completed his rise through the ranks. At the age of 30, he became the youngest county committee member in Yiping County, a county-level leader. It was no wonder that Bao Xiaoxian and others were so shocked. Yet, Zhang Jun exuded composure and a cold demeanor, embodying the authority of a figure in power. He remained unfazed by the astonishing. I earnestly request a little time from you all. I assure you that I will swiftly and effectively address your concerns. From within the crowd, someone shouted, "Why should we believe you?" Zhang Jun replied firmly, "You must believe me. You have no choice but to believe me, for I am the newly appointed secretary of Qingguan Town by the organization. Today, if you choose to trust me, tomorrow I will deliver a miracle for you." The crowd fell silent, their expressions shifting as they considered Zhang Jun's words. If they did not trust him, whom could they trust? Zhang Jun softened his tone, pointing to the sky. "Comrades, it is pouring rain. If you fall ill, will not your already challenging lives become even more burdensome? You are the pillars of your families. If you fall ill, who will care for your wives and children? I urge you, return home for now. Once I have a full understanding of the situation, I will come back to discuss solutions with you." The crowd was not easily swayed, demanding loudly, "Secretary Zhang, we believe you. Please give us a specific time frame. You say you will resolve our issues. How many days will it take? Months or years?" Zhang Jun found himself in a difficult position, contemplating briefly before raising 3 fingers on his right hand and stating in a resounding voice, "Please grant me 3 days. I will take 3 days to understand your situation and will return to discuss solutions." Chapter 75. A fire that burns one's own. Zhang Jun found himself in a predicament. Regardless of how the situation would be resolved in the future, the town government building, with its numerous windows, was filled with countless pairs of eyes covertly observing the unfolding drama. Everyone was eager to witness the spectacle, to revel in the misfortune of the newly appointed town committee secretary. Should he fail to resolve this crisis, his inaugural day would mark the beginning of his social demise. The impression he would leave on the town's officials and citizens would be. Grassroots work is inherently challenging, and as the head of the town, Zhang Jun bore an especially heavy burden. Compared to his previous role as a leader's secretary, the responsibilities of a town committee secretary were undeniably more arduous. Lacking experience in grassroots leadership was precisely why Ma Hongqi had opted to assign him to this position. If he could not even manage the duties of a mere town committee secretary, how could he ever be entrusted with greater responsibilities in the future? Zhang Jun spoke with conviction, his words resonating with clarity, providing a much-needed boost of confidence to Bao Xiaoxian and others. His concern for the people was genuinely heartwarming. Cheng Guoyang, eager to expedite the dispersal of the crowd, stepped up to support Zhang Jun, proclaiming, "He possesses remarkable credentials. He is a graduate student and previously served as the secretary to Vice Governor Ma, bringing valuable experience from the provincial government. Secretary Zhang, we await your good news. Everyone, please disperse. We shall return in 3 days to seek a definitive answer from Secretary Zhang." Gradually, the throng of people began to disperse. Cheng Guoyang wiped the rainwater from his face, shaking his head and lamenting, "Alas, this is a challenging situation. Comrade Zhang Jun, you must exert yourself." Zhang Jun furrowed his brow and inquired, "Secretary Chun, what exactly is going on? Why is Mayor Ding Changrong not handling this matter at home and instead causing a ruckus at the county committee?" Cheng Guoyang's expression faltered, and he replied with a wry smile, "Let us ascend to the upper floor. You may take your time to understand the situation later." As the crowd dispersed, numerous officials hastily descended from upstairs, their faces adorned with smiles as they bowed and greeted. In unison, they extended their hands, greeting, "Good day, Secretary Zhang, welcome." Today was merely an introductory meeting, and Zhang Jun had no intent. "Your accommodation has been arranged. Shall we head over to settle you in?" Zhang Jun nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Director Zhou." Cheng Guoyang glanced at his watch and remarked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, familiarize yourself with the environment. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. We shall gather again another day." Zhang Jun escorted Cheng Guoyang to the vehicle. Zhou Wang, carrying Zhang Jun's luggage, led the way to the dormitory building at the back. "Secretary Zhang, I have arranged a suite for you on the 2nd floor. Our conditions are limited here, so I apologize if it falls short of the provincial government's standards." Zhou Wang unlocked a door on the left side of the 2nd floor staircase. The suite comprised 2 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, covering approximately 70 square meters, all impeccably tidy and furnished with complete amenities. "Quite satisfactory, far better than I had anticipated." Zhang Jun nodded in approval. Zhou Wang rubbed his hands together and said, "Secretary Zhang, please make yourself comfortable. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. I reside on the first floor, just below your room. Very well, Director. Zhang Jun lit a cigarette and leisurely asked, what is the situation with the canned food factory? Zhou Wang sighed before responding, Secretary Zhang, this is a long-standing issue. The former secretary failed to resolve it, and thankfully, otherwise, the workers would have caused a riot, and the roof tiles of our town government would have been torn off. Hearing Ding Changrong's name, Zhang Jun could not help but smile slightly. Mayor Ding has worked in our town for quite some time and has built significant rapport. Most people heed his words. Zhang Jun, with a hint of amusement, asked, and what of Director Zhou? Do you also heed his words? Zhou Wang, taken aback, responded, Secretary Zhang, you flatter me, of course. I follow the secretary's guidance. Reclining on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, Zhang Jun urged, please elaborate on the canned food factory issue. Having felt the subtle pressure from Zhang Jun, Zhou Wang straightened his posture and explained, the town is developing an industrial zone, and the land where the original canned food factory stood was cleared. At that time, there was a promise to relocate and rebuild, yet this commitment has yet to be fulfilled. Consequently, the factory workers find themselves without jobs and frequently protest. Zhang Jun gestured dismissively, correcting him, they are not protesting. Rather, they are voicing legitimate demands. This distinction is crucial. You must not hastily label the populace. Zhou Wang, momentarily taken aback, recognized the astuteness of this young secretary and replied, indeed, Secretary Zhang, you are absolutely correct. Zhang Jun pondered briefly before asking, why has the relocation and reconstruction not taken place? Why not build within the industrial zone? Zhou Wang shook his head with a rueful smile. This is not merely a matter of land. The town lacks the funds. Initially, the town's idea was straightforward. Develop the industrial zone, generate revenue, and then rebuild the canned food factory. However, the industrial zone has yet to materialize, and tax revenues are dismal. The funds allocated for the development and land clearance have been exhausted, leaving the town's finances in a precarious state, with no surplus to finance the reconstruction of the canned food factory. Zhang Jun grasped the situation and inquired, who was responsible for the initial proposal to establish the industrial zone? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Zhou Wang replied, such a significant decision was naturally made by the county government and subsequently approved by the city. Zhang Jun's thoughts raced as he asked, who specifically proposed it? Zhou Wang cleared his throat, glanced towards the door, and lowered his voice. It was County Chief Fu, who was adamant about establishing the government prioritizes economic development, and Fu Ziqiang, eager to achieve political success, undoubtedly viewed the establishment of an industrial zone as the most expedient pathway. As the town mayor, Ding Changrong fell within the government framework and was aligned with Fu Ziqiang's ambitions. Zhou Wang hesitated before adding, Secretary Zhang, allow me to speak candidly. These issues stem from decisions made by the government and have little to do with our party committee. Now that we are left with this mess, that County Chief Fu is a formidable individual, and even Secretary Chun finds it challenging to manage him. Upon hearing this, a glint of determination sparkled in Zhang Jun's eyes. The depths of Yiping County were indeed unfathomable. How would he navigate the tumultuous waters of Chengguan Town's predicament? Chapter 76. Entangled in one's own web, Zhang Jun understood that Zhou Wang meant well. After all, Zhou Wang was his office director, and to a large extent, their fortunes were intertwined. As the secretary and a standing member of the county committee, Zhang Jun held several ranks above Zhou Wang, and there was no direct conflict between them. Zhang Jun's arrival blocked Ding Changrong's path to promotion, and with several deputy secretaries and vice mayors in the town, it was unlikely that Zhou Wang would ascend to a higher position. Zhou Wang sincerely hoped that Zhang Jun would refrain from meddling in this troublesome affair. Zhang Jun tapped the ash from his cigarette, smiled faintly, and remarked, Director Zhou, the party oversees we possess both the authority and the obligation to manage the town's myriad affairs. If the town thrives, it is a shared achievement. If a significant crisis were to arise, who could remain unscathed? Zhou Wang replied solemnly, Secretary Zhang, you truly are a leader from the province. Your vision and spirit are indeed exceptional. The former secretary was one to avoid involvement. The old secretary merely sought a peaceful retirement and would certainly refrain from intervening when possible. Zhang Jun, how could he allow Ding Changrong to act recklessly? After Zhou Wang departed, Zhang Jun began to organize his luggage. He had been caught in the rain earlier, leaving his clothes somewhat damp, so he retrieved a change of garments and took a refreshing shower. Upon emerging in fresh attire, he heard his phone ringing incessantly. Zhang Jun picked it up and answered the call. Lu Yujie's voice came through. Zhang Jun, have you arrived? How are things over there? Oh, I'll head back home this weekend. All right, please take good care of yourself. Zhang Jun hung up the phone. He had been dispatched to Yiping County, much to Lu Yujie's discontent, as she deemed the position of a mere town committee secretary insignificant. She believed it would be better for him to remain in the city as a deputy director, where he could wield greater influence and tend to family matters effectively. Zhang Jun had his own aspirations, which he found difficult to communicate with his short-sighted wife. The previous night, they had quarreled for half the night over this very issue. With Ma Hongqi's departure, Zhang Jun's aura had dimmed, and he suddenly felt overshadowed. Lu Yujia's attitude towards him shifted once again. Zhang Jun had long grown accustomed to his wife's capricious demeanor and had learned to overlook it. He now cared for nothing but the pursuit of his career. As he settled in, Zhang Jun sat alone in the living room, overwhelmed. How should he approach the forthcoming tasks? Could he rejuvenate the situation in Qingguan town? A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Jun rose to open it and found a young lady standing outside. The girl appeared to be in her 20s, with 2 playful braids cascading over her chest, a sweet smile gracing her face, revealing 2 charming dimples. Dressed modestly, she nonetheless exuded an air of slender beauty. "May I help you?" Zhang Jun inquired. "You must be Secretary Zhang, correct?" She replied with a bright smile. "I am Zhang Jun." "And you are?" "Hello, Secretary Zhang. I am Guo Xiao from the party committee office." "Oh, little Guo, nice to meet you. Please, just call me Xiao. Secretary Zhang, Director Zhou sent me to ask if you need assistance with anything, cleaning, laundry, or the like." "I can manage it all." "No, that's not necessary." "Secretary Zhang, please don't be so polite. You are here all alone. It's only right for someone to take care of you." As Guo Xiao spoke, after tidying the floor, she helped Zhang Jun place his soiled clothes into the washing machine. "Little Guo," Zhang Jun asked, "where is the cafeteria?" "The cafeteria?" Guo Xiao. "However, we locals rarely eat there. Secretary Zhang, if you wish to dine at the cafeteria, you need to inform them in advance. Otherwise, they might not prepare your meal." "Ah." Zhang Jun found himself in a predicament. "How will I manage dinner then?" Guo Xiao twirled. "Or you could come to my house for a meal." Zhang Jun waved his hand, saying, "That wouldn't be appropriate. I think I'll check out the cafeteria later." Guo Xiao replied, "How about this? I'll call the cafeteria and have them prepare a few dishes. You are the secretary. They will certainly heed your request." Guo Xiao pulled out her phone, scrolled through her contacts for a moment, and then dialed a number. "Hello, Chef Hu, this is Guo Xiao from the party committee office. The new Secretary Zhang has asked me to instruct you to prepare a few dishes and deliver them to the dormitory. Building 1, room 201. All right, goodbye." After hanging up, Guo Xiao smiled and said, "All set. They'll deliver the food shortly." "Secretary Zhang, will you be staying here from now on, or will you return to the city? Your home is in the city, right?" "Oh, yes, my home is in the urban area. However, I only return on weekends." "Then let me help you arrange your meals from now on. If you have social engagements, just let me know, and I won't interfere." "No need to go to such trouble." "It's no trouble at all. I am here to serve the leadership." "Little Guo, are you new here?" "Yes, I joined after graduating from university." "Do you live in Qingguan town?" "Yes, it's only about a 10-minute walk to the office." "Good." Zhang Jun asked, "Little Guo, do you know about the canning factory situation?" "I do. Please tell me more." Zhang Jun realized he could not rely solely on Zhou Wang's perspective. He needed to gather information from multiple sources. Guo Xiao's account was quite similar to Zhou Wang's. Zhang Jun pondered, is the town's finances genuinely tight, or is there reluctance to allocate funds for the reconstruction of the canning factory? Guo Xiao exclaimed, "Secretary Zhang, you're quite perceptive. You grasped everything so quickly upon your arrival." Zhang Jun countered, "Oh, how so?" Guo Xiao walked over, closed the door quietly, and whispered, "Secretary Zhang, I have heard that the town does have funds, but the factory was not yielding much profit, and pouring in substantial investments is deemed unwise." Zhang Jun thought to himself, how true. Did Ding Changrong not fear the wrath of the factory workers? Guo Xiao leaned closer to Zhang Jun, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "I've heard that County Head Fu and Town Head Ding have already made arrangements to sacrifice the canning factory for the sake of the development zone. What will happen to those workers?" Zhang Jun's heart sank. He had just promised the workers a solution within 3 days. Now, upon learning the truth, he realized he was ensnaring himself in a web of his own making. Tio think that not even 3 years would suffice for the party does not manage finances. Realizing this, Zhang Jun broke into a cold sweat. Guo Xiao flicked her braid, and her hair brushed against Zhang Jun's face, leaving behind a delicate fragrance. She chuckled, "What else can be done? Just muddle through. Secretary Zhang, do not let yourself get entangled. If you can stall, then stall. If you truly cannot, shift the responsibility to the government. Everyone knows how to play the game of Taiji." Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Jun felt a chill run through him again. What could he do? How could he retract the promises he had made? Chapter 77. The report letter. Master Chef Hu from the cafeteria, accompanied by a young woman. Guo Xiao assisted in receiving the food and said, "Thank you, Master Hu, Sister Lu." Zhang Jun rose, took out his wallet and inquired, "How much is it?" Master Hu quickly waved his hand, stating, "Secretary Zhang dining in our cafeteria is an honor for us. We cannot accept your money. Please enjoy your meal, and if anything does not suit your taste, do not hesitate to let us know, and we shall rectify it." As they spoke, they retreated. Guo Xiao arranged the meal on the dining table. Master Hu, being considerate, sent 3 dishes and a soup, along with 2 sets of chopsticks, and even a bottle of strong liquor. Zhang Jun picked up his chopsticks, sampled a dish, and slightly furrowed his brow. Gu Qiao noticed this and asked, Secretary Zhang, is the food not to your liking? Zhang Jun, accustomed to milder flavors, found the meal too rich, heavy with oil, salt, and spice, and the rib soup was particularly greasy. Most of the town's staff were locals who seldom dined at the cafeteria, leaving him, an outsider, as the only one needing to eat there. As a newcomer, he felt that being overly critical would portray him as petty. I am used to lighter fare. Little Gua, you should eat too. There is plenty of food, and I cannot finish it all. Let us not waste. Gu Qiao chuckled and sat down, saying, it feels a bit lonely for Secretary. May I join you for a drink? Zhang Jun, appreciating her thoughtfulness, laughed heartily. You truly are a delightful person. Gu Qiao smiled charmingly. Secretary Zhang, I take that as a compliment. She skillfully poured 2 glasses of liquor, raised her cup and said, Secretary. However, Ding had been slapped by Zhang earlier that afternoon and had not been seen since. Even more strangely, none of the other town officials had taken the initiative to invite Zhang Jun for a meal. As they dined, Zhou Wang arrived, standing at the door, knocking lightly down. He smiled. Secretary Zhang, have you eaten? I was hoping to invite you. I will have a little something at home. We can gather another day. Zhou Wang nodded in agreement. That's fine. I don't know what's going on today. Mayor Ding has been missing all day. I was just discussing with the others about welcoming Secretary Zhang, but without Mayor Ding present, we felt it inappropriate to take matters into our own hands, lest he returns and accuses us of breaking. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Zhou Wang inquired about a few personal matters and offered Zhang Jun another drink before departing. Finding the food unpalatable, Zhang Jun picked at the dishes and finished. Gu Qiao tidied the table and bid farewell to Zhang Jun, taking the dishes back to the cafeteria. The nights of spring fell dark early. As dusk descended, Zhang Jun turned on the television to pass the time. The Urban Channel's 8 o'clock news featured Shen Shui as the female anchor. Her graceful appearance and soothing voice brought some comfort to Zhang Jun, a stranger in this land. After watching the news, he retired to bed, propped up with a novel. Suddenly, his phone beeped with a message. Upon checking, he saw it was from Shen Shui. Jungu, have you started your post in Yiping County today? Unsure if she could take a call, he replied. Yes, I just settled in. Shen Shui quickly responded. Are you alone over there? However, as a newcomer, he was acutely aware that despite the quiet surroundings, countless eyes might be observing his every move in the night. He suspected that someone was timing how long Gu Qiao stayed. Being a married man, as everyone knew, necessitated a heightened vigilance when alone with a single young woman. In the bureaucratic system, even a slight stir could lead to a tempest. Zhang Jun replied, let us postpone. I've already turned in for the night. The next day, he rose early, jogged a few laps in the courtyard of the town government, then found a breakfast shop outside and, upon returning to his dormitory, he washed his face, changed into formal attire, and set off with renewed vigor for the office building. This day marked Zhang Jun's official assumption of the role of secretary of the Chengguan Town Party Committee. On his way, he encountered several colleagues, each greeting him with warm smiles, exclaiming, Good morning, Secretary Zhang, or Hello, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded or waved in reply. Eventually, he realized that waving too often, they merely sought to express their respect for the party secretary without expecting a response. At that moment, Zhang Jun understood why leaders often appeared stern and aloof when greeted warmly. They were genuinely overwhelmed and had long since become desensitized. Upon entering his office, he noticed an envelope wedged in the door. Glancing around, he bent down to retrieve it. He said having served as a secretary before, he was particularly sensitive to office cleanliness. He glanced at his desk and frowned. Though the town party secretary was not entitled to a secretary, the party and government office usually arranged for a correspondent, with the office director often serving the secretary in a dual capacity. Zhou Wang entered with a smile. Good morning, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun nodded slowly and said, Has this office not been tidied since the previous secretary left? Zhou Wang immediately understood and replied, I will arrange for someone to clean right away. These people are too careless. I clearly instructed them yesterday to be thorough in their cleaning. Zhang Jun aimed to make a point, and having achieved that, he waved his hand dismissively, wiping the desk with a tissue. Take a look at this letter first. Zhou Wang picked up the envelope from the desk, which bore no markings on the front. Curiously, he opened it and, upon glancing at the letter inside, his face flushed crimson as he stammered, Secretary Zhang, who wrote this? This is simply slander against our Chengguan town. Zhang Jun inquired, What does it say? Read it to me. Zhou Wang glanced at the corridor outside and awkwardly replied, Secretary Zhang, this cannot be read aloud. Zhang Jun insisted in a stern voice, Read it. Zhou Wang swallowed hard and quietly read, Dear Secretary Zhang, Mayor Ding Changrong is corrupt and immoral, having illicit relations with at least 5 married women, and has even disgraced a newly recruited female colleague, resulting in her broken engagement and subsequent depression. Please, Secretary Zhang, act on behalf of the people and remove this harmful individual from our revolutionary ranks. Chapter 78. A woman jumps off the building. Zhang Jun he had not anticipated the contents of the letter would be of this nature. No wonder Zhou Wang bore such an expression. With a wry smile, Zhou Wang remarked, Secretary Zhang, this must surely— Do you believe the contents of this letter could be credible? Zhou Wang, sensing the inscrutable demeanor of Zhang Jun, hesitated to speak freely and pondered, Secretary Zhang, I am unaware of such chaotic matters. Zhang Jun fixed his gaze intently upon Zhou Wang's eyes and asked steadily, You truly, completely oblivious, Director Zhou? This is a letter of complaint from the public. Since it has come to my attention, regardless of its authenticity, I must look into it. Whether it is to uncover the truth for the masses, this young secretary was far sharper and more formidable than he had imagined. Yes, Zhou Wang nodded repeatedly, passionately declaring, We indeed owe it to town head Ding to clear his name. We must not allow these individuals to slander him at will. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, saying, Please invite Comrade Gao Wenjie, the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhou Wang's eyelids flickered, responding, Understood, Secretary. A member of the town committee and the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Gao Wenjie was in his 40s, tall and thin, sporting black-framed glasses and perpetually wearing a stern expression, as though everyone owed him a considerable— A few minutes later, Gao Wenjie entered Zhang Jun's office, carrying a large thermos, and stated, Secretary Zhang, did you need to see me? Zhang Jun gestured for him to take a seat and handed him the letter, saying, Secretary Gao, please have a look. Zhang Jun leaned forward, arms resting on the table and calmly stated, Secretary Gao, I am new here and not yet familiar with the town's situation. As the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, have you heard any rumors? Has anyone approached you with similar complaints? Gao Wenjie gently shook his head, replying, Secretary Zhang, I am merely a committee member, ranked below town head Ding. If someone were to report him, they would likely escalate it to a higher level, at the very least to the county's Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, pondering whether the town of Chengguan was indeed a solid wall. Someone had reported Ding Changrong, yet everyone in the town claimed ignorance. He felt that the complete lack of awareness among everyone was itself worthy of scrutiny. Secretary Gao, have you truly not heard a whisper? If Ding Changrong had even a hint of impropriety, you should have heard something, shouldn't you? Gao Wenjie placed the letter on the table, stating, Secretary Zhang, you may not be aware of the situation in rural towns due to your previous position in the provincial government. Here, there are always individuals causing trouble, stirring up discord, relishing in chaos. I am not privy to the specifics, and without evidence, I cannot make unfounded statements. Zhang Jun nodded. Very well. Secretary Gao, what are your thoughts on the reform of the canning factory? Gao Wenjie maintained his cold demeanor, responding, I only manage disciplinary matters. I have no valuable suggestions. Perhaps Secretary Zhang should discuss it with town head Ding? Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively. Gao Wenjie added, Secretary Zhang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhang Jun acknowledged with a sound of discontent evident in his tone. Gao Wenjie stood and exited. Zhang Jun lit a cigarette, his brows knitted in frustration. He was eager to accomplish something, yet found himself constrained at every turn. Not only was he at a loss regarding the investigation into Ding Changrong, but he also had no direction concerning the canning factory. It was evident to him that his comrades harbored distrust. Zhang Jun had been sent from the province, and to the townsfolk, he was akin to Ma Hongqi, merely here to gild his resume for a year or two before advancing elsewhere, while others might be bound to serve until retirement. His colleagues were polite yet distant, a situation he found understandable. However, Zhang Jun needed to break through this awkwardness. He was here to work and needed to achieve tangible results, not to simply endure his term in amiable passivity. At that moment, Dong Wei, a member of the town committee and full-time deputy secretary, entered. At the township level, the four key figures include the party secretary, the town head, the director of the People's Congress, collectively known as the three principal leaders, plus a full-time deputy secretary, forming the core leadership. The town government has several vice-town heads, who rank lower than these four. Dong Wei was somewhat portly, always wearing a smile, and as soon as he entered, he extended his chubby hand to shake Zhang Jun's, exclaiming, Secretary Zhang, how about a dinner gathering this evening? Town head Ding may be unavailable, but the comrades from the party committee would like to treat you. Zhang Jun agreed, saying, That sounds good. Secretary Dong, I am new here and know little. I hope you will guide me. Dong Wei chuckled. Working in a township is not difficult. One merely drinks tea, reads the news, takes leisurely strolls after work, and plays cards. Life here is quite comfortable. Zhang Jun couldn't help but laugh heartily, thinking to himself, if I were to be so naive and unambitious, I might actually believe your words. The two discussed the reform of the canning factory. Dong Wei shook his head repeatedly, saying, This matter is complicated, Secretary Zhang. I advise you not to get involved, or you might end up in a predicament. Yet, he was determined to oversee it. Where to begin? Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Footsteps hurried down the corridor, and shouts rang out, Someone has jumped! Someone has jumped! Zhang Jun and Dong Wei exchanged startled glances, both rising simultaneously to peer out the window. The courtyard below was thronged with people, all gazing up at the rooftop. Zhang Jun opened the window, a rush of cold air flooding in. Zhou Wang was leaping up and down outside, shouting, "Don't jump! Don't jump, we can resolve any issues." Zhang Jun and Dong Wei quickly stepped outside. Guo Qiao, spotting Zhang Jun, rushed over, pulling him back. "Secretary Zhang, don't stand there. Be careful she doesn't fall on you." Zhang Jun shook off her hand, shielding his forehead with one hand as he looked up toward the roof. A young woman clad in blue jeans and a white sweater, draped in a gray jacket, stood at the edge of the rooftop, staring ahead, perfectly still. The chill of early spring ruffled her long hair, and she appeared precariously bound. Zhang Jun's heart leapt into his throat. Chapter 79. You cannot die. Who is she? Zhang Jun inquired in a hushed tone. Guo Qiao, standing beside him, replied, "Secretary Zhang, her name is Cheng Yufeng. We entered the party at the same time. I work in the party and government office, while she is in the economic development office." A thought crossed Zhang Jun's mind, and he asked, "Is she a university student?" Guo Qiao, her face etched with urgency, responded, "Yes. Like me, she was admitted as a university graduate." Unable to restrain herself, she grasped Zhang Jun's arm, pleading, "Secretary Zhang, please save her. She is so young. She cannot die." The people in the office building had the scene was chaotic, with voices overlapping in a cacophony of concern. Zhou Wang dashed into the office, emerging with a loudspeaker, which he handed to Zhang Jun, saying, "Secretary Zhang, please urge Comrade Cheng Yufeng." Zhang Jun took the loudspeaker and cast a deep glance at Zhou Wang, saying, "That letter was written about her, wasn't it?" Zhou Wang paused. Zhang Jun then called out, "Comrade Cheng Yufeng, I am Zhang Jun, the secretary of the town party committee. Please listen to me. No matter what the issue, we can negotiate a resolution. There is no difficulty in this world that cannot be overcome by those with determination. I promise you here and now, regardless of the challenges you face, I will find a way to assist you. If I cannot resolve it, I will seek help from higher authorities." Cheng Yufeng stood at the edge of the rooftop, silent and motionless. Zhang Jun continued, "Life is it is singular and irreplaceable. Once lost, it is gone forever. Think of your mother, who bore you for 10 long months, enduring hardships and nurturing you through every trial. It was no easy feat. You have grown, and it is now your time to show gratitude. How can you so lightly regard your own life? If you possess the courage to contemplate death, what else could possibly weigh heavily upon you?" Despite his fervent entreaties, no response came from above. The comrades from the Qingguan Town Police Station rushed to the scene, led by Deputy Chief Qin Yongjun. He was as imposing as his name suggested, tall and robust, exuding an air of righteousness. "Please give your instructions." Chen Yongjun saluted Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun handed him the loudspeaker, his voice low and firm. "You secure the area below and request the fire brigade to bring safety mats. I will go upstairs to persuade her." Chen Yongjun acknowledged with a resolute, "Yes." Zhou Wang made contact with the fire department, but they informed him that they did not have any safety mats available. Such equipment was not standard in every brigade. While one might often see such devices on television, in reality, they were seldom present during emergencies, be it a fire or a suicide attempt. The use of safety mats during a fire could inadvertently encourage jumping, potentially leading to further tragedies. Zhang Jun hurried up the stairs 2 at a time, reaching the rooftop where the wind howled fiercely, chilling him to the bone. He tightened his collar and approached Cheng Yufeng. "Comrade Cheng Yufeng, I am Zhang Jun, the newly appointed secretary of the town party committee. Do you recognize me?" He spoke. Cheng Yufeng slowly turned her head, her eyes meeting his. She was a strikingly beautiful young woman, her features delicate and her figure full. The cold wind had rendered her youthful face pale, and her eyes were vacant, filled with sorrow. Zhang Jun stepped closer, asking, "I received a letter of complaint today. Was it penned by you?" Cheng Yufeng nodded vigorously. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jun continued, "Comrade Cheng Yufeng, I understand you have faced considerable injustice, and you have much to say to me, correct? I offer you this opportunity. Please come down and share your story." On the rooftop, a low brick parapet encircled the area, scarcely wide enough for a foot. Cheng Yufeng stood precariously on the edge, half of her foot dangling into the abyss. The situation was perilous. Should she lose her footing or falter in any way, she would plunge to her demise. Zhang Jun dared not approach too closely, fearing her agitation might lead to a tragic fall. "Would you please? I am eager to converse with you and hear your tale." At last, Cheng Yufeng spoke. "You cannot save me." Zhang Jun replied firmly, "How can you know that unless you give it a try? Your letter indicates you trust me, does it not? I am an outsider, without any vested interests here. I previously served as a secretary to Governor Ma, and I know many influential figures in the province. You must believe me. Regardless of the depth of your grievances, I can advocate for you." Cheng Yufeng appeared momentarily swayed, asking, "Secretary Zhang, can you truly help me?" Zhang Jun opened his arms. "In this life, aside from death, nothing is insurmountable. Since you fear not death, What else could you possibly dread? If someone has wronged you, you must bravely stand up to bring those evildoers to justice rather than choosing to flee resolves nothing. Your demise would merely serve as a jest. Conversely, should you dare to defend your dignity, you will emerge a warrior, earning the respect of others. Tears streamed silently down Cheng Yufeng's cheeks as she choked out, Secretary Zhang, I've been wronged. I need someone to uphold justice. Very well, I am here to uphold justice. Zhang Jun gently approached her, speaking soothingly, you must trust me. I am not only the secretary of the town party committee, but also a member of the county committee. I can certainly assist you. Come, Cheng Yufeng, give me your hand. You are far too lovely to risk becoming a mere shadow of yourself. We must live with dignity. Even in death, we ought to depart with honor. Whatever troubles you face, they shall pass. Time will cleanse all wounds. Trust me. I have walked this path before. He was now but a step away from Cheng Yufeng. Her foot shifted slightly, and she cried, Secretary Zhang, I do not wish to die. I only wanted to convey that I am truly innocent. I am a good girl. Zhang Jun urged, I believe you. Please come down. Hand me your hand. Suddenly, Cheng Yufeng swayed dangerously. Without hesitation, in the blink of an eye, she had fallen. Zhang Jun grasped her wrist with a fierce grip. Gasps of horror erupted from the crowd below. Oh no! She jumped. My heavens! Secretary Zhang has caught her. Hurry, get upstairs to help. Quickly, Zhang Jun braced himself against the railing, clutching Cheng Yufeng's wrist with all his might. Cheng Yufeng, terrified, screamed, Secretary Zhang, save me! I do not want to die. I did not jump. My foot went numb, and when I moved, I lost my balance. Secretary Zhang, please, do not let go of me. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth, knowing that a young woman weighed at least 90 pounds, and with one hand pulling her up, even holding on for 2 minutes would be a daunting task. He could feel Cheng Yufeng's hand slipping from his grip. Chapter 80. Coercion and temptation. Zhang Jun took a deep breath, gripping Cheng Yufeng's hand with all his might, as if he were trying to pull her back from the brink of death. Dong Wei, Gao Wenjie, Zhou Wang, and others hurried over, leaning against the railing, desperately trying to reach Cheng Yufeng, who was teetering on the edge. Unfortunately, their arms were too short, and they could not grasp her, causing them to panic and pace in circles. Zhang Jun held his breath, afraid to utter a word for fear that speaking would sap his strength. That moment, a voice called from the window below, Secretary Zhang, I am at the 5th floor window. Zhang Jun recognized the voice of Chen Yongjun, the deputy director of the Chengguan town police station. He leaned over to look down and indeed saw Chen's figure. Undeterred by the peril, Chen leaned far out from the window, one hand steadying himself while the other reached high enough to support Cheng Yufeng's foot. The crowd in the courtyard gasped in astonishment. Chen's actions were fraught with danger. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal fall. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he risked his life to save hers. With all his strength, he lifted Cheng Yufeng upwards. Zhang Jun could distinctly feel the weight on his hand lighten slightly, and he tightened his grip on Cheng Yufeng. Together, they exerted their utmost, one pulling with all his might, the other lifting with fervent determination. Zhang Jun released his left hand from the railing, grasping Cheng Yufeng's arms with both hands, bracing his body against the railing to prevent being dragged down. Chen exerted his strength, hoisting Cheng Yufeng higher. At last, Zhang Jun managed to grasp both of her arms. With a shout, he abruptly pulled her up. Cheng Yufeng's body cleared the railing and fell onto Zhang Jun, and they tumbled onto the rooftop. Zhang Jun, having expended all his energy, found himself unable to move. Cheng Yufeng, equally startled, lay frozen in fear upon him. Dong Wei and the others rushed forward, pulling Cheng Yufeng aside before hurriedly helping Zhang Jun to his feet. Secretary Zhang, are you all right? Zhou Wang called out. Zhang Jun sank to the ground, weakly waving his hand and gasping for breath. I'm fine. Quickly, check on Cheng Yufeng. Cheng Yufeng burst into tears, overwhelmed with relief from her near brush with death. Secretary Zhang, thank you for saving me. She knelt before Zhang Jun, bowing her head in gratitude. Zhou Wang reprimanded her. Secretary Zhang risked his life to save you, and you, young lady, are completely oblivious. What could have driven you to such despair that you would jump from a building? Zhang Jun spoke sternly. Enough, no more talking. Let us see if Director Chen is all right. At that moment, a booming voice rang out, Secretary Zhang, I'm fine. It was Chen Yongjun, who approached with purposeful strides, exclaiming, Secretary Zhang, you are truly courageous. I, Chen Yongjun, seldom yield to anyone, but today, I am genuinely in awe of you. You are a commendable leader for the people. Everyone spontaneously applauded, cheering for Zhang Jun. However, he could not muster a smile. His heart felt heavy. Comrade Chen Yongjun, please accompany Cheng Yufeng to my office, Zhang Jun instructed. Chen Yongjun nodded gravely, Understood, Secretary Zhang. A young and beautiful woman does not resort to jumping from a building without reason. There must be a compelling cause, perhaps even a significant case to unravel. A few minutes later, Zhang Jun sat in his office, facing Qin Yongjun and Cheng Yufeng. Please, take a seat. Qin Yongjun spoke with a serious tone. Why did you jump? If there is any injustice, speak up. Secretary Zhang will advocate for you. Zhang Jun pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Chen Yongjun. Surprised, Qin Yongjun accepted it with both hands. Zhang Jun turned to Cheng Yufeng, saying, there are no outsiders here. Both Chun and I are your saviors. If you trust us, please share your true feelings. Secretary Zhang, Director Chun, you saved my life. You are both good people. Cheng Yufeng choked out. I want to file a complaint. I want to report Town Chief Ding Changrong. Chen Yongjun. Zhang Jun shot him a glance. Chen Yongjun quickly composed himself. Zhang Jun activated his phone's recording function, stating, Comrade Cheng Yufeng, I will record every word you say. Please recount your story truthfully, without embellishment, as you will be held legally accountable for your words. Cheng Yufeng wiped her tears and recounted, Ding Changrong is inhumane. He is a beast. He has repeatedly harassed me, leveraging his position to summon me to his office, first with suggestive remarks, attempting to make me his mistress, claiming that I am too beautiful not to exploit my looks, which is a waste. Chen Yongjun sat. Zhang Jun signaled for Cheng Yufeng to continue. She placed a hand over her heart, lamenting, when I resisted him, he threatened my job, saying he would prevent my formal appointment. After years of hard study, I finally but I cannot be his plaything. When Ding Changrong realized I would not comply, he resorted to coercion and even attempted to assault me. I fought back, and he struck me. I have a boyfriend, and we were about to get married, but Ding Changrong informed him that I was his mistress and that he had already slept with me. My boyfriend believed him and broke up with me. Because of this, my family has berated me endlessly. Chen Yongjun cleared his throat, asking, Cheng Yufeng, I must ask you sincerely, did Ding Changrong succeed? Did he assault you? And do you have any substantial evidence? Cheng Yufeng lowered her gaze, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, softly replying, he did all that should not have been done. Chen Yongjun responded solemnly, you must recount the details. Otherwise, how can we assist you? Given the gravity of the situation, what do you have left to fear? Cheng Yufeng appeared conflicted. As a young woman, speaking of her victimization in front of two men felt daunting. Yet she overcame her internal struggle, inhaling deeply and stating, that night, I received a call from Ding Changrong, asking me to come in for some urgent work. I found it odd. The town rarely had matters that required evening work. However, I could not refuse, so I came. As she spoke, her anxiety intensified, fingers intertwined. With her right, he shut the door, grinning malevolently as he lunged at me. I screamed, I shouted, but no one responded. The entire building contained only him and me. Zhang Jun and Qin Yongjun exchanged swift glances. Cheng Yufeng broke down in tears. He hit me forcefully, tearing at my clothes. His breath reeked, covering my face. Chapter 81. Get out. After listening to Cheng Yufeng's account, Zhang Jun found himself in a state of profound agitation. He could scarcely believe that within the imposing confines of the town government building, Ding Changrong had the audacity to brazenly bully a vulnerable woman. Qin Yongjun, a man who harbored a deep-seated aversion to injustice, slammed his fist onto the sofa, snorting coldly, this is outrageous. If such a person is not apprehended and severely punished, what becomes of the law? Zhang Jun, no longer a naive youth, contained his fury, refusing to express it as Chen did. Comrade Qin Yufeng, Zhang Jun said solemnly, do you stand by the words you just spoke? Secretary Zhang, Director Chun, every word I uttered is the absolute truth. I have not uttered a single falsehood. If I have, may I be struck by lightning as I leave. Cheng Yufeng swore vehemently. I fought back with all my might, and my body is covered in wounds. Some of these injuries are still healing. I can show you. Zhang Jun quickly waved his hand, replying, aside from these injuries, do you possess any other evidence? Cheng Yufeng, feeling a bit shy, replied, I have kept that pair unwashed, and it bears the evidence he left behind. Chen Yongjun spoke in a low voice, that is indeed the best evidence. With this, we can secure a conviction against him. He turned to Zhang Jun, Secretary Zhang, please give your instructions. Having just assumed his position, his priority was to unite comrades, stabilize the situation, and initiate work, rather than suppress and exclude dissenters. If Cheng Yufeng's claims were entirely truthful, then all procedures could be followed, and it would not implicate him, Zhang Jun. However, those words were merely Cheng Yufeng's unilateral perspective. What if she were being incited to falsely accuse Ding Changrong? Another possibility loomed in Zhang Jun's mind. What if someone had set a trap, using Cheng Yufeng as having spent considerable time by Ma Hongqi's side and witnessing numerous struggles? Zhang Jun was more astute than most. Before executing a command or taking down an opponent, one must devise a comprehensive strategy. Otherwise, failure would lead to backlash. Zhang Jun pondered briefly before stating, Comrades Qin Yongjun and Cheng Yufeng, you reported the incident in front of him, and your precinct should handle it. Cheng Yufeng, please accompany Comrade Qin Yongjun to the police station to file a report. Only then can a case be officially registered and subsequent procedures initiated. Chen Yongjun reminded, should we not follow the disciplinary committee's procedures? Zhang Jun nodded. This is a criminal case, and a particularly severe one at that. The harm inflicted upon the woman is considerable. Criminal cases, of course, fall under your jurisdiction. As for Ding Chongrong's misconduct, the higher-level disciplinary committee will conduct a separate investigation. Chen Yongjun rose, stating, understood, Secretary Zhang. I will take her back to file the report. Zhang Jun, with a meaningful tone, please ensure that your investigation is conducted with utmost caution and that you gather ample evidence. We cannot wrongfully accuse an innocent person, but neither can we allow a guilty one to escape justice. No matter who they are or what their background is, anyone daring to commit a crime must face severe punishment. Chen Yongjun snapped to attention, saluting and replied, yes, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun patted his arm, encouragingly saying, well done. Solving the case was the police's responsibility, yet given Ding Chongrong's involvement, Zhang Jun could not remain indifferent. Ding Chongrong was a local strongman, wielding considerable influence in Qingguan town. If Zhang Jun wished to solidify his position, he would undoubtedly need to contend with Ding Chongrong. Could he cleverly leverage the Cheng Yufeng case to his advantage? However, this strategy hinged on the authenticity of Cheng Yufeng's claims, and not on a fabricated trap set by others. Zhang Jun was now considering the matter comprehensively. He would not act on mere hearsay, nor would he allow himself to be used as a pawn. At that moment, the door swung open, allowing a gust of cold air to sweep in. Zhang Jun looked up to find Ding Chongrong storming in, his face a mask of fury. Without allowing him to speak, Zhang Jun maintained a composed demeanor and said, do you not know how to knock? Have you no sense of basic courtesy? Ding Chongrong was momentarily taken aback, retorting, but you're not even meeting with anyone. Why the fuss? I am the party committee secretary, your superior. You may choose to overlook me, but you cannot disregard the authority. Leave and re-enter. Ding Chongrong was seething. He did not care whether Zhang Jun was angry. With a cold sneer, he replied, what a show of authority. If you wish to, here in Qingguan town, it is not your place to dictate. Zhang Jun's icy gaze swept over Ding Chongrong, and he replied in a deep voice, you stride into my office as if it were your own. Is that not an act of arrogance? I warn you, you have come to the wrong place. I, Zhang Jun, will not be swayed by your tactics, get out. At that moment, Zhou Wang approached, standing at the doorway with a smile. Why must we let tempers flare? Ding Chongrong turned and bellowed, what is it to you? Get lost. Zhou Wang, feeling the sting of humiliation, flushed red and knock before you enter. I will let you in when it is appropriate. Ding Chongrong gritted his teeth in frustration, yet he felt powerless. After all, Zhang Jun was a member of the county committee and the town's party secretary, a rank above him. Higher ranks often suppress the lower ones. Ding Chongrong dared not rebel against authority, so he could only swallow his anger and step out, banging on the door with fury, exclaiming, report to Secretary Zhang, Ding Chongrong requests an audience. Zhang Jun lifted his teacup, took a sip, then he stormed in, seething, and asked, Secretary Zhang, where's that Cheng Yufeng? Zhang Jun's piercing gaze struck Ding Chongrong like a knife, and he replied sternly, so you are aware of this matter. Why did you not intervene when she attempted to leap from the building? Are you too ashamed to face anyone? Ding Chongrong erupted in rage. Zhang, do not push your luck. If it were not for Secretary Qin Guiyang's advice, just yesterday at the county committee, you slapped me, and we have yet to settle that score. Zhang Jun let out a cold snort. Is that so? So, you have come to settle the score with me? Fine, let us calculate it thoroughly. Yesterday, you pointed a finger at Comrade Wang Jixiang, the minister of the organization department, nearly raising your hand against him. When I slapped you, it was to awaken you. It was a reminder. You think you can act recklessly just because you've had too much to drink. I was saving you. You should be grateful, yet you bite the hand that feeds you? You ungrateful wretch, like a dog biting El Dongbin, you fail to recognize a benefactor. He chastised Ding Chongrong with righteous indignation. Ding Chongrong was infuriated, his fists clenched, the veins on the back of his hands. Chapter 82. The arm wrestling match. Zhang Jun had limited interactions with Ding Chongrong, yet he had already discerned the man's temperament. In Zhang Jun's perspective, Ding Chongrong was easily provoked and possessed a volatile nature. Such individuals, within the bureaucratic system, were not particularly fearsome. What he truly dreaded were those with intricate depths, whose motives remained inscrutable. With just a few words, Zhang Jun managed to ignite Once Ding Chongrong resorted to violence, it would signify his utter defeat. Outside, Zhou Wang observed the imminent clash between the two and could not help but interject, Mayor Ding, this is Secretary Zhang. You must not act recklessly. Indeed, Ding Changrong dared not lay a hand on Zhang Jun. As a member of the county committee, Zhang Jun held a significant position among the 11 leaders in the county. Although Ding Changrong's fate was not entirely in Zhang Jun's hands, the latter's vote could indeed influence his future. This was precisely why Ding Changrong endured a slap from Zhang Jun without retaliating. However, Ding Changrong felt emboldened to strike Zhou Wang. With his pent-up rage seeking an outlet, Zhou Wang unwittingly became the target. He turned, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Wang, exclaiming, Do you think you deserve a damn you? When was our conversation with Zhang Jun any of your business? Get lost. Zhou Wang was taken aback, and before Ding Changrong could act, he swiftly retreated. Zhang Jun, with a calm demeanor, remarked, Ding Changrong, you wield your authority with great air. Do not forget, this is my office. It is not your place to issue commands. State your business succinctly. Though Ding Changrong had a fiery temper, he was not a fool. He suppressed his fury and replied, Where is Cheng Yufeng? I demand to see her. Zhang Jun responded coolly, As a town leader, I urge you to watch your language. Such vulgarities are unbecoming of your position. You exhibit no semblance of leadership. Ding Changrong, chastised, felt his anger simmer but remained agitated. He loosened the buttons of his jacket and stated, Zhang Jun, you are new here and lack context. Do not be deceived by Cheng Yufeng. Everything she has told you is false. She seeks to frame me. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow. How do you know what she has said to me? Rest assured, it is nothing beneficial. She has attempted to seduce me, extort me, demanding I facilitate her permanent position, and even sought to have her boyfriend assigned to the town government. I cannot engage in such corruption, and I was not coerced by her. She harbors resentment and wishes to implicate me. Zhang Jun pondered, realizing the situation was indeed complex. Yet who held the truth? At present, Zhang Jun could not ascertain. Ding Changrong. Zhang Jun's tone turned grave. Cheng Yufeng nearly took her own life. How do you explain that? She is acting out of desperation. Ding Changrong's face reddened as he exclaimed, You cannot take her side simply because she is a woman. If I, Ding Changrong, desire... There are countless women in the town salons. For a mere 50 yuan, I can satisfy my needs. Why would I assault Cheng Yufeng? She merely seeks to exploit me for her own gains. Zhang Jun scoffed, Oh, esteemed maid, it appears you are quite familiar with the women in those salons. You know their rates well. Do you visit them frequently? Ding Changrong's chest heaved with suppressed rage, yet he could not unleash it. Zhang Jun, I only know the prices as a metaphor. Do not slander me. I have never frequented those establishments. Zhang Jun's eyes glimmered. If Cheng Yufeng intends to file charges against you, that is a criminal matter, beyond the jurisdiction of our town committee. Should you have engaged in misconduct, the higher-level disciplinary committee will investigate. Trust in the organization. They will not wrong an innocent, nor will they spare a... As long as you act justly, no one can ensnare you. Ding Changrong was momentarily taken aback. Cheng Yufeng intends to accuse me. She seeks my downfall. Zhang Jun, I harbor no... Do not aid her in framing me. Zhang Jun waved dismissively. What do you take me for? I will not be manipulated by you, nor will I heed one-sided tales. I shall reiterate. Whether you are guilty is not for me to decide, but rather for the judicial authorities and the higher-level disciplinary committee. You have arrived at the opportune moment. I have inquiries regarding the canning factory. Ding Changrong slumped onto the sofa, declaring, The reform of the canning factory as the town committee secretary, how could I possibly ignore that? You claim it is settled. Why are they dissatisfied? Ding Changrong's brows knitted tightly, his frustration apparent. Zhang Jun, you are new and do not understand. The canning factory has long been dismantled. That land has been designated for development. Zhang Jun lit a cigarette and slowly said, I heard from Director Bao Xiaoxian that the town had promised to rebuild the canning factory. Why has that not occurred? Rebuild? Nonsense. That would be a complete waste of funds. Ding Changrong searched his pockets, realizing he had no cigarettes, and seeing Zhang Jun had no intention of offering him one, he smacked his lips in annoyance. The canning factory isn't profitable. Who consumes canned goods these days? That is a thing of the past. If we have funds, why not invest in other factories? Zhang Jun exhaled a smoke ring, clenched his left fist, and rapped his knuckles on the table, stating, I do not care what plans you have. If you genuinely do not intend to rebuild the canning factory, you must ensure the workers are taken care of. Should they protest again, or take even more radical actions, resulting in a collective incident, you will bear the primary responsibility. Today's conversation is being recorded. I will report it to the county committee. Ding Changrong finally noticed the mobile phone on the desk, realizing it had been recording. Zhang Jun, how cunning of you. Are you plotting against me? Ding Changrong gritted his teeth. Why must you record our discussion regarding work? Zhang Jun, with a righteous expression, replied, There is nothing that cannot be spoken of. I promised Director Bao Xiaoxian a response within 3 days. What you just said will serve as my answer to them. It is you who has deceived them. unwilling to rebuild the factory. This matter does not concern me, but I have an obligation to inform the workers of the truth. You. Ding Chongrong was horrified. Such discussions should remain internal. He would become the target of their ire, drowning in their discontent. Seeing the moment ripe, Zhang Jun declared, Ding Chongrong, I offer you an opportunity. Either pacify the workers and ensure they do not protest again, or adhere to the previous agreement and allocate funds from the town's budget to rebuild the canning factory. Chapter 83. If you can, then step up. Zhang Jun's words resonated with authority, serving as a command that left Ding Chongrong no room for rebuttal. Taking a seat on the wooden sofa designated for guests, Ding Chongrong, the canning factory is beyond saving. If you possess the capability, then take charge yourself. If you can rejuvenate the canning factory, I will concede to you. In his eyes, Zhang Jun was merely an intellectual with a secretarial background, knowledgeable and somewhat talented, yet trained in traditional Chinese medicine, which bore no relevance to government management or corporate operations. Such a person, in Ding's view, was merely leveraging the influence of Vice Governor Ma to secure a minor official position with little genuine capability to effect change. Zhang Jun's demeanor remained composed as he replied, Your perspective reflects a certain approach to handling matters. Precisely. In the course of reform, encountering issues is not to be feared. What matters is the ability to resolve them. I have invited Comrade Bao Xiaoxian to discuss the reconstruction and revitalization of the canning factory. Ding Chongrong scoffed. You are underestimating the complexity. Our Qingguan town is neglected, lacking support from the province or projects from the city. The development zone has been in disarray for so long. The canning factory is an outdated entity. Ask around, how many people still consume canned goods? Young man, do not be too impulsive. Running a business is not merely a matter of sitting in an office. It is far from easy. If things go awry, you could lose millions without even a trace of return. Undeterred by his skepticism, Zhang Jun was resolute in his mission to revitalize the canning factory, stating, Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we will convene in the conference room to discuss solutions. Ding Chongrong abruptly stood. Since Secretary Zhang is so determined, refusing to turn back until he hits a wall, I shall await tomorrow's meeting with great anticipation. With that, he turned and strode away. Ding Chongrong was overwhelmed by the situation regarding Chen Yufeng and, at this moment, did not wish to sever ties with Zhang Jun, as that would leave him isolated. Thus, he agreed to Zhang Jun's proposition, prioritizing stability in the larger picture. Zhang Jun, too, required his cooperative stance. Having managed affairs in Qingguan town for the canning factory project, Ding's signature was essential to secure funding from the treasury. Zhang Jun summoned Zhou Wang and instructed, Please inform Comrade Bao Xiaoxian from the canning factory that tomorrow at 10 in the morning, he and the factory representatives are to convene in the town government conference room to discuss the reform of the canning factory. Zhou Wang shuddered, contemplating Secretary Zhang's adept maneuvering that had swiftly secured Ding's compliance. Understood, Secretary Zhang. I will call Bao Xiaoxian right away, Zhou Wang replied, smiling. The comrades have suggested hosting a welcoming dinner for you tonight, and we hope you will honor us with your presence. Zhang Jun nodded. That will suffice. There is no need for extravagance. A simple meal together will do. Zhou Wang beamed. We can dine at the Qiyuan Pavilion. Their home-style dishes are quite authentic. Home-style dishes sound perfect. Zhang Jun agreed. After lunch, Zhang Jun completed his official duties and returned to his dormitory. Guo Qiao stood at the door, holding a takeout box from the canteen. Xiaoguo. Zhang Jun greeted with a smile. What brings you here? Secretary Zhang, I've brought you lunch. Guo Qiao I was just about to head to the canteen. I told you I would take care of it. Zhang Jun unlocked the door and invited her in. Guo Qiao placed the food on the dining table, and Zhang Jun washed his hands before approaching, inhaling the fragrant aroma. Secretary Zhang, why not taste it and see if it's to your liking? Guo Qiao playfully offered a piece of chicken to Zhang Jun's lips with her chopsticks. Zhang Jun glanced at her, smiled faintly, and opened his mouth to take a bite. Not bad. This flavor is just right, he declared, eagerly taking a seat to enjoy the meal. This chef is excellent. We should keep him on. Really? I made this. Guo Qiao tilted her head. Yesterday's meal was subpar, and you hardly touched it, so I made these dishes for you. If you find them satisfactory, I can cook for you every day. That would be too much trouble for you. Not at all. As a woman, cooking is a basic skill. How about this, Secretary Zhang? You give me a key to your room, and I can come over to cook anytime. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Is that really feasible? Why not? I can even pitch in for meals. All right. Zhang Jun, finding it difficult to adjust to the canteen chef's offerings, thought of providing her with a small stipend each month. After the meal, Guo Qiao hummed a tune as she tidied up the table. Zhang Jun turned on the television to catch the midday news and asked, Xiaoguo, do you know where the development zone is located? Guo Qiao, having finished washing the dishes and now mopping the floor, you planning to inspect that area, right? I can take you there. Good. Let us head out for a visit. Zhang Jun understood that to revitalize the canning factory, he needed to familiarize himself with the development zone, an essential task. Though he had a habit of taking a midday nap, he wouldn't sleep for too long. After watching the news, he retired to his bedroom. Guo Qiao, young and spirited, had no intention of leaving and found herself constantly. After work resumed in the afternoon, Zhang Jun instructed Zhou Wang to arrange a vehicle. Depending on regional and economic conditions, towns typically maintain 2 to 4 official cars for various duties. Chengguan Town had 2 standard vehicles for transportation. Zhou Wang arranged for Zhang Jun to use a Dongfeng Kia. Accompanied by Zhou Wang, Guo Qiao, and the driver, they set off, for in total. As they got into the vehicle, Zhou Wang took the passenger seat, leaving Zhang Jun and Guo Qiao to occupy the back row. Secretary Zhang, I have informed Comrade Bao Xiaoxian, and he has agreed to attend the meeting at the town government tomorrow at 10. He seems pleased that you have so swiftly addressed the canning factory's issues, Zhou Wang reported, glancing back. Zhang Jun acknowledged with a grunt, his gaze directed out the window at the passing streets. Resolve issues? We are far from that. Tomorrow we will merely discuss preliminary ideas and devise a genuinely feasible solution. He noticed a well-decorated restaurant with a prominent sign reading, Chiyuan Pavilion. Zhang Jun pondered aloud. Isn't Chiyuan Pavilion the finest restaurant in Chengguan Town? Zhou Wang, momentarily confused by Zhang Jun's intent, replied, it's decent. It would hold its own even in the county seat. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow slightly, choosing not to respond. The welcoming banquet for the evening had already been arranged by Zhou Wang, and he had agreed to attend. To withdraw now would not only undermine his colleague, but also come off as insincere. The vehicle soon arrived at the development zone, and upon witnessing the surroundings, Zhang Jun's expression darkened. Chapter 84. A grim situation. Zhang Jun found it hard to believe that this was a planned development zone. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but wild grass and wasteland. The development zone was situated on the outskirts of the city, beyond which lay the rural areas governed by Chengguan Town. Zhou Wang and Guo Qiao stood beside Zhang Jun, accompanying him during the inspection. As he walked, Zhang Jun inquired, is there not a single factory here? Zhou Wang stepped forward and replied, Secretary Zhang, this development zone was established 2 years ago, and the approval came through last March. As of now, no factories have settled in. It has been a year already. What was the purpose of this land before? There were a few factories, such as a canning factory, along with warehouses, dormitories, 2 food factories. If this area is to be transformed into a development zone, why didn't the old factories return? Why relocate? Because they do not fit with the current plans. According to Director Ding, this area is intended to be developed into a technological industrial park. Technology? What kind of technology? This? I'm not too sure. Isn't everyone trying to establish technological industrial parks nowadays? So, Director Ding wants to do the same. If there were any real technological enterprises, would they come here? There are so many high-tech industrial parks in the provincial capital, yet they still struggle to attract businesses. We might as well. Zhou Wang dared not voice any dissent, nor could he agree, wearing an awkward smile. Zhang Jun shook his head and said solemnly, what is happening here is not the establishment of a development zone. It is nothing short of chaos. This is a waste of land, bordering on criminality. The development zone must urgently shift its policies and put the land to use. Zhou Wang repeatedly agreed, though how to change and utilize it was not his concern. How many enterprises are currently in the town? Zhang Jun asked. Zhou Wang pondered for a moment, unable to respond, and laughed. Secretary Zhang, I truly do not know. Guo Qiao suddenly interjected, there are 37 enterprises. Zhang Jun exclaimed, how do you know that so well? Guo Qiao smiled brightly. Last time, when County Head Fu came to inspect the work in Chengguan Town, he made a report, and I heard him mention that our Chengguan Town has 37 enterprises. Zhang Jun nodded approvingly. Well done, Qiao. Zhou Wang shot a glance at Guo Qiao, slightly displeased, and let out a cold snort. Has the 3 connections and leveling work been completed here? Zhang Jun inquired. Zhou Wang, fearing Guo Qiao might steal the spotlight again, answered hastily, yes, it was completed long ago. The issue is that no one is coming to invest. Zhou Wang replied, Director Ding runs to the county every day and has even visited the city, but unfortunately, it has been fruitless. The leaders from the commerce and industry bureaus simply do not regard us. Zhang Jun shook his head, relying on them for projects? That's a pipe dream. This matter must be tackled independently. After the inspection concluded, Zhang Jun and the others got into the car, instructing the driver to tour the city area, observing where these were the foundational elements of commerce and the basis of livelihoods. Understanding these aspects was essential to truly comprehend Chengguan Town, in a place where commerce flourished and entertainment thrived. The economy flowed vibrantly. Conversely, in a place shrouded in gloom, stagnant like a still pond, how could there be any economic vitality? At 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Jun returned to his office. Just as he sat down, the phone on his desk rang. Hello, who is this? Zhang Jun answered the call. Hello, is this Secretary Zhang? This is Zhang Jun from the police station. Oh, Director Chen, hello. I am Zhang Jun Secretary Zhang. Cheng Yufeng has filed a report, and I have just helped her to establish the case. However, she suddenly wants to withdraw the case, stating she no longer wishes to pursue it. Withdraw it? Yes, she was in despair this morning, claiming that Director Ding had bullied her, and she was quite pitiful when the case was established. Yet this afternoon, she changed her mind, saying she doesn't want to pursue it anymore and requested to withdraw the case. Did she mention why she wants to withdraw? She didn't provide any reason. She simply doesn't want to pursue it. How do you usually handle such situations? She is the plaintiff. If she doesn't want to pursue it, what can we do? If she is uncooperative, we cannot proceed with the investigation. If she doesn't appear in court, the case cannot be adjudicated. So, your implication is that the case can only be withdrawn? Yes, generally speaking, that is how it is handled. After filing, withdrawing the case means the criminal case is dismissed, and if there are any pursuits, proceed with the necessary procedures. Certainly, Secretary Zhang, because you are concerned about this case, I wanted to report this to you. Cheng Yufeng is quite the enigma. In a mere half-day, he had managed to persuade Cheng Yufeng to retract her statement and withdraw the case. Was it that Ding Chongrong truly had committed no crime? Did Cheng Yufeng become frightened and thus withdrew? Or had Ding Chongrong employed? Zhang Jun shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter. His immediate priority was to secure the canning factory. As for the Cheng Yufeng case, it was primarily under the purview of the public security authorities, and he could not intervene excessively. He never considered that he could use this case to bring down Ding Chongrong. After work, colleagues from the town gathered at Chiyuan Pavilion, where Ding Chongrong was also present. The DCOR of Chiyuan Pavilion, the waitstaff donned striking floral kipayos, revealing their long legs clad in black stockings, each exuding grace and elegance. Such a restaurant hardly seemed like a place for casual dining. A water that is too clear harbors no fish, and a scrutinized person gathers no followers. If he were to become a solitary commander, he would find it exceedingly difficult to advance. After all, what could he achieve alone? Ding Chongrong appeared radiant, seemingly having cast aside all previous grievances, and he was the first to raise a toast to Zhang Jun, even sincerely apologizing and expressing gratitude. Secretary Zhang, I lost my composure due to drunkenness the other day and almost offended Minister Wang from the municipal committee. I am grateful you brought me back to my senses. I must toast you a drink. This man truly was impressive, adept at both yielding and advancing. All were colleagues, and before any genuine rift had formed, it was essential to maintain a facade of harmony. Zhang Jun clinked glasses with Ding Chongrong, engaging in lively conversation. Observers might have assumed that Secretary Zhang and Director Ding were old friends who had not seen each other for years. After a sumptuous meal, Zhou Wang suggested going to KTV to sing. Ding Chongrong waved his hand grandly, let us have some fun. Zhang Jun had never been fond of raucous entertainment venues. He remarked, I've had enough to drink. I need to head home to rest. You all go enjoy yourselves. As he was the leading authority, his word was final, and others could hardly persuade him otherwise. Zhou Wang arranged for Guo Xiaoqiao to drive Zhang Jun home. Upon arriving back at the town government, Guo Xiaoqiao assisted Zhang Jun upstairs. Indeed, Zhang Jun had indulged a bit too much, his body swayed. His arm brushed against Guo Xiaoqiao's chest, feeling an undeniable resilience. Before entering, he patted Guo Xiaoqiao's small hand and said, Xiao, thank you for your hard work. You may go home now. Guo Xiaoqiao's eyes revealed a caring affection as she smiled sweetly. I'm not in a hurry to go home, Secretary Zhang. Let me help you wash your face. Chapter 85. The military order last night, Zhang Jun handed a key to Guo Xiaoqiao. This moment, Guo Xiaoqiao took out the key and unlocked the door, assisting Zhang Jun into the room. Zhang Jun sank heavily onto the sofa. Guo Xiaoqiao brought a basin of warm water, wrung out a towel, and gently wiped Zhang Jun's face. Zhang Jun remarked, I can do it myself. He reached out to take the towel, but instead clasped Guo Xiaoqiao. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and with a shy smile, she said, Secretary Zhang, please remain seated. Allow me to serve you. Zhang Jun promptly lowered his arm. Guo Xiaoqiao tenderly continued to wipe his. When had Zhang Jun ever experienced such attentive care? Xiao Guo, you are truly kind. It's getting late. You should return home. Secretary Zhang, there is nothing for me. It is far better to keep you company here. You want to be bored, and I want to feel lonely. You, a young lady, lonely? The suitors pursuing you must stretch out onto the street. Not at all. Guo Xiaoqiao laughed shyly and asked, Secretary Zhang. As the effects of alcohol began to linger, Zhang Jun felt a heaviness in his head. Guo Xiaoqiao supported him to the bedroom. With his head spinning, Zhang Jun collapsed onto the bed. Guo Xiaoqiao helped him out of his coat. In their inadvertent contact, Zhang Jun sensed her softness and detected a faint, pleasant fragrance. Guo Xiaoqiao's beautiful visage swayed before his eyes. She pulled the blanket over him. Zhang Jun intended to express his gratitude, but as he raised his hand, he succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, he felt refreshed. It was a brand new day. The room was tidily arranged. Zhang Jun mused that Guo Qiao was indeed a kind-hearted and skilled young woman. He enjoyed a bowl of rice noodles at a nearby restaurant before heading to the office. Zhang Jun attended to some official matters and, at 10 o'clock, the town's party committee and government operated in conjunction. Even the large office was shared, known as the party and government office, where the staff served both the party secretary and the mayor. The conference room had only one large and one small space, as a small town had little need for numerous meetings. Bao Shaoxian and several representatives from the canning factory were already present in the conference room. Upon seeing Zhang Jun enter, they all rose to shake his hand. "Hello, Secretary Zhang." Bao Shaoxian bowed and smiled. "Thank you, Secretary Zhang, for advocating for our canning factory. Zhang, I have called you here today primarily to discuss the reform direction of the canning factory. Let us devise a plan that is agreeable to all parties before we proceed with its implementation." Just as he was speaking, Ding Changrong entered. Surprised to see Zhang Jun already present, he chuckled. "Secretary Zhang, you are here bright and early. My apologies for being late." Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, "Now that everyone is here, let us speak openly about the reforms of the canning factory and its future development." Bao Shaoxian raised his hand to speak. "Secretary Zhang, Mayor Ding, we have but one request. To expedite the reconstruction of the canning factory and restore our jobs as soon as possible. Many of our workers are the sole breadwinners for their families, and without an income, over 100 households with thousands of individuals will be. It has been an extended period since the demolition. When will the construction commence?" Ding Changrong remained silent, his expression solemn. Zhang Jun cleared his throat and said, "I spoke with Mayor Ding yesterday, and however, he has some reservations regarding the factory's profitability. Can it truly yield returns after an investment of several million?" Ding Changrong raised his hands, stating, "Precisely. That is the crux of the issue. Considering the same investment, would it be wiser to rebuild the canning factory or invest in other industries?" Bao Shaoxian produced some documents and distributed copies to Zhang Jun and Ding Changrong, saying, "Leaders, please review this. It contains the financial statements of our canning factory over the past decade. We have contributed between 500,000 to 800,000 in taxes to the government annually. This clearly indicates that the canning factory is profitable." As Zhang Jun perused the documents, he inquired, "How much funding is required to reconstruct the canning factory?" Bao Shaoxian replied, "Much of the factory's original equipment is still usable. The government only needs to invest an additional 1.5 million. We can repay this amount in full within 2 years through tax revenues." Zhang Jun nodded slowly, turning to Ding Changrong. "Comrade Ding Changrong, what are your thoughts?" Ding Changrong found himself in a quandary. If he refused, he could not adequately address the plight of over 100 workers who would incessantly come to the town government in protest, which would reflect poorly on his governance. Yet, he was reluctant to shoulder too much responsibility. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "To be honest, I have conducted some research, and most canning factories in other cities and counties have already gone under. What does that signify? The market for canned goods is shrinking, and to go against the tide would lead to failure." Noticing the discontent on the faces of those present, he shifted his tone, saying, "Of course, if Secretary Zhang insists, I have been quite busy lately and lack the time and energy to oversee such matters. Therefore, let us assign the responsibility of the canning factory's reconstruction to Secretary Zhang. As long as Secretary Zhang is willing to take it on, I shall have no. Since I have just arrived and have no pressing tasks at hand, I shall take charge of the canning factory's reconstruction." Ding Changrong appeared to shed a considerable burden, laughing, "Thank you, Secretary Zhang. The town's financial resources are limited. We can only allocate 1 million to you. For the reconstruction requiring 1.5 million, the remaining 500,000 must be sourced independently." Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow. Bao Shaoxian expressed his concern. "Mayor Ding, this is far too little. What can 1 million accomplish?" Ding Changrong replied helplessly, "Surely you are aware of the state of the town's finances. This is all we can offer. Will you accept it?" Zhang Jun stated firmly, 1 million it is. We will find other means to secure the remaining 500,000. Within 3 months, we must have the canning factory operational." Ding Changrong, with an air of nonchalance, clapped his hands and chuckled. "No wonder you are Secretary Zhang. Such great resolve. We shall eagerly await your efforts to revive the canning factory and rejuvenate the economy of Chengguan town. But let me be clear. If you invest 1 million and fail to yield results, the responsibility will rest squarely on your shoulders." His flippant demeanor clearly indicated he was eager to. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jun pronounced, "I hereby make a solemn pledge. I shall see this matter through." Chapter 86. The battle for funds. The reconstruction of the canning factory requires a capital of 1.5 million. However, the town government has only allocated 1 million. How shall the remaining 500,000 be resolved? This is the most pressing dilemma that Zhang Jun must address. After the meeting, Zhang Jun invited Bao Shaoxian to his office. Bao Shaoxian, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Secretary Zhang, it is inconceivable that the town possesses only 1 million in funds. Mayor Ding's actions seemed deliberately intended to complicate matters for us. Upon hearing Bao refer to himself as part of us, Zhang Jun could not help but smile faintly and replied, Director Bao, you must also understand the difficulties faced by Comrade Ding Changrong. In such a sizable town, there are numerous entities vying for financial support. Even if he had 10 million at his disposal, it would be implausible for him to allocate it all to you. As a leader, one must consider the overall situation. The fact that he can provide you with 1 million is commendable. Surprised by Zhang Jun's understanding of Ding Changrong's position, Bao Xiaoxian, with the initial 1 million in funds, we have a solid foundation to begin. Director Bao, I urge you to commence the construction of the factory building immediately on the vacant land within the development zone. Can we truly establish our canning factory there? Bao Xiaoxian asked, somewhat apprehensive. A canning factory can certainly embody high-tech elements. The development zone lacks even a single high-tech enterprise. Would they prohibit you from building? Proceed with the construction. If anyone dares to obstruct you, have them come to me. I am in charge of this matter, so you need not worry. Are the previous machines still operational? Yes, after the factory was dismantled, those machines were stored in other warehouses, and we have been maintaining them periodically. Excellent, then it is settled. Secretary Zhang, where shall we procure the remaining 500? Where there is a will, there is a way. Encouraged by Zhang Jun's resolute assurance, Bao Xiaoxian declared, Very well, Secretary Zhang. Let us roll up our sleeves and get to work. Our factory does not require grandiose structures. We can construct it swiftly. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, saying, First, prepare a budget and submit it to me for approval and signature. The finance department will then allocate the funds. With that, Bao Xiaoxian left. The reconstruction of the canning factory finally appeared to be taking shape, yet there remained a deficit of 500,000. Where could this sum be sourced? Zhang Jun furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, gathered his things, and, accompanied by Guo Qi, upon hearing that Zhang Jun was there to request funds, Fu Ziqiang displayed an expression of helplessness, spreading his hands and stating, Comrade Zhang Jun, do you truly believe that the county's finances are more robust than those of Zhuangguan Town? Zhang Jun, unabashed, lamented, just 500,000. Merely 500,000. Mayor Fu, I implore you to support us in securing this funding. The canning factory's reconstruction is crucial, as it will provide employment for over 100 workers. Fu Ziqiang merely shook his head. It is quite— I wish I could assist you, but a skilled woman cannot cook without rice. If I had the funds, would I not provide them to you? Zhang Jun presented the financial statements of the canning factory over the past decade, along with the tax contributions made to the national treasury during those years, stating, Our town has resolved to reconstruct the canning factory. The investment is modest, yet the returns are substantial. While it may not be a golden goose, it is nonetheless a viable project that generates tax revenue. It will benefit both Zhuangguan Town and Yiping County, and, most importantly, it will resolve the employment issues for Mayor Fu, your support is essential. As Fu Ziqiang examined the documents, resting his chin on his hand, he furrowed his brow and replied, Comrade Zhang Jun, this is indeed a challenging situation. Zhang Jun recognized that he continued to persuade and appeal, employing both reason and emotion. Ultimately, Fu Ziqiang, unable to withstand Zhang Jun's persistent entreaties, conceded, Comrade Zhang Jun, it is not that I wish to deny assistance. It is simply that funds are scarce. With so many towns and villages in the county, distributing 500,000 to each would require several million. Where am I to procure such funds? Zhang Jun sighed deeply and suggested, if 500,000 is unattainable, how about 350,000? I will find a way to secure the remaining 150,000. Left with no alternatives, Fu Ziqiang realized he must provide some incentive for Zhang Jun to depart, stating, Very well, I will allocate 150,000 to you. The remaining 350,000 is for you to figure out. 150,000, Mayor Fu, at least assist us with half of the funding, 250,000. It truly can. Its success will also reflect well on you. Finding merit in Zhang Jun's argument, Fu Ziqiang countered, 200,000. It cannot exceed this amount. If agreeable, I shall approve it immediately, and do not bother me further. After much negotiation, Zhang Jun ultimately secured 200,000 from the county. Yet, there remained a shortfall of 300,000. Where could this be obtained? As Zhang Jun exited the county government building, a chill wind swept past, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Early spring in Yiping County remained. Having been in the county mayor's office with the air conditioning, he had loosened his coat, and now, the cold breeze was biting. He zipped up his jacket and glanced at the somewhat dreary single-story buildings of the county town. The recent days had been devoid of rain or sunshine, leaving the surroundings shrouded in a foggy haze. Guo Qiao inquired, Secretary Zhang, where shall we go now? Zhang Jun contemplated before responding, with 300,000 still needed for the canning factory's reconstruction, we must seek funds from the city. The two boarded the vehicle and instructed driver Xiao Wu to head to the city government. Upon their arrival at the city government, it was already 11 in the morning. Zhang Jun hurriedly sought an audience with Mayor Su Peixing, as a member of the county committee. Securing a meeting with County Mayor Fu Ziqiang was relatively easy. Su Peixing's secretary, indifferent to Zhang Jun's presence, informed him that the mayor was exceedingly busy and that a meeting required an appointment. Having served as a leader's secretary himself, while leaders may indeed be busy, claiming they cannot spare a few moments to meet with an unexpected visitor was a stretch. Zhang Jun, with a smile, offered a pack of cigarettes, imploring the secretary for leniency, emphasized. Seeing Zhang Jun's tactfulness, the secretary's demeanor softened. After glancing at the schedule, he stated, "You may come back at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I will allocate you 10 minutes. Zhang Jun gratefully agreed and exited. Guo Qiao, noticing his swift return, asked, "Secretary Zhang, did you manage to secure the funds?" Zhang Jun shook his head. "Not so easily. I have an appointment for 3 o'clock this afternoon." Guo Qiao glanced at the time and suggested, "Shall we return to the town?" Back and forth would waste valuable time. Zhang Jun acknowledged the validity of her point and proposed, "How about we rest at my home for a while?" Guo Qiao responded with delight, exclaiming, "That sounds wonderful. I have been wanting to visit Secretary Zhang's residence." Zhang Jun pondered why she found such joy in visiting his home. He called his wife, Lu Yujia, who was on a day shift and would be home for lunch. Upon learning that her husband was bringing a colleague, she suggested, "Shall we dine out? I am not inclined to cook for so many guests." Zhang Jun's expression soured upon hearing this. "Then forget it. We shall eat out to avoid troubling you." With that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 87. The indifference of society. Since his reassignment, Lu Yujia's attitude towards him has fluctuated dramatically. Initially, she would call him daily, but now she only occasionally inquires about his well-being. Zhang Jun has long ceased to harbor any romantic illusions about this marriage. As long as Lu Yujia does not create trouble or add to his frustrations, he is content to maintain this indifferent coexistence, for he is too lazy to engage in disputes or pursue a divorce. Guo Qiao perceived Zhang Jun's displeasure and inquired, "Secretary Zhang, what troubles you?" Zhang Jun shook his head and replied, "I know a splendid restaurant. Allow me to take you there." He led them to the Western Warm Pavilion. Guo Qiao, indeed experiencing such an upscale establishment for the first time, was awestruck, feeling akin to a country bumpkin visiting the city. The driver, Xiao Wu, a young man recently discharged from the military, possessed a spirited demeanor, exhibiting a calm disposition and speaking little. Zhang Jun and the two of them settled in the hall, ordered several dishes, and mentioned, "We have business to attend to this afternoon, and Xiao Wu must drive, so we shall refrain from drinking." Xiao Wu, whose full name was Wu Chong, grinned sheepishly, "Secretary Zhang, I do not drink either." After their meal, the trio lingered at their table. The Western Warm Pavilion was bustling with patrons, and after 20 minutes, a server approached to urge them to settle their bill and vacate. Zhang Jun, unable to contain his irritation, remarked, "We are still enjoying tea, can't you see? Is this how you conduct business?" The server, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "I apologize. Beyond that, a tea seat fee applies." Having already experienced the stringent practices of this establishment, Zhang Jun responded, "I am acquainted with your manager, Wu Guoguang." The server, her demeanor unyielding, stated, "I'm afraid Wu Guoguang has long since left his position." Taken aback, Zhang Jun, disinclined to argue further, simply said, "Let us settle the bill." The server produced the receipt, stating, "Your total is 158 yuan." Zhang Jun retrieved their diamond card from his wallet. Upon inspection, the server informed him, "I'm sorry, but this card has expired." Zhang Jun scoffed, "How can this card expire? Was it not issued by your establishment?" The server calmly explained, "Our discount cards are updated annually at year's end. You may bring your identification and work credentials to the front desk to renew it." Zhang Jun proceeded to the front desk to update his card. The staff glanced at his work ID, scrutinized him. A township party secretary, in theory, should not be eligible for a card of this caliber. Zhang Jun suddenly comprehended why the restaurant required annual updates for their discount cards, due to the frequent comings and goings in the political arena, with positions changing hands every few years. Some individuals departed, rendering their cards invalid, while newcomers could apply for new ones. This system ensured the restaurant's profitability, allowing only those of significant rank to enjoy the lowest rates and finest service. No longer serving as the provincial governor's secretary, Zhang Jun, now merely a township party secretary, was indeed overlooked by this establishment. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament. Friendships in this world require gold. Without ample gold, connections remain shallow. Even if promises are made, they are but fleeting sentiments on the long road ahead. Realizing further discussion was futile, Zhang Jun paid the bill and requested a receipt. As he exited the Western Warm Pavilion, a bitter smile crossed his lips. Were it not for the memories associated with Shun Shui, he would have no desire to return. With an hour and a half until 3 o'clock, Zhang Jun found himself. He wished to avoid returning home, where he would be met with Lu Yujia's cold demeanor. If even the staff at the Western Warm Pavilion were so elitist, what could he expect from the head nurse at the provincial hospital? Standing dejectedly on the street corner, Zhang Jun confronted a harsh reality. After years of striving, he had achieved nothing. Noticing his distress, Guo Xiao gently suggested, Secretary Zhang, shall we find a tea house? Suddenly recalling Zhuang Wenxiang, he replied, I'm off to meet a friend. They made their way to the urban newspaper office, where Zhuang Wenxiang worked. The urban newspaper primarily circulated in the provincial capital. Zhuang Wenxiang referred to it as a niche publication, which was not far from the truth. With the rise of television, mobile phones, and the internet, readership had dwindled significantly, making operations quite challenging. Zhuang Wenxiang resided in a single dormitory and, upon seeing Zhang Jun approach, greeted him with laughter. Zhang Jun, what brings you here? Zhang Jun shook his hand, replying, I was passing by and thought I'd drop in to see how you are. Same old, come. Please sitis this your sister-in-law? She looks different from before. Ever younger and more beautiful. Zhuang Wenxiang had only encountered Lu Yujia once, long ago, and had Guo Xiao blushed and smiled. Hello, I'm Guo Xiao, Secretary Zhang's correspondent. Zhuang Wenxiang exclaimed, Zhang Jun, when did you become a secretary? Zhang Jun sat down and shared his recent experiences. Zhuang Wenxiang paused, then asked, You've moved to work in a township. Is that a promotion or a demotion? Zhang Jun chuckled and shook his head. It can be seen as both. Have you found a new partner? Zhuang Wenxiang fell silent for a moment before replying, It's not so easy. If I can't find someone, so be it. I'll leave it to fate. Being single for life isn't so bad. No strings attached. Besides, my earnings aren't substantial enough to support a family, but I can manage to take care of myself. Gazing at the time, we want to keep you. Zhuang Wenxiang pressed his hand down, insisting, Don't go. My job doesn't matter much. It's rare for us to meet. Let me go grab some drinks. Let us skip the drinks. If it won't interfere with your work, we can just chat. I still have to meet Mayor Su this afternoon. It's quite a vexing matter, Zhang Jun confided, revealing his plight in seeking funds. Zhuang Wenxiang sighed. You all have it tough. That's why I don't want to be an official. I know I wouldn't be able to swallow my pride and beg for favors. Noticing the urban newspaper on the table, Zhang Jun picked it up and asked, Are advertisements expensive at your paper? Our town's canning factory is undergoing reconstruction, and I wonder if advertising with you would be effective. Zhuang Wenxiang pointed to the ads in the newspaper, stating, There are many options, some costly and some affordable. You might as well let me write a soft article for you, puff it up a bit. It's better than just placing an ad. Zhang Jun laughed heartily. That sounds excellent. Please write a few soft articles, and I will compensate you accordingly. I can't just exaggerate without basis, can I? You'll need to let me sample your canned goods first. Zhuang Wenxiang chuckled. Deal. Once the canning factory is up and running, I'll send you a couple of boxes. The two engaged in cheerful conversation. By approximately 2:40 in the afternoon, Zhang Jun rose to take his leave and headed towards the city government. Chapter 88. A turn of fortune at 3 in the afternoon. Zhang Jun finally had the pleasure of meeting Su Peixiang. Previously, during his tenure as secretary to Ma Hongqi, Zhang had interacted with Su on several occasions. Su Peixiang treated Zhang with a certain degree of courtesy. Officials of his rank, typically aware of the limited time at his disposal, Zhang candidly expressed his intentions, articulating the challenges faced in the reconstruction of the canning factory. He stated, We truly have no alternative but to seek assistance from the city. He knew he needed to ask for a larger sum to leave room for negotiation. Su Peixiang perused the relevant documents. That puts me in a difficult position, Comrade Zhang. Our previous friendship should compel me to assist you, but the city's finances are indeed strained at the moment. How about this? I can allocate a portion for you, and for the remaining amount, perhaps you might approach the Provincial Department of Commerce. If everyone contributes a little, we can surmount this significant obstacle. Zhang responded respectfully, Mayor Su, as our supervisory mayor, if you do not assist us, it will surely be more challenging to secure funds from those other departments. I understand the city is facing difficulties. I implore you to lend us your support. Su Peixiang pondered for a moment before conceding, Very well, I shall approve 300,000 for you. As for the remaining 200,000, you might manage. Securing 300,000 was a commendable outcome. With the additional 200,000 from the county, they would precisely meet the required 500,000. He could not immediately acquiesce, however, and after a few more minutes of discussion, he finally agreed, stating, Mayor Su, as the canning factory is currently under reconstruction, we plan to commence operations within 3 months. I kindly request that the city's allocation be expedited to avoid delays. Su Peixing chuckled, you truly are a protege of Minister Ma. Very well. I shall prepare the necessary documentation for you. Might you be free this evening? Su Peixing waved his hand in dismissal. There is no need for such formality. You are already in need of funds. It is best to conserve your resources for more pressing matters. I shall be dining at home this evening. Zhang did not insist further and took his leave. The ease with which he secured funding was undoubtedly influenced by his connection to Ma Hongqi, who served as the deputy minister in the organization department and wielded considerable power. Su Peixing likely sought to cultivate a favorable relationship, hence his warm reception of Zhang. Having resolved a significant challenge, Zhang felt elated, dismissing any prior feelings of neglect. Contemplating the departments Su had mentioned, perhaps those entities could also allocate some funds, thereby further easing the county's financial burdens. With this thought in mind, he decided against hurrying back to the town and continued to seek assistance from other departments. With time pressing, Zhang resolved to approach the Canning Industry Association in hopes of fortuitous aid. Established on August 28, 1995, the Canning Industry Association is an independent, legally registered organization under the Ministry of... Upon locating the Provincial Association's president, Zhang articulated his intentions. The Yiping Canning Factory was also a member of this association. The president, Shi Liang, a middle-aged man in his 50s with slicked-back hair and a prosperous appearance, listen, Comrade Bao Xiaoxian has approached me multiple times regarding this matter. It is commendable that you take the reconstruction seriously, yet our association lacks surplus funds. However, I can provide some conveniences, such as organizing exhibitions. We can also promote your efforts in national newspapers. Furthermore, should you require advanced production lines, I can facilitate introductions for you at the most favorable prices. Despite the extensive offerings, he was not inclined to part with. Zhang sought tangible assistance. Rather than mere promises, he reiterated the difficulties faced by the Yiping Canning Factory, appealing to the association for some financial aid. Ultimately, Shi Liang agreed to extend a support of 100,000. Though unexpected, it was better than nothing. Zhang expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, President Shi. I will certainly invite you to our opening ceremony once the factory commences operations. Shi Liang replied with a smile. Of course, it is no small feat to reconstruct the canning factory. Your efforts are truly appreciated, Secretary Zhang. This unanticipated 100,000 was considered a windfall, bringing a renewed sense of vigor to Zhang. Noticing he still had some time, he decided to make a trip to the agricultural department. The canning factory was integral to the development of the agricultural economy, and the government had recently allocated subsidies for this purpose. Zhang arrived at an opportune moment and, upon his request, secured an additional. This brought him immense joy. Truly, fortune had turned in his favor, and the heavens seemed to conspire on his behalf. In total, he had procured 300,000 in funding, which he intended to allocate towards the development zone's construction. As the day drew to a close, Zhang and Guo Qiaoqiao boarded their vehicle. Instructing Wu Chong to return to the county, he planned to return to the provincial capital the following day to explore. Even the smallest contributions could accumulate to a substantial amount. On the journey back, Zhang's spirit soared, and Guo Qiaoqiao mirrored his elation. Suddenly, Zhang's phone rang. It was Lu Yujie. Zhang Jun, where are you? Why haven't you returned yet? Return for what? I have gone back to the town, he replied. Oh, so you are now emulating to you, passing by home without entering? I am here in the provincial capital on official business. I shall return home this weekend. Given that Guo Qiaoqiao and Wu Chong were in the vehicle, he felt restrained in expressing certain sentiments. Lu Yujie became increasingly irate, demanding, Is this life? Do you still regard me as your wife? Is there another woman in your life? Say what you will, the innocent have nothing to fear. When I advised you to remain in the city, you insisted on going to that remote place. Now, with the mountains high and the emperor far away, I have no jurisdiction over you. Last time, someone sent you a message wishing you good night. I suspected you had another woman. It is evident you truly do. How trivial. I have no desire to argue with you. Goodbye. Zhang Jun. You scoundrel. Dare you hang up on me? Lu Yujie furiously redialed, but no one answered. Leaning back in his seat, Zhang felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The momentary joy he had felt just moments ago evaporated entirely. Guo Qiaoqiao, noticing the discord between the secretary and his wife, refrained from probing further. As they passed the broadcasting center, Zhang suddenly called out, Stop the car. Wu Chong halted and turned to inquire, Secretary Zhang, is there something you need? Zhang retrieved his phone and dialed Xin Shui. The call connected, yet no one picked up. Assuming she was occupied, he simply said, No matter, let's head back to the town. Chapter 89. A frigid affection. Zhang Jun returned. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Bao Xiaoxian standing at the threshold. Bao Xiaoxian held 2 plastic bags and, with a smile, handed them over, saying, "Secretary Zhang, this is a small token of appreciation from the workers. Please accept it as a gesture of respect." Zhang Jun glanced inside the bags and saw they contained fresh peanuts, oranges, and eggs, prompting him to inquire, "Director Bao, what is this for?" Bao Xiaoxian replied earnestly, "Secretary, we hope you can enjoy them during your leisure time. We have little else to offer. Please do not look down upon it." Understanding the adage that clear waters have no fish, Zhang Jun graciously accepted the gifts, inspecting them closely to ensure there was nothing else inside, and then invited, "Come in and have a seat." Bao Xiaoxian, "I wanted to inform you of this." Zhang Jun offered him a cigarette, which Bao Xiaoxian accepted with surprise. "As for the funding, I have already resolved that," Zhang Jun stated cryptically. "Both the provincial and municipal governments are highly supportive of our efforts to rebuild the. You all should expedite the construction." Bao Xiaoxian was genuinely astonished, exclaiming, "Truly, Secretary Zhang, you are remarkable. You have resolved the funding issue so effortlessly. I had thought this problem would delay the project, and without money, how can the factory be rebuilt?" Zhang Jun crossed his legs, exhaling a smoke ring with calmness, and explained, "The reconstruction of the factory and the outsourcing of the project allow for the construction costs to be deferred. It is entirely feasible to settle these accounts 6 months later. Who does not have outstanding payments in construction?" Bao Xiaoxian, momentarily taken aback, declared, "Secretary Zhang is indeed wise." Zhang Jun tapped the ash from his cigarette and continued, "The funds we save can be used. I have already contacted President Shi Liang of the Canning Industry Association, who can introduce us to manufacturers of production lines at the most favorable prices, allowing us to acquire the most advanced equipment." Bao Xiaoxian was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Our production lines are somewhat outdated, and we have long wanted to replace them but lack the funds. With new production lines, we can produce a wider variety of canned goods." Zhang Jun affirmed, "To achieve excellence, one must first possess the right tools. A factory's ability to generate profits relies on top-notch equipment and skilled workers. Replacing the production lines is merely the first step. Next, we must optimize the current workforce configuration." Bao Xiaoxian felt a "Director Bao, please compile a detailed list of the current workers at the canning factory for me. I would like to review it before discussing a plan with your leadership team." "Certainly, Secretary Zhang. The personnel records are readily available. I can bring them to you by tomorrow." Just then, Zhang Jun's phone rang. He checked the screen to find it was a call from Shen Shui. He glanced at Bao Xiaoxian, who, understanding the situation, stood to take his leave. Zhang Jun did not insist on keeping him, escorting him to the door before closing it and answering the phone. "I was busy with work just now," Shen Shui's gentle voice flowed through the line. "I just finished the broadcast and called you back. How have you been?" "Quite well. That I went to the city today and passed by the broadcasting center. I was hoping to see if you were free for a quick meet." "I'm free now. I can come over to see you." Zhang Jun longed to see her, but he was aware that the dormitory was bustling with people, and given Shen Shui's growing notoriety, their late-night run. Thus, he suggested, "I need to go to the city again tomorrow. Are you available during the day?" "What time will you arrive?" "I can adjust my schedule," Shen Shui replied. "I might not be free until the afternoon." "All right, I'll wait for you in the afternoon." "Where shall we meet?" "How about at your dormitory?" "Sounds good. How's work treating you?" "Fairly well for now, and you?" "I'm feeling quite pressured. The competition for this position is fierce. I watch your program every night." The two shared tender exchanges for half an hour before reluctantly hanging up in the chilly night of a foreign town. With Shen Shui's soothing voice accompanying him, Zhang Jun felt less lonely and desolate. The next day, Zhang Jun continued his pursuit of funds in the city. Whether individuals, enterprises, or governmental bodies, the necessity of money for operation. Departments like the Commerce and Industry Bureaus were replete with financial resources. After a morning of diligent efforts, Zhang Jun secured an additional 200,000 yuan, bringing his available funds to 500,000 yuan. With financial backing, he felt a renewed confidence in his dealings within the town, standing tall and resolute. As the weekend approached, Zhang Jun instructed Wu Cheng. At noon, he returned home, where Lu Yujia was busy cooking. Upon noticing his arrival, she exclaimed, "Why didn't you let me know you were coming back?" Zhang Jun replied coolly, "If I don't announce my if I do, you still comment? This is my home, and I shall return whenever I please. Is it necessary to report to you?" "That is not what I meant. If I knew you were coming back, I would have prepared a few special dishes. When I'm home alone, I only make one dish to get by," Lu Yujia said, bringing out a plate of food. "Sit down. I'll fry an egg." "Just a little is fine," Zhang Jun said, heading to the bathroom to wash his hands and splash some water on his face. Shortly after, Lu Yujia brought out the fried egg and placed it on the dining table. During the meal, Lu Yujia inquired, "Are you going back to the town this afternoon?" "I have matters to attend to. I came to secure funding." "Did you manage to get it?" "Almost there. Grassroots work is indeed arduous. Lacking funds, we must beg from above, which is the most challenging part. You should seek connections and transfer back to the city, right? Wouldn't it be wonderful to work in the health bureau?" Do you think I can just request a transfer? How long do you plan to stay in the town? Who knows? I might end up stuck there for a lifetime. No way. You must return. What does it mean for us to live apart? Are you deliberately neglecting me? Do you have a mistress outside? Is that why you don't want to come back? If the original wife, who is legally married, refuses to endure hardship with me in the town, which mistress would willingly accompany me to such a place? I don't not want to, but I can't just abandon such a good job, can I? I can't just go to your town's health clinic and starve. Love can nourish the soul, but ultimately, our feelings seem rather frigid. Can't you just transfer back? Let's put a stop to this. I do not wish to discuss such a meaningless topic any further. I will go and plead with the leaders at the health bureau to transfer you back. You dare. I do dare. Chapter 90. Potential rules. The argument between the two escalated once again. Lu Yujia had consumed only half a bowl of rice before she set down her chopsticks with a sharp clatter, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this marriage? We might as well get a divorce." Zhang Jun gazed at her in astonishment, a cold smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "Ah, you finally utter the word divorce. You accuse me of having a woman. How dare you slander me?" Lu Yujia, incensed, pushed the table slightly and continued, "You work in that desolate place while I remain at home, living like a widow. Is that fair? Either maintain the status quo, or if you do not wish to eat cold meals alone, come with me. Otherwise, as you just suggested, divorce is also an option. I will She had not expected Zhang Jun to genuinely agree to a divorce. Can't you accommodate me? She turned her back to him, wiping her eyes. At least for the next 2 or 3 years, it may even take longer. You, I am at a loss for words. Then let us not speak for now. Take a moment to calm down and think it over, Zhang Jun replied as he rose to enter the bedroom, having woken early that morning and wishing to catch a brief rest. The sounds of dishes being washed echoed from outside. 10 minutes later, Lu Yujia entered, burrowing under the covers and reaching out to touch Zhang Jun. He replied indifferently, "I feel nothing. I have no inclination." Lu Yujia, now furious again, bolted upright and pushed him forcefully. "After such a long separation, you dare say you feel nothing? Are you involved with some vixen outside? Who is the woman saying goodnight to you? Say whatever you wish." Zhang Jun turned away, attempting to resume his sleep. Lu Yujia, with her stubborn temperament, Zhang Jun lay there like a lifeless fish, allowing her to continue her antics. By 2 in the afternoon, Lu Yujia lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, resembling a deflated balloon. Your body, however, is quite honest. Zhang Jun felt an overwhelming sense of violation. Lu Yujia got up to head to work. Zhang Jun glanced at the time, realizing sleep was futile, and decided to take a shower. After dressing, he heard his phone pinged. A message from Shan Shui read, "Brother Zhang, where are you?" Zhang Jun replied, "I will be there shortly. Are you at home?" "Yes." Zhang Jun hailed a taxi and arrived at the broadcasting center dormitory. He had last escorted Shan Shui home at night, yet he easily found her door based on memory. As he knocked, the door quietly swung open. Shan Shui stood within, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Brother Zhang." Zhang Jun nodded and smiled as he stepped inside. Though the temperature remained low, the need for heating was unnecessary. They settled on the sofa, engaging in heartfelt conversation. "I bought you some cigarettes," Shan Shui said, retrieving a pack from beneath the coffee table, smiling. "I wonder if you like this brand?" Upon seeing it was Yushi, Zhang Jun grinned. "This is good tobacco. A pack costs 200, quite pricey." Shan Shui unpacked it while saying, "I saw even more expensive ones, $100 a pack. I wondered, who could possibly smoke that? One pack is only 20 sticks. If smoked daily, it would vanish in no time." The packaging was quite secure, and it was difficult to tear open in haste. Zhang Jun took it, effortlessly pulling apart the seam. He opened a pack, saying, "You have been too generous." Shan Shui softly replied, "I am delighted to do something for you." Zhang Jun lit a cigarette, slowly saying, "I am merely a humble party secretary in a small town, lacking any real power to offer you more care. It is unwarranted for you to treat me so well." Shan Shui nestled beside him, entwining her arm through his, declaring, "Even if you have nothing, I would still earn money to buy you cigarettes." Zhang Jun was taken aback, slowly turning to gaze at Shan Shui. Her enchanting eyes brimmed with fervent emotion, and her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows across her face. Shan Shui took his hand, placing it against her cheek, allowing his warm palm to soothe her cool, jade-like skin. Zhang Jun's hand glided to the nape of her neck as she leaned into his embrace. They nestled together, feeling each other's heartbeats and the fragrant aura surrounding them. Suddenly, a knock at the door resounded. They quickly separated. Shan Shui languidly inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Shan Shui. I need to discuss something with you," a gruff voice called from outside. "It's Lu Guiming, the new director from our station," Shan Shui whispered to Zhang Jun. The broadcasting center housed several channels, each with its own director. Lu Guiming was the director of the urban channel. Zhang Jun nodded. "You may open the door." Shen Shui stood, straightening her attire before walking to the door. Lu Guaming greeted her with a grin. Shen Shui, are you resting? Shen Shui stood at the threshold, preventing him from entering, and asked, Director Lu, is there something I can help you with? Let us discuss it at the station later. Ah, don't be so distant. You know I admire you greatly. Heh, please let me in for a cup of tea. I would like to discuss tonight's news article. Lu Guaming leered at Shen Shui, having long coveted. There are certain unspoken rules at the station. Being young, you may not yet comprehend them. Do you know why you struggle to gain traction at the station? With your beauty and talent, why are you not utilized? Why is that? Because you lack connections? Do you understand what I mean? If you allow me to be your benefactor, I will ensure you receive special treatment. Zhang Jun could no longer tolerate the conversation, clearing his throat and asking in a deep voice, Shen Shui, who was at the door? Shen Shui turned her head, biting her lip as she smiled. It's our director Lu. Zhang Jun feigned ignorance. A female director? Is your director a woman? Please invite her in. Shen Shui chuckled. It's Director Lu, a man? Lu Guaming was taken aback, clearly not anticipating that there would be a man in Shen Shui's room. Had he unwittingly revealed all his earlier remarks? Shen Shui, who is inside? Lu Guaming inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Shen Shui smiled brightly. Dante, you have a wife and children, Director Lu? I saw your wife visit you last time. I still have her phone number. Should I call her? Please, no. I'm just passing by to inquire. Since you have a guest, I shall not disturb you. We can discuss work matters at the station. Lu Guaming, visibly rattled, wiped his face and hurriedly descended the stairs. Shen Shui closed the door, turning to leap into Zhang Jun's embrace. Chapter 91. Standing committee meeting. You heard it too. Lu Guaming is trying to undermine me, Shen Shui murmured, her voice sweet and delicate. These despicable men have yet to treat me well, yet they are already expecting me to make sacrifices. Alas. Zhang Jun cupped her face in his hands and replied, You must be cautious. The personnel dynamics within the organization are exceedingly complex. You need to navigate this with care. Relationships between men and women. Do not be misled into thinking that pleasing your superiors will elevate your position. If others learn of your actions and expose them, you will ultimately be the one to suffer. Once your reputation is tarnished, it becomes nearly impossible to recover. I understand. Hence, I guard my virtue jealously. I am aware of how many men covet me, yet I shall not yield to any. However, having been drained by his wife at midday, he found himself lacking the strength to pursue any desires. Moreover, having just advised Shen Shui against frivolous entanglements, to turn around, flirting might be permissible, but he sensed that now was not the opportune moment for anything more intimate. He was still married to Lu Yujia, and while engaging in an extramarital affair might be thrilling, the potential consequences of being discovered could ruin not only his own life, but also Shen Shui's and Lu Yujia's futures. The fissures in Zhang Jun and Lu Yujia's marriage had grown significantly, yet the years they had spent together made the prospect of divorce a complicated matter. In the political arena, the gravest errors stem from greed. Greed for wealth, greed for beauty, and greed for power. Few can escape the clutches of these three vices. Some may be greedy for everything, yet excess leads to ruin. Others may hoard wealth, amassing cash without daring to spend a single. There are those who pursue beauty, indulging in relationships to maintain mistresses, only to find themselves compelled to pursue wealth in the ends for the allure of power. It is a temptation that nearly everyone experiences, albeit to varying degrees. Viewed positively, this could be seen as a pursuit of progress, provided one does not resort to unscrupulous means. Zhang Jun understood a fundamental truth. A man must possess a successful career. Otherwise, even family members would The ancient wisdom rings true. The poor in bustling markets are neglected, while the rich in secluded mountains have distant kin. Thus, Zhang Jun cherished his reputation, recognizing the peril of sacrificing it for fleeting pleasures. In the afternoon, Shen Shui invited Zhang Jun to dine at a restaurant. Living alone in a dormitory, she typically either ate in the cafeteria or dined out. Her salary sufficed to support herself without needing to send money home. After dinner, Shen Shui had to return to work at the station, while Zhang Jun headed home. Lu Yujia, who usually worked the afternoon shift, had adjusted. Suddenly, Zhang Jun found himself at a loss, feeling out of place in what had become a foreign domestic life. Lu Yujia no longer indulged his every whim and frequently insisted he return to the city. On Saturday morning, she rummaged through their home, uncovering 2 bottles of fine liquor and 2 boxes of bird's nest, insisting that Zhang Jun appeal to the leaders of the health bureau for a job transfer. Zhang Jun, irritated, retorted, I will not go, and you must not go either. Lu Yujia, pleading earnestly, said, Director Ma has just been reassigned, and the leaders of the health bureau. If you go to appeal now, they may consider Ma's influence and transfer you back. But as time passes, they will forget who Ma Hongqi is, and it will become much more difficult to plead your case. Of course, in the intricate game of politics, Zhang Jun was merely a pawn, uncertain if he could play his part well or if Ma Hongqi would make a triumphant return. Thus, he could not casually disclose such matters. Lu Yujie remained oblivious to these intricacies, solely focused on having Zhang Jun's position transferred back to the city. When she saw his stubbornness, she erupted in anger, and they once again found themselves embroiled in a tumultuous quarrel. The weekend passed in misery for Zhang Jun, who felt as though he were living in hell. On Monday morning, he left home early to begin his work in Qingyuan town. Upon arrival at the office, he fortuitously encountered Guo Xiaoqiao. With a bright smile, she greeted him. "Good morning, Secretary Zhang. Why didn't you have Wu Cheng pick you up?" Zhang Jun, "It would be inappropriate to use an official vehicle." Guo Xiaoqiao marveled. "Secretary Zhang, you are truly disciplined. You set a fine example for us all." Zhang Jun waved his hand modestly. In the morning, Bao Xiaoxian came to report on work matters. The two headed to the development zone to inspect the site for the reconstruction of the canning factory. The rebuilding project was entrusted to the County Construction Bureau, with plans to complete the factory within 3 months. The factory employed just over 100 workers, so the scale of the project was modest. The factory would consist of a single floor, while the office building would be 2 stories, requiring minimal construction effort. After completing the inspection, Zhang Jun prepared to return to the office when his phone rang. It was the county committee office, notifying him of an afternoon meeting of the standing committee. This meeting convenes bi-weekly but can be called at any time in light of significant issues, and an expanded meeting may be convened if necessary. Today marked Zhang Jun's first attendance at a standing committee meeting since assuming office. For him, such meetings held little significance, as he had yet to familiarize himself with the heads of various county departments. Faced with personnel adjustments, he would struggle to recognize anyone, let alone voice an opinion. However, this was the county's highest decision-making assembly, with 11 standing committee members representing the pinnacle of local authority. Among these 11 seats, Zhang Jun, as the party secretary of Qingyuan town, ranked lowest. Though he had no speaking authority, he would still attend, striving to make his voice heard to establish himself as a true newcomer in the county's political landscape. The agenda for the standing committee typically encompasses numerous topics and can extend for lengthy durations. To ensure he had sufficient energy, Zhang Jun took a proper nap at noon. 2 in the afternoon, he arrived punctually at the county committee compound, accompanied by the correspondent Guo Xiaoqiao. He had not designated anyone as his correspondent. Guo Xiaoqiao had been assigned to him by the office director, Zhou Wang. Zhang Jun found her to be sensible and diligent, and thus decided to keep her. In grassroots settings, formalities are minimal. After all, she was not an official secretary. Higher-level leaders often select secretaries of the same gender, while some female leaders may opt for male secretaries due to the demanding nature of the work. Just as Zhang Jun stepped out of the car, he was intercepted by Fu Ziqiang. With a smile, Fu offered him a cigarette and shook his hand. Zhang Jun mused that Fu Ziqiang seemed eager to curry favor with him. Clearly, there was an important issue on the agenda for today's standing committee meeting that county head Fu was keen to secure, hence his desire to garner Zhang Jun's support. As a seasoned politician, Zhang Jun engaged Fu Ziqiang in casual conversation. Fu Ziqiang spoke earnestly. "Today, we will discuss the selection of the head of the Qingyuan town police station." Challenging authority. Since Zhang Jun assumed office, he has only had 2 encounters with the deputy chief of the Qingyuan town police station, Qin Yongjun. Aside from that, he remains entirely ignorant of the organizational structure and personnel composition of the police station. It is no wonder that he had never met the station chief. The position has been left vacant. The topic will be discussed in today's standing committee meeting. Typically, the chief of a town police station is appointed by the county level. The township secretary and mayor can only dismiss personnel appointed to the township. However, there are exceptions. For instance, the chief of the Qingyuan town police station is usually held by the deputy mayor, which is considered a high-ranking position. The chief bears both public security responsibilities and political tasks. Consequently, the appointment of the Qingyuan town police station chief has traditionally been nominated by the county's public security bureau or the organization department and subsequently discussed and voted on in the county's standing committee meeting. Zhang Jun, being entirely unaware of the nominees, could hardly offer an opinion. Thus, he said to Fu Ziqiang, "County Chief Fu, I have no opinions to share." Fu Ziqiang chuckled and entered the county committee. Upon entering the conference room, they took their seats. Of the 11 committee members, 10 were present, with only County Secretary Chen Guoyang yet to arrive. The committee's configuration, aside from the secretary, the 3 ministers were the heads of the United Front Work Department, the Propaganda Department, and the Organization Department. The 2 secretaries were the Discipline Inspection Secretary and the Political and Legal Committee Secretary. The executive was the Executive Deputy County Chief. The director was the director of the County Party Committee Office. The minister or political commissar was the head or political commissar of the county people. Additionally, there was a full-time deputy secretary who also served as the Political and Legal Committee Secretary, totaling 11 individuals. Among them, only the propaganda minister, Lu Qiuying, in her 40s, was apart from Zhang Jun, everyone else was over 40 years old. Seated among a group of middle-aged individuals, Zhang Jun appeared particularly conspicuous. Everyone was a habitual smoker, pulling out their cigarettes and carelessly placing their cigarette boxes and light. Lu Qiuying, accustomed to such scenes, neither frowned nor spoke. When the time arrived, Cheng Guoyang entered the meeting room punctually, holding several documents in his left hand and a large water cup in his right. Zhang Jun noticed that comrades from the town favored large cups, while provincial leaders preferred modern, compact thermos cups. Cheng Guoyang sat down, placed his items on the table, and cleared his throat, signaling for attention. He was not tall and appeared shorter than those beside him when seated. Yet, sitting in the main position, he scanned the room, prompting everyone to sit up straighter. This was the Cheng Guoyang's expression was serious as he spoke slowly. Before we officially commence the meeting, I must announce something. Just now, Discipline Inspection Secretary Su Li briefed me that the former deputy mayor of Qingguan Town. I have communicated with Director Sun Wenyu of the People's Congress, and a meeting will be convened to revoke Jiang Yuanlong's qualifications as a representative. Simultaneously, the county will impose strict disciplinary and administrative penalties on Jiang Yuanlong, expelling him from the party. Double expulsion, double investigation. Everyone's expressions turned grave. Zhang Jun was unaware of Jiang Yuanlong's misdeeds, but the somber reactions of those present indicated that the individual's crimes were significant. Cheng Guoyang clenched his right fist and struck the table firmly, speaking earnestly. Do not engage in any illegal or unethical activities. Jiang Yuanlong serves as a cautionary tale. Now, let us formally begin today's standing committee meeting. He turned to Zhang Jun, seated at the far right end, and remarked, "This is Comrade Zhang Jun. Comrade Zhang, as this is your first standing committee meeting, please greet everyone." Zhang Jun stood, smiling slightly, and said, "Hello, Secretary Chen. Hello, County Chief Fu, and greetings. I am Zhang Jun. I look forward to your guidance." The others smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Once Zhang Jun resumed his seat, Cheng Guoyang continued, "We will first study the important speech of Provincial Secretary Zheng Dongfang. Secretary Zheng's address is both grand in vision and profound in thought, rich in connotation, emphasizing key issues vital to modernization and development. It embodies great expectations for our province's progress and provides fundamental guidance and new. The ability to compose official documents and articulate bureaucratic rhetoric is also a manifestation of leadership capability." Cheng Guoyang excelled in this regard, infusing his monotonous discourse with emotion and cadence. Zhang Jun admired this ability, recognizing it as something he lacked. After elaborating for half an hour, Cheng Guoyang shifted to the city's understanding of Secretary Zheng's speech and directives. This segment of political study extended for over an hour. Zhang Jun finally understood why Cheng Guoyang preferred such a large water cup. A smaller cup would not suffice for the amount of tea consumed. He thought to himself, Cheng Guoyang must have great stamina. After drinking so much water, he has yet to excuse himself to the restroom. Zhang Jun refrained from drinking too much, fearing frequent trips would appear disrespectful to Secretary Chen. Eventually, Cheng Guoyang announced, "We will conclude today's study here. Next, we shall discuss several significant events within the county. According to the directives from both provincial and municipal levels, our future work will continue to focus on economic development. In this regard, I must address an issue. The development zone in Qingguan Town has been approved for over a year, yet no enterprises have settled there." All eyes turned towards Zhang Jun. After all, he was now the chief of Qingguan Town. Cheng Guoyang spoke solemnly. "I have heard numerous rumors suggesting that our Yiping County government is only adept at dismantling, not constructing. While we possess the capability to demolish, we lack the ability to build. This challenges our credibility. Do not simply look at Comrade Zhang Jun. He has only just arrived. The development zone is not solely a matter for Qingguan Town. It is a significant affair for Yiping County. Each of you must shoulder your responsibilities." This statement was fair, and Zhang Jun silently nodded in agreement. Cheng Guoyang then addressed the propaganda minister, stating, "I will set a tone here. We must resolve the challenges of attracting projects to the development zone within this year. Minister Liu, isn't it time for the county's publicity department to enhance our promotional efforts?" Lu Qiuying, pen in hand, nodded and responded, "Secretary Chen, our county's promotional efforts have been limited. We must seek support from the city and even the province. I believe Comrade Zhang Jun's approach is commendable. He successfully brought in a canned food factory, marking it as the first enterprise to settle in the development zone. This method deserves recognition." Suddenly, Executive Deputy County Chief Shirhaning chuckled and remarked, "If I recall correctly, the development zone is designated as a high-tech industrial park. Is this a joke? Comrade Zhang Jun, are you playing the fool here? A canned food factory is hardly a high-tech enterprise. It is merely an agricultural product processing plant, is it not?" This was a direct challenge to Zhang Jun's authority. Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhang Jun, awaiting his response. Chapter 93. When duty calls. Faced with the skepticism of the executive vice county mayor, Zhang Jun remained composed. "Within your limited understanding, do you perceive canned goods merely as devoid of technological sophistication, mere agricultural products? That notion is profoundly misguided." His words were deftly crafted, fundamentally refuting Shirhaning's argument while maintaining a focus on the issue rather than the individual. Zhang Jun continued to articulate his thoughts with eloquence. "Let us not delve into trivialities. The technology of vacuum sealing alone constitutes high-tech innovation. Vacuum sealing effectively safeguards products from environmental contamination, prolongs their shelf life, and enhances both their value. The greatest challenge lay in the absence of tools for slicing peaches and removing pits, necessitating laborious manual efforts with a small knife, resulting in an efficacious production. Subsequently, the Jinling canning factory successfully developed semi-automatic tools for slicing and pit removal, markedly improving efficiency and enabling our country to emerge as a significant export. Yet, our canning factories, undeterred by the lack of refrigeration equipment, overcame numerous obstacles through rigorous experimentation and ultimately developed canned ham that met international standards. Canned goods, though commonplace, possess significant technological sophistication that we often overlook. Zhang Jun's discourse, progressing from simple to profound, presented facts and reasoned arguments, effectively elucidating the technological intricacies involved in canning. Consequently, he appeared exceptionally knowledgeable, while Shi Haining stood in stark contrast, revealing his lack of understanding. Shi Haining, taken aback, gazed at Zhang Jun. Fu Ziqiang, with an appreciative smile, inquired, "Comrade Zhang Jun, how did you acquire such knowledge?" Perceiving Shi Haining's embarrassment, Zhang Jun replied, "It was only upon my arrival in Yiping County and my engagement with the reconstruction of the canning factory that I truly began to comprehend the intricacies of canned goods and their associated technologies. Prior to this, I, like Comrade Shi Haining, regarded canned goods as trivial items devoid of significant technological content." His admission appeared to alleviate Shi Haining's discomfort considerably. Cheng Guoyang chuckled, "Comrade Zhang Jun is quite impressive," seamlessly stepping into his role. "I believe the reconstruction of the canning factory project is a resounding success. The development zone requires an influx of enterprises, whether local or external. We welcome them all. It is akin to a destitute individual on the brink of starvation, yet insisting on choosing between coarse or fine grains." Shi Haining paused, stroking his chin, furrowing his brow, and fell silent. Minister of Propaganda Lu Qiuying added, "I support Comrade Zhang Jun's perspective. The primary task of the development zone is to attract investment and generate benefits. As long as investors are willing to come, we should not be overly selective. Our county must establish a dedicated leadership team. This year's objective is to exert every effort to complete the investment attraction work for the development zone. Comrade Zhang Jun possesses remarkable capabilities, as we all can attest, making him the most suitable leader for this team." What are your thoughts? The task of attracting investment for the development zone was akin to a hot potato. Everyone wished to avoid the burden of this troublesome responsibility. All present were eager for Zhang Jun to shoulder this significant duty, and thus, they expressed their support. Zhang Jun, with a smile, responded, "I appreciate everyone's trust in me. However, I must insist that Comrade Secretary Chun personally assume the role of leader for the investment attraction team." Cheng Guoyang laughed heartily. "This position is rightfully yours. We are all your backing. It is most fitting for you to lead the development zone within your jurisdiction of Qingguan Town. I trust no one will object." "It is settled. As for the members of the investment team, we will discuss that later. Please draft a list, and you may select from any public servants across the county." Zhang Jun nodded. "Very well, thank you, Secretary. Here, I would like to make a request. To successfully complete the investment attraction work, we must venture beyond our county. There are limited opportunities for investment here. We must go to the city, to other provinces, and to coastal regions to seek investment." Cheng Guoyang responded, "Comrade Zhang Jun's proposal is excellent. However, how exactly do we attract investment? This is a significant issue. I invite everyone to share their thoughts. Although Comrade Zhang Jun is the leader of the investment team, we cannot simply leave it to him alone." Fu Ziqiang declared, "I support Comrade Zhang Jun's idea of reaching out. Opportunities lie beyond our borders. Only by venturing forth can we hope to attract the golden phoenix." Zhang Jun added, "Moreover, it is crucial to foster a favorable business environment for attracting investment. Entrepreneurs are astute individuals. They will conduct thorough investigations before investing, often staying for a period to assess the overall environment and security situation." Cheng Guoyang concurred, "That is indeed reasonable. These tasks require collective brainstorming and effort to cultivate a conducive business environment." Zhang Jun, additionally, "I learned that the provincial government will soon hold a spring investment attraction conference at the Provincial International Exhibition Center. We should prepare adequately and seize the opportunity at this conference." Fu Ziqiang responded, "That sounds promising. We must participate. Let Comrade Zhang Jun take the lead on this matter." The same statement can elicit different interpretations from various individuals. While Zhang Jun appeared to be discussing the investment conference, he inadvertently revealed his good relations with Mayor Su Peisheng, who had provided substantial support for the reconstruction funding of the canning factory. Consequently, the others began to regard him with newfound respect. The discussion regarding the development zone drew to a close. Cheng Guoyang shifted the topic, stating, "Next, we shall deliberate on several important personnel matters. The first item for discussion is the successor for the deputy mayor of Qingguan Town and the director of the police station. As I previously mentioned, Zhang Yuanlong has been dismissed, necessitating a new... The eyes of the standing committee members sparkled with interest, clearly eager to secure this role for themselves. Zhang Jun calmly lifted his teacup for a sip, pondering whether he could also vie for this position, given his recent arrival and the need for assistance. Chen Guoyang said, "Let us first invite Comrade Yu Xingli to propose a candidate." Yu Xingli, the full-time deputy secretary and secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, opened the document before him and stated, "The candidate nominated by the County Public Security Bureau is Comrade Hu Shihua." Zhang Jun was entirely unfamiliar with this Hu Shihua. If he wished to take control of the position of deputy mayor and director of the police station, he would need to propose his own candidate. Normally, whoever proposed a candidate and secured their approval would subsequently gain influence over that individual. Whom should he choose? Chapter 94. The county committee's first battle. Chen Guoyang turned to Zhao Fucai, the minister of the organization department, and inquired, "Are there any suitable candidates?" Zhao Fucai's nominees are likely to align with Chen Guoyang's targets. If Chen Guoyang were satisfied with the candidate for the political and legal committee, he would not seek an alternative. By asking Zhao Fucai to propose a candidate, it was evident that he held little regard for Hu Shihua. Zhao Fucai, with a smile, responded, "Comrade Lu Keruan is quite commendable." Zhang Jun was entirely unfamiliar with this individual. Chen Guoyang then stated, "We currently have 2 nominated candidates. I would like Secretary Yu and Minister Zhao to provide an overview of their respective candidates." Yu Xingli spoke in a solemn tone. Comrade Hu Shihua is 36 years old and serves. Due to his outstanding work performance, he has been awarded a second-class personal merit. The County Public Security Bureau is classified at the level of a department, with the bureau chief at the departmental level and the committee members at the deputy department. The various departmental directors and brigade leaders under them do not possess significant administrative ranks. Currently, Hu Shihua, as the head of the Economic Investigation Brigade, would be promoted to the deputy departmental level if appointed as the deputy mayor of Qingguan Town while concurrently serving as the head of the police. Zhao Fucai then introduced Comrade Lu Keruan's background. Lu Keruan, age 34, serves as the director of the Legal Affairs Office of the County Committee. The County Committee office itself is only categorized at however, the director is concurrently a member of the Standing Committee, thus holding a deputy division level. Typically, the directors of the sub-offices under the County Committee office do not hold high ranks, merely being section-level officials. Being assigned as a deputy mayor is, therefore, a notable promotion. Zhang Jun pondered that Lu Keruan had a considerable advantage. Firstly, as the director of the Legal Affairs Office, he has some association with Secondly, since he is from the County Committee office and nominated by the Minister of the Organization Department, he possesses an inherent advantage. The votes of the County Committee Secretary, the Minister of the Organization, and the County Committee Office Director would all likely favor him. Zhang Jun felt indifferent toward both candidates. Regardless of whom he cast his vote for, that person could never become his ally nor feel gratitude towards him. With this thought, Zhang Jun suddenly burst into laughter. Chen Guoyang and the others were drawn to his mirth. "Comrade Zhang Jun, what brings about your laughter?" Chen Guoyang inquired. Zhang Jun, with a self-deprecating smile, replied, "Secretary Chen, I suddenly find the dynamics of promotion within this system quite amusing. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. Those close to the leadership enjoy greater opportunities for advancement. I am a living testament to this. My role as the former secretary to Governor Ma has allowed me to attain my current position." The assembly was silent, uncertain of his intent, and no one spoke. Zhang Jun continued with a hint of melancholy. "The Qingguan Town Police Station has 2 deputy heads, both exceptionally capable, having worked at the grassroots level for many years, yet they have not received any nominations. Instead, it is those who sit in offices at the county level, benefiting from proximity to leadership, who are afforded opportunities. I wonder, what avenues do those grassroots officials have for advancement?" Some pondered deeply while others furrowed their brows. Chen Guoyang slowly asked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, which capable deputy head are you referring to?" Zhang Jun, knowing only one deputy head, Chen Yongjun replied, "The Qingguan Town Police Station has 2 deputy heads, and otherwise they would not hold such positions. Particularly, Comrade Chen Yongjun's abilities are remarkable. I witnessed firsthand his bravery during a recent incident where someone attempted to jump from a building. He risked his life to save them. How can such a commendable comrade not even be considered for the position of head of the police station?" The members of the standing committee exchanged glances, engaged in hushed discussion. Chen Guoyang contemplated, "Comrade Chen Yongjun? I believe I have some recollection of him. There was an incident when 2 fugitives were hiding in the Qingguan Town area, and it was this Chen Yongjun who led the team to apprehend them. He was injured in the process and was awarded a second-class personal merit. I asked that the individual in question?" The secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Yu Xingli, slowly nodded, stating, "Secretary Chen, your recollection is indeed. It was he who valiantly captured the fugitives and made a significant contribution." Chen Guoyang, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Such an outstanding comrade, yet he has not received any promotion?" Yu Xingli appeared somewhat embarrassed, responding, "The opportunities for advancement within the political and legal cadre, there are simply too many exceptional individuals, and they must all wait their turn." Zhang Jun boldly declared, "Here, I would like to nominate Comrade Qin Yongjun for the position of Deputy Mayor of Qingguan Town, concurrently serving as the head of the Qingguan Town Police. Having just recounted Qin Yongjun's illustrious deeds, it seemed inappropriate to voice opposition now. However, Zhang Jun had not undergone organizational vetting nor had he discussed. Thus, his direct nomination during the standing committee meeting was clearly against protocol. Nonetheless, exceptions to the rule do occur. The spontaneous nomination of candidates during standing committee meetings is not uncommon. It largely depends on the attitude of the top leader. Cheng Guoyang maintained a calm expression, contemplating thoughtfully before stating, "Very well. I believe Zhang Jun's nomination of Qin Yongjun is acceptable." Qin Yongjun currently serves as a deputy head and has made notable contributions. He is entirely qualified to participate in this election. What are your thoughts, everyone? With the secretary setting the tone, it was not a significant matter, and naturally, no one opposed. All expressed their support. Zhang Jun mused that Qin Guoyang was indeed astute, making a favorable gesture that not only garnered Zhang Jun's favor but also cultivated goodwill from Qin Yongjun. In Cheng Guoyang's view, today's discussion would ultimately yield only one victor, Lu Keruan from the county committee office. The other candidates, regardless of their numbers, would merely serve as placeholders. Lu Keruan had the backing of Cheng Guoyang, the minister of the organization, and the county committee office director. In contrast, Qin Yongjun had only Zhang Jun's solitary support. Since victory seemed, this would aptly display the magnanimity of the top leader. Zhang Jun was acutely aware of this rationale. His role was to strive as much as possible, for himself and for Qin Yongjun. The three nominated candidates had been introduced, each possessing their own distinct advantages. Hu Shihua, the head of the Economic Investigation Brigade, Lu Keruan, the director of the Legal Affairs Office of the County Committee, and Qin Yongjun, the deputy head of the Qingguan Town Police Station. Ultimately, who would prevail? Cheng Guoyang smiled confidently and remarked, "Three comrades have been nominated. To whom does everyone lean towards? Let us share our opinions." Comrade Zhao Fucai, as the minister of the organization, please begin. Zhao Fucai, naturally inclined towards Lu Keruan, stated, "All three comrades are commendable and accept. He is youthful and vigorous, possesses substantial experience in governmental work, excels at uniting colleagues, and has a high educational background, being a graduate of a prestigious university. Nowadays, when promoting officials, educational credentials and knowledge are paramount. Thus, I believe Lu Keruan is the most suitable candidate." Zhang Jun thought to himself that in the process of promotion, qualifications, abilities, and experience are mere facades. The real question is whose candidate Lu Keruan truly is. This would mark Zhang Jun's inaugural battle at the county committee standing committee meeting. If he succeeded, it would indicate the maturation of his political acumen, enabling him to contend with such county. What he needed to contemplate was, how could he ensure Qin Yongjun's victory? Chapter 95. A clash of dragons and tigers. Zhang Jun lit a cigarette and, after County Organization Minister Zhao Fucai had spoken, County Secretary Cheng Guoyang emphasized, "Comrade Lu Keruan is commendable." This statement was akin to an annotation pinned at the end of a peer-reviewed article. Following this, he turned to the full-time Deputy Secretary Yu Xingli. "Comrade Xingli, please share your perspective." Yu Xingli, who also held the position of Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, wielded considerable influence regarding the appointment of the director of the Qingguan Town Police Station. "I have had limited interactions with Comrade Lu Keruan and do not possess sufficient knowledge to comment extensively." Cheng Guoyang wiped his face, clearly displeased with his deputy's contrary stance. Undeterred, Yu Xingli continued, "I hold Comrade Hu Shihua in higher regard. He has achieved notable accomplishments as the head of the Economic Investigation Brigade. This comrade remains humble despite his contributions and possesses the qualities requisite for leadership, warranting consideration for promotion." It was evident that Yu Xingli favored Hu Shihua. Neither Qin Guoyang nor Fu Ziqiang, the two principal officials, had spoken yet, as they typically reserved their remarks for last at that moment. Both Hu Shihua and Lu Keruan had garnered one vote each. Zhang Jun discerned the underlying tension between Cheng Guoyang and Yu Xingli, as well as the discord with County Chief Fu Ziqiang. The county was home to only 3 secretaries, each governing their domain and harboring their own agendas. Cheng Guoyang turned to Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Su Li. "Comrade Su Li, your thoughts?" Su Li replied nonchalantly, "I have no objections." Cheng Guoyang retorted, "Comrade Su Li, you cannot As the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, I will evaluate these 3 comrades from the perspective of our duties. Due to my work, I have had interactions with Hu Shihua and Lu Keruan. The Commission has received reports concerning Lu Keruan, alleging inappropriate conduct in his personal relationships. The countenances of Chen Guoyang and Zhao Fucai changed dramatically. It was evident to all that they were vigorously advocating for Lu Keruan, intending to control At such a pivotal moment for personnel adjustments, how could Lu Keruan be subjected to allegations? While issues of conduct might not undermine a cadre's fundamental integrity, they could severely tarnish one's reputation, leading to marginalization and affecting career advancement. Chen Guoyang spoke in a low voice. Is there evidence? If these are baseless rumors, then they constitute slander. There are individuals who cannot bear to see others succeed and delight in Any personnel appointment or dismissal would have already leaked prior to the standing committee meeting. In the preparatory secretary meeting, the 3 secretaries would have already conferred about who to promote, discuss, or dismiss. There are no impenetrable walls in bureaucratic circles. The contents of such meetings would have surely been disseminated. Regarding today's selection for the deputy mayor of Chengguan Town, it was clear that Lu Keruan was the central figure, with Hu Shihua serving as a supplementary candidate. As discussions, there must be an alternate to demonstrate the organization's fairness. Even if merely a formality, it must be conducted with thoroughness. However, it was apparent that Chen Guoyang's grip on the county's affairs was faltering, as his preferred candidate faced staunch opposition. Su Li, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, stated, "We are still investigating the specific issues. I am merely addressing the matter at hand. As for Comrade Hu Shihua, I must be candid. This individual has shown a tendency towards seeking accolades. The last second-class merit he received was reported to the Discipline Inspection Commission, with claims that he had appropriated the achievements of others." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The standing committee members turned to whisper among themselves. This revelation seemed to unsettle Yu Shengli, who remarked, "Secretary Chen is correct. Some individuals delight in making unfounded reports, benefiting from anonymity without any cost. This pernicious trend must be curtailed." Chen Guoyang forcefully struck the table, declaring, "Such unfounded accusations cannot be used to assess a comrade's worth. The Discipline Inspection Commission must adhere. It appears I have overstepped." Chen Guoyang shot Su Li a stern look before addressing Publicity Minister Lu Qiuying. "Comrade Qiuying, what is your perspective? Do not let the earlier discussions cloud your judgment. Those baseless reports should not be given any weight." Lu Qiuying smiled slightly, stating, "To be honest, I am not very familiar with any of these 3 comrades. However, based on the previous discussions, all 3 are quite capable and could competently fulfill." Zhang Jun increasingly sensed that this standing committee meeting was rife with intrigue. Among the 11 members, it appeared that 4 or 5 factions were at play. Suddenly, Fu Ziqiang burst into laughter. "It seems my comrades are finding it challenging to make a choice. How about this? Let us be decisive. A show of hands for a vote. Each candidate will be voted on separately, and the one with the most votes shall prevail." Chen Guoyang stroked his chin, weighing the pros and cons. Zhang Jun perceived that Fu Ziqiang would certainly not support Chen Guoyang, which implied support for Yu Shengli. The second and third in command had formed an alliance, signaling an encroachment upon the authority of the first. Previously, in the parking lot, Fu Ziqiang had sought to align with Zhang Jun, presumably to secure his vote for Hu Shihua. What a fierce contest of power! The tension was palpable. Chen Guoyang was acutely aware of the precariousness of his position. His gaze flicked nervously across the faces of his colleagues. The executive vice-county head Shi Haining was undoubtedly in league with, coupled with Deputy Secretary Yu Shengli, Hu Shihua had already garnered 3 votes. Yu Li's position remained ambiguous, but it was evident that he would not cast his vote for Lu Keruan. Given that the remaining comrades were also likely to be indecisive, Chen Guoyang's chances appeared bleak. As the principal leader, if he could not maintain control over personnel matters, his authority would significantly diminish. Who would respect him moving forward? Who would dare to follow his lead? Zhang Jun smiled subtly, realizing that amidst this struggle among 3 tigers, he could reap the benefits. He chuckled. "Earlier, Secretary Su Li mentioned that both Lu Keruan and Hu Shihua have been subjects. I would like to inquire on behalf of Comrade Chen Yongjun. Secretary Su, has this comrade ever been reported?" Su Li paused, contemplating before shaking his head affirmatively. "No, never." Zhang Jun's inquiry, seemingly superfluous, held truly remarkable. Everyone fell into stunned silence. Chapter 96. A show of hands. Everyone present in the conference room immediately grasped the underlying implication of Zhang Jun's words. Regardless of the veracity of the accusation, thus, it could be asserted that Chen Yongjun was the most unblemished and the most credible candidate. Zhang Jun smiled as he remarked, "I do not wish to imply that comrades Hu Shihua and Lu Keruan have indeed committed any wrongdoing. Clearing their names is a task for the Discipline Inspection Commission. However, on the matter at hand, Comrade Chen Yongjun is truly an admirable comrade. This is merely my personal opinion, and I urge all standing committee members to consider it." Yu Shengli cast a cold. After considerable effort to suppress Chen Guoyang, he had hoped to elevate his own candidate, only to encounter an unexpected twist. Zhang Jun's words were clearly aimed at bolstering Chen Yongjun's position and rallying support for him. Nevertheless, Yu Shengli was undeterred by Zhang Jiyuan. As a newly appointed and the lowest-ranking standing committee member, Zhang Jun's influence seemed limited. Among the 11 individuals present, they were either aligned. Of course, there were a few who maintained neutrality, but it was improbable that these individuals would lend their support to Zhang Jun. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, it was not Zhang Jun's. Chen Guoyang, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, chuckled, "Comrade Zhang Jun is correct. The allegations against Hu Shihua regarding the appropriation of another's second-class merit indeed warrant a thorough investigation to restore justice to the concerned parties. This matter, too, should be elucidated." The two men were at an impasse, neither willing to yield. Fu Ziqiang wore a relaxed expression, seemingly enjoying the spectacle of their conflict. Chen Guoyang, known for his assertiveness, was, for once, at a disadvantage. Witnessing the secretary's predicament, Fu Ziqiang felt a thrill of triumph exceeding that of a personal victory. Suddenly, Su Li interjected, "This has all stemmed from my remarks. To be frank, these allegations have yet to be substantiated, as I was unaware that these two comrades would be discussed for promotion at this meeting. How about we adopt the principle of innocent until proven guilty and, temporarily set this matter aside?" Zhang Jun mused to him. His words were impeccably crafted. Naturally, he had no intention of allowing the matter to fade away so easily, stating, "Comrade Su is correct. Let us temporarily suspend the controversy based on the principle of innocent until proven guilty. If any issues arise later, those who deserve demotion will be demoted, and those who warrant dismissal. Such matters can be addressed in due course. As for who cast votes for them, surely they should not bear any collective responsibility? I merely inquire, as this is my first time attending a standing committee meeting, and I, particularly, Chen Guoyang and Yu Shengli turned from pale to green, then from green to dark. Zhang Jun had spoken plainly. If the individuals they nominated and voted for later proved problematic, it would reflect poorly upon them. Even if there was no direct accountability, their credibility would undoubtedly diminish. Knowing that a comrade might have issues, yet still striving against all odds to support, Chen Guoyang's thick brows furrowed tightly. He was uncertain whether to express gratitude for Zhang Jun's timely admonition or to curse him for seemingly kicking him while he was down. He took a sip from his water bottle, slamming it down onto the table with a resounding clang. Zhang Jun maintained his composure, smiling. Why does everyone seem so reticent? Chen Guoyang understood that, regardless of the outcome, he was already in a precarious position and could only proceed with determination, stating, "Comrade Ziqiang just suggested that we take a show. We should wait until the Discipline Inspection Commission has clarified the situation and restored their reputations before proceeding with discussions." He was once again challenging Chen Guoyang's authority. Chen Guoyang, visibly displeased, calmly retorted, "I shall reiterate. These so-called reports lack evidence and are clearly the product of malicious rumors, which need not be entertained. Comrade Su Li has also mentioned that we receive countless such allegations daily. If we were to act on every rumor, we would cease to function effectively." Chu Jia, the director of the county committee's office, who had remained silent until now, nodded in agreement with the secretary, stating, "Comrade Secretary's words hold merit. One ought not to cast doubt on those they employ. Today, we are deliberating the selection of the deputy mayor for Qingguan Town. Even if this comrade encounters issues in the future, should we allow the fear of potential problems to render us hesitant and indecisive?" Organizational Minister Zhao Fucai concurred, "Comrade Chu Jia speaks wisely. Let us proceed with the vote. If these two comrades' future concerns can be addressed in due course." Zhang Jun observed the room carefully, realizing that Chen Guoyang still enjoyed considerable support, with at least 3 votes seemingly assured. Yet, Yu Shengli was no fool. He had garnered Fu Ziqiang's backing, and with the support of Executive Vice County Head Shi Haining, he too had secured 3 votes. Meanwhile, the candidate Zhang Jun nominated, Chen Yongjun, currently had only his solitary. Seizing the moment, Chen Guoyang declared, "Since everyone agrees, let us proceed with a show of hands. Those in favor of Comrade Hu Shihua, nominated by Comrade Yu Shengli, for the position of Deputy Mayor of Qingguan Town and Chief of the Police Station, please raise your hands." Upon finishing, he crossed his arms on the table, signaling his intention not to raise his hand. Yu Shengli was the first to raise his hand, declaring, "I support Comrade Hu Shihua." Clearing his throat, Chen Guoyang remarked, "Allow me to add a few words, as some comrades are attending a standing committee meeting for the first time. The vote held by standing committee members is of paramount importance, directly influencing a comrade's promotion and the selection of personnel for the position in the coming years. I urge everyone to deliberate carefully before casting this sacred vote." It was evident that he was subtly reminding everyone. "Who will you support? Make your decision wisely before raising your hands. I shall be watching closely to ensure you do not align with the wrong faction." Fu Ziqiang raised his hand. Zhang Jun, unaware of the nature of the dealings between Fu Ziqiang and Yu Shengli, had his own thoughts and thus raised his hand. The entire assembly looked on in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Zhang Jun would actually raise his hand. A look of incredulity flashed across Chen Guoyang's face. Chapter 97. The greatest reversal. Disregarding the peculiar gazes of those around him, Zhang Jun smiled faintly and declared, "Let me first clarify. I am not acquainted with comrades Hu Shihua and Lu Karen." The suggestion that there may be issues concerning these two individuals was influenced by the words of Secretary Su from the Discipline Inspection Commission. However, as the party secretary of Qingguan Town, I warmly welcome these comrades to assist in my work. There was nothing inappropriate in his. The executive vice-county head, Shi Haining, promptly raised his right hand, exclaiming, "I support Comrade Hu Shihua." The publicity minister, Lu Qiuying, hesitated for a moment, glancing at Chen Guoyang nodded, feeling reassured by Lu Qiuying's discretion. The discipline inspection secretary, Su Li, remained motionless, his expression calm and unyielding, seemingly unwilling to participate. The armed force. Yu Shengli inquired, "Minister Wang, will you not express your stance?" Wang Deguei, as if jolted from slumber, grunted and wiped the corner of his mouth before. Regardless of the truth, such rumors are undesirable. Frowning slightly, Yu Shengli emitted a soft, derisive snort, recognizing the futility of further debate. He then turned to the United Front Minister, Xiao Ligua, asking, "Minister Xiao." He had secured the support of Fu Ziqiang, and with Zhang Jun also expressing his approval, it was only through these endorsements that he achieved this modest tally. Chen Guoyang was quite pleased with the outcome and remarked jovially, "Comrade, next, let us vote on Comrade Lu Karen. I believe Comrade Lu Karen is an excellent candidate, educated and capable. I have high hopes for him." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Publicity Minister Lu Qiuying raised her hand, declaring, "I agree." This brought the total to 4 votes. Zhang Jun, without hesitation, raised his hand and stated, "I also agree. Regardless of who becomes the deputy town head, they will be my valuable assistant." The assembly then realized Zhang Jun's intent. He sought to offend no one and remained impartial, supporting any nomination presented to him. It must be said, such a political maneuver is a masterstroke of diplomacy. Chen Guoyang laughed heartily, saying, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you truly have a way with words." He was pleased with Zhang Jun's actions. Although he had earlier supported another, he now backed his own candidate. This indicated that Zhang Jun was not yet firmly aligned with anyone, leaving room for Chen Guoyang to potentially win him over. Lu Karen also received 5 votes. Chen Guoyang did not expect Fu Ziqiang, Yu Shengli, or Shi Haining to raise their hands. He placed his hopes on the Discipline Inspection Secretary, the United Front Minister. Su Li extended his hand, not to vote, but to lift his cup for a sip of tea, remaining silent. The Discipline Inspection Secretary, he had previously stated that both candidates might have issues, thus he could not possibly vote in favor of either. He abstained from raising his hand for both candidates, directly contrasting Zhang Jun's approach, yet achieving a similar result by remaining neutral. Armed Forces Minister Wang Deguei, with a stern expression, remarked, "It is disgraceful." Zhang Jun couldn't help but smile, thinking that Minister Wang upheld his principles. Chen Guoyang, taken aback, could only pin his last hopes on the United Front Minister, Xiao Ligua. Xiao did not disappoint him, being a congenial individual. He raised his hand and stated, "I have no objections." Familiar words, a consistent formula. Minister Xiao was indeed unforgettable. Chen Guoyang let out a. Yu Shengli's countenance darkened, clearly displeased, yet the result of the standing committee's vote was final. Even if he had objections, they were futile, and he could only strategize for a comeback in the next round of contention. Political struggles may appear amicable, yet unbeknownst to many, countless battles have been waged in secrecy. Zhang Jun watched intently, thinking that Chen Guoyang was indeed shrewd and one step ahead. Even though supported by Chen Guoyang only garnered 6 votes, Zhang Jun felt increasingly uncertain about his own candidate's prospects. He could not help but sigh inwardly. "Comrade Chen Yongjun, I have done my own." Chen Guoyang chuckled. "Indeed. Ultimately, Comrade Lu Karen has slightly outperformed, securing 1 additional vote and triumphing. This demonstrates that everyone still supports capable and educated comrades. There is still one candidate that has yet to be voted on." Chen Guoyang lightly tapped his forehead, saying, right, I forgot. There is also that individual nominated by Comrade Zhang Jun." Zhang Jun interjected, "An obscure figure, and nominated by Zhang Jun, who ranked among the lowest in the standing committee. Who would support him?" Nevertheless, since a nomination had been made, the necessary organizational procedures could not be overlooked. Chen Guoyang, brimming with confidence, chuckled, "Next, let us put in some effort once more. What are your thoughts on Comrade Chen Yongjun assuming the role of deputy town head? Those in favor, please raise your hands." Zhang Jun promptly raised his hand, proclaiming, "I support This comrade is exceptionally brave and resourceful. Last time, he acted decisively to save a life, taking the correct measures without hesitation, successfully rescued. It would be a travesty for such a comrade not to be elevated." His words were somewhat lengthy and tinged with fervor. This marked Zhang Jun's first vocal contribution in the standing committee. It was also his first nomination. Even if it ultimately failed, he hoped to garner a few more votes to avoid an embarrassing outcome. If he received only a solitary vote, it would be nothing short of. As no one raised their hands, Chen Guoyang contemplated and remarked, "Indeed, Comrade Chen Yongjun is a commendable individual. I support him. Comrade Zhang Jun has a discerning eye, quite rare. I shall also cast my vote for." Having received a vote from Zhang Jun earlier, he certainly aimed to reciprocate, hoping to draw Zhang Jun into his camp. Simultaneously, it would showcase his magnanimity as the leading figure. Why not? Upon seeing Chen Guoyang raise his hand, Fu Ziqiang could not allow the secretary to claim Zhang Jun's backing and thus chuckled. The candidate nominated by Comrade Zhang Jun is unlikely to. I have met Comrade Chen Yongjun. He is tall and strong and excels in his work. Yes, I shall also vote for him. Thus, Zhang Jun's nominee secured 3 votes, with both principal. Just as Zhang Jun thought 3 votes would be the limit, Discipline Inspection Secretary Su Li suddenly declared, Comrade Chen Yongjun is commendable. I will cast my vote for him. 4 votes. Zhang Jun looked at Su Li with gratitude. Su Li nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Cough. The previously silent Armed Forces Minister Wang Degue cleared his throat, stating, the 2 comrades mentioned earlier have moral shortcomings. I support him with a vote. 5 votes. The lowest-ranking member of the Standing Committee, Zhang Jun, had managed to nominate a candidate who received 5 votes. The candidate nominated by the full-time Deputy Secretary and Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, Yu Xingli, had only garnered 5 votes as well. Chen Guoyang laughed heartily. Excellent. It seems Comrade Chen Yongjun enjoys considerable support. Ultimately, however, Comrade Liu Karen secured victory with a margin of 6 votes. At that moment, United Front Minister Xiao Liguo raised his hand, proclaiming the familiar phrase, I have no objections. An immediate silence enveloped the entire conference room, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes turned to Xiao Liguo. Zhang Jun, filled with elation, thought, could a miracle transpire today? Chapter 98 Unanimous approval impossible. Absolutely impossible. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Yongjun, as a newly appointed member of the Standing Committee, he is unanchored in the county and attending the Standing Committee meeting for the first time, yet he casually nominated someone and managed to garner such a significant number of votes. The expression of County Party Secretary Chen Guoyang transformed instantaneously, becoming a rich tapestry of emotions. Initially, upon witnessing the lack of support for Zhang Jun, yet, the outcome took a dramatic turn. Both candidates found themselves tied in votes. If no one else cast their ballots, these 2 candidates would need to engage in another round of competition. Chen Guoyang stroked his chin and took a sip from his large water cup. Though he maintained his composure, it was evident that his mind was racing with thoughts. County Mayor Fu Ziqiang exchanged a glance with Deputy Secretary Yu. The second and third in command had just been bested by the top leader. Naturally, they felt a sense of discontent. Now, witnessing that Zhang Jun's nominee also secured 6 votes, Fu Ziqiang's mind began to whirl with The rivalry between Fu Ziqiang and Chen Guoyang was long-standing. While they appeared amicable on the surface, beneath lay a turbulent undercurrent of contention, a relentless struggle for supremacy. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. He had already cast a vote for Zhang Jun and now exchanged a meaningful glance with Yu Xingli. Both shared a common desire, to outmaneuver Chen Guoyang. The political arena is akin to a pyramid, where one must tread upon the bodies of superiors to ascend. Yu Xingli aspired to be the county mayor, while the mayor's next ambition was to become the secretary. If the secretary remained entrenched, neither would have a chance to rise. The means of political struggle often revolve around devising strategies to displace. Comrade Zhang Jun possesses an eye for talent, truly impressive. I shall cast my vote as well. The room erupted in astonishment. 7 votes. Chen Yongjun, nominated by Zhang Jun, had emerged victorious. The outcome, however, allowed Zhang Jun to seize a considerable advantage in this personnel matter. Yu Xingli's vote for Zhang Jun was merely an attempt to align himself with this rising star in the political sphere. Although Zhang Jun was a newcomer, he had influential connections, notably with Ma Hongqi, the deputy minister of the organization department and Zhang Jun's former superior, an invaluable asset. This indicated that Zhang Jun had some network within the city. Who wouldn't want to befriend such a person? As for whether Zhang Jun was merely riding on the coattails of others, that remained unclear. Political maneuvering is a game of truth and deception, of reality and illusion. Yu Xingli's pivotal vote had the power to sway the outcome. One vote could indeed alter the course of events. Zhang Jun sensed the olive branch extended by Yu Xingli and nodded in acknowledgement. Though he was acutely aware that this was a struggle between 3 secretaries, with himself as the unwitting beneficiary, he still reaped the reward. Yu Xingli also nodded gently in response. His own nominee had been dismissed, so why not support Zhang Jun? This would not only strengthen his rapport with Zhang Jun, but would also serve to undermine Chen Guoyang. The most astonished and disappointed individual was, without doubt, Chen Guoyang. This outcome was far beyond his expectations. The forthcoming developments would leave everyone astounded. With the situation now settled, the other standing committee members decided to ride the wave and extend a favor to Zhang Jun. The Minister of Propaganda, Lu Qiuying, raised her hand and smiled. Everyone's eyes are Comrade Chen Yongjun has the support of the masses. Comrade Zhang Jun, your discerning eye for talent truly deserves commendation. Although Zhang Jun felt a twinge of pride, he remained humble, replying with a modest smile. It is ultimately Comrade Chen Yongjun's exceptional qualities that have garnered the favor of all members. The organization minister, Zhao Fucai, chuckled. I have always held Comrade Chen Yongjun in high regard. It is merely that this talent has been overlooked until now. It is indeed a joyous occasion that he finally has the opportunity to advance, and I shall cast my vote for him. Comrade Zhang Jun, your nomination is excellent. While they voted for Qin Yongjun, each one felt compelled to compliment Zhang Jun, as their gestures were, without exception, aimed at honoring his reputation, something he must fully comprehend. As a member of the standing committee, extending favors was a common courtesy. 9 votes. The director of the county party office, Chu Jie, furtively glanced at Qin Guoyang, and seeing his boss's calm demeanor, raised his hand as well. If everyone agrees, it must be for good reason. Comrade Zhang Jun has indeed chosen an excellent comrade, gaining everyone's recognition. 10 votes. Only the executive vice mayor, Shi Haining, abstained from voting. Previously, Shi Haining had clashed with Zhang Jun, but given the moment, with 10 out of 11 standing, to hesitate for even a second would signify a lack of respect for his political career. Following Chu Jie, he raised his hand and chuckled, Indeed, indeed. Comrade Zhang Jun has achieved unanimous support, a rare occurrence in our county. After, his expression remained inscrutable as he smiled faintly, stating, Very well. This clearly demonstrates that our county committee is united and possesses formidable cohesion. He was indeed a seasoned. The unity of the county committee was undoubtedly a testament to his leadership. Comrade Qin Yongjun has been unanimously approved. Qin Guoyang declared with composure, Congratulations on your— The organization department will soon issue a public notice, followed by formal appointment. The public notice was merely a procedural formality. Typically, there would be no reversal. Who would dare oppose it? That would be tantamount to contradicting the 10 members of the county committee. Zhang Jun straightened his posture. Although elated, he did not allow a trace of joy to surface on his face. His success was, in truth, a stroke of luck, but it was also built upon the failures of the 2 secretaries. At this moment, he must not let pride take hold. Silence was his best course of action. Qin Guoyang shifted the topic, slowly stating, Next, let us discuss the candidate for the director of the County Finance Bureau. Zhang Jun thought to himself, this is the main event. As anticipated, all members of the standing committee perked up, adjusting their seating positions, steeling themselves for the ensuing personnel matter. How weighty is the position of County Finance Bureau Director? It is likely the true prize that the 3 secretaries are vying for. No wonder they were all attempting to curry favor with Zhang Jun earlier. They sought his vote on this critical issue. What role will Zhang Jun play this time? Chapter 99. Escalation of struggle. Qin Guoyang surveyed the crowd and, with a calm demeanor, stated, The former director of the Finance Bureau retired. Due to the New Year and Spring Festival, the position has remained vacant. The results should have been discussed in the last standing committee meeting, but it was postponed. We must finalize the candidate today. We can no longer delay. Although Zhang Jun did not participate in the previous standing committee meeting, he discerned from the secretary's tone that the discussion had not been harmonious. It likely involved a fierce struggle, ultimately leading to an inconclusive outcome, which is why the position of the Finance Bureau Director remained unresolved. Fu Ziqiang nodded and remarked, Indeed, the Finance Bureau is the most vital functional department in the county, and this position cannot remain unoccupied for all financial revenues and expenditures from various county departments must be managed by the Finance Bureau. As we enter the new year, a new round of allocations is imminent, and this work necessitates a comrade with exceptional leadership capabilities. Zhang Jun subtly reminded the standing committee members that the Finance Bureau is a county government department, and their allocations and benefits rest firmly in his hands. They must support the candidate. Everyone understood this implication, yet no one spoke up. They were all acutely aware that the selection of the Finance Bureau Director was not within their purview. It was a battleground between the top and second in command. From the recent personnel struggle, Zhang Jun perceived that Fu Ziqiang was courting Deputy Secretary Yu Xingli, and the two had likely reached a private agreement of mutual benefit. Fu Ziqiang would support Yu Xingli's nominee. Although Yu Xingli's nominee, Hu Shihua, ultimately fell short, Fu Ziqiang had nonetheless provided his support, fulfilling his promise. Thus, in the forthcoming personnel discussions, Yu Xingli would be obliged to return the favor and support Fu Ziqiang. This was a political game, a demonstration of power dynamics. Reciprocity was essential. Should he go back on his word, he would risk becoming a political pariah, devoid of allies. Qin Guoyang clearly grasped the intricacies at play, which is why he had fervently targeted the alliance between Fu and Yu, even at the cost of allowing Zhang Jun to win, rather than permitting Fu Ziqiang to prevail. But with Fu and Yu joining forces, did Qin Guoyang stand a chance? Qin Guoyang lit a cigarette and inquired, Surely the organization department has suitable candidates? Zhao Fuzai opened the documents before him and replied, One is the current deputy director of the Finance Bureau, Comrade Feng Guixian. The other is Comrade Jin Yuha, the minister of the county's Agricultural and Industrial Department. The Agricultural and Industrial. This transfer to the Finance Bureau constitutes a lateral move, though the weight of the two departments differs, effectively making it a promotion. It was evident that Deputy Director Feng Guixian was aligned with Fu Ziqiang, while Minister Jin Yuha was associated with Qin Guoyang leisurely exhaled a smoke ring and said, According to organizational protocols, I would like Comrade Zhao Fuzai to introduce the basic information of these two candidates. Zhang Jun had no particular inclination regarding this position. His sole consideration was whom to support. Should he endorse one candidate or both? Supporting both would mean offending neither. However, backing only one would signify a choice of allegiance, an essential. Yet, with the county committee's situation being unclear, Zhang Jun found himself uncertain about which side to align with. A fence-sitter would certainly be looked down upon, but mistakenly choosing a side could lead to disastrous consequences. With a heavy heart, Zhang Jun lit a cigarette and took intermittent puffs. Chen Guoyang's resonant voice cut through his thoughts. All right, we shall conclude the candidates' introductions here. I trust everyone has gained some insight into these two comrades. Now, let us discuss our opinions. I would like to reiterate that Comrade Jin Yuha from the Agricultural and Industrial Department has previous experience in grassroots finance work, making him exceptionally qualified. Jin Yuha, now a regular departmental cadre with grassroots finance experience, was indeed in a favorable position. On the other hand, Feng Guixian, as the deputy director of the Finance Bureau, possessed connections and experience, making his potential for advancement equally significant. Zhang Jun mused that today would witness another intense struggle. As a newly appointed standing committee member, he was reluctant to express his stance too readily. Instead, he meticulously observed each member, hoping to glean insights into their strategies. Fu Ziqiang slammed his cigarette case and lighter onto the table, drawing everyone's attention and proclaimed, I support Comrade Feng Guixian. As the deputy director of the Finance Bureau, it is only natural. Chen Guoyang chuckled lightly, saying, I am familiar with Comrade Feng Guixian. He is indeed a diligent worker. He initially acknowledged Feng Guixian's merits before shifting his tone. However, is it not a bit premature for him to ascend to director now? We ought to grant our comrades more time to hone their skills to be capable of more significant responsibilities in the future. This remark was artfully crafted, neither overtly dismissive nor. Fu Ziqiang's expression darkened as he retorted, we must not restrict talent. Our party's principle in selecting personnel is to place the capable in positions of authority. Moreover, Comrade Feng Guixian has already surpassed the 2-year promotion threshold. Some individuals have risen 3 levels without a word of complaint, provided they possess the ability and can fulfill their duties. Zhang Jun shifted slightly in his seat. He had ascended. One could say he was among those who had risen 3 levels. However, he had previously accumulated sufficient credentials, only to be stalled by the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. It was Ma Hongqi who recognized his potential and brought him to prominence, leading to his current status. The secretary and the county head were each advocating for their candidates, with each side presenting valid arguments. In such a pivotal personnel appointment, consensus between them was unlikely. As the secretary, Chen Guoyang had to retain control over personnel matters to uphold his absolute authority. If the director of the Finance Bureau did not align with him and did not heed his directives, it would be akin to self-sabotage, or even a crippling of his own power. As the two engaged in their contest, the remaining standing committee members remained as passive observers. Let us proceed to a vote, Chen Guoyang declared, unwilling to continue the tug-of-war with Fu Ziqiang. Knowing that prolonging the debate would yield no resolution, Fu Ziqiang acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed with a show of hands. As he spoke, he cast a deep glance at Zhang Jun, a look laden with significance. Zhang Jun felt a jolt. From the earlier conflict, it was clear that the struggle between the secretary and the county head often hinged on a single vote. Thus, Zhang Jun's vote was of utmost importance. Whom should he support? Chapter 100. A stalemate. Before Zhang Jun arrived in Yiping County, he had conducted a general study of the local personnel. The county party secretary, Chen Guoyang, was a cadre. This individual was exceedingly dominant, wielding influence over personnel arrangements, land requisition, urban and rural development, enterprise management, administrative approvals, and even the handling of public security cases and civil disputes. His presence was omnipresent, capable of conjuring storms with a mere gesture. Fu Ziqiang, the county magistrate, was a local official who had cultivated his roots in Yiping County for many years, developing significant clout. Although the county seat was the smallest urban unit, it boasted a cultural environment distinctly different from that of larger cities. Despite its modest scale, the county served as a grand political stage. It resembled neither a city nor a village, gathering local talents from various walks of life and giving rise to a complex web of influences. Over the past few decades, a notable term had emerged. County political families. The power of these political families stood at the pinnacle of this small territory, commanding respect and admiration from other factions seeking to curry favor. As the ancient saying goes, the county magistrate who destroys families. The people in the county regarded the local political families as divine entities, with countless individuals eager to associate with them, viewing the acquisition of their support or endorsement as a passport to navigate the social landscape. Fu Ziqiang undoubtedly embodied such a figure in Yiping County. However, the influence of these local families gradually waned and eventually dissipated. At this moment, Zhang Jun weighed the pros and cons. From a developmental perspective, Fu Ziqiang appeared more promising than Chen Guoyang in the coming years. It was highly probable that Chen Guoyang would be reassigned to another location, or perhaps move to the city, while Fu Ziqiang was likely to remain in Yiping County. Zhang Jun would also be working here for a time. Whom should he support? This decision would significantly impact Zhang Jun's political future. He resolved to observe further, as he was positioned last and could afford to make a statement at the Chen Guoyang casually scanned the assembled standing committee members and said, "Those in favor of Comrade Feng Guixian assuming the role of director of the Finance Bureau, please raise your..." After speaking, he comfortably leaned back in his chair, hands resting naturally on the table, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, as if he were assured of victory. Fu Ziqiang raised his hand first, stating, "This comrade possesses the requisite education, capability, and experience to competently undertake the role of Finance Bureau Director." The deputy county magistrate, a close ally, immediately echoed, "Comrade Feng Guixian is excellent. I vote for him." What appeared to be a contest between two department-level officials was, in truth, a covert struggle between the secretary and the county magistrate. The dedicated deputy secretary, Yu Shengli, chuckled and remarked, "Feng Guixian, I support him." Chen Guoyang's gaze remained calm, as these votes fell well within his expectations. The discipline inspection secretary, Su Li, slowly raised his hand and stated, "Comrade Feng Guixian has faced no complaints or reports within the discipline inspection committee. I support him." He once again demonstrated his adherence to principles. Ordinarily, the secretary would hold a significant advantage in a standing committee meeting, as most members belong to the party. The publicity minister, Lu Qiuying, smiled slightly and raised her hand, saying, "I support." 5 votes. Chen Guoyang's expression remained inscrutable as he scanned the faces of the remaining committee members who had yet to cast their votes. The United Front minister, Xiao Ligua, raised his hand, stating, "I have no objections." The others remained silent. Fu Ziqiang looked toward Zhang Jun for assistance. Zhang Jun cleared his throat and said, "Though I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with both..." Chen Guoyang's face suddenly darkened. He had been the first to support Zhang Jun, only to have Zhang Jun respond with this unexpected turn. Did he truly not understand the rules of the standing committee, or was he unaware of the affiliations of these two individuals? 7 votes. Under normal circumstances, achieving a majority in a standing committee meeting was a notable accomplishment, indicating a strong endorsement. With such a tally, Fu Ziqiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chen Guoyang's brows slightly furrowed, clearly sensing the pressure. He placed his hands on the water cup, lifting it only to set it down again without drinking, and remarked, "Congratulations to Comrade Feng Guixian for securing 7 votes. Next, those in favor of Comrade Jin Yuha assuming the role of Finance Bureau Director, please raise your hand." After stating this, Chen Guoyang raised his hand first, declaring, "I support Comrade Jin Yuha's appointment as Finance Bureau Director." The director of the county party office, Chu Jie, immediately followed suit. "I am in favor." The organization minister, Zhao Fucai, added with a smile, "Comrade Jin Yuha is excellent. I support him." These 3 votes were almost guaranteed to belong to Chen Guoyang, further solidifying his position within the county party committee. The publicity minister, Lu Qiuying, raised her hand again. "Both comrades are commendable. I support them both." As the only female member in the standing committee and representing the publicity department, her philosophy was to avoid conflict and offend no one. The United Front minister, Xiao Ligua, reiterated his signature phrase, "I have no objections." 5 votes. The discipline inspection secretary, Su Li, raised his hand, stating, "I support any comrade who has faced no reports against them." Zhang Jun thought to himself, "This is escalating." The struggle had reached a boiling point. If just one more person raised their hand, the two sides would be deadlocked. If Zhang Jun's vote remained until the end, it would become the pivotal vote determining the outcome, placing him in a precarious position. Just as Zhang Jun prepared to raise his hand, the previously silent minister of the armed forces, Wang Degue, suddenly lifted his hand, succinctly stating, "Agreed." 7 votes against 7. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Chen Guoyang, demonstrating his composure as the secretary, remained unfazed. A tie would yield the same result as the previous standing committee meeting. He had already declared that a resolution must be reached today. If no one else raised their hand, they would enter another competitive phase, possibly resorting to a secret ballot for a subsequent round of competition. Hand-raising votes and secret ballots represented 2 entirely different voting methods, yielding. If they proceeded to a secret ballot, the outcome would be even more unpredictable. Chen Guoyang resolved to secure one more vote, casting his gaze toward Zhang Jun. Among the remaining 4 committee members, only Zhang Jun could potentially cast this invaluable vote. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow slightly. This was quite the predicament. Should he vote or abstain? If he raised his hand, Chen Guoyang would undoubtedly triumph. If he refrained, he would effectively align himself with Fu Ziqiang. What to do? Chapter 101. The crucial vote. Zhang Jun felt the gaze of every member of the standing committee fixated upon him. In that moment, he became a pivotal figure within the entire Yiping County Party Committee. Without much contemplation, Zhang Jun offered a faint smile and remarked, "As I mentioned earlier, I am not well acquainted with comrades Feng Guixian and Jin Yuha, Yet I am more than willing to I have just cast my vote in favor of Comrade Feng Guixian, and now I extend my support to Comrade Jin Yuha as well. He raised his hand briefly before letting it fall, his expression as serene as ever. In an instant, the countenances of the committee members shifted in various ways. Fu Ziqiang propped his chin on his hand, his expression turning somber and tranquil. What had initially seemed to be a foregone conclusion had now faltered at the final hurdle. This turn of events could not be attributed to Zhang Jun, for he had cast his vote for both candidates. For a newly appointed member of the standing committee, such actions were entirely justifiable, as no one would be offended. Moreover, both of the previous officials had voted for the candidates Zhang Jun had nominated, and in return, he had reciprocated their support, thus engaging in a mutual exchange of favor. Cheng Guoyang wore a smile, evidently pleased with the outcome. He felt fortunate to have supported the candidate Zhang Jun had nominated, Chen Yongjun, as he now received Zhang Jun's endorsement in return. Without Zhang Jun's vote, Cheng Guoyang would have found it exceedingly difficult to secure victory. Cheng Guoyang chuckled. It appears that Comrade Jin Yuha is the choice of the people and will smoothly transition to the position of director of the County Finance Bureau. Fu Ziqiang quickly composed himself after his setback and said, "Congratulations to Comrade Jin Yuha. I have high hopes for this comrade. During our last dinner together, we had a delightful conversation." Zhang Jun thought to himself, Fu Ziqiang is sowing discord, inserting a thorn into Cheng Guoyang's heart. Indeed, Cheng Guoyang's expression shifted slightly. Fu Ziqiang, maintaining a calm demeanor, added, "Thus, I too am very much in support of Comrade Jin Yuha." Regardless of whether he cast his vote for Jin Yuha, Cheng Guoyang successfully secured the position of director of the County Finance Bureau, thereby elevating his authority within the county. This standing committee meeting marked Cheng Guoyang as the most significant victor. Following discussions on several other topics, the meeting adjourned at 6:30 in the evening. Extended meetings were commonplace, and sometimes, when the agenda was extensive, they would continue until after the meeting. Cheng Guoyang left with a smile, carrying a water bottle. As Zhang Jun exited the conference room, he spotted Guo Xiaoqiao waiting outside. "Secretary Zhang." Guo Xiaoqiao exclaimed with a radiant smile, "You must be exhausted. Shall we dine out tonight?" Zhang Jun glanced at the time and replied, "All right, let's eat out." It was getting late, and the committee members exchanged nods before dispersing. Zhang Jun, accompanied by Guo Xiaoqiao and Wu Chong, arrived at a restaurant and ordered several dishes. Guo Xiaoqiao remarked, "Secretary Zhang certainly made quite an impression in today's meeting, didn't you?" Zhang Jun, feeling a sense of alertness, inquired, "What do you know?" With a hint of pride, news within the organization travels with remarkable speed. It seemed that even before the meeting had concluded, the details had already begun to circulate. While all attendees were members of the standing committee, secretaries frequently entered to refill water. They timed their entries perfectly, and upon catching wind of any tidbit, they would promptly relay the information. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Zhang Jun took out his phone. He had kept it switched off during the meeting. As soon as he powered it on, a call came through. "Hello, who is this?" Zhang Jun answered. "Secretary Zhang, hello, this is Chen Yongjun." "I am grateful for your support and guidance. If you have time, I would like to invite you to a meal." "Oh, I'm unavailable tonight. Let's discuss it another day." "All right, Secretary Zhang, I will visit you when it is convenient for you." Zhang Jun, and almost immediately, another call rang in. "Secretary Zhang, hello, this is Jin Yuha. I appreciate your support during the standing committee meeting. I will remember it and will repay the kindness." "Haha, Comrade Yuha. No need for such formalities. Please continue with your tasks." "I will visit you when I have the opportunity." "Sure, goodbye." The political arena is indeed a circle. Having cast a vote for someone else, it was only natural for these individuals to express their gratitude upon receiving the news. After dinner, Zhang Jun returned to his dormitory. The cold room was devoid of any warmth. He set down his briefcase and turned on the television, allowing some noise to fill the space, making it feel less desolate. After taking a shower, Zhang Jun settled onto the sofa, replaying the events of the standing committee meeting in his mind. The more he reflected, the more he realized that each committee member was astute and calculating. None were to be underestimated. The significance of each vote, who to support and who to oppose, held great importance. Just then, his phone rang. Noticing it was a call from Shun Shui, he pressed the answer button. "I've been trying to reach you. Your phone was off. Were you in a meeting?" Shun Shui's gentle voice washed over him like a spring breeze. "Yes, I was attending a standing committee meeting. Are you off today?" Zhang Jun was aware that I was hoping to invite you for a stroll. "How about now?" "Great. Are you free?" "I am. Just wait for me. I will be there shortly." "Wonderful. Shall we visit the park?" "An evening stroll in the park?" "You have no time to..." He hailed a taxi to the Broadcasting and Television Center, where he picked up Shin Shui before heading to the park together. The park was expansive, bustling with people in the evening, some jogging, others leisurely walking, and in any sizable area, one could find groups of elderly women dancing in the square. Shin Shui pointed to a nearby hill. Let's go up there. It's quieter. Zhang Jun, having come out to keep her company, was indifferent to the destination. The path up the hill was indeed devoid of pedestrians. Shin Shui, emboldened, intertwined her arm with Zhang Jun's and affectionately leaned against his shoulder. Zhang Jun supported her waist, feeling the astonishing softness and elasticity of her slender form. The two engaged in hushed conversation. Atop the hill, there was a corridor and several exquisite pavilions. In a corner, one could occasionally spot a young couple, the woman seated on her boyfriend's lap. Zhang Jun and Shin Shui found a secluded pavilion. The pavilion featured a stone table and stone benches. The dense forest surrounding the mountain provided some shelter from the cold wind. However, the stone benches were quite chilly. Upon sitting down, Zhang Jun understood why those couples preferred for the women to sit on their laps. He gently assisted Shin Shui to sit on his legs, stating, "The stone bench is too cold for a lady." Shin Shui weighed only a little over 90 pounds, her figure delicately rounded and soft. Holding her in his arms was not taxing at all. She let out a soft sigh, slowly closing her eyes with an expression of yearning. Zhang Jun, overcome with emotion, leaned in to kiss her deeply. Chapter 102. A daring display. At that moment, a deep voice pierced through the air. "Don't move. This is a robbery. Hand over your money." Zhang Jun was startled. He turned around to see a young man clad in a black jacket, brandishing a flick knife, standing at the entrance of the pavilion, his face twisted in a menacing expression. The dim light from the street lamp cast a pallid glow on the man's face, revealing a long scar on his forehead, protruding like a worm, rendering his expression all the more terrifying. Shin Shui gasped in alarm, quickly extricating herself from Zhang Jun's embrace and hiding behind the stone table. Zhang Jun soon regained his composure and spoke slowly, "My friend, this is a public park, teeming with people. Don't act foolishly, you won't escape. Enough of your nonsense. Hand over the money." The assailant impatiently glanced around, waving the knife in agitation. As Zhang Jun reached for his wallet, he continued, all right, I will give you the money. You merely seek to rob me. If I hand it over, you mustn't act impulsively." He extracted his wallet, presenting all the cash within and placing it on the stone table. "This is all the money I have." The assailant pointed at Shin Shui, barking, "Give me whatever she has." Zhang Jun glanced at Shin Shui and replied, "She is a lady. When out for leisure, who would bring money? No matter the circumstance, it is customary for us men to foot the bill." Shin Shui nodded vigorously. The assailant, undeterred, advanced with his knife, snatching the money from the stone table before. Seizing the moment, Zhang Jun lunged forward, gripping the assailant by the throat while firmly holding his right wrist, forcefully slamming it against a nearby stone pillar. The assailant, slender and lacking in strength, was easily subdued by the towering Zhang Jun. Shin Shui hastily retrieved her phone, dialing 110 while crying out, "Help! There's a thief! Someone, come quickly!" Several men and women nearby rushed over, witnessing Zhang Jun's grip on the. Zhang Jun knocked the knife from the assailant's grasp, pinning him to the ground, bending one knee against his neck to hold him down firmly. The assailant struggled to breathe, his face turning crimson from the exertion. A few young men arrived to help Zhang Jun restrain the assailant. The thief continued to wheeze, though his words were inaudible. Zhang Jun instructed, "Everyone, please assist in removing his clothing and binding his hands behind his back until the police arrive." Together, they stripped the assailant of his clothes, binding his wrists tightly. They also pulled down his trousers halfway to prevent his escape. The park was situated near a police station, and within 10 minutes, officers arrived at the hilltop pavilion. Upon seeing the thief securely restrained, they could not help but chuckle. "This is amusing. It seems the one who apprehended this thief is quite skilled." A tourist pointed at Zhang Jun, exclaiming, "Officer, he is the one who caught the thief." The police officer glanced at Zhang Jun and remarked, "Comrade." "Thank you." Zhang Jun waved dismissively. Although he had been exceedingly tense, his successful ambush had averted dire consequences. Someone recognized Shin Shui and exclaimed, "Isn't that the news anchor from the urban She is even more beautiful in person than on television." Shin Shui, with her long hair cascading down, gently brushed her cheek and replied, "You must be mistaken." Zhang Jun, aware of her desire to avoid public scrutiny, "I feared something might happen to you. What would I do? Please, don't take such risks in the future. Money is but a material possession, just give it to him." As she spoke, tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. Zhang Jun could see that Shin Shui was genuinely moved. "All right, I will be more cautious." He gently wiped away her tears and said soothingly, "I perceived him to be frail. I thought I could handle him, which is why I acted." It wasn't merely about the money. I wanted to demonstrate my bravery in front of you. How infuriating. You still jest. Shen Shui pouted, her expression utterly adorable and charming. Zhang Jun embraced her waist. Everything is behind us. I've realized that I've fallen for you. I can't bear to be without you, Shen Shui murmured. Every night, I dream of being with you. Dio, you think so little of me? I love you so humbly, knowing full well it may lead nowhere, yet I still throw myself into the flames. Zhang Jun's heart stirred, and he confessed, I think of you as well, every night. If I may speak candidly without inciting your ire, when I am with my wife, it is your visage that fills my thoughts. Only by imagining being with you can I fulfill my duties as a husband. Really? Shen Shui lowered her head, blushing and smiling. How can you imagine it? That I simply think that way. Zhang Jun chuckled awkwardly. You are so slender and tall, with such an exquisite figure. You know I am entirely prepared to give myself to you at any moment. Shen Shui's voice trembled slightly. Wait for me. Once I am divorced, I will come to you, Zhang Jun whispered. Your marital status means little to me. It is you as a person that I love deeply, regardless of your identity or position. Shen Shui raised her chin slightly, her fair and delicate face adorned with glistening tears. Her visage was so perfect, akin to the rarest gem, evoking an irresistible desire to possess her forever. Zhang Jun's hand around her waist tightened involuntarily. Shen Shui leaned in closer, drawn by his grip. The two stood closely together, sharing a fervent kiss. Time seemed to halt in that instant, transforming into eternity. The mountain breeze caressed, lifting Shen Shui's long hair and brushing against Zhang Jun's face, a tangling of silken strands mirroring their tumultuous. I want you to love me properly. Just as Zhang Jun was about to respond, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Though he initially hesitated to answer, the persistent ringing proved too stubborn to ignore. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Ma Hongqi. He quickly hushed Shen Shui with a finger to his lips, took a deep breath to steady himself, and answered the call. Hello, boss. Zhang Jun's tone was unusually respectful, as if Ma Hongqi were still his superior. Chapter 103. A private summons. A calm voice resonated through the line. Xiao Zhang, how have you been lately? Zhang Jun pondered to himself. The standing committee had just concluded, and Ma Hongqi immediately called. Clearly, the discussions from the committee had By the way, have you run out of the herbal medicine for your foot bath? If so, I can send you some. Sure, when you have a moment, please send me a bag, and I will transfer the payment. This is my token of respect for you. You performed admirably today, successfully securing the appointment of a deputy town mayor, while also uniting the newly appointed director. Stay humble and continue to work hard. Thank you for your encouragement, boss. Zhang Jun replied, his heart swelling with excitement. Remember, one must be steadfast in their principles. Ma Hongqi stated gravely, those officials who have fallen from grace often did so due to their own missteps, leading to their dismissal and dual regulations. A fly does not alight on an egg without cracks. As long as you maintain integrity and composure, no one can sway you. Only then will you ascend the ranks. Zhang Jun's expression turned serious as he responded, yes, I would like to treat you to a meal. Of course, boss, I will make a point to visit you in the capital. Very well, goodbye. With that, Ma Hongqi hung up. His primary motive for the call was to gently admonish Zhang Jun. It is not uncommon for individuals, especially the youth, to become arrogant after achieving minor successes, thus leading to irreversible mistakes. Having walked this path himself, Ma Hongqi recognized Zhang Jun's potential and felt compelled. Indeed, Zhang Jun seemed to have become a bit carried away. Fortunately, this phone call had brought him back to earth. He reflected on how Ma Hongqi, so far away in the capital, was well aware of the happenings in the small. Within the standing committee, who were Ma Hongqi's allies? Among those who supported him today, who else might be aligned with the boss? Surely there must be one, perhaps even several. Ma Hongqi had not divulged this information, and it would be inappropriate for him to inquire. The thought of having allies within the county committee alleviated Zhang Jun's sense of isolation. Next time he had the opportunity, he would surely seek out this potential ally. Zhang Jun put away his phone and said, he knows about my affairs in the county and advised me to remain steady and avoid making mistakes. In politics, one misstep can lead to a cascade of errors, and there is often no chance for reversal. Shen Shui looked taken aback. So, you can't accompany me anymore, can you? Zhang Jun clenched his teeth, holding her arms gently. I will divorce her. I believe you desire more than merely being my mistress, don't you? If love is meant to endure, it cannot merely reside in the fleeting moments of dawn and dusk. All right. Shen Shui's eyes welled with tears as she exclaimed, I understand your intention. You are so kind to me. If it were any other man, they would have eagerly claimed me. I will wait for you, reserving my most precious self for you. The two embraced once more in a kiss. After leaving the park, Zhang Jun accompanied her back to her dormitory before returning to the town. The next day, Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Jun noticed whether from the town party committee or the town government, they all queued up to seek his counsel. During the county committee meeting, Zhang Jun had showcased his prowess, casually proposing a candidate who received unanimous approval, outshining the candidates backed by 2 secretaries. What an impressive display! The townsfolk, having witnessed this, could hardly resist coming to pledge their allegiance. Reflecting on his earlier days, when the primary task for Qingguan Town was to improve the development zone. At the county committee meeting, Zhang Jun was appointed as the leader of economic development for the zone. After attending to the members of the town committee, he began to organize the leadership team for the development zone. Currently, the development zone was utterly disorganized, lacking even a dedicated management committee. Zhang Jun's first order of business was to establish a management committee and endeavor to attract investment. Although the development zone, the director of the county's economic development zone typically held a division chief rank. If assigned to a deputy county mayor or the deputy secretary of the county committee, the position would be at the deputy department level. Therefore, with Zhang Jun personally serving as the director, he was effectively at the deputy department level. Zhang Jun still needed to appoint several deputy directors and assemble a complete team. Being new to the position, he was not well acquainted with personnel from the county and town, so he called in Zhou Wang, the director of the town committee office, and the correspondent Guo Qiao. Director Zhou, we need to form a management committee for the development zone to facilitate investment and management tasks, Zhang Jun stated calmly. I will serve as the committee director. We need 2 deputy directors and 10 office staff. Please discuss this with the organization minister at the town committee and select a few individuals to join, while I will draw from various county agencies to complete the team. Understood, Secretary Zhang. Zhou Wang replied with a bow, visibly pleased. Selecting personnel for the management committee was a coveted opportunity. Zhou Wang departed to fulfill his assignment. Turning to Guo Qiao, Zhang Jun inquired, are you interested in joining the management committee? Secretary Zhang, I am at your service. Guo Qiao saluted sharply. Don't be silly. If you are willing, I will transfer you to the management committee. Guo Qiao giggled. Can you arrange for me to be a deputy director of the management committee? I will assign you as the director. Zhang Jun replied. Really? Is that true? Secretary Zhang, aren't you the director? Guo Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Jun smiled, the director of the management committee's office. Oh, so that's the kind of director. Guo Qiao pouted. Then, at the very least, I will be a division-level cadre, right? Of course. The director of the management committee's office is also the easiest path to promotion. Eventually, if you become the deputy director of the management committee, I am willing. Guo Qiao exclaimed, I am your soldier. Whatever you need me to do, I will do it. Zhang Jun nodded. The most crucial point is that you must be capable. If someone cannot perform, you will see for yourself. Suddenly, Zhang Jun felt that this conversation was taking an unusual turn. Just then, his phone rang, he took it out, and saw it was a call from County Party Secretary Chen Guoyang. Comrade Zhang Jun, please come to my office immediately and do not alert Comrade Ding Changrong. I have an extremely important matter to discuss with you, goodbye. Zhang Jun was taken aback. The County Party Secretary was summoning him privately and instructed him not to disturb Town Mayor Ding Changrong. What could this mean? Had something happened to Ding Changrong? Zhang Jun had no time to ponder further. He quickly gathered his belongings and hurried to the county committee. Chapter 104. Iron-fisted measures in the office of the county committee of Yiping. Zhang Jun entered to find Chen Guoyang engaged in conversation with the county discipline inspection secretary, Su Li. As Chen Guoyang rose, he gestured towards the guest sofa and said, Comrade Zhang Jun has arrived. Let us sit here to discuss. Zhang Jun, sensing that significant, Chen Guoyang lit a cigarette, stating, Comrade Zhang Jun, Secretary Su Li has received reports from the public that Ding Changrong, the mayor of Qingguan Town, has committed severe violations of law and discipline. As the party secretary of Qingguan Town, we have summoned you here to verify the situation. Secretary Su Li will elaborate on the specific allegations. Su Li, is that true? Zhang Jun thought to himself, so the matter of Cheng Yufeng's suicide attempt had escalated. He recounted the details he knew, presenting them with clarity and without embellishment, suppressing any person. As a seasoned politician, he understood that before ascertaining the truth of the situation, particularly one that could impact a comrade's political future, he must refrain from making subjective judgments. Chen Yongjun reported to me that Cheng Yufeng had withdrawn her complaint and would no longer pursue charges against Ding Changrong. The specifics remain unclear. Chen Guoyang scoffed, indignation evident in his voice. This Ding Changrong is utterly lawless. From the day Comrade Zhang Jun assumed office, he dared to create a ruckus at the county committee under the influence of alcohol. I was determined to impose severe punishment, but was thwarted by Fu Ziqiang. Zhang Jun discerned the implications. There was no doubt that Ding Changrong was a favored ally of county head Fu Ziqiang. Given their roles, it was natural for the town's party secretary to maintain close ties with the county secretary, just as otherwise effective governance would be nearly impossible, necessitating the replacement of key positions with one's own appointees. Su Li, maintaining a stoic demeanor, stated, the reports allege that Ding Changrong is utterly contemptuous of party discipline and the law. Zhang Jun remained silent, for he was unaware of the truth behind the matter. Chen Guoyang continued in a low tone, "Comrade Suli, I propose there is no time to waste." Given the gravity of the situation concerning the reputation of Qingguan Town, Zhang Jun hesitated briefly, clearing his throat before responding, "Secretary Chen, given the significance of this matter, should we not first conduct an investigation to gather evidence?" Chen Guoyang, wide-eyed with fury, huffed, "The facts are evident. Could he possibly deny them? What woman would sully her own reputation to falsely accuse him? We shall implement double regulation first, then investigate. I have no doubt he will confess." He sensed that this was not merely an investigation of a case, but an intensification of power struggles within the county. During the previous standing committee meeting, Zhang Jun had observed the contest of strength between Chen Guoyang and Fu Ziqiang, the latter having allied with the full-time deputy secretary, Yu Shengli, to jointly besiege Chen Guoyang. Chen Guoyang, having ascended to his position, undoubtedly possessed exceptional capabilities. He would not allow himself to be suppressed so easily. Targeting Ding Changrong was clearly a counteroffensive against Fu Ziqiang. After all, who could guarantee that their position was free of blemish after such a tenure? This was also the reason why Ma Hongqi had repeatedly advised Zhang Jun to steadfastly uphold, otherwise, one could easily become a target for others. Zhang Jun retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a couple of deep puffs. His arrival had coincided with the mayor being placed under double regulation, a development that could hardly be considered fortuitous. Moreover, he had intended to embark on significant initiatives to promote investment in the development zone. But now, with such a major incident unfolding right at the outset, would investors lose faith in Qingguan Town? Suli had maintained a neutral stance in the standing committee, yet today he was visibly agitated, asserting, "Bullying female comrades and interfering with judicial integrity cannot be tolerated. I concur with Secretary Chen South's proposal to place, provided the allegations are substantiated. Ding Changrong deserves to face double regulation. Even if he had objections, would voicing them prove effective?" This matter simply did not warrant further deliberation in the standing committee. Among the 11 members, 3 were already in agreement, and with the organization minister and the director of the county committee office also being Chen Guoyang's allies, that brought the count to 5 votes in favor. The remaining members, such as the Minister of Propaganda, Lu Qiuying, and the Minister of United Front Work, Xiao Ligua, were known for their agreeable nature and would likely not oppose. Thus, support would total 7 votes. Regardless of Fu Ziqiang's opposition, Chen Guoyang would surely achieve his objective of placing Ding Changrong under double regulation. Zhang Jun began to grasp Chen Guoyang's iron-fisted approach. Chen Guoyang had deftly exploited Su Li's righteous indignation while also calculating Zhang Jun's desire to suppress his subordinate, successfully bringing Ding Changrong to heel. In order to prevent Ding Changrong from retaliating or fleeing, we must act decisively, Chen Guoyang declared, extinguishing his cigarette with force. "Comrade Suli, please summon a few staff members from the Discipline Inspection Commission. As soon as Ding Changrong enters, we will implement double regulation." Zhang Jun thought to himself that he could not. Fu Ziqiang and Ding Changrong would naturally assume he was complicit with Chen Guoyang, one of Chen Guoyang's own. Chen Guoyang stood up and calmly dialed Ding Changrong, his tone serene, betraying none of the trap he had laid. Suli did not make a call but instead went to the Discipline Inspection Commission to bring back 4 young, robust male staff members. 2 remained outside while 2 entered the office, taking positions flanking the door. Inside the office, a heavy silence enveloped the group as they each indulged in their cigarettes. Zhang Jun suddenly felt an urgent need to use the restroom but hesitated to voice it, fearing that Chen Guoyang might misconstrue. After a tense 15 minutes, a voice called from outside, reporting to Secretary Chen, "Ding Changrong has arrived." Chen Guoyang exchanged glances with Su Li, who nodded slowly. The 3 men Chen Guoyang replied in a deep voice, "Please come in." Ding Changrong pushed the door open, oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. Upon seeing the numerous figures in the office, particularly the presence of Secretary Su Li, his smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a premonition of impending trouble. Instinctively, he turned to leave, but the 2 discipline inspection comrades stationed at the door swiftly stepped forward to block his exit. Chapter 105, "I want to save you." Ding Changrong was taken aback, feigning calmness as "You summoned me here. Do you have something to instruct me about?" "Director Fu just happens to have matters to discuss with me." Chen Guoyang replied with an icy demeanor. "Director Fu's matters can wait. Secretary Su Li of the Discipline Inspection Commission has questions for you. Please accompany him." Su Li rose and stated, "Comrade Ding Changrong, we have received reports alleging your involvement in a serious violation of discipline and law. We request that you come with us for an investigation." "Whose report? This is slander." Ding Changrong waved his hand, his emotions spiraling out of control as he shouted, "Secretary Su, you must not heed the— What did you say in the town? How dare you report me? You are a villain." Zhang Jun frowned and replied in a low voice, "Ding Changrong, it has nothing to do with me. I was also summoned by Secretary Chen for questioning. Whether you have committed a crime is something you know in your heart. You have brought trouble to Qingguan Town." Do you realize that? Chen Guoyang slammed the coffee table and admonished, Ding Chongrong, do you still have the gall to roar here? Whatever the matter, you must clarify it with the discipline inspection. The innocent will clear themselves, while the guilty will only incriminate themselves. Ding Chongrong, now furious, retorted, on what grounds are you detaining me? I have committed no crime. Su Li, with a grim expression, replied, we are not detaining you. We are merely inviting you to the Discipline Inspection Commission for a discussion over tea regarding your situation. Ding Chongrong shouted, I want to see Director Fu. I demand to see Director Fu. Chen Guoyang waved his hand. The four surrounded Ding Chongrong to prevent any desperate actions. Realizing the situation was premeditated, Ding Chongrong gritted his teeth and declared, you are conspiring against me. You wish Zhang Jun, you scoundrel. You are nothing but Chen Guoyang's lackey. You are helping him to frame the loyal. Zhang Jun tightened his brow but remained silent. Chen Guoyang sneered, which prisoner in jail does not shout their innocence? Whether you are innocent or guilty, the Discipline Inspection Commission will uncover the truth. Su Li gestured, Ding Chongrong, if you cooperate, we will not resort to force. Otherwise, I will file a complaint. I will seek Director Fu for redress. Ding Chongrong struggled like an enraged bull, but he was no match for four. Su Li snapped, cuff him. While the discipline However, if a suspect displayed tendencies to escape or self-harm, it was necessary to restrain them for their own protection. Upon hearing the mention of handcuffs, Ding Chongrong relented, stating, I will walk myself. Su Li, Chen Guoyang, running a hand through his disheveled hair, invited Zhang Jun to sit down, saying, such events are truly unfortunate for Yiping County. Zhang Jun was at a loss for words, remaining silent. He understood that he had been used as a pawn by Chen Guoyang. Ding Chongrong was merely a town mayor. His being taken in for questioning would not significantly affect Zhang Jun. But how would Fu Ziqiang perceive this? He would undoubtedly view Zhang Jun as Chen Guoyang's subordinate. With a single maneuver, Chen Guoyang had eliminated Fu Ziqiang's trusted aide and successfully pulled Zhang Jun into his camp. A perfect two birds with one stone. The problem was that Zhang Jun had no real choice in the matter. Chen Guoyang smiled slightly, stating, Comrade Zhang Jun, the position of mayor of Qingguan Town is You shall shoulder the town's affairs. You have quite the workload ahead. This was a sweet offer for Zhang Jun. He would now temporarily serve as both secretary and mayor, overseeing all matters of Qingguan. His power had been significantly enhanced. For Zhang Jun, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Chen Guoyang, having calculated his moves, was keen to offer a benefit to win Zhang Jun. It was likely that for the next few months, Chen Guoyang would refrain from discussing candidates for mayor, allowing Zhang Jun to savor the perks and thereby bind him more closely to his side. Zhang Jun, however, saw through Chen Guoyang's political machinations and felt no joy. Instead, he was filled with a chilling sense of foreboding. Had Ding Chongrong indeed committed a crime? Presently, there was no evidence, only the words of Chen Yufeng. What if she was fabricating charges? In that case, Ding Chongrong would become a sacrificial pawn in a power struggle. Even if he were later proven innocent, his future would be irrevocably tarnished. Such incidents could happen to Ding Chongrong today, and perhaps to Zhang Jun tomorrow. As Zhang Jun exited the county committee building, preparing to leave in his car, he suddenly spotted the county's second vehicle arriving. The car halted, and Fu Ziqiang stepped out with a stern expression. Zhang Jun exchanged a glance with Fu Ziqiang. Good day, Director Fu. Zhang Jun greeted. Fu Ziqiang's gaze was Zhang Jun hesitated before getting into his car, lighting a cigarette and pacing near the flower bed in the parking lot. Shortly thereafter, he heard loud arguments emanating from an office on the upper floor. Clearly, Fu Ziqiang had rushed over to confront Chen Guoyang upon learning of Ding Chongrong's predicament. Upon meeting, both parties discarded all pretense and engaged in a fierce exchange of insults. Such a dispute would yield no fruitful outcome. After finishing his cigarette, Zhang Jun glanced at the imposing county committee building before turning to enter his car. As the vehicle rolled slowly out of the gate, approximately 10 minutes later, he noticed Fu Ziqiang's car emerging. Follow Director Fu's vehicle, Zhang Jun instructed as he got back into the car. Wu Chong, puzzled by the intent behind this directive, did not question. The two cars traveled in tandem on the road. Zhang Jun took out his phone and dialed Fu Ziqiang. Director Fu, this is Zhang Jun. My vehicle is right behind yours, he stated. There is a tea house ahead. Let us meet there. Zhang Jun ended the call. The two vehicles stopped in front of the tea house, and both Zhang Jun and Fu Ziqiang disembarked, entering silently. They ascended to a private room on the second floor. Fu Ziqiang lounged with one leg crossed over the other, slightly turned away, and coldly remarked, Comrade Zhang Jun, what brings you here? Zhang Jun offered a slight smile and replied, a pawn is meant to cross the river. The ancients understood the principle of sacrificing pawns to protect the king. Why has Director Fu been so impulsive today? Fu Ziqiang stiffened, lowering his leg and turning to face Zhang Jun, his gaze fixed intently. What do you wish to convey? Awe-inspiring Fu Ziqiang could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, Comrade Zhang Jun, Have you perhaps misspoken? You wish to rescue me? First and foremost, I find myself in no peril. Secondly, should I encounter danger, Zhang Jun, maintaining his composure, remarked, whether Ding Chongrong is culpable is of little consequence. What they aim to undermine is your standing. As long as they achieve that objective, if you create a scene, you will merely fall into their trap, for the true target of their machinations is you. Fu Ziqiang was profoundly alarmed. As the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation are. Zhang Jun, being detached from the fray, could see the situation with clarity. Fu Ziqiang's uproar over Ding Chongrong could easily become a laughingstock. If Ding were ultimately found guilty, Fu Ziqiang would be seen as an accomplice. Could it be that Qin Guoyang's schemes were merely to target Ding Chongrong? Why would a mere town mayor, who has not even entered the standing committee, engage in such elaborate tactics? Fu Ziqiang, being astute, took heed of Zhang Jun's warning. Observing the shift in Fu Ziqiang's demeanor, Zhang Jun continued, County Chief Fu, I was summoned by Secretary Chun to inquire. Prior to this, I was unaware of their intentions to place Ding under double regulation. To be frank, I have only recently taken up my post here, and despite having had some disagreements with Comrade, such a significant incident in Qingguan town is hardly a fortunate turn of events. It is not what I desire. He found himself uncertain as to which of Qin Guoyang or Fu Ziqiang wielded more power. Without a clear allegiance, he could not allow Qin Guoyang to manipulate him. Qin Guoyang was deliberately orchestrating events to make Fu Ziqiang believe that Zhang Jun was now in his camp. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, in a bid for self-preservation and to avoid becoming a casualty of political strife, sought to rescue Fu Ziqiang. Fu Ziqiang distinctly sensed Zhang Jun's goodwill. Comrade Zhang Jun, your words resonate with wisdom. This is undoubtedly the handiwork of Qin Guoyang. Fu Ziqiang sighed deeply before suddenly inquiring, what is the situation with that Cheng Yufeng? Was there a romantic entanglement with Ding Chongrong, or was she truly assaulted? How could I be privy to such information? Fu Ziqiang shook his head, saying, very well. I can no longer concern myself with Ding Chongrong's affairs. However, though he may possess a fiery temper and easily offend others, and his personal capabilities might not be exceptional, his character remains commendable enough to refrain from such criminal behavior. Zhang Jun smiled gently, stating, one can know a person's face but not their heart. It is easy to depict a tiger's likeness, yet elusive to capture its essence. Would he announce his vile deeds with fanfare before committing them? Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that someone may be framing him. The current issue lies not in whether he has committed a crime, but in your need to distance yourself from him. If you cause a ruckus on his behalf, you will fall prey to the schemer's trap. Fu Ziqiang was taken aback. Today, let me toast you with tea in place of wine. The two clinked their cups and drank. This is not the place for lengthy discussions, Zhang Jun remarked, glancing at the time. The two then rose to depart. Upon returning to the town, as Zhang Jun entered the town committee's gates, he discerned a noticeable shift in the way others regarded him. Following the standing committee meeting, the gazes of his colleagues now bore a sense of respect. Today, however, those same eyes reflected a hint of awe. Unquestionably, news of Ding Chongrong's double regulation had already circulated. Indeed, there are no secrets in the bureaucracy. Everyone presumed that Zhang Jun had orchestrated Ding's downfall. After all, on Zhang Jun's very first day, thus, it was only natural for everyone to assume that Zhang Jun harbored resentment and seized the opportunity to dismantle Ding Chongrong. Despite his recent arrival, Zhang Jun had already asserted his authority in the standing committee, promoting his own appointee to deputy town mayor and sidelining the former mayor. Such a formidable figure would naturally instill fear in all who encountered him. Zhang Jun maintained a composed demeanor, indifferent to the perceptions of those around him. After work, Zhang Jun returned to his residence. Guo Qiao came over to prepare his meals. The young girl was considerate and responsible, having visited the local market in the morning to procure groceries for the refrigerator, and she returned at noon and evening to cook for Zhang Jun. Her culinary skills were commendable, and her dishes suited his palate. During dinner, Zhang Jun inquired, Little Guo, where is Cheng Yufeng? Has she returned to work? Cheng Yufeng? Guo Qiao tilted her head with a smile. She hasn't come back to work? Since the incident of her jumping off the building, has she not returned at all? That appears to be the case. Guo Qiao's innocent face and clear eyes resembled crystal-clear mountains. Zhang Jun nodded. Do you know where she resides? Guo Qiao pushed her rice around, responding, Yes, Secretary Zhang, do you wish to visit her? Zhang Jun pondered for a moment before replying. Zhou Wang stood at the door, knocking lightly and bending slightly with a smile. Good day, Secretary Zhang. Director Zhou, please come in, Zhang Jun replied, lifting his gaze. Please review it, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun took the document, glancing at it without delving into the details. He was not well versed in the personnel matters of the town. To him, these were merely names. Ultimately, he would assess their talents and capabilities before deciding who would remain and who would depart. Secretary Zhang, these are the candidates I have proposed in conjunction with the Town Party Committee's Organization Minister. Please render your decision. Zhou Wang unconsciously began addressing Zhang Jun with a title of respect. Zhang Jun responded with a noncommittal sound, stating, Director Zhou, let us step outside for a moment. Certainly, Secretary Zhang. I will arrange for Xiao Wu to drive us. Zhang Jun had now become the youngest and most formidable leader in Qingguan town. Everyone was acutely aware of Zhang Jun's influential connections, and all treated him with utmost deference. In truth, Zhang Jun, had he been unable to manage even the modest Yiping County, how could he have become a favored guest of Ma Hongqi? Guided by Gui Qiao, Zhang Jun arrived at Cheng Yufeng's residence. To his surprise, she was not home. Her family informed him that someone had taken Cheng Yufeng away at 11:30 that morning. As for the identity of the individual or their origins, her family had no knowledge whatsoever. Who could have taken Cheng Yufeng? Were they intending to interrogate her? Or perhaps they feared she might retract her statements. Zhang Jun sensed that this case was far more intricate than it appeared. He dialed a number for Chen Yongjun at the police station, issuing instructions. Comrade Chen Yongjun, this is Zhang Jun from the town party committee. I don't care what method. Find Cheng Yufeng immediately. Regardless of who has her, devise a means to bring her back. We will handle the case in Qingguan town ourselves. Chapter 107. Swift and resolute Chen Yongjun now positions himself as one of Zhang Jun's subordinates. Upon receiving an order from Secretary Zhang, he felt a surge of enthusiasm. Although he knew Zhang Jun could not see him, he instinctively stood at attention and solemnly replied over the phone, "Yes, Secretary Zhang, I assure you that the task will be completed." Ultimately, these matters were of no concern to him. His sole objective was to swiftly resolve this issue, ensuring that these trivial cases did not tarnish the investment climate of Qingguan town. If he were to attract a group of investors, only to have someone commit suicide or plunge from a building, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion that would frighten off potential investors. After concluding the call, Zhang Jun proceeded to the county committee to discuss the establishment of the Development Zone Management Committee with Organization Minister Zhao Fucai. The committee required personnel, but not all could be reassigned. Zhao Fucai had already prepared and presented a list to Zhang Jun after a brief glance. Zhang Jun remarked, "Very well, let us first assign these comrades and form the leadership team. I have conducted an on-site assessment, and there is a residential building available for rent nearby. We will lease it, allowing the committee's staff to settle in there until the official management building is completed. The position of committee director should rightfully be held by Secretary Chun. I am merely being thrust into this role." Zhao Fucai chuckled. "To those who are capable, more responsibilities are entrusted. There's no need for modesty, Comrade Zhang Jun." Without voicing any objections, Zhang Jun agreed to the list provided by Zhao Fucai, which greatly pleased Zhao Fucai and made his demeanor exceedingly polite. After bidding farewell, Zhang Jun proceeded to the office of County Secretary Chang Guiyang to report on the establishment of the committee and present the first batch of committee members, clarifying that these individuals were proposed. Chang Guiyang expressed satisfaction with Zhang Jun's thorough reporting and warmly stated, "Comrade Zhang Jun, I appreciate your diligence regarding the committee. The committee falls under your purview, so you may decide on the member list. We will address the standing committee's discussion at a later date. I trust there will be no issues. Should any arise, we can correct them." Zhang Jun observed that although Chen Guiyang claimed to have no objections, he scrutinized the details closely. The two deputy directors of the committee were at the deputy section chief level and had been nominated by Zhao Fucai. It was evident that Zhao Fucai had consulted with Chen Guiyang before finalizing the list. With the agreement of the secretary, the organization minister, and Zhang Jun, along with the director of the county committee office, there were already 4 votes in favor. As long as 2 or 3 others expressed agreement, the list would likely be approved. The only potential dissenting voice could come from Fu Ziqiang. However, based on the previous standing committee meetings dynamics, it would be challenging for Fu Ziqiang to garner support. At present. Furthermore, since the committee was currently a temporary body, any adjustments would be straightforward when the time came. As Zhang Jun and Chen Guiyang discussed work matters, a series of urgent knocks interrupted them. "Who is it?" Chen Guiyang called out, "Outside." The voice of the county committee office director, Chu Jia, replied, "Secretary Chun, it's me. Come in." "What is it?" Chen Guiyang inquired. Chu Jia entered and, upon seeing Zhang Jun present, paused momentarily before stating, "Secretary Chun, there's trouble. Chen Yongjun has barged into the County Discipline Inspection Commission and taken Cheng Yufeng away." "Chen Yongjun?" Chen Guiyang responded with uncertainty, pondering for a moment before realizing who he was and turning to Zhang Jun. "What is going on?" Zhang Jun, understanding the situation, "Why would they apprehend Cheng Yufeng?" Chen Guiyang was taken aback and looked at Chu Jia. "Indeed, why would the County Discipline Inspection Commission bring Cheng Yufeng in?" Chu Jia, bewildered, replied, "I'm not certain. I only know that a significant incident occurred just now, and there was an uproar. Chen Yongjun claimed Cheng Yufeng was involved in a case in Qingguan town and insisted on taking her back for questioning, asserting that this case had nothing to do with the County Discipline Inspection Commission and that they must release her. They were quite aggressive and forcibly took her away." Comrade Suli was furious. As Chu Jia spoke, Suli stormed in, and upon seeing Zhang Jun, exclaimed, Comrade Zhang Jun, you're here just in time. What is going on in your Qingguan town? The police dared to come to our Discipline Inspection Commission to demand someone. Zhang Jun quickly rose, took out cigarettes for everyone, and smiled. I believe this is simply a misunderstanding. Chen Yongjun is merely eager to solve the case, which has led to this overstep. Comrade Su Li, you are magnanimous. There is no need to hold it against him. Why did the Discipline Inspection Commission detain Cheng Yufeng? As far as I know, she is neither a party member nor an official. She is merely a newly hired female colleague yet to be confirmed. Su Li accepted the cigarette, and upon hearing this, softened his tone, saying, we did not actually detain her. We merely requested her assistance in the investigation of Ding Chongrong's case. We hadn't even asked anything before Chen Yongjun took her away. Zhang Jun replied with a smile. Comrade Chen Yongjun is known for his swift and decisive actions. Since the Cheng Yufeng case falls under his jurisdiction, he is undoubtedly eager to demonstrate results to the county leaders. Comrade Su Li, should you require his cooperation, feel free to ask. I believe he will be amenable. Chen Guoyang also interjected. Comrade Su Li, matters that should be handled by the local authorities ought to be left to them. If you require their cooperation regarding case details, we are all working towards the same goal and should not jeopardize our rapport. With the Secretary's intervention, Su Li had no further objections and conceded, very well. We will not pursue this matter with him. However, our Discipline Inspection Commission must send personnel to participate in the joint interrogation, as Cheng Yufeng's testimony is closely related to Ding Chongrong's case. Chen Guoyang, what do you think? Having achieved his objective, Zhang Jun readily agreed, certainly. I will inform Comrade Chen Yongjun, but Secretary Chen, it is getting late. I will take my leave. Upon return, Zhou Wang eagerly agreed and inquired, Secretary Zhang, will there be a formal inauguration for the committee? Which leaders should we invite to speak? Should we host a banquet? Zhang Jun pondered for a moment and replied, absolutely. We must make it a grand event. Not only should we invite county leaders, but we should also include city leaders. If we can bring in provincial leaders, that would be even better. We must also invite the city's newspapers and television stations. Zhou Wang was taken aback, incredulous. Secretary Zhang, how do we go about inviting so many dignitaries? We are just how can we possibly attract such important figures? Especially the city leaders, along with the media. We cannot afford it, nor can we compel them. Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, what difficulty is there in this? Leave it to me. You just focus on renting the building, arranging for cleaning, and setting up the office space. Be quick about it. Zhou Wang was taken aback, casting a deep glance at Zhang Jun. The development zone was certainly in good hands. Chapter 108. Demonstrating strength, Zhang Jun boasted boldly, intending to invite the city's leaders and media. He first called Chen Guoyang and Fu Ziqiang. Naturally, the county leaders agreed to attend the inauguration ceremony of the management committee. Zhang Jun then dialed the mayor, Su Peixiang. Upon answering, Su Peixiang remarked, Comrade Zhang Jun, I may not necessarily have the time to attend. Noticing that the mayor had not outright declined, Zhang Jun smiled and replied, Mayor Su, our development zone is also a county-level development area, established under your wise leadership and kind concern. Last time, thanks to your approval, our canning factory was able to successfully settle in the development zone. Now that the management committee is being established, it is indeed a grand opportunity for us to flourish. Any achievements we might attain in the future will undoubtedly be under your guidance. How could you possibly miss such an important celebration? We will also invite television stations and newspapers for coverage, and we hope to have you deliver an important speech. Su Peixiang pondered for a moment and said, all right. I will arrange my schedule. Thank you, Mayor Su. Zhang Jun respectfully replied, we eagerly await your esteemed presence. After the other party hung up, Zhang Jun ended the call. Next, he reached out. Upon learning that she was going down for an interview and that Mayor Su would be attending the celebration, she responded, that's easy. I will contact the station, and there will certainly be no issue. Both were occupied with work and could not chat extensively, so they quickly wrapped up their conversation. Zhang Jun then called his old classmate, Zhuang Wenqiang. I am an editor, not a reporter. Zhuang Wenqiang chuckled after hearing Zhang Jun's request. Are you desperate enough to seek help from me? You should approach our leadership for approval. Zhang Jun, feeling exasperated, replied, Zhuang Wenqiang, are you really that thick-headed? Have you been painting so much that you've dulled your mind? Mayor Su is coming in person. Do you think your city newspaper would dare not report on it? I can indeed contact your leaders, but I am offering you this opportunity to communicate with them. Why should I do that? Zhuang Wenqiang was clearly a bookworm. Zhang Jun retorted, no wonder you haven't progressed at all over the years. If you mention it to the newspaper leadership, they will think there is some connection between you and Mayor Su, and will treat you with special consideration in the future. Zhuang Wenxiang was utterly oblivious to the nuances of officialdom and remarked, but I have no connection with Mayor Su. Are you really that naive? Whether you have a connection or not is irrelevant. Just report the matter, and your leaders will draw their own conclusions. You don't need to say much, remember that. Zhang Jun was imparting the secrets of navigating the bureaucratic landscape. All right, I will give it a try. But I don't have to attend the celebration, do I? Zhuang Wenxiang inquired. Zhang Jun, speaking candidly, replied, you must come. This is a wonderful opportunity. What are you going to do in your dorm? Just read and paint. Hiding away won't get you anywhere, right? You don't want to marry or have children, nor do you aspire to improve yourself. Fine, I'll come. Why do you have to ramble on so much? Zhuang Wenxiang chuckled. Zhang Jun scoffed, I consider you a friend, which is why I am bothering to say so much. Look around you. Who else would bother to have a lengthy conversation with you? Actually, they're really before it is published, you must show it to me. Zhang Jun genuinely wished to assist his old classmate. Oh, so you can also help me polish my article? Zhuang Wenxiang, being a cultured individual, harbored the typical disdain of intellectuals, believing that few could match his caliber. Zhang Jun retorted with a cold smile, at least I am still a graduate student. I know you possess cultural knowledge, but when it comes to writing bureaucratic pieces, you truly fall short compared to me. All right, you're impressive. I just hope you don't become a parasite. You're being pretentious. A parasite? Do you even qualify to be one? No. That's right. You understand that painting doesn't pay, which is why you don't consider it a profession. Since you still have a glimmer of ambition, you should follow my lead. Fine, I'll follow your plan. I need to report to the leadership first, or I'll miss getting off work. Goodbye. He pondered who from the provincial leadership he might invite. During his time as Secretary Ma Hongqi's aide, Zhang Jun had limited interaction with the provincial governor, but he had dealt with the provincial party secretary, Zhang Dongfang. If he could secure an invitation for Zhang Dongfang, it would be truly perfect. Zhang Jun, with the hope of trying his luck, called Zhang Dongfang's office. Even if Zhang Dongfang was unavailable, it would still be an opportunity to strengthen his connection with the leadership. Zhang Dongfang's secretary, Gu Xiaoming, answered the call. Zhang Jun wasted no time and cheerfully stated, Hello, Director Gu. I am Zhang Jun, formerly secretary to Vice Governor Ma, now serving in Yiping County. Do you still remember me? Gu Xiaoming acknowledged, Comrade Zhang Jun, hello? What can I do for you? Zhang Jun expressed his intentions directly. Jiu Xiaoming. Zhang Jun felt a surge of excitement, quickly cleared his throat, and stood up to speak. There was a noticeable difference in presence when speaking while standing versus sitting. Standing conveyed a stronger voice and clearer articulation. Zhang Dongfang's deep voice resonated over the line. Hello. Secretary Zhang, greetings. I apologize for interrupting your work. Zhang Jun expressed utmost respect as he articulated his request for Zhang Dongfang to attend the celebration of the development zone. Zhang Dongfang chuckled. What day exactly? Let me see if I can arrange my schedule. Good. Please call back to the provincial office later. Zhang Jun responded. Understood. Secretary Zhang, I apologize for the disturbance. Our Yiping County Committee is eagerly looking forward to your visit. At that moment, Zhou Wang happened to arrive and stood at the open office door, observing Zhang Jun standing and speaking on the phone, momentarily taken aback and wondering what kind of person warranted such respect from Secretary Zhang. When he heard the name Zhang, he was even more astonished. Goodness, Secretary Zhang? If Zhang Jun showed such deference, it surely must be Secretary Zhang Dongfang from the provincial party. Remarkable. After ending the call, Zhang Jun turned to Zhou Wang and asked, Director Zhou? Just then, Chen Yongjun's robust voice echoed, Good day, Secretary Zhang. I have come to report on my work. Zhang Jun inquired, Come in and speak. Has there been a breakthrough in the Cheng Yufeng case? The complicated case. As Chen Yongjun spoke, he cast a glance at Zhou Wang. Zhang Jun checked his watch and said, Director Zhou, you may return to your work now. Although Zhou Wang was filled with intense curiosity, he could find no excuse to linger and thus departed. Zhang Jun gestured towards a chair, saying, Comrade Chen Yongjun, please take a seat and let us converse. Chen Yongjun sat down with an air of confidence and declared, Secretary Zhang, the case of Cheng Yufeng indeed harbors deeper implications. After Ding Changrong was placed under dual regulation, we intimidated Cheng Yufeng, informing her that the county's disciplinary inspection commission had intervened in her case and that the higher authorities were closely monitoring the developments. We warned her that if she did not speak the truth, even divine intervention would be futile. Terrified, she confessed. Zhang Jun regarded him with a calm demeanor. Chen Yongjun continued, Cheng Yufeng revealed that she was incited by others to frame Ding Changrong. Zhang Jun, having mentally prepared himself, felt a jolt of shock upon hearing this and inquired, She concocted this narrative? Chen Yongjun's eyes narrowed, and he replied gravely, She was indeed assaulted, but not by Ding Chongrong. It was by Tianfeng. Zhang Jun had never— Who is this person? Secretary Zhang, Tianfeng is— Chen Yongjun rose to glance down the corridor to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then lowered his voice to say, he is the nephew of Secretary Chan Guoyang of the county committee. Zhang Jun felt a shock within, though his expression remained unchanged, as he responded, Tianfeng is Secretary Guoyang's— Tianfeng is a ne'er-do-well, spending his days in internet cafes, gaming halls, and dance clubs, behaving tyrannically in the county, with no one daring to confront him. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow and pondered. How did Cheng Yufeng catch his attention? Chen Yongjun murmured. He later invited her out for leisure, but she declined. One night, while returning from a movie, she was intercepted by Tianfeng, who had been stalking her. As a vulnerable woman, she was unable to resist and was forced into a vehicle by Tianfeng and his friends. Was this a case involving multiple perpetrators? Zhang Jun clenched his teeth. Chen Yongjun shook his head, saying, not exactly. The others merely stood guard outside the vehicle. And what transpired afterward? Zhang Jun asked in a low voice. How did the blame shift onto Ding Chongrong? Chen Yongjun chuckled. Cheng Yufeng had a boyfriend present at the scene, as they were both watching the film together. While she was being assaulted, her boyfriend was outside the vehicle, too frightened to intervene or call for help. Zhang Jun frowned deeply and scoffed. This man is utterly spineless. After the incident, Cheng Yufeng's boyfriend wanted to break up with her. Such matters are typically intolerable for a man. Cheng Yufeng made a scene, insisting on suing Tianfeng. Tianfeng's family then approached her, promising that if she complied, her boyfriend, who had been jobless, upon hearing this, encouraged Cheng Yufeng to obey Tianfeng's family, assuring her that they would let bygones be bygones and continue their relationship. Zhang Jun found this tale almost unbelievable. He took a sip from his teacup and set it down heavily on the table. Chen Yongjun continued to elaborate on the case. Tianfeng's family directed Cheng Yufeng to shift the blame onto Ding Chongrong. However, there is yet another layer to this story. Ding Chongrong indeed harbored desires for Cheng Yufeng's beauty, and he did call her to work late one night. He had considered her favorably, but Cheng Yufeng aimed to exploit Ding Chongrong's. Ding Chongrong found the situation complicated and ultimately did not acquiesce. Zhang Jun stroked his chin and asked, did Ding Chongrong and Cheng Yufeng ever engage in any relationship? Chen Yongjun forced a smile and shook his head. No. Cheng Yufeng is a shrewd individual. She knows how to tantalize men's desires. Until she secures tangible benefits, she will not allow a man to take advantage. Even with her boyfriend, despite their close relationship, she never permitted him to Yet, it was Tianfeng who ultimately reaped the rewards. Zhang Jun mused, so, it appears that Ding Chongrong has been wrongfully accused? Chen Yongjun nodded. That seems to be the case. He may have— This is based on Cheng Yufeng's testimony. He produced a document, holding it with both hands and offering it to Zhang Jun for review. Zhang Jun waved his hand, saying, there is no need for me to see this. The case is for your team to investigate. Has Secretary Su from the Disciplinary Inspection Commission been informed? Secretary Su is aware. It was thanks to him that we apprehended Cheng Yufeng, which frightened her into speaking the truth. Otherwise, she would never have confessed. This woman fears the Disciplinary Inspection Commission more than our police station, Chen Yongjun remarked, putting away the document. Secretary Zhang, given the involvement of Tianfeng, do you believe we should— What would Secretary Su do upon learning of this situation? Moreover, was Chen Guoyang aware? If Chen Guoyang's nephew was implicated, would he seek to protect him? Zhang Jun realized he could not make any judgments on this case and stated, Comrade Chen Yongjun, you should consult with Comrade Su Li to gauge his perspective on this matter. I had already discussed this with Secretary Su prior to my arrival. He has dispatched personnel to participate in the case review, and I believe it would be futile to conceal anything, Chen Yongjun responded. Secretary Su indicated that this is a local matter, not under the purview of the disciplinary. Since Ding Chongrong is indeed wronged, the commission will expedite the case to restore his reputation. Zhang Jun rubbed his face vigorously, reflecting on how cunning these individuals were. When it did not concern Chen Guoyang, Su Li was the most vociferous, apprehending people. Now that it involved Chen Guoyang, Su Li was shirking responsibility and passing the buck to Zhang Jun. Although Zhang Jun was eager to deliver justice, he had not anticipated that this case would entangle a relative of Chen Guoyang. The situation had escalated. What to do? Zhang Jun understood one truth. Justice does not reside in the hearts of men but within the realm of power. After a moment's contemplation, he proclaimed, this case is of significant importance. Comrade Chen Yongjun, you should report to the higher-level Public Security Bureau. I will promptly inform Comrade Yu Xingli, the Secretary of the County Political and Legal Committee. Chen Yongjun snapped to attention. Understood, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun seized the microphone and dialed Yu. This hot potato was something he could only pass on to Yu Xingli, given that he was the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Zhang Jun thought to himself, now we shall see a spectacle unfold. Yu Xingli and Fu Ziqiang had been unable to find any incriminating evidence against Chen Guoyang. Now that the evidence had been handed to them, it would be intriguing to see how they would contend with this situation. Chapter 110 License Plate Number 1 Zhang Jun, with a mere flicker of thought, deduced that Chang Yufeng's act of tarnishing Ding Changrong's reputation was undoubtedly orchestrated by someone else, with ulterior motives clearly aimed at undermining Ding Changrong and, by extension, the underlying reasons for this conspiracy were not to be scrutinized, nor would anyone delve too deeply. The investigation would likely reach only as far as Tianfeng. Even if Tianfeng were to, Zhang Jun would not involve himself in the celestial skirmishes. After reporting to Yu Shengli, he passed the case to the county's political and legal committee for resolution, redirecting his focus to the development zone. Under Zhang Jun's stewardship, the Development Zone Management Committee was formally established, comprising 2 deputy directors, both transferred from the county, Cheng Dingwen and Wang Dexing. The office director was appointed as Guo Qiaoqiao. The role of office director required a deft hand in managing daily affairs, serving the committee heads, and necessitated a diplomatic finesse best suited to a woman. After a thorough cleanup of the area, the construction of the canning factory commenced, with the site bustling with building materials and the grand ceremony for the establishment of the Development Zone Management Committee, alongside the inauguration of the Red Star Canning Factory, unfolded splendidly as scheduled. On this brisk spring day, the heavens were benevolent, granting several days of sunshine following a spell of incessant rain. The day of the celebration dawned bright and sunny. County Party Secretary Chen Guoyang, County Mayor Fu Ziqiang, and others were in attendance. The ongoing investigation into Tianfeng's case was bound to cast a shadow over Chen Guoyang, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, revealing little of any negative sentiment. He had mastered the art of maintaining an inscrutable exterior. Zhang Jun, leading the committee members, welcomed the county leaders and escorted them to tour the committee office, a 3-story building with a reception hall on the first floor and offices on the second and third. Chen Guoyang, with his hands crossed before him, smiled and remarked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you have done remarkably well. Upon assuming your post, you have already made significant strides in the Development Zone's initiatives." Fu Ziqiang chuckled, "Comrade Zhang Jun is indeed a leader of great resolve. Yiping County is in dire need of such diligent, capable, and astute young individuals. There is wisdom in the youthification of our cadres." Chen Guoyang, upon hearing this, visibly bristled, feeling that Fu Ziqiang's comment was a veiled jab at his own age, suggesting it was time for him to step aside. "When does the ceremony?" Chen Guoyang shifted the topic. Zhang Jun replied with a smile, "Just a moment longer. Some leaders have yet to arrive." The director of the county party office, Chu Jie, chuckled, "With Secretary Chen already present, who else could Is there anyone whose rank surpasses that of Secretary Chen?" Zhang Jun cast Chu Jie a sidelong glance. "Director Chu, in our county, Secretary Chen undoubtedly holds the highest position." "How was I unaware of this?" Zhang Jun confidently stated, "Director Chu, I report to Secretary Chen. Is it necessary for me to report to you as well?" Chu Jie was momentarily At that moment, Guo Qiaoqiao's voice rang out, "Secretary Zhang, Mayor Su has arrived." The mention of Mayor Su sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. All eyes turned to Zhang Jun with newfound respect. Previously, there had been whispers of Zhang Jun's connections in the city, of his rapport with Mayor Su. However, such claims had merely been hearsay until today, when Mayor Su himself had graced the ceremony with his presence. This clearly indicated that Zhang Jun and Mayor Su indeed shared some form of relationship. In events hosted by such a small development zone, the attendance of a vice mayor responsible for industry was already commendable, but having Su Without uttering a word, Zhang Jun ushered Mayor Su inside, showcasing his undeniable prowess. Everyone scrambled to extend their greetings. The vicinity of the committee building was adorned with vibrant decorations, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, and festive inflatable. Several vehicles from the city parked before the management committee's entrance. Chen Guoyang and others hurried forward to open the doors for Mayor Su and his entourage. Naturally, with Su, "Good day, Mayor Su. We warmly welcome you to our county to provide your guidance." Chen Guoyang respectfully bowed, extending his hands to shake with Su Peisheng. He released his handshake with others promptly, yet when it came to Zhang Jun, he held on longer, engaging in conversation before finally letting go. This subtle distinction spoke volumes about his varying levels of familiarity with those present. Everyone took note of this, naturally forming their own interpretations. Shortly thereafter, the president of the Provincial Canning Industry Association, Shi Liang, and others arrived by car. With the reconstruction of the canning factory receiving substantial support, he welcomed the group, and after exchanging pleasantries, Chu Jie glanced at the time and remarked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, it is about time. I assent to it? The ceremony should commence." Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, "Director Chu, are you in such a hurry? Do you have other pressing matters to attend to?" Chu Jie, wiping his brow, retorted, "It's not that I have urgent work, but with so many leaders gathered, why the delay? We can forego breaks. The leaders won't leave at noon, will they? For such a grand ceremony, you should have planned the timing well in advance. Yet, here we are, floundering as the leaders arrive." Zhang Jun responded calmly, "Rest assured, Director Chu, everything has been arranged. If you truly had our best interests at heart, you would have offered your insights earlier, rather than waiting until the last moment to critique our preparations." Chu Jie's expression darkened. "Comrade Zhang Jun, I am merely offering a friendly reminder. Why won't you heed my counsel?" Zhang Jun, with an air of tranquility, replied, there is a reason for my actions. Some leaders have yet to arrive. Everyone was taken aback. With Mayor Su present, who else could possibly still be missing? Chu Jia laughed heartily. Comrade Zhang Jun, have you lost your senses? With the city leaders here, who remains unaccounted for, are we to make Mayor Su wait? Zhang Jun smiled slightly. If it were a leader of your caliber, Director Chu, there would be no need to wait. But today we have an even more distinguished guest attending. Chen Guoyang, taken aback, inquired, Comrade Zhang Jun, who else is coming? Just as Zhang Jun was about to respond, a line of gleaming vehicles approached. As the onlookers discerned the license plate numbers, they were struck with profound astonishment. Chen Guoyang exclaimed, that is the number 1 vehicle from the Provincial Party Committee, isn't it? The leader arriving is Secretary Zhang Dongfang from the Provincial Committee? Chapter 111, A Major Confrontation. Zhang Jun spoke in a low voice. Indeed, it is Secretary Zhang and his... Although I extended an invitation to Secretary Zhang, he did not give me a definitive response affirming his attendance. I considered that our leaders are often preoccupied with myriad affairs and may not have the time to come. If I were to inform the county committee in advance, wouldn't it reflect a lack of composure on my part and imply a desire to take credit? His words were impeccably crafted, leaving Chen Guoyang at a loss for words. Su Peixiang cast a deep and complex glance at Zhang Jun before taking the initiative to step forward. The convoy from the provincial committee was notably extensive. It included security vehicles, the number 1. A grand total of over a dozen vehicles arrived. The convoy came to a halt. Secretary Zhang Dongfang's secretary, Gu Xiaoming, hastily exited the vehicle, opening the door and shielding the top with his hand. Su Peixiang stepped forward with a smile, greeting, "Good day, Secretary Zhang." Zhang Dongfang emerged from the car, shaking hands with Su Peixiang and smiling, "Good day, Comrade Peixiang." He then extended his large, very impressive. Zhang Jun responded respectfully, "Thank you for your kind words, Secretary Zhang." The smooth commencement of the development zone is largely due to the care and support from leaders at the provincial, municipal, and county levels. Zhang Dongfang did not even cast a glance at Chen Guoyang and the others. Reporters from the television station and the urban daily, including Shen Shui and Zhuang Wenqiang, raised their cameras and captured these precious moments. Accompanying them were reporters from the provincial satellite station and provincial newspapers. Without Zhang Jun's invitation, individuals like Zhuang Wenqiang would not have had the opportunity to cover Zhang Dongfang's inspection. The leaders of Yiping County were all visibly elated. The provincial secretary was personally present. This was undoubtedly the most significant political event in Yiping County in recent years. The grand and solemn scale left everyone in awe. Joyful smiles adorned their faces as they followed Zhang Dongfang and his party. Zhang Dongfang, Su Peixiang, Zhang Jun, and others walked and conversed as they inspected the development zone and the canning factory site. The Hongshinkan goods are truly delicious. Zhang Dongfang remarked with composure. When I first assumed my position in the province, a comrade gifted me Hongshinkan goods. Typically, I do not accept ordinary gifts, but they insisted that it was a local specialty worth only a few coins and urged me to taste it, as well as promote it. Thus, I had no choice but to accept. The flavor was indeed delightful. I still recall that taste, sweet and refreshing. Everyone laughed in agreement. Su Peixiang nodded, stating, "Establishing a brand is no easy feat. We must continue to expand and strengthen Hongshinkan goods. Comrade Zhang Jun, your responsibilities are significant. We will ensure that Hongshinkan goods reach international markets, allowing people around the world to savor our products." Excellent. Zhang Dongfang, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the bustling. Our province has long had a weak industrial foundation, incomparable to the developed coastal regions. However, we cannot resign ourselves to backwardness. Instead, we must strive to catch up and compose a new industrial anthem for the modern era. The audience erupted. The celebration officially commenced. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was personally presided over by Secretary of the Provincial Committee Zhang Dongfang, with Zhang Jun co-hosting in his capacity as the director of the management committee. Other leaders stood on either side according to their ranks. Zhang Jun arranged for a lively lion dance performance and invited the county's square dancers to create a festive atmosphere, with song and dance filling the air. During the celebration, Secretary Zhang Dongfang delivered an important speech, filled with profound insights, elevated perspectives, and rich content. His address encompassed 3 main points. First, to strengthen the unity of knowledge, establish lofty ideals, bolster confidence and progress, and work together to produce remarkable outcomes and deliver satisfactory results. Second, to continuously optimize the business environment, resolutely promote investment attraction, efficiently advance policy implementation, and enhance services for enterprises. We must address practical issues and firmly grasp the lifeline of optimizing the business environment. Third, to decisively win the economic recovery battle. All cadres must play a pivotal role in the economic platform, conduct thorough safety inspections, and muster the courage and spirit. As the speech concluded, thunderous applause filled the room. Su Peixiang, Chen Guoyang, Zhang Jun, and others each delivered speeches. Zhang Jun was particularly mindful of time management. The event wrapped up precisely at noon. The county arranged for a luncheon at the county committee guest house. Zhang Jun had also dined here during his welcome banquet upon assuming office. Zhang Dongfang and Su Peisheng were seated at one table, while Cheng Guoyang and others were relegated to another. However, Zhang Dongfang beckoned to Zhang Jun, saying, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you cannot leave. You must join us for the toast." Zhang Jun rose with a glass in hand, laughing heartily. "Very well, I shall risk my life to accompany the leaders today." Gu Xiaoqiao, perceptive as ever, promptly fetched a chair. Everyone adjusted their seats to allow Zhang Jun to be seated next to Zhang Dongfang. Representing the management committee of the development zone, Zhang Jun delivered a brief toast, expressing welcome and gratitude. The group raised their glasses in a toast. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were served, the atmosphere grew increasingly warm and lively. Suddenly, a voice from outside shouted, "On what grounds do you stop me? I want to see my uncle. Don't you recognize me? I am Tian Feng, the nephew of County Secretary Cheng Guoyang. I know he is drinking, but I have an urgent matter to discuss with him." "Let me in. If you don't move aside, I will resort to violence." Zhang Jun and the others abruptly changed their expressions. In contrast, Zhang Dongfang and Su Peisheng remained remarkably calm. The most embarrassed and furious was, of course, Cheng Guoyang. Given the importance of today's banquet, those stationed outside were not ordinary personnel but armed police in plain clothes. This was a matter of great consequence for the reputation of Yiping County, and Zhang Jun had no choice but to take it seriously. He hastily rose and approached Cheng Guoyang, bending slightly as he said, "Secretary Chun, this matter needs to be resolved swiftly. We cannot allow Comrade Tian Feng to barge in and disrupt the leaders." The atmosphere in the room turned palpably tense. Cheng Guoyang's face flushed crimson as he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I will go out and deal. I am Cheng Guoyang's nephew. Let me in. Uncle, uncle. They are trying to seize me. Come quickly and save me." Everyone present wore expressions of embarrassment and shock. Chapter 112. Arrest according to the... With so many provincial and municipal leaders present, Tian Feng's ruckus was a disgrace to the entire Yiping County. Just as Cheng Guoyang swung open the grand door to the banquet hall, a figure lunged towards them. It was none other than Tian Feng, tall and lanky, with a tuft of hair dyed blonde, and a dragon tattoo visible on his arm. Zhang Jun thought to himself, "This Tian, they want to arrest me." Zhang Jun noticed that, aside from the armed police on duty, there were several officers from the local public security bureau, indicating that it was indeed the police who sought to apprehend him. "What is going on?" Cheng Guoyang inquired with a composed demeanor. The officer responsible for the arrest, a middle-aged policeman, saw Cheng Guoyang and quickly saluted, stating, "Report, Secretary Chen, Tian Feng is suspected of a rape case, and we are proceeding to arrest him in accordance with the law." Cheng Guoyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Having the police come to arrest his nephew in front of so many leaders was detrimental to his standing and reputation. "Tian Feng committed a crime? Do you have evidence? Is there an arrest warrant?" Cheng Guoyang endeavored. The officer produced an arrest warrant, saying, "The bureau is currently interrogating this case, with witnesses and evidence at hand. Here is the arrest warrant for your review, Secretary Chun." Instead of looking at the warrant, Cheng Guoyang turned, "I am your sister's only son. If you do not help me, it would mean the end of our family line." Tian Feng cried, cradling his face and wailing pitifully. Zhang Jun mused, "With such theatrical talent, why doesn't he pursue an acting career?" Cheng Guoyang, filled with exasperation, slapped Tian Feng again and scoffed, "You are 30 years old, with a... How dare you behave so recklessly? You have betrayed the teachings of your elders. Do you think I would turn a blind eye and shield you?" Tian Feng, terrified, fell to his knees, clutching Cheng Guoyang's leg, pleading, "Uncle, if you do not save me, no one else will. You cannot let me go to prison." Cheng Guoyang's eyes narrowed, and he said sternly, "Nonsense. The police are merely asking you to return and assist in the investigation. What heinous acts have you committed? Speak the truth at once." As he spoke, he kicked Tian Feng. Upon seeing his uncle's expression, Tian Feng quickly grasped the situation and exclaimed, "I have committed no crime. I was merely in a romantic relationship with a woman." Cheng Guoyang retorted with a sneer, "You speak falsely. You are married. How can you claim to be in a relationship? You are playing with fire. Such behavior, while not illegal, is a blatant violation of moral standards." Zhang Jun observed that Tian Feng, struggling to articulate his thoughts, stammered, "Uncle, I was momentarily foolish and fell for that woman's seduction. She lured me. Knowing I was your relative, she seduced me, and after we slept together, she turned on me, claiming I assaulted her. Uncle, you must seek justice for me." Cheng Guoyang replied gravely, "I trust that the public... You must go. Your case is not severe, and you will not face imprisonment. You must have faith in the party, the organization, and the police. As long as you have not committed any heinous acts or violated the law, no one can falsely accuse you." Zhang Jun had to admire Cheng Guoyang. He had seamlessly reframed a rape case into a matter of moral indiscretion. If he managed to manipulate the case in such a manner, Tian Feng might indeed escape punishment. Zhang Jun knew he could not interfere with the judicial process, nor did he possess the authority to do so. The county's public security bureau and the courts had their own procedures for handling cases. After finishing his remarks, Chen Guoyang called out to the police, "Take him away. Please ensure you uphold justice and..." Tianfeng's infidelity and reckless behavior with another woman are serious breaches of social ethics. If the woman raises a fuss, he should be fined or detained for a few days. Do not show leniency. The police, taken aback, nodded in agreement, responding, "Yes, Secretary Chen." Zhang Jun couldn't help but smirk internally. The Qin family members were all quite the performers. The police escorted Tianfeng away. His legs felt weak as he walked, glancing back at Chen Guoyang. The latter's face was a mask of fury, his brows furrowed, wishing he could kick. With Tianfeng in custody, the once boisterous banquet hall fell into a hushed silence. Zhang Dongfang and others engaged in quiet conversation, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. However, the earth had not provided him a hole to hide in, and he still had to face the other leaders. Rubbing his face in an attempt to regain composure, Chen Guoyang turned to Zhang Dongfang and the others, bending slightly and forcing a smile. "Secretary Zhang, Mayor Su, esteemed leaders, I sincerely apologize for the unexpected disruption that has intruded upon your enjoyment." Zhang Dongfang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "The police making an arrest is a normal occurrence, reflecting the fairness and rigor of Yiping County's law enforcement. Even we leaders are unafraid, boldly entering the banquet hall to apprehend suspects. This is a positive development. A sound business environment requires such incorruptible police." Su Peixing chimed in with a smile. "Secretary Zhang makes a valid point. Yiping County's police system is indeed commendable." Chen Guoyang's expression darkened. He was at a loss for words. Zhang Jun approached, raising his glass with a chuckle. "Secretary Zhang, the members of the Yiping County team will collectively drink 3 cups as an apology." With that, he nonchalantly downed a glass and promptly refilled it, drinking 2 more without hesitation. Only then did Chen Guoyang realize the situation, hurriedly raising his glass with his colleagues to down 3 cups as well. Zhang Dongfang's expression softened, and he chuckled, "Comrade Zhang Jun, your ability to adapt is truly impressive." Very well. Let us not dwell on the earlier incident. The Yiping County Committee members have self-imposed a penalty of 3 cups. If we were to persist in our grievances, it would only reflect poorly on our magnitude. Chen Guoyang sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun nodded slowly, contemplating the earlier farce, which had undoubtedly planted a thorn in the leaders' minds, one that would be difficult to uproot. How would the case of Tianfeng be adjudicated? Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning slightly, he saw Shen Shui, beaming with a radiant smile from another table, her eyes fixed on him.